Chapter 1. The Divine Insight. In the North Star Empire, within the Lin family, the dashing and handsome Lin Ze, clad in white as snow, was vigorously pounding his head in frustration. The North Star Empire, Lin Ze. Isn't this the setting from that wretched book? He lamented. Oh no. After 18 years of transmigration, I've only just awakened my past life. If I delay any longer, it will be too late. Lin Ze found himself in the Tianlan continent, a realm teeming with myriad races. In this life, he was the grandson of Lin Ao, the founding duke of the North Star Empire and the legendary North Star war god. His mother was a princess of the North Star Empire, and the emperor, revered by millions, was his maternal grandfather. With such illustrious bloodlines, Lin Ze's status was nothing short of extraordinary and exalted. At first glance, it seemed like a perfect beginning. However, hidden within were treacherous pitfalls. The first and foremost was a grave predicament. Lin Ze was the sole heir of the Lin family. The North Star Lin family, starting from Lin Ao, had only one wife throughout his life, and the couple bore 3 sons. The eldest son had 2 children. This formed the lineage chart of the Lin family across 3 generations. Tragically, both the eldest and second sons perished on the battlefield, while the youngest succumbed to illness in his youth. Lin Ze's brother, Lin Ze, also met his end in a tragic war, leaving no remains. Consequently, the once mighty Lin family, a powerful founding clan, was left with only Lin Ze as its last surviving scion. One must ponder this deeply. Having witnessed countless power struggles in his previous life, Lin Ze could not believe this was mere coincidence. The reason he still drew breath was solely because he was the last hope of the Lin family, a pressure point for those with ulterior motives. Should he perish, Lin Ao, the North Star war god, would be unshackled, plunging into a frenzied rampage. But how long could this apprehension endure? The heavens are unpredictable, and such matters are shrouded in uncertainty. Who's to say that one day, Lin Ze would not descend to reunite with his forebears? Next, the second major pitfall, the most critical meteorite crater. The world Lin Ze had traversed into was none other than a ludicrous novel he had read in his past life. In that abysmal tale, all characters were rendered foolish by the protagonist's halo, devoid of logic and coherence. The women, regardless of grievances, would rush to embrace the protagonist, dismissing even the most profound vendettas. The men, one more cunning than the last, would refrain from eliminating the protagonist when they could, insisting that their subordinates do the dirty work instead. Occasionally, they would even fall prey to the protagonist's schemes, as if the entire narrative revolved around mere caprice. Such a novel, one must admit, if one were to transmigrate as the protagonist, it would be an exhilarating experience. Yet, to transmigrate as a mere antagonist that was akin to a pure-hearted warrior stumbling into our world, a fate far worse than death. Alas, Lin Ze was one such antagonist, and the memories were particularly vivid. After all, he had also been named Lin Ze in his previous life. Recalling the plot, a wave of headache washed over him. I merely criticized you a couple of times, and here I am, transmigrated. In the original story, as the scion of the Lin family, he fell in love with a woman named Xia Qinghe, willing to give her everything and shower her with rare resources. Ultimately, Xia Qinghe set her sights on the protagonist and secretly funneled all the resources Lin Ze had lavished upon her to him, enabling the protagonist to flourish and rise against Lin Ze. Upon discovering this betrayal, Lin Ze merely chastised Xia Qinghe for her immorality, urging her to repent, and then embarked on a journey to bestow treasures upon the protagonist. Consequently, Xia Qinghe grew to despise Lin Ze, believing him to be the reason she lost face before the protagonist. Thus, she became even more cautious in accepting Lin Ze's gifts, continuing her previous schemes. 2 years later, the Lin family was no more. Lin Ze, the unwitting fool, was even ground to dust by Xia Qinghe. Truly, the adage love-struck fools bring ruin to their families held weight. Upon reading this part of the narrative, Lin Ze swiftly deleted the book, leaving a scathing review, cursing the author and the plot. I could write a better story with my feet. And so Lin Ze was reincarnated. He became the new Lin Ze, destined to rewrite this very narrative himself. Sigh. At least I awakened in my previous life. In time, neither Xia Qinghe nor the protagonist has appeared yet, granting me some leeway. Lin Ze began to meticulously analyze the portions of the original book concerning himself, searching for a way to navigate the crises ahead. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Talent Awakening Divine Insight LV1 activated. From now on, you shall possess an invincible comprehension ability. Any technique or principle can be grasped to perfection in an instant. Additionally, all energy required to transcend boundaries and comprehension will be automatically drawn from the boundless cosmos, requiring no consumption whatsoever. Upon hearing this unfamiliar notification, Lin Ze's eyes widened in astonishment. In addition to being well-versed in the plot, he possessed such a miraculous talent, the ability to master techniques instantaneously, and without worrying about energy consumption. Was he not set to ascend to unparalleled heights? To validate the efficacy of this golden finger, Lin Ze promptly retrieved the core technique 8 Desolations Battle Art, which could only be learned by the direct descendants of the Lin family. In the Tianlan continent, techniques were categorized into 3 tiers and 12 grades, corresponding to the realms of postnatal, innate, and saintly. Though the names of these 3 tiers sounded rather mundane, Lin Ze initially shared this perception, believing it to be a typical martial world with modest martial prowess. However, he soon realized that the concepts of postnatal and innate here diverged significantly from his previous understanding. In this realm, postnatal referred to the state of beings born of the earth, akin to human existence. The pinnacle of postnatal strength could easily obliterate mountains with a single punch, standing against 100,000 soldiers or a nation, boasting a lifespan of a millennium. Innate, on the other hand, transcended mere humanity, reaching a level beyond the mundane. Even the most ordinary innate cultivator existed on a plane far removed from the ordinary, capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, pursuing celestial bodies, or annihilating entire nations with a mere flick of their hand, living for millennia. As for the saintly realm, those beings existed above the innate level, a life tier so distant from the earthly realm that mortals could scarcely fathom it. In essence, the disparity between postnatal and innate was mirrored in the gap between innate and saintly. The 3-tiered classification vividly illustrated their differences. The core technique of the Lin family, 8 Desolations Battle Art, was a supreme technique of the human tier. Chapter 2. The supreme completion of the 8 Desolations combat technique. It comprises a total of 9 tiers. Lin Ao had only cultivated it to the 8th tier and had already ascended to the status of the North Star War God, instilling fear across the entire North Star dynasty. Now the 9th tier. Gazing at the ancient tome in his hands, Lin Ze's eyes brimmed with anticipation. As he opened the 8 Desolations combat technique, a notification emerged. You have perused 8 Desolations combat technique. Under your terrifying comprehension, approaching the Tao, 8 Desolations combat technique has been thoroughly deciphered, reaching the pinnacle of completion. 8 Desolations combat technique LV9, supreme completion. You have grasped an exceptional human-level skill, deepening your understanding of the power of godly comprehension. Further insights may unveil even greater powers of divine comprehension. Godly comprehension LV1 310. As the information stream of godly comprehension fully integrated, torrents of profound knowledge surged into Lin Ze's mind, akin to enlightenment from above. Every layer's key points, the intricate applications of spiritual energy and physicality, along with the various applications of the 8 Desolations combat technique. All of this shattered and flooded into Lin Ze's consciousness, indelibly etched in his memory. At that moment, Lin Ze felt as though he had immersed himself in the 8 Desolations combat technique for decades, having undergone years of arduous training as a grandmaster. With every nuance and detail at his fingertips, he had even developed a form of muscle memory. With a mere thought, Lin Ze could instinctively execute the techniques without a hint of awkwardness. Naturally, there were no unstable factors stemming from a mismatch in mindset. Moreover, since each layer of the 8 Desolations combat technique corresponds to a crucial prerequisite for the postnatal realms, to master the 9th tier, one must first transcend the 9th level of the postnatal stage. Thus, while Lin Ze comprehended the 8 Desolations combat technique, he simultaneously shattered the principles governing the postnatal realms. His cultivation realm soared as he unraveled the secrets of the 8 Desolations combat technique. Postnatal 3rd level, postnatal 5th level, postnatal 9th level, pinnacle of the postnatal stage. In an instant, Lin Ze had transformed into a superlative powerhouse at the pinnacle of the postnatal stage. Having attained mastery through an exceptional human-level skill, in the absence of innate masters within the North Star dynasty, Lin Ze could now be deemed invincible. At that moment, a formidable aura, akin to a raging torrent, emanated from Lin Ze. The overwhelming pressure of life surged forth like a flood breaching its dam. Boom! The powerful pressure of postnatal supreme completion surged forth like a terrifying tidal wave, shattering the confines of the world, proclaiming his existence to the vast earth. Power! An overwhelming sensation of strength filled Lin Ze's entire being. With a gentle clench of his fist, he could perceive the air before him distorting with shimmering light. Pinnacle of the postnatal stage. Lin Ze's heart brimmed with elation. Godly comprehension was indeed formidable. In but a fleeting moment, he had disregarded all conditions, attaining supreme completion in both technique and realm, transitioning from the postnatal third level to a superlative powerhouse at the pinnacle. If his grandfather Lin Ze were to learn of this, he would likely find it utterly unbelievable. Lin Ze had clawed his way from ordinary beginnings to his current status, his innate talents being amongst the finest in the entire North Star dynasty. Yet, even so, it had taken him over 60 years to reach the pinnacle of the postnatal stage, while his mastery of the 8 Desolations combat technique had only reached the 8th tier, unable to breach the 9th. Conversely, Lin Ze had accomplished a dual breakthrough in mere seconds. The disparity. Godly comprehension was indeed astonishing. Moreover, this was merely LV1. If LV1 could instantaneously learn various techniques while ignoring all conditions, what kind of miraculous effects would LV2 possess? Gazing at the virtual interface displaying Godly Comprehension LV1 310, Lin Ze could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. With such a talent for Godly Comprehension, whether it be the looming death crisis targeting the Lin family or the so-called protagonist narrative, it all seemed trivial. He would tear up the script from the very start. Contemplating this, Lin Ze murmured to himself. Although the Tianlan technique was precious, a human-level upper-grade technique was already a closely guarded secret among great families. The Lin family, being substantial, possessed several human-level upper-grade techniques. Let us see. Even if its effectiveness does not match that of an exceptional human-level technique, and it cannot elevate his innate talent, it would still enhance his combat prowess. In the world of martial arts, possessing diverse skills is never a disadvantage. The 8 Desolations combat technique is a mental cultivation method, excelling in spiritual energy intensity and offensive measures, yet somewhat lacking in body techniques and physical training. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ze aimed to practice body techniques and physical training methods to mold himself into a well-rounded warrior without weaknesses. With resolve, Lin Ze immediately pushed open the door and made his way toward the Lin family's library. As he strode through the Lin family courtyard, Lin Ze had indeed transformed into a different person. With his human-level exceptional achievement at the pinnacle of the postnatal stage, his entire being harmonized with his powers, effortlessly flowing in and out, as if he had returned to a state of primal simplicity. In his movements, there was an inherent majesty akin to a master poised to ascend the highest peaks. His presence radiated strength and hope, overflowing with the brilliance of life, especially his eyes, which had shed their youthful innocence, now shimmering with confidence and depth. The allure of power resided here. In this moment, the world was tranquil. The light was gentle, the flowers fragrant, and the breeze crisp. After only a few steps, a waft of fragrant air enveloped him. A woman, whose beauty could only be described as breathtaking, approached him. With delicate features and a graceful figure, her aura bore a hint of purity, reminiscent of an orchid blooming in a secluded valley. This woman, named Lu Hanyan, was Lin Ze's nominal sister-in-law. The reason she was termed nominal was that Lu Hanyan had never met Lin Ze's older brother, Lin Ze. He had perished in the turmoil of war before she entered the family. Their connection was merely a result of the matchmaking efforts of their respective parents. With Lin Ze's demise, this uncertain engagement should have come to an end. Lu Hanyan, yet to marry, ought not to have remained in the Lin family. However, her situation was somewhat unique. Essentially, she had been offered by her family to the Lin family. Thus, Lu Hanyan chose to remain in the Lin family as the widow of Lin Ze, unwilling to return to her sorrowful household. Consequently, Lin Ao permitted her to stay, treating her like a cherished granddaughter over the years. Yet, alas, Lin Ze shined inwardly. This so-called granddaughter was merely a one-sided perception from his grandfather. While Lin Ao regarded Lu Hanyan as a granddaughter, she may not view Lin Ao as a grandfather. Chapter 3. The Lin Family Army. Lu Hanyan, due to the unfolding of the original story, Lu Hanyan remained in the Lin family under the guise of a bride-to-be, yet had interactions with the protagonist, harboring ambiguous feelings. Even after learning of the Lin family's annihilation at the hands of the protagonist, she remained indecisive, torn between avenging the Lin family or relinquishing her hatred to stand beside the protagonist. As for her final decision, Lin Ze was unaware. He could hardly contain himself upon witnessing the Lin family's destruction. The narrative was so toxic that even he, a decade-long practitioner, found it unbearable. However, judging by the foolish tendencies of that incompetent author, Lu Hanyan would undoubtedly become part of the protagonist's harem, solidifying her status as yet another classic character embodying the adage, the trivial grudge of a father's murder. Let it go. In that author's narrative, Every woman given ink and character development was devoid of normalcy. Naturally, while that was the case, the reality was more complex. Lin Ze felt an inexplicable turmoil within. This was because Lin Ze was not a soul traversing dimensions. He was reborn. Throughout these 18 years, all his emotions truly belonged to him. In Lin Ze's heart, Lu Hanyin had become a part of their family, akin to an older sister, yet also evoking a sense of youthful, innocent affection. Why would a woman without marriage or engagement remain in the Lin family? Because the eldest grandson had died, leaving behind a younger grandson. This was something the Lin family members understood, though they pretended to be oblivious, and Lin Ze was certainly aware of it. Who among people is devoid of emotion? After nearly a decade of companionship, one could develop affection even for a dog. How much more so for a living, breathing individual? It is precisely for this reason that Lin Ze's emotions were so intricate upon awakening his memories and realizing he had traversed into the realm of a book. His current feelings resembled a serene life, suddenly interrupted by a sagacious oracle who reveals that the sister he has been nurturing, who also serves as his child bride, is hopelessly infatuated with love and may one day turn against him. How maddening! Although the plot has yet to unfold, the future remains uncertain, and he might still have the power to intervene and alter it. Yet, in this unreasonable world governed by the protagonist's aura, no one can accurately gauge the extent of its influence or the world's capacity for correction. Thus, this Lu Hanyin must be approached with caution. He sighed inwardly, then tucked away all his thoughts. He disregarded Lu Hanyin entirely, his eyes betraying an expression of indifference, treating her as nothing more than a stranger. As he hastily passed by her, Lin Ze subtly shifted a few steps to the side, as if to evade a plague, fearing he might be tainted by her romantic notions and diminished intellect. Lu Hanyin noticed this shift, and it was hard not to. In the past, even when Lin Ze was in a foul mood, he would still engage her in conversation, uttering a few words to alleviate the tedium. But now, not a single greeting passed between them, as he brushed past like a mere passerby, leaving Lu Hanyin taken aback. She suspected this was a newfound tactic of feigned indifference learned from certain individuals. This was not mere narcissism on Lu Hanyin's part. She had genuinely sensed Lin Ze's feelings for her in times gone by. Moreover, as a miss of the Lin family, she understood certain truths. After all, marrying anyone is still marrying. It is all the same to her. In fact, compared to the enigmatic Lin Ze, she felt a greater familiarity with Lin Ze, having grown up together. Yet, it was precisely this familiarity that rendered it challenging for Lu Hanyin to harbor feelings for Lin Ze beyond that of siblings. For her ideal partner, while she did not demand immense wealth or great achievements, he certainly could not be an ineffectual coward. Just look at the current state of the Lin family. Everyone proclaims that there is no successor to the Lin lineage. But what of Lin Ze? He remains inconsequential, devoid of the responsibilities befitting an heir, persistently evading his imperial grandfather. But can avoidance truly resolve issues? Lu Hanyin sighed inwardly, preparing to appease Lin Ze in accordance with his sentiments. After all, he was her younger brother whom she had watched grow up, and she indulged him. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she caught sight of the indifference in Lin Ze's eyes, which reflected the demeanor of a stranger. There was even a hint of wariness. It felt entirely genuine, not feigned. Lu Hanyin could not comprehend what had caused this change in him. Had she offended him in some way? Wasn't he everything perfectly fine just yesterday? Thus, she inquired Ze, I heard from Xiao Cui that you fainted? Lin Ze's fainting was naturally due to the sudden awakening of his past life memories, and it posed no significant concern. Otherwise, Lin Ao would have been unable to remain composed. Upon hearing Lu Hanyin's question, Lin Ze turned his head and replied flatly, Thank you for your concern. I am perfectly fine. With that, Lin Ze hastened away, observing Lin Ze's retreating figure, which he did not glance back from. Lu Hanyin felt a surge of inexplicable emotions. Was it merely an illusion? Why did it seem as though he had transformed into an entirely different person after fainting once? In the Lin family's library, Lin Ze entered with a heart full of anticipation. The Lin family library boasted 3 grand levels. The first level housed various martial arts techniques of lower tiers. While these techniques might be highly valued in ordinary martial arts schools, for the Lin family, they were merely methods for the servants to enhance their physical prowess. Thus, they were freely accessible for anyone in the Lin family to peruse and study. The second level was divided into 2 sections, containing lower grade and middle grade human-level martial arts techniques. The lower grade techniques required only the Lin family's acknowledgement and loyalty to be studied freely, showcasing the family's wealth. However, the middle-grade techniques were more stringent in requirements. They necessitated loyalty and contributions to the Lin family to gain access. The third level housed the Lin family's true core secrets, containing several upper-grade human-level techniques collected by the Lin family. This level represented the pinnacle, just below the ultimate tier, and such techniques were regarded as absolute secrets, not to be shared with outsiders, even by the illustrious Lin family of Bachin. Access to the third level was exclusively reserved for true family members of the Lin household. Lin Ze proceeded directly to the third level of the library. The guardians of this level were two experts at the seventh stage of the acquired realm. At first glance, this realm might seem trivial, hardly qualifying as true masters. Yet in reality, the acquired realm encompasses all the stages one must traverse to evolve from an acquired being to a congenital being. It includes the refining of skin, flesh, bones, blood, and organs, as well as the opening of meridians, returning to the source, and cultivating the spirit, encompassing 9 profound stages. The seventh stage of the acquired realm corresponds to the returning to the source stage. Practitioners at this level have undergone rigorous physical refinement, unlocking their full potential, clearing their meridians, and allowing the spiritual energy within to circulate continuously, enabling them to unleash boundless spiritual power with every breath. Each technique possesses immense might, capable of effortlessly shattering a small mountain, with a lifespan extending to 300 years. Such formidable individuals are esteemed guests wherever they go. In the imperial court of Bachin, they could single-handedly command an army and suppress a region. Yet, within the Lin family, these two experts willingly humbled themselves to serve as mere guardians of the library. This was due to their unwavering loyalty to Lin Ao, having followed him through numerous battles, earning accolades on the battlefield. Their character and disposition had been forged in the crucible of blood and fire, making them absolutely loyal to the Lin family and Lin Ao, true members of the Lin family army. The title of God of War of Bachin bestowed upon Lin Ao was not without merit. He expanded the territory of the Bachin dynasty through his valor, and a significant portion of the Bachin army rose to prominence under his leadership. His prestige within the Bachin military was unparalleled. It could even be said that Lin Ao's words carried more weight than imperial edicts in the eyes of the Bachin army. Thus, when Lin Ao withdrew from court and distanced himself from the fray, many of his loyal followers in the Bachin army retired alongside him, adopting the Lin surname and becoming the Lin family army. The two experts at the seventh stage of the acquired realm before Lin Ze were high-ranking members of the Lin family army, namely Lin Zhong and Lin Yong. Upon seeing Lin Ze, Lin Zhong and Lin Yong immediately bowed respectfully, eschewing any pretense of superiority. "Greetings, young master." Lin Ze smiled and nodded at the two, expressing, "Thank you for your hard work." With that, Lin Ze strode through the grand entrance of the third level. Outside the door, Lin Zhong and Lin Yong exchanged bewildered glances. "Did I mishear? When did the young master become so courteous? What on earth?" Chapter 4, God-Level Comprehension LV2. Within the third level of the library, Lin Ze meticulously examined each martial technique on display. The number of techniques was limited. Even for the Bachin Lin family, there were only 4 upper-grade human-level techniques. One was a finger technique, another a body technique, and the last 2 were comprehensive heart methods focused on enhancing spiritual energy. Lin Ze first scrutinized the body technique and the finger technique. Body technique, Tian Yu Lu Huan. Finger technique, Wu Ing Jianji. You have perused Tian Yu Lu Huan. Tian Yu Lu Huan has been completely mastered by you, reaching the realm of great perfection. Tian Yu Lu Huan LV6, Great Perfection. You have comprehended an upper-grade human-level technique. God-Level Comprehension LV1 410. You have perused Wu Ing Jianji. Wu Ing Jianji has been completely mastered by you, reaching the realm of great perfection. Wu Ing Jianji LV9. In the span of his reading, Lin Ze had fully learned both the Wu Ing Jianji and Tian Yu Lu Huan, achieving the great perfection in each. Moreover, akin to the Ba Huang battle technique, it felt as though he had trained for decades, executing the techniques without the slightest awkwardness. At this moment, he was a true martial arts maestro, seamlessly integrating all 3 techniques. Body technique, upper grade human level, great perfection. Finger technique, upper grade human level, great perfection. Heart method, upper grade pinnacle, great perfection. The culmination of these 3 techniques elevated Lin Ze from a novice to a true grandmaster of martial arts. Henceforth, within the entire Bachin dynasty, no one could rival Lin Ze. A terrifying sharpness emanated from Lin Ze, permeating the air within the three-story library with an icy chill that pricked at the skin. The temperature around plummeted abruptly, as if a divine sword of ice had seized dominion over this realm, ushering in the depths of winter's cold embrace. Outside the grand entrance of the library, Lin Zhong and Lin Yong instinctively shivered, their body hairs standing on end. The two men immediately became alert, scanning their surroundings. Yet they sensed nothing amiss, merely a gust of chilling wind that seemed to have sprung from nowhere. What a ghastly turn of weather this is, to become suddenly so frigid. With a creak, the doors of the third-floor library swung open once more. Lin Ze's tall and slender figure emerged, moving with urgency as if he had pressing matters to attend to. Before the two could even bow in greeting, Lin Ze's silhouette vanished like a specter before their eyes, leaving behind only a fleeting, feather-like illusion that dissipated into the air. Lin Yong was momentarily taken aback, wondering when the young master had become so swift. Lin Zhong, however, gazed thoughtfully at the spot Lin Ze had just vacated, murmuring, "It's not merely a matter of speed." The young master's departure just now exhibited the instinctive footwork of the Tianyu 6 Phantoms. As a distinguished practitioner of this technique within the Lin family's ranks, Lin Zhong was certainly familiar with its nuances. His understanding only deepened his uncertainty, for that feather-like apparition could only be achieved with the fourth phantom. The fourth phantom, as a treasured human-grade superior technique of the Lin family, the profundity and complexity of Tianyu 6 Phantoms were not to be underestimated. Within the entire Lin family, those who could master the technique to its fourth phantom were few and far between, all of whom had dedicated over a decade to its study, reaching at least the postnatal sixth layer. Yet, their young master Lin Ze was only 18 years old this year and had only attained the postnatal third layer. How could an 18-year-old at the postnatal third layer possibly cultivate Tianyu 6 Phantoms to such an advanced level? Lin Zhong fell into deep contemplation. On the second floor of the library, Lin Ze made his way directly to the section housing human-grade medium techniques. After sweeping through the third floor's superior techniques, Lin Ze's innate divine comprehension had risen to 710, just 3 points shy of the next level. Determined to scour the second floor, he knew that while the quality of the medium techniques might not match that of the superior ones, quantity could compensate for quality. The Lin family possessed an ample collection of medium techniques. Even if each volume yielded only 0.2 progress, the sheer number could elevate Lin Ze's innate level. Thus, without pausing to examine the contents, Lin Ze began flipping through any human-grade medium technique he could find, intent on rapidly advancing his innate talent to level 2 and unlocking its capabilities. He opened a volume titled Mighty Bull Body Refinement Technique. You have browsed Mighty Bull Body Refinement Technique. Divine Comprehension LV1, 710. The progress of his divine comprehension showed no improvement. Undeterred, Lin Ze picked up another human-grade medium technique, Blazing Fire Demon Suppression Formula. You have browsed Divine Comprehension LV1, 710. Lin Ze remained undiscouraged, continuing to turn the pages. You have browsed Divine Comprehension LV1, 710. Divine Comprehension LV1, 810. After perusing 4 volumes in succession, his divine comprehension finally registered a slight increase. Just 4 volumes yielding a bit of progress. Lin Ze cast a delighted glance at the entire medium technique section, which boasted no fewer than 40 titles. This was more than enough to elevate his innate talent to the second level. Lin Ze submerged himself once more in the techniques. Divine Comprehension LV1, 910. Divine Comprehension LV1, 1010. Having perused a vast array of texts, you have finally gained insight, deepening your fundamental understanding of divine comprehension. You have unlocked a new capability of divine comprehension. Divine comprehension has upgraded to LV2, 0100. From now on, any technique you practice will grant you breakthrough insights, enabling you to elevate techniques to new realms, enhancing your comprehension level by 1. In the next moment, an enigmatic sense of profundity washed over Lin Ze's mind, transporting him into a realm of boundless possibilities. For a brief time, he felt as though he had entered the cosmic expanse, witnessing all the mysteries of the universe since its inception. Epiphany struck. You have comprehended 8 Desolations battle technique, gaining insights into the realms beyond the 9th layer. You attempt to extrapolate the 10th layer of the 8 Desolations battle technique. You have comprehended the 10th layer of the 8 Desolations battle technique. 8 Desolations battle technique LV10. You have comprehended Tianyu 6 Phantoms, gaining insights into the realms beyond the 7th layer. You attempt Tianyu 6 Phantoms LV7. Shadowless Swordfinger LV10. Chapter 5. The absurd plot begins after this profound enlightenment. All the techniques Lin Ze had learned broke through their limits, each gaining an additional layer of mastery, resulting in tremendous enhancement. Among them, the most significant advancement was that of the 8 Desolations battle technique. As a technique that approached the level of Earth grade, nearing the threshold of innate beings, the foundational level of 8 Desolations battle technique was evident. Its elevation in realm during this extrapolation far surpassed that of other grades. The breakthrough to the 10th layer brought Lin Ze tantalizingly close to the mysterious constraints of innate beings. He had one foot firmly planted within, on the precipice of innate existence. Lin Ze realized that should the 8 Desolations battle technique be extrapolated to the 11th layer, it would undoubtedly shatter the confines of postnatal existence, allowing him to fully step into the realm of innate beings, becoming a formidable innate entity. Thus, Lin Ze's eyes sparkled with fervor as he once again immersed himself in the sea of texts. If the LV2 divine comprehension could breach the limitations of techniques to elevate their realms, what advancements might LV3 offer? Perhaps it would unveil other miraculous capabilities, allowing him to directly enter the innate realm. Having witnessed the formidable powers of LV1 and LV2, Lin Ze's anticipation for LV3's capabilities grew even stronger. You have browsed Divine Comprehension LV2 1-100, Divine Comprehension 8-100. Upon completing the examination of all the Lin family's treasured human-grade medium techniques, Lin Ze found his Divine Comprehension progress halted at 8 points, leaving him a full 92 points away from the next upgrade. 92 points, equating to 92 human-grade superior techniques, or a staggering 368 human-grade medium techniques. Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. Techniques in the Tianlan continent were incredibly precious. Even the esteemed Bachin Lin family, the most powerful family in the entire Bachin dynasty, possessed only 4 superior techniques and a mere 40 medium ones. With such a colossal upgrade requirement, where could he possibly acquire them? Contemplating this, Lin Ze shifted his gaze to the area housing human-grade inferior techniques. If quality was lacking, then he would compensate with quantity. Although the inferior techniques were of lower grade, he believed he could still manage to garner at least 5 points from them. With this thought, Lin Ze plunged into the human-grade inferior section, after thoroughly scouring through the collection. Divine Comprehension LV2 13-100. Over 100 human-grade inferior techniques had indeed contributed just 5 points, a minimal gain, yet a gain nonetheless. Although the progress of Divine Comprehension had not significantly increased, the sheer volume of techniques acquired had yielded tremendous advancements for Lin Ze. After sweeping through the entire Lin family library, he had mastered a plethora of techniques, including various mental methods, body refinement techniques, footwork boxing techniques, and palm techniques. Lin Ze had seamlessly integrated all of them. Particularly, the body refinement techniques had provided the most direct effects. While there were some overlaps among the various methods, the cumulative effect of such a vast collection had thoroughly tempered Lin Ze's physique. At this moment, Lin Ze's physical vitality was exceptionally robust and radiant. When exerted to its fullest, the vitality of his corporeal form could be described as a vigorous surge of energy. Relying solely on the sheer strength of his body, Lin Ze was already capable of repelling all evils, shattering laws with brute force, not to mention the enhancements in other areas. The techniques amassed from the Lin family library had transformed Lin Ze into a top-tier, multifaceted warrior. At present, he merely needs to exert a slight effort to reach a pinnacle that the Bachin dynasty cannot aspire to. Consequently, all crises surrounding the Lin family have been effortlessly resolved. Whether it be those who wish for the Lin family to face extinction or the subsequent narrative arc, should they dare to approach, Lin Ze can ensure that they come and never return. However, Lin Ze finds himself troubled. The enhancement of his talents requires an overwhelming number of martial arts techniques. Where is he to procure them? Stepping out of the library, Lin Ze contemplates whether he should visit a certain establishment. At that moment, a maid rushes towards him. Young master. Phew, I finally found you. Lin Ze nods, saying, do not rush, take your time. The gentle tone of Lin Ze catches the maid slightly off guard. She stares blankly at him for a moment, noticing that today's young master seems somewhat different. Specifically, it is unclear what exactly has changed, but one thing is certain. He appears more handsome and self-assured than before. The innate elegance and profound demeanor he exudes are truly captivating. The maid's cheeks flush slightly as she informs him, young master. The master is urgently seeking you. I could see he seemed quite anxious Grandfather is looking for me? Is it urgent? Lin Ze ponders the storyline and recalls that there indeed is a pressing matter at this juncture. Could it be? A glimmer of realization flashes in Lin Ze's eyes. The foolish plot from the book is about to commence. Lin Ze strides boldly into the Lin family estate and immediately spots the imposing figure exuding authority and might. Even after years of seclusion, Lin Ao's commanding presence remains undiminished. Radiating an aura of power, his piercing eyes, bright as flames, can instill a sense of trepidation. He stands tall, like an indomitable war god, though lacking his battle attire. He exudes a chilling aura. Oddly enough, Lin Ao is gripping a string of prayer beads. Lin Ze knows that Lin Ao, having battled against heavens and earth throughout his life, has never placed faith in deities or spirits. He reveres only his ancestors. He has always dismissed notions of divine retribution and karmic consequences. Yet, after the second generation of the Lin family perished and Lin Ze died unexpectedly in the turmoil of war, this towering man, who has always been formidable, has ultimately capitulated. Grandfather, you sought me? Lin Ao remained silent, merely fixating his gaze on Lin Ze. With his level of insight, he has already sensed something amiss upon Lin Ze's entrance. This boy, how has he changed so drastically after merely feigning once? Previously, he lacked confidence and was perpetually shrouded in gloom, always hiding a hint of timidity. He would engage in conversation with a lifeless tone. How is it that today he radiates vigor and confidence, emanating a dazzling brilliance from within? Were it not for his constant watchfulness, Lin Ao would suspect that his grandson had been swapped with another. Chapter 6. The Golden Autumn Feast. Could it be that fainting has somehow enlightened this boy? After scrutinizing Lin Ze for a moment, Lin Ao finally speaks. The autumn examination of the Bachin Academy has concluded, and in a few days, His Majesty will host the Golden Autumn Feast to personally evaluate the Academy's disciples. You shall attend. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze comprehends the implication. Indeed, it is the Golden Autumn Feast. This event marks the inception of all tragedies for the Lin family. It was at this very feast that Lin Ze encountered Xia Qinghe from the Bachin Academy, embarking on a series of absurd and outrageous events. From this Golden Autumn Feast onward, the once mighty Lin Ao's health begins to decline, ultimately leading to his self-detonation to protect Lin Ze, thus concluding a legendary saga. Despite being a postnatal 9th-level master with a lifespan of a millennium, Lin Ao's life of warfare has taken a toll, leaving him with numerous hidden injuries. His body bears the scars of countless battles, each wound compounding upon the other, creating a lethal tapestry of damage. This has resulted in a substantial depletion of his foundational vitality, leading to rapid aging. At over 100 years of age, which is merely youthful for a postnatal peak master, he is already on the brink of senescence. This signifies that Lin Ao's prime is nearing its end, and the latent injuries he once suppressed through youthful vigor can no longer be contained. Should these injuries manifest, his vitality would collapse like a house of cards, plunging him into a deep abyss of demise in a remarkably short span. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Ao fears that Lin Ze will be unable to protect himself after his departure, prompting him to send Lin Ze to the Golden Autumn Feast to embark on a political career, leveraging the Lin family's influence in the court to ascend the ranks. Thus, even if he were to pass away, Lin Ze would possess official standing, and with the Lin family's military backing and his own residual clout within the Bachin army, he could at least secure his life and live out his remaining years in peace. Contemplating this, Lin Ze discreetly channels his half-step innate energy to assess Lin Ao's physical condition. The sight is truly alarming. Lin Ao's body is riddled with injuries. All of them are concealed afflictions. Such wounds, even for him with half-step innate capabilities, present a considerable challenge. What are you looking at? Lin Ao perceives the intensity in Lin Ze's gaze. Lin Ze retracts his attention and affirms, I will attend the Golden Autumn Feast. Lin Ze recalls that the Bachin royal family possesses a high-grade medical technique called 9 Extremes life-threatening needles. This technique has saved numerous officials and military generals on the brink of death, earning it widespread renown and establishing it as a requisite skill for high-ranking physicians in the Bachin dynasty. However, the efficacy of this technique correlates with the practitioner's cultivation level. Even the current imperial physician, with only postnatal 7th-level cultivation, has only mastered the 8th needle and thus cannot be utilized to heal Lin Ao. Yet Lin Ze is different. In his hands, the 9 Extremes life-threatening needles reach a state of perfection, and he can even advance it further. With his half-step innate cultivation, along with the 10 needles mastery, Healing Lin Ao would be a mere formality. Therefore, Lin Ze must venture to the palace to acquire the 9 extremes life-threatening needles. Naturally, if he could seize the opportunity to peruse the royal library. If one were to consider which family possesses the richest repository of martial arts in the entire Bachin dynasty, it would undoubtedly be the royal family. Should he gain access to the royal library, even if his talent does not elevate to the 3rd tier, it would at the very least enhance his progress by half. He muses. Meanwhile, Lin Ao is left somewhat bewildered. The Lin Ze of yore would have hesitated at the mere mention of entering the palace, yet now he readily agrees? Very well, make sure to perform admirably before His Majesty. Pausing for a moment, Lin Ao gazes at Lin Ze with a complex expression and adds, I know you have heard rumors and harbored grievances against him. However, he is still your maternal grandfather. He will not mistreat you in the palace. The so-called rumors Lin Ao refers to revolve around the notion of overshadowing the ruler. With Lin Ao's influence in the Bachin military, his words carry more weight than an imperial edict, inevitably leading to discordant voices throughout the dynasty. The deaths of the Lin family's 2nd generation and Lin Ze. Though no one dares to speak of it, everyone understands. If you were the emperor, would you allow the Lin family to grow ever more powerful, deeply entrenched within the Bachin military? Thus, such rumors have reached Lin Ze's ears. This is precisely why both the Lin Ze in the book and the real Lin Ze have been so resistant to the palace, perpetually shrouded in gloom and timidity. The reasons behind the book's Lin Ze's attitude remain unknown to Lin Ze, but he understands his own motivations. Had he not feigned mediocrity, he might have perished in another unforeseen incident. Lin Ao continues, Your grandfather does not have high expectations of you. Simply, protect yourself. The prayer beads in Lin Ao's hand begin to spin more rapidly. This string of beads has been polished to a glossy sheen by Lin Ao's handling. Afterward, Lin Ao waves his hand, instructing, Go and prepare well. When the Golden Autumn Feast commences, Old Mo will accompany you. Old Mo, as Lin Ao refers to him, is Lin family steward, Lin Mo, a formidable master at postnatal 8th level. He is the commander of the Lin army and has fought alongside Lin Ao from the very beginning, an absolute member of the Lin family. Even in the original narrative, as the Lin family faced dire calamities, Lin Ao's self-detonation never led to betrayal. Instead, he resolutely led the Lin army in rebellion, sacrificing his life and blood for the Lin family, exhausting the last vestiges of his heroic spirit. With such a Lin army and such Lin kin, they were undoubtedly a formidable force, wielding both a trump card and a royal flush. Yet, the young Master Lin Ze in the original tale suffered a complete and utter defeat. One must ponder, is such a criticism warranted? Lin Ze bid farewell to his grandfather Lin Ao and departed from the main estate. After leaving the estate, Lin Ze walked along the winding paths of the Lin family courtyard. Where could he find high-quality martial arts? His mind was consumed with thoughts of martial techniques. Having experienced the immense power that talent brings, Lin Ze now aspired to emulate Zhao Gao, taking one step at a time towards the pinnacle. Lost in contemplation, Lin Ze failed to notice Lu Hanyan practicing her swordplay in the pavilion ahead. However, Lu Hanyan noticed Lin Ze. The current Lin Ze was markedly different from before, whether it be in temperament, demeanor, or the profound essence radiating from within him. It was truly difficult not to take notice of him. Lu Hanyan ceased her graceful sword movements, quietly observing Lin Ze. The midday sun filtered through the rustling leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Fragments of sunlight illuminated Lin Ze, shimmering like gold, highlighting his thoughtful demeanor, elongating his tall and slender figure. The youth in the sunlight, handsome and brimming with vitality, resembled the very son of the sun. His earnest and focused appearance shone with dazzling brilliance. So radiant, Lu Hanyan could not fathom how, after just a day apart, one could undergo such a transformation. Chapter 7. The true face of Lin Ze, or could it be that this is the true essence of Lin Ze? Lu Hanyan sheathed her sword, her graceful figure standing tall amidst the resplendent golden sunlight. Her long, shapely legs appeared taut and full under the illumination. She gazed intently at Lin Ze, as if striving to see through his facade and glimpse his true heart. Lin Ze sensed Lu Hanyan's gaze. He lifted his head slightly. It was Lu Hanyan. Instinctively, he furrowed his brow, then offered her a slight nod as a form of acknowledgement. Subsequently, he quickened his pace, exiting the garden and returning to his chambers. Lu Hanyan silently watched Lin Ze depart. After a prolonged silence, she resumed her sword practice. This time, her strikes were exceptionally fierce, each blow slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Ah, how could I have forgotten this? Immersed in Lin Ze's perspective, he nearly overlooked the existence of the protagonist. Upon encountering Lu Hanyan, Lin Ze was suddenly reminded of a classic scene from the original narrative, a quintessential moment where the protagonist stumbles upon a superior martial technique. The origins of that technique were no trifling matter. It was a fragment of a mid-tier Earth-level martial arts manual. Though merely a fragment, it possessed the profound intricacies that transcended the innate realm, offering insights unattainable by those of acquired levels. It was precisely due to this fragment that the protagonist could rise swiftly. Of course, the original Lin Ze, as the fortunate bearer of this treasure, also played a role. A mid-tier Earth-level technique, even if just a partial manuscript, could certainly be worth 5 points of progress at the very least. With this thought in mind, Lin Ze promptly stepped out, making his way to Cheonghua Street. If memory served him correctly, that martial technique should be available at a stall on Cheonghua Street, and at this hour, it had yet to be claimed by the protagonist. Upon exiting, 2 experts of the acquired 6th level from the Lin army emerged from the shadows, trailing behind Lin Ze. The acquired 6th level was sufficient to hold significant positions within the Bachan Empire, governing entire cities. Many clan leaders from mid-sized families in the Bachan imperial capital were of this realm. The presence of 2 6th-level bodyguards ensured Lin Ze's safety within the imperial city. Moreover, among those of a certain caliber in the entire capital who did not recognize Lin Ze, the sole heir of the Lin family, the 2 men followed Lin Ze closely, their expressions serious as they remained vigilant. Noticing the lingering warmth of autumn, they thoughtfully presented Lin Ze with his customary folding fan. Lin Ze was not surprised. This was a routine whenever he ventured out. Opening the fan, he instinctively began to wave it. A gentle breeze caressed him, his white attire as pure as snow, his hair slightly swaying in the wind. A figure as exquisite as jade, he was a peerless gentleman of the world. Along the way, Lin Ze attracted the attention of numerous infatuated young maidens. Upon reaching Cheonghua Street, Lin Ze seemed to wander aimlessly among the various stalls, occasionally picking up items to inquire about their prices. Ultimately, he paused before a stall, picking up an old, tattered book and casually flipping through its pages. You have perused the Illusionary Moon 7 Stars record. You have discovered that the Illusionary Moon 7 Stars record is a fragment of a mid-tier Earth-level martial arts manual. You attempt to deduce and complete its contents. The deficiencies are too great. Estimated completion in 30 days. You may restore the complete mid-tier Earth-level manual. Lin Ze's actions suddenly came to a halt. What? This divine-level comprehension actually possesses such a function? Even the incomplete can be restored. Does this mean that in 30 days, Lin Ze will possess a mid-tier Earth-level martial arts manual and formally step into the innate realm? What a tremendous gain! Thus, Lin Ze immediately inquired, "How much for this?" The stall owner, noting Lin Ze's noble demeanor, presumed he must be well off. After careful consideration, he boldly quoted a high price. A straightforward offer, 1 spirit crystal. Spirit crystals circulate among cultivators of the acquired 6th level and above, serving as a form of advanced currency. In the Bachan Empire, the exchange rate of a spirit crystal often equated to 1,000 gold coins. 1 spirit crystal, therefore, amounted to 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins, in the context of this seemingly worthless tattered book, indeed constituted a high price. However, such is the nature of commerce. One sets a price, and the other negotiates. The stall owner did not expect to sell the book for 1 spirit crystal. He thought, if I aim high, perhaps you'll counteroffer. If I can get 10 gold coins, I'd still be satisfied. However, as the stall owner mused, a crisp and decisive response left him dumbfounded. Deal. Payment now. With that, Lin Ze took the book containing the Illusionary Moon 7 Stars record. 1 spirit crystal was a trivial sum for Lin Ze, the heir of a top-tier family. The difference between 1 spirit crystal and 1 gold coin was akin to mere cents. He could hardly be bothered to haggle over such a minor amount. The stall owner, speechless, tugged at the corners of his mouth. Damn it, I was too hasty. This young master is likely from one of the top noble families in the capital, one who treats spirit crystals as mere fodder. Had I known, I would have quoted 100 spirit crystals. What a loss! What a significant loss! While the stall owner inwardly lamented, suddenly, a girl in pink hurriedly appeared before him. She glanced at the stall and immediately noticed that the old book she had previously set her sights on was gone. She quickly asked, "Excuse me, stall owner, where's the old book you had here?" The stall owner shrugged. "You arrived just a moment too late. A young master just bought it for 1 spirit crystal." What? The girl in pink was taken aback, then quickly pressed on. Which way did he go? That way. The stall owner pointed in a direction. The girl in pink dashed off immediately. So many people are after it. Seeing this, the stall owner scratched his head. Damn it, did I misjudge? That thing was a good item? Meanwhile, Lin Ze had returned home with his acquisition. The girl in pink chased after him, but failed to spot any wealthy young master with the old book. She couldn't help but stop, frustration evident on her beautiful face as she stamped her foot. I was clearly the first to arrive. Had I known, I would have brought more money with me. How infuriating. That old book was undoubtedly a treasure of exceptional quality, perhaps even a peerless fragment of an Earth-level manual. If only I could buy it back. Disappointment etched across her stunning visage. The girl in pink muttered as she returned to the Bachan Academy. Chapter 8. Bachan Emperor. Time flew by, and soon, the Golden Autumn Feast commenced. The Lin family's old steward, Lin Mo, served as the carriage driver, escorting Lin Ze into the imperial palace. The palace guards, upon seeing Lin Mo at the front of the carriage, offered him high salutes, not merely for representing the Bachan war god. As the deputy commander of the North Star war god Lin Mo, a formidable practitioner of the 8th level, possesses immense prestige within the North Star army, despite the fact that both Lin and Lin Mo have withdrawn from public life for many years. The veterans of the North Star army still vividly recall that era filled with blood and fire. They remembered these two spiritual leaders of the North Star army. As the carriage approached, the commander of the Royal Guards instinctively exclaimed, "General Lin," but quickly regained his composure. "Butler Lin, His Majesty is aware of the young master's visit, and has instructed us to await your arrival and escort you both to Fenghua Hall for a discussion. His Majesty has greatly missed the young master after such a long absence." Lin Mo responded calmly, "Thank you for your trouble." "Not at all," the guard commander quickly replied, then swiftly led the carriage to Fenghua Hall. Lin Mo lifted the carriage curtain and invited Lin Ze to disembark. "Young master, we have arrived." Inside Fenghua Hall, the North Star Emperor, adorned in a resplendent dragon robe, sat upon the dragon throne, exuding an aura of authority and majesty. "Your Majesty, Lin Ze from the Lin family has arrived. Summon him." The emperor issued a decree. Summon Lin Ze of the Lin family to present himself. The grand doors of Fenghua Hall swung open. Lin Ze entered the hall, while Lin Mo, as the butler, waited outside. "I, Lin Ze, pay my respects to your Majesty." The North Star Emperor slightly inclined his body, at ease. "Thank you, your Majesty." The emperor waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, addressing me as your Majesty is too formal. We're family, no need for such mundane etiquette." The North Star Emperor gazed at Lin Ze, a smile illuminating his face. "It has been several years since you last visited the palace, hasn't it? You have grown and changed so much. Yet I recognized you at a glance, for you bear an uncanny resemblance to me in my youth, as if carved from the same mold. I dare say, there must be many young ladies who harbor secret affections for you?" The North Star Emperor rose from the throne and descended. "Now, tell me, is there a particular young lady who has captured your heart? Allow your grandfather to take charge of this significant matter in your life." Lin Ze chuckled, responding effortlessly, "Grandfather, you jest. Your grandson is still young, enjoying the exuberance of youth." Hearing this, the North Star Emperor burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, the exuberance of youth. You rascal." He continued, "Enough of that, enjoy your youth. Should you find yourself smitten but feel too shy to express it, do not hesitate to confide in your grandfather." "Thank you, grandfather." The North Star Emperor approached Lin Ze, grasping his hand. "Why so formal, my child?" After saying this, the emperor took Lin Ze to the imperial garden, exuding a warm and amiable demeanor. "Come, it has been far too long since we shared a drink together. Let us enjoy a couple of cups and catch up." Turning, the North Star Emperor instructed the eunuchs and palace maids, "Prepare a feast." The palace maids and eunuchs were momentarily stunned. When had they ever witnessed the illustrious North Star Emperor, the illustrious founder of the North Star dynasty, exhibit such warmth? He was even personally inviting someone to share a drink. Surely, even the various princes and princesses had never received such treatment, let alone a grandson by marriage. The palace maids and eunuchs stood in awe, only to be jolted back to reality by the emperor's command to prepare the feast. "As you decree." Subsequently, the North Star Emperor led Lin Ze into the imperial garden, where a private banquet was arranged. Lin Ze remarked, "Grandfather, you have the Golden Autumn banquet to attend shortly." The North Star Emperor waved dismissively. "A few cups of wine will not delay me. Besides, that Golden Autumn banquet, TSK, best left unmentioned." Come. Let us set aside those trivial matters and enjoy ourselves today. With raised glasses, they drank heartily, engaging in conversation about various topics, as if they were ordinary family members sharing stories. As they chatted, the North Star Emperor reminisced about the battle that had claimed the lives of the two outstanding members of the Lin family. Your father and uncle were among the most exceptional young generals of our North Star. They could have become the next spiritual leaders of the North Star Army. Alas, the North Star Emperor sighed. That accursed wolf kingdom took advantage of the night to launch a surprise attack. Alas, if only our intelligence and scouting had been more thorough back then, how could we have allowed the wolf kingdom to succeed? The emperor's words seemed to be an explanation for Lin Ze. Lin Ze listened quietly. Whether the demise of the Lin family's second generation was the result of deliberate machinations, or merely the chaos of war remained unclear to him. As the original text merely cast the Lin family as supporting characters, offering little elaboration, and they were extinguished before the answers emerged. However, the clarity of such matters was no longer of consequence. What mattered was that Lin Ze had acquired the strength to fear nothing. The wind carries the seeds of stories. Time allows them to sprout. He merely awaited the moment to gaze upon the shifting clouds, for sweet fruits bearing all answers would inevitably come seeking him. The North Star Emperor continued speaking, while Lin Ze listened in silence. Time passed. As dusk fell, the palace was illuminated by lights brightening the night. Your Majesty, the students who excelled in the autumn examination at the North Star Academy have arrived for the banquet. An elderly eunuch, responsible for preparing the Golden Autumn Banquet, approached the North Star Emperor and whispered, "Oh, has it grown so late?" The North Star Emperor rose. "In that case, sir, accompany me to the banquet. You should take a good look at which of these students may be useful to you. In the future, when you serve in the court, these individuals will be your valuable allies." The Emperor's implication was clear. He intended to arrange an official position for Lin Ze. After saying this, the North Star Emperor turned to a shadowy corner, his expression turning stern. "Are all preparations complete?" In the darkness, a squad of fully armed Imperial guards awaited, exuding an air of menace. It seemed the Golden Autumn Banquet would not be a peaceful affair. "What is this, grandfather?" The North Star Emperor replied. "This is the unpleasant matter I had hoped to avoid discussing. In recent years, the Wolf Kingdom has been ambitious, infiltrating our North Star dynasty with numerous traitors and corrupt officials, enticing some citizens with promises of high positions and wealth. At tonight's Golden Autumn Banquet alone, I have identified several traitors. As for those we have yet to uncover, it is simply impossible to guard against them. That accursed Wolf Kingdom, mark my words, I will eventually bring it to heel." Chapter 9. The Unusual Individual. After saying this, the North Star Emperor signaled to the Imperial Guards. The guards swiftly melted into the shadows, disappearing from sight. "Come, Ze, let us see how deeply this top academy, responsible for nurturing talent for our North Star dynasty, has been corrupted." Lin Ze followed the North Star Emperor without comment. In matters concerning the Emperor, he felt it prudent to heed only half of what he said. Had the North Star dynasty never engaged in similar practices of sending spies to the Wolf Kingdom? Given the North Star's strength, it was likely that the Wolf Kingdom had sent even more infiltrators. The Golden Autumn Banquet was set at Wenyuan Pool. The pool was brightly lit, with tables scattered across its expanse, offering a sumptuous feast to reward the students who excelled in the autumn examination. North Star students sat on the ground, conversing with their peers as they awaited the arrival of their host, the North Star Emperor. "Brother Ma, that must be the sixth prince, right?" "Indeed." "Oh, I have heard that the sixth prince is generous and wise in employing talented individuals, making him the most approachable among the 13 princes. Now that I see him, it seems the rumors hold true." "Oh, Brother Zhang intends to serve under the sixth prince? How a wise bird chooses its tree. Among the 13 princes, only the first prince, the second prince, and the sixth prince stand out. Of these three, the sixth prince is the most benevolent, valuing talent above all else. I, lacking in ability, wish to try my luck with the sixth prince. In that case, I wish Brother Zhang success in his endeavors and a chance to flourish. Should you achieve great success, do not forget your humble brother. Brother Ma, you flatter me. You ranked 11th in our academy's autumn examination, and I shall still rely on you." "Indeed, indeed. Brother Ma, as you ascend, do not forget us, your fellow students." The students exchanged compliments when suddenly someone inquired, "Hey, I see that all the princes have entered the banquet, but why is there still an empty seat beside the emperor?" As the crowd turned towards the source of the voice, they indeed beheld an empty seat still remaining beside the emperor's majestic dragon throne. A wave of astonishment swept through the scholars present. It is well known that the seating arrangement for the Golden Autumn Banquet at Wenyuan Pool is steeped in significance. The emperor's throne serves as the focal point, with seats arranged in order of hierarchy. The imperial princes and nobles occupy the inner circles, while the aspiring scholars are placed further out. The closer one is to the emperor, the higher their status. At this moment, all 13 princes had taken their places. Yet one seat remained vacant beside the emperor, which left everyone astir with intrigue. Could there be someone of even greater stature than the princes? That very seat, I have heard whispers, is reserved for the noble scion of the Lin family. The Lin family scion? You mean that son of the war god of Bachin? Ah, so it is he. No wonder it is not surprising. My younger brother has just arrived from the imperial capital to participate in the autumn examinations and is unfamiliar with the customs here. How could it be that a mere subject holds a status superior to that of the princes? You do not understand. The Lin family scion possesses a unique status. Not only is he the emperor's grandson, but he is also the sole heir of the war god of Bachin. Do you know of the war god of Bachin? 70% of our elite Bachin army is comprised of those he personally trained, and half of the high-ranking officials in various critical positions are his former students. To speak candidly, when the war god of Bachin issues a command on the battlefield, it carries more weight than an imperial decree. Thus, there are rumors circulating that our emperor... Are you seeking death? Ahem, in any case, the status of this Lin family scion is anything but ordinary. No one in the imperial capital would dare to offend him. And all 13 princes are eager to forge alliances with him for the support of the Lin family. Therefore, his seat remains unchallenged, especially since the seating arrangement at Wenyuan Pool was sanctioned by the emperor from the outset. I see. But what of this Lin family scion himself? As for him, the crowd hesitated for a moment. It is hard to say. Hard to say? Well, I can only describe him as rather ordinary. The sole heir of the war god of Bachin, is merely ordinary. Who could argue otherwise? Yet the reality remains. This Lin family scion often appears sullen, lacking the confidence and poise characteristic of a scion from a prominent family, and devoid of any haughty arrogance. If one were to say, he possesses no distinguishing traits, no brilliance, he is rather unremarkable. In terms of talent, he inherits the bloodlines of the war god of Bachin and the emperor, so his aptitude is not lacking. It is said that he has reached the 3rd stage of postnatal development, but it is not particularly impressive. In any case, he gives off an impression of being useful, yet hardly exceptional. Is that so? What a pity. A pity? I would not say so. Oh? What do you mean? Do you not think that only someone like the Lin family scion could instill a sense of reassurance in others? Otherwise, why is it that all the other talents of the Lin family have perished, while this mediocre one remains? Speak cautiously. Caution. The group of scholars lowered their voices to a whisper, fearful that their seditious remarks might be overheard. At the forefront of the gathering, a young lady in a white dress, possessing a beauty that could bring fish to shame and birds to envy, listened intently to their conversation. A hint of regret and lamentation graced her exquisite features. Alas, the legendary legacy of the war god remains without a worthy successor. How lamentable that the Lin family, having toiled so hard, should find themselves in such a predicament. At this moment, she could not help but ponder seriously whether she should enter the intricate web of court politics. She still had time to withdraw. The emperor has arrived. A sharp announcement of the emperor's arrival rang through Wenyuan Pool. Instantly, everyone ceased their movements, rising to their feet to behold the esteemed emperor entering the golden autumn banquet. Gazing ahead, they beheld a figure of regal bearing, exuding an overwhelming imperial presence, striding forth with grace and authority. Beside him walked a young man of striking appearance, his demeanor calm and composed, clad in white. The two entered Wenyuan Pool and took their seats. The heir, subject, pays his respects to his majesty. No need for excessive formalities, rise. Tonight is the annual Golden Autumn Banquet, where there are no distinctions between ruler and subjects. Feel free to relax. Chapter 10. Everyone, stand down. As he spoke, the gaze of the emperor fell upon the gathered scholars. His penetrating eyes seemed to assess their capabilities. Sensing the emperor's scrutiny, the scholars straightened their spines, lifted their chins, striving to present their finest selves before the emperor. The emperor appraised the scholars, while Lin Ze's attention was drawn to the young lady in the white dress at the forefront. As the most beautiful woman present at the Golden Autumn Banquet, and among the top 10 scholars, it was no surprise that the young lady was Xia Qinghe. It must be said that Xia Qinghe's looks were indeed remarkable. She carried an air of cool elegance, imbued with a unique spirit of resilience. Her beauty was striking, yet not overly alluring. She resembled a plum blossom standing proudly in the snow, fresh and graceful, flourishing amidst the biting cold. Alas, her gaze, however, left much to be desired. In terms of status, Lin Ze is the sole heir of the Lin family, destined to wield immense power in the court. In terms of wealth, the Lin family possesses 2 spiritual veins and 8 gold mines, and through the years has received gifts from numerous officials and Lin AO students. This vast fortune is sufficient for the Lin family to endure for generations. Regarding talent, Lin Ze has inherited the exceptional gifts of both the emperor and the war god of Beichin. At a young age, he has already reached the 3rd stage of postnatal development and is on the verge of entering the 4th stage. Certainly, his aptitude is not to be dismissed, and it undoubtedly surpasses that of the current protagonist. In terms of appearance, Lin Ze's mother is a renowned beauty of the royal family, and his father is also a handsome man. Thus, Lin Ze's looks are naturally not lacking, making him the foremost among the 4 young masters of the imperial capital. Moreover, Lin Ze's first encounter with Xia Qinghe occurred prior to the protagonist's arrival. How is it, then, that he could still be overshadowed by the protagonist? Perhaps it is simply a matter of lacking the protagonist's halo, leaving Xia Qinghe inexplicably infatuated? Or could it be that the favored are always emboldened? TSK. After a moment of scrutiny, Lin Ze withdrew his gaze. Little did he know, Xia Qinghe had also been observing him from the corner of her eye. As the scion of the Lin family, a figure of unique status, Lin Ze was destined to be the center of attention. Upon laying eyes on Lin Ze for the first time, Xia Qinghe was struck by a singular thought. Is this truly Lin Ze, the Lin family scion? Wasn't he supposed to be gloomy and unremarkable? The man before her, dignified and exuding an air of nobility and depth, akin to a refreshing breeze from the Tian Shan Mountains. What was this about? Moreover, he sat comfortably conversing with the emperor, appearing completely unperturbed in the face of such supreme power. How could one claim he was unremarkable and of little use? Xia Qinghe felt the rumors were misguided. As she contemplated this, she noticed Lin Ze's gaze landing upon her. Xia Qinghe was not surprised. As a renowned beauty of the Beichin Academy, she had grown accustomed to such attention. However, what she found surprising, even infuriating, was, why is he looking at me like that, with that pitying gaze as if I were a simpleton? Have I offended you in any way? At that moment, the voice of the emperor resounded once more. Enough talk. I believe everyone has been waiting eagerly. Whether it be reciting poetry or expressing political viewpoints, tonight belongs to you. Be sure to enjoy yourselves. The banquet begins. With the emperor's proclamation, all present raised their goblets in unison. The first toast in honor of the banquet. In honor of the sovereign. Thank you, your majesty. The crowd drank deeply from their cups. The emperor also raised his goblet in response. Thus, the golden autumn banquet at Wenyuan Pool commenced in earnest. A procession of beautiful maidens entered the hall, serving each guest with wine and delicacies, while also presenting new dishes. The scholars gathered together, engaging in revelry, whether drinking or composing poetry. The various princes descended from the elevated platform of Wenyuan Pool, seeking to engage with each scholar, listening to their lofty discussions, and searching for capable allies for their future endeavors. In an instant, the golden autumn banquet erupted into a raucous atmosphere, lively and exuberant. Upon the elevated platform, Emperor Beichin observed the revelry with a cheerful demeanor, occasionally indulging in a few drinks and exchanging pleasantries with Lin Ze, seemingly having forgotten the treachery of the wolf-like internal spies. Until, at the center of the Wenyuan Pool, the crown prince, having just brushed past a dancer, sensed something amiss. He turned to glance at the palace maid who had removed the wine vessels and halted in his tracks. The maid paused, slowly turning around. Her head bowed as she held the wine vessels. Your Highness. The crown prince approached, inquiring, from where was this wine cup taken? As he spoke, he seized the cup, shaking it side to side. The maid trembled slightly, stammering, I do not know, Your Highness. I was merely responsible for changing the vessels. I received it from someone else. Is that so? The crown prince sneered, extracting a slender silver needle from the crevice of the cup. The needle glimmered ominously, a hint of green flickering at its tip. I shall grant you one last opportunity. Speak, where did this poison needle come from? The maid, horrified, knelt before him, pleading, Your Highness, I truly do not know. The reactions of both the maid and the crown prince swiftly caught the attention of others. Some turned pale, others became flustered, while some remained vigilant, and a few concealed their murderous intent. Who dares? Bold thief! How dare you cause chaos at my golden autumn banquet? At that moment, the second prince also noticed the maid's unusual behavior and struck out with his palm. Clang! The dagger concealed within the maid's robe clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Upon witnessing this, everyone present immediately heightened their guard. How audacious! Someone seize all the maids and dancers. The lurking traitors could no longer restrain themselves. Kill! One by one, the dancers and the hidden traitors among the Bachan scholars abandoned their disguises, revealing their true identities as they brandished concealed weapons and launched a ferocious assault. The various princes and scholars swiftly retaliated. Rebellious traitors! Protect His Majesty! In an instant, swords clashed and chaos ensued. The entire Golden Autumn banquet descended into turmoil. What a spectacle! Truly, it was riveting. Indeed, 12-fold riveting. High upon the platform, Lin Ze quietly observed the farcical performance, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Meanwhile, not far from Lin Ze, Emperor Bachan maintained a calm demeanor, his dragon-like eyes seemingly exerting pressure over the crowd, while appearing to drift into a realm beyond comprehension. Until, from behind Lin Ze, a maidservant began to approach him cautiously. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Lin Ze's mouth. Ah, splendid! How dare you, bold assassin, disrupt this gathering? Seize them all! Just then, well-trained Imperial guards emerged from the shadows, charging into the Wenyuan pool. Their formidable presence captivated everyone's attention, quelling the uprising of the assassins. The crowd exhaled in relief, believing this farce would conclude without further incident. However, a chilling female voice, filled with murderous intent, suddenly echoed throughout the Wenyuan pool. Everyone halt! Otherwise I shall kill him. Chapter 11. The terrifying Lin Ze at her command. Silence enveloped the surroundings. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. Upon witnessing the scene, many felt their hearts plummet. The maid who had been serving Lin Ze now bore a fierce expression, pressing a sharp blade against his throat. The atmosphere shifted, tension mounting. In this grand hall, anyone could perish. Even princes could meet their end. Yet, this young master of the Lin family, Lin Ze, must not come to harm. He was the last heir of the Lin clan. Should he perish, Lin Ao would be unshackled, descending into madness. At that point, chaos would reign throughout Bachan, and countless families would be doomed alongside Lin Ze. Bold and audacious rebel. Release young Master Lin at once. Lower your weapon. If a single hair on Lin Gongzi is harmed, I shall ensure your entire clan is annihilated. Everyone present ceased their movements, their attention riveted on the maid holding Lin Ze captive. The maid smirked coldly. Release? If I were to truly release him, would I still have my life? As she spoke, she pressed the blade deeper, the sharp edge now grazing Lin Ze's skin. If you do not wish for this young master to come to harm, it would be wise for all of you to behave. Especially you dog of an emperor. I know you are powerful enough to easily take my life without harming Lin Ze, but my blade is at his throat. Should you dare make a move, I shall exchange my life for his. I care not for my worthless life, but as for Lin Gongzi. Emperor Bachan's gaze was profound as he regarded the maid. Release Ze-er. I can spare. Do not play tricks. Step back. All of you retreat. Everyone was on high alert, like startled birds, fearing that a single misstep from the maid could extinguish the future of the Bachan Empire. Yet amidst this tense atmosphere, Lin Ze, the one in peril, calmly lifted his wine cup and took a sip, as if the life-and-death crisis did not concern him, but rather someone else. His demeanor was tranquil and unflappable, creating a stark contrast to the panic surrounding him. All eyes were fixed on him in astonishment. Seeing this, the maid smiled, realizing that Lin Gongzi was not as ordinary as the rumor suggested. At the very least, his composure in the face of crisis was impressive. Lin Ze set down his cup and finally spoke. You could have captured me if you had descended. Now I do not know whether to commend your luck or lament your misfortune. The scenario of Lin Ze being taken hostage had occurred in the original tale as well. But that was because he had approached Xia Qing'e, giving the assassin an opportunity. Now, he had not descended and yet was still held captive, right beside the emperor. TSK. Lin Ze remained deserving of his reputation. What a spectacle! As he spoke, the maid keenly noticed a faint, elusive glow emanating from Lin Ze. Suddenly, Lin Ze appeared to become somewhat ethereal. The maid's expression changed, her instinct screaming of impending danger. She tightened her grip on the blade, as if only that could provide her with confidence. What do you mean? What I mean is... The maid's pupils dilated in shock as Lin Ze's voice echoed behind her. The Lin Ze before her, suddenly, a flurry of illusory feathers cascaded from him, ultimately dissolving into vapors, vanishing from sight. This resembled the Tianyu 6 illusions of the Lin family. Body like feathers, shadows like illusions. This must be at least the fourth illusion. The fourth illusion? Does that mean? Indeed, to master the fourth illusion, Lin Ze's realm must be at least at the sixth layer of postnatal. But wasn't it said that Lin Ze was only at the third layer of postnatal? The sixth layer of postnatal. This. Everyone stared at Lin Ze, dumbfounded. Emperor Bachan too seemed to be seeing his grandson anew, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Just as everyone was reeling in shock, an even more astonishing event unfolded. From behind the maid, the illusory Lin Ze extended his hand. The maid instinctively sensed danger and hastily attempted to retreat. However, next time, pay attention. Whoosh! A powerful force erupted from Lin Ze's palm. Boom! A tempest was born from thin air. Lin Ze's palm transformed into a colossal eye of the storm, drawing all things into its vortex, mercilessly tearing them apart. A fierce wind swept through the Wenyuan pool, akin to surging waves, one crashing upon another. The storm ripples through the entire Wenyuan pool into disarray. Within this maelstrom, Lin Ze emerged like a demonic deity commanding the tempest. His godlike, overwhelming pressure surged along with the storm, enveloping the Wenyuan pool. Everyone felt as though a heavy stone had been placed upon their hearts, leaving them breathless. As if confronting an apocalyptic disaster, the maid, facing the storm directly, was already being uncontrollably drawn towards the eye of the tempest. Amidst the tempest, a relentless twisting ensued, gradually diminishing, until, snap, Lin Ze's palm clenched tightly. A great pool of blood cascaded from his hand. As he opened his palm once more, tiny specks of powder drifted down from the air, mingling with the crimson puddle below. His gaze flickered, and he casually unleashed a torrent of intangible sword chi. Whoosh! The sword chi bifurcated into myriad forms, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into countless manifestations. Countless blades of energy howled through Wenyuan pool, striking down all ne'er-do-wells within its depths at various cunning angles, piercing their hearts or skulls, emerging through their bodies. I beg for mercy. The sword chi danced wildly, severed heads rolling. One by one, the traitors succumbed beneath the invisible onslaught. The scene could be aptly described as a harvest. In mere moments, only a few captured miscreants remained, subdued by the Imperial Guards, while the rest lay slain. Corpses sprawled in the sanguine pool. A sight of crimson, blood red, vivid scarlet. The acrid scent of blood filled the air of Wenyuan pool. A profound silence enveloped the entire area. Not a whisper stirred. At this moment, all present were rendered speechless, their minds blank as they stared at Lin Ze. Chapter 12. The Peerless Prodigy's Stillness. Utter stillness. The wind ceased around the pool. The trees in the forest stood still. Even the air seemed to halt its flow. Wenyuan pool appeared lifeless, plunged into an abyss of silence. Only the gentle sound of flowing spring water beyond the pool hinted at the vestiges of life that had not yet been extinguished. Time slipped by. Hiss! A series of terrified gasps shattered the oppressive quietude. All eyes were fixed in horror upon Lin Ze. Had they not witnessed correctly? Lin Ze had reduced that assassin maid into a mere heap of dust. Such prowess seemed to transcend even the highest realm of the old war gods' 8 desolations technique. Mastering the 8 desolations. No! It appeared even more profound than mere mastery of the 8 desolations. Hiss! Mastery of the 8 desolations represented the 8th tier. If this was beyond that, then it must be the 9th tier of the 8 desolations technique, the great perfection, the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation. Realizing this, a tremor coursed through the hearts of the onlookers. They opened their mouths, wishing to articulate their thoughts, but at that moment, their minds swirled with a multitude of complex emotions, unsure of how to begin. The multitude of sentiments ultimately coalesced into astonished gasps and hisses of disbelief. They gazed at the towering figure of Lin Ze, who was calmly wiping his hands, his demeanor as tranquil as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. How dazzling, how resplendent this figure appeared. How disdainful. Was this still the Lin Ze they had known, a mere postnatal third-stage cultivator, utterly unremarkable? Was this still the timid Lin Ze, who quaked at the thought of the palace? Was this still the Lin Ze, deemed unworthy of use, leaving the Lin family without heirs? All exchanged glances, their hearts racing tumultuously, minds clouded, rendered mute. At this moment, after finishing his task, Lin Ze slowly turned to bow toward Emperor Bachan, saying, "I apologize for not informing you earlier, grandfather." Lin Ze, unaware of his delayed response, had startled his grandfather. His tone remained unassuming, still bearing the demeanor of a charming young gentleman. Yet, having witnessed Lin Ze's true nature, none could regard him as an ordinary scion of a noble family any longer. Emperor Beichen, though expressionless, remained silent in the face of this astonishing transformation, yet a fleeting, inexplicable glimmer in his eyes betrayed an inner tumult. He gazed at Lin Ze for an extended moment, unable to find any trace of the former timid grandson. Thus, Lin Ze smiled, while Emperor Beichen remained silent. An eerie, oppressive atmosphere suddenly enveloped Wen Yuan Pool. Sensing this oppressive aura, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically, their bodies trembling. Those gathered at Wen Yuan Pool were no fools. Lin Ze's drastic metamorphosis led them to recall a terrifying truth. Lin Ze had never been an ordinary person, nor was he timid. He was a genius. No, an 18-year-old at the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation. This was a peerless prodigy, a future innate seed destined for transcendence. This extraordinary genius had always been aware of his actions and understood the precarious situation of the Lin family. His cowardice, his feigned humility, his apparent ordinariness were all mere facades for the outside world. All of them, likely including the old war god Lin Ao, had been deceived by Lin Ze. But why would one with such extraordinary talent choose to masquerade, to deceive? The answer was self-evident. The crowd furtively cast glances at the silent Emperor Beichen. At this moment, the supreme ruler of the Northern Shun, devoid of expression, bore an enigmatic glimmer in his eyes. No one could discern his thoughts. The will of heaven is inscrutable. One can never guess the mind of a monarch. The heavy, oppressive atmosphere gradually spread. All present instinctively recoiled, sensing that the Northern Shun would not remain tranquil for long. However, just as everyone anticipated a monumental upheaval, Emperor Beichen suddenly erupted in laughter. "Ha! Splendid! My boy, you have given me a tremendous surprise." The Emperor's voice brimmed with heartfelt appreciation. "I have always said, the bloodline shared by the Li and Lin families could never be mediocre. Excellent, excellent, excellent." The Emperor enthusiastically repeated the word thrice. "Zhe, your accomplishments today would surely bring solace to your father and virtuous mother if they were aware." Lin Ze humbly stated, "I apologize for not informing you in advance, grandfather. Please do not blame me." "Ah, how could I blame you?" Emperor Beichen sighed. "The Lin family serves as the pillar of our Northern Shan dynasty. Countless ambitious rebels have sought to dismantle us, directing their malice toward your family. The tribulations faced by the Lin descendants. Alas, it is the inadequacy of our Northern Shun. I am deeply sorry for you. Grandfather understands, which is enough." Emperor Beichen nodded with a smile, about to continue speaking when suddenly, a subdued rebel, subdued by the imperial guards, spat disdainfully, "Bah, dog emperor, hypocrite." Before he could utter the word hypocrite, the Emperor's gaze turned icy. He pivoted his cold stare piercing like chilling ice. Slap! An imperial guard swiftly struck the rebel, knocking out his teeth. "You dare insult his majesty." Slap! Another strike disfigured the rebel's face, rendering him unconscious. The guards prepared to continue their assault when Emperor Beichen's authoritative voice resounded. Icy and commanding. "Take them all away, and keep them under strict watch." At your command. Several guards promptly escorted the remaining live captives to the dungeons, while others dragged the bodies of the assassins and traitors away from Wen Yuan Pool. Once the guards departed, Emperor Beichen's cold gaze swept over all present. How could such an incident occur at Wen Yuan Pool tonight? What have the palace guards, the mirror division, and the internal court been doing? How could so many assassins infiltrate? Are your eyes blinded or your ears deafened? The Emperor's chilling voice reverberated. The individuals addressed turned pale, collapsing to their knees. "Your Majesty, we were utterly unaware. We beseech your mercy." Emperor Beichen, incensed, smashed his wine cup, producing a resonant sound that tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Crash. Unaware? With so many assassins infiltrating the autumn feast, our Northern Shun is becoming a sieve, and yet you claim ignorance? Do you imply that our dynasty is filled with inept fools? With a forceful strike, he shattered the solid golden dragon table in two. "Your Majesty, forgive us. We shall conduct a thorough investigation. We will get to the bottom of this." "Listen closely. I care not whether you were aware or not. I give you but one day. If you cannot uncover the truth within a day, you shall all present your heads to me. At your command." Chapter 13. Lin Ze, in the eyes of others, the representatives from the three parties broke into a cold sweat. visibly shaken. After exchanging glances, they resolved to investigate each other's backgrounds thoroughly and clear their names. Following their discussion about the three factions, the gaze of Emperor Baichen shifted towards the students of Baichen Academy. The students instantly felt a surge of trepidation, fearing they might be implicated. They had just witnessed that several of the miscreants had emerged from among the successful candidates of the autumn examination. If a thorough investigation were to ensue, there would be no one at Baichen Academy who could escape unscathed. As the tension mounted, Emperor Baichen spoke. The illustrious Baichen Academy, our center for nurturing talent, harbors such filth. It truly pains me. Master Lu, he called. Master Lu jolted, present. Enough of this. I do not wish to linger on the matter. Considering the contributions Baichen Academy has made over the years in cultivating talent for my dynasty, I shall grant you a chance. Conduct a thorough investigation of Baichen Academy. Cleanse it inside and out. Such incidents must not occur again. Master Lu exhaled in relief. We shall comply. We will ensure a complete and thorough examination of the academy, and we will not disappoint your benevolence. Emperor Baichen nodded. Finally, his gaze fell upon the radiant Lin Ze. Sir, you have accomplished the great deed of vanquishing traitors today. I am ever generous to those who have rendered service. Speak, what is it that you desire? Be it high office or the hand of a princess. I shall grant it. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze's heart stirred. Fortune had smiled upon him. He had been pondering how to approach the royal library. Rebellious scoundrels must be eradicated, and I have merely fulfilled my duty. Such rewards are unwarranted. However, should you wish to bestow a gift, might I be granted access to the royal library for half a day? Emperor Baichen raised an eyebrow. He was not surprised by Lin Ze's request. From Lin Ze's earlier display, the emperor had discerned the essence of 5 unique martial arts. The 8 Desolation battle technique, the Heavenly Feather 6 illusions, the Shadowless sword point, the 10,000 forms dragon capture technique, and the Gale, true chi. Each one had been mastered to an extraordinary degree. For one so young to achieve such prowess in these 5 techniques suggested not only exceptional talent, but also an ardent passion for martial arts. The reason for his raised brow was not that he found Lin Ze's request excessive, but rather that it seemed too simple. Half a day in the royal library? Even with unparalleled talent, how much could one truly absorb in such a brief span? The intricacies of high-level techniques are such that a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. In half a day, one could at best fully comprehend a single mid-tier technique. Thus, Emperor Baichen shook his head. If I were to acquiesce to this request, it would reflect poorly on the generosity of the royal family. However, little did the emperor realize that there existed in this world a phenomenon of divine comprehension, an unexplainable advantage. Half a day? Lin Ze had exaggerated. With merely half an hour, he could sweep through the royal library. The talent you possess, combined with your passion for martial arts, is commendable. As your grandfather, I am eager to support you. I hope to see a transcendent being emerge from my Leaf family's bloodline. However, half a day is too brief. The path of cultivation requires moderation. We must avoid hastiness to prevent the emergence of inner demons. Let us settle on 3 days. Is that sufficient? Indeed. Emperor Baichen removed a token from his waist and handed it to Lin Ze. With this token, you may access all 3 levels of the library at your leisure. As Lin Ze accepted the token, it felt as though he had grasped 50 points of talent progression beckoning to him. Thank you, grandfather. Should there be no further matters, I shall take my leave. Emperor Baichen waved his hand. Given the circumstances, I lack the spirit to continue this autumn banquet. Go on. Lin Ze took his leave. As he departed, his figure gradually faded, transforming into a flurry of ethereal feathers that dissipated into the atmosphere. Emperor Baichen watched Lin Ze leave with a beaming smile. No one knew the tumultuous emotions concealed beneath his regal facade at that moment. Once Lin Ze had exited, Emperor Baichen's expression gradually returned to tranquility. He cast a glance at the crowd gathered in the Wenyuan pond and, with a flick of his sleeve, departed. Your Majesty, we bid you farewell. With the departure of the two, the atmosphere in the Wenyuan pond shifted from somber to bright. Many breathed sighs of relief. Who would have thought that within our Baichen dynasty lurked such a true dragon? He has concealed himself so deeply, deceiving us all. In what should have been a time of youthful exuberance, he had managed to maintain a facade of restraint for 10 long years. Such composure. It is unfathomable. He is only 18 years old. Based on past events, does this imply that, at merely 8 years of age, he was already aware of the Lin family's impending downfall, choosing to conceal his brilliance and bide his time? Is there truly someone in this world as precocious as Lin Ze? Alas, in comparison to his temperament, his innate talent is even more terrifying. At just 18, he has surpassed countless heroes who have toiled for decades, achieving the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation. Such innate qualities, not only in Beichin, but even throughout the previous dynasty of Wuan. There exists no one who can rival Lin Ze's extraordinary talent. Not only in terms of cultivation, but his mastery of techniques is equally impressive. The ninth tier of the 8 Desolation battle technique, alongside the profound shadowless sword point. One could scarcely believe that such mastery could be attained without years of dedicated training. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would never dare to believe that someone like Lin Ze could exist in this realm. Everyone spoke of Lin Ze, their discussions revolving around him. As for the Emperor's fury and the 3 factions, no one paid them any mind. From the moment Lin Ze had taken action, the focus and nature of the banquet had irrevocably changed. Amidst the discussion surrounding Lin Ze, the elegant Xia Qing'e stood alone by the Wenyuan pond, leaning against the railing, listening to the wind, the water playfully reflecting her beauty. As she absorbed the conversations about Lin Ze and gazed in the direction he had departed, ripples danced in her exquisite eyes, a kaleidoscope of emotions. Lin Ze of the Lin family, his temperament formidable, his talent unparalleled, indeed stands as the most radiant prodigy she has ever encountered. Yet, she remained perplexed. What was the true meaning behind the gaze he cast upon her? Chapter 14. Talent progression surpasses half at this moment. Lin Ze, the subject of everyone's discussions, boldly entered the royal library, the largest repository of martial techniques in the Beichin dynasty. As he stepped inside, he immediately began his sweeping examination. Without regard for the quality or type of techniques, he seized a book and began to peruse its contents. You have flipped through Divine Comprehension LV2 13100. After flipping through 2 pages, his talent had already progressed, prompting him to set aside that volume and pick up another. You have flipped through. This cycle continued, and Lin Ze swiftly completed the first floor of the library. It must be said, the Royal Library truly lived up to its reputation, boasting over 300 volumes of low-grade techniques alone. While these techniques were relatively common, with many overlapping with the Lin family's collection, Lin Ze's talent progression still increased by a significant 13 points. Divine Comprehension LV2 26100. His Divine Comprehension progression now stood at 26, an encouraging advancement. At this rate, a total increase of 50 points was undoubtedly within reach. Thus, Lin Ze resolutely ascended to the 2nd level, continuing to peruse the texts one after another. You have browsed Divine Level Insight LV2 54100. Onward. Lin Ze hastened to the 3rd level. Much like the Lin family's library, the royal 3rd level housed the most exquisite high-grade human cultivation techniques. Outside the grand door, 2 royal guardians stood vigil over the 3rd level, preventing any theft. However, with the token of the North Star Emperor in his possession, the guardians merely gave him a passing glance before granting him entry. Young master, the high-grade human techniques are precious and may only be practiced within. They are not to be borrowed or taken outside. By the decree of His Majesty, you have 3 days for comprehension. We shall remind you in 3 days' time. Lin Ze nodded and stepped into the royal library's 3rd level. The door creaked shut behind him. Inside the 3rd level of the royal library, 8 elevated platforms were arranged in parallel, each adorned with a treasured high-grade human cultivation technique. Each tome represented the royal family's renowned masterpieces. Over the years, the royal family had garnered numerous masters through these techniques. The 9 Extremes Life Needle, which Lin Ze coveted most, stood prominently among them. You have perused 9 Extremes Life Needle. Under your nearly transcendent comprehension, the 9 Extremes Life Needle has been fully unraveled and evolved to the 10th needle. 9 Extremes Life Needle LV10, Grand Completion. You have grasped a high-grade human cultivation technique. Your Divine Level Insight enhances. Divine Level Insight LV2 55100. A surge of profound life energy coursed through Lin Ze's body, as secrets of the human body's intricacies penetrated his mind. Lin Ze's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. What a remarkable treasure! After comprehending the 10th realm of the 9 Extremes Life Needle, Lin Ze realized he had underestimated this technique. The 9 Extremes Life Needle could heal, as well as kill. This medical technique encompassed acupressure, vein sealing, and breath regulation, all pertaining to the mysteries of the human body. It enabled Lin Ze to gain profound insights into every acupoint, every meridian, and every breath's strengths and weaknesses. While it allowed for precise treatment and targeted remedies, it could also transform life into death, striking unseen. Indeed, in any world, Those who understand killing best are always the doctors. After such reflection, Lin Ze turned his gaze to the remaining 7 tomes. Among the rest, one was a fist technique, Fiery Heart King Fist. Another was a palm technique, Crushing Heart Palm. One was a body refinement method, Little Thunder Flame True Body. The other 4 tomes held little value for Lin Ze, serving merely to enhance his talent progress and provide him with additional means. You have perused. After a flurry of browsing, the talent progress reached 62-100, with only 38 points remaining to level up to LV3. As the talent progress surged, Lin Ze's life force underwent another breakthrough. Boom! A tremendous pressure erupted like a flood breaking through a dam. The powerful vitality radiated, coalescing into a swirling mist, faintly forming the silhouette of a prehistoric beast. The feral, primal, and ancient aura instantaneously shattered the barriers of time and space. As this terrifying creature seemed poised to traverse epochs, descending from a distant ancient era, buzz! Destructive waves rippled through the entire royal palace. At that moment, everyone felt a tightening in their hearts, as if they were being scrutinized by some fearsome, prehistoric beast, sending shivers down their spines. A sense of dread swept through their bodies. The 2 royal guardians nearest to the disturbance turned pale in an instant. The breath of that seemingly imminent beast rendered them uncontrollably trembling, completely losing their grip on their own lives. In a daze, the 2 believed that a calamity had descended, putting their lives in jeopardy. Yet, this violent wave came swiftly and departed just as quickly, almost as if it were an illusion. In an instant, they exhaled in relief, exchanging uncertain glances. Did you feel that just now? Not entirely sure, but it felt as if something was fixating on me. A chill surged uncontrollably to my heart, making me feel cold and horrified. That sensation was 100 times more terrifying than facing an enraged emperor. I felt similarly. It seems we're not mistaken. Could it be that a legendary innate divine being just passed by our North Star Empire? Unbeknownst to them, their casual speculation was perilously close to the truth. Although Lin Ze was not yet innate, he was not far from it. To attain innate status, one must coalesce the essence, energy, and spirit, merging the 3 flowers of essence into one. This involves refining the body through the 9 postnatal realms, transforming essence into energy, and ultimately spirit into clarity, governing essence with spirit, nurturing energy with essence, and embodying spirit with energy, thus forging the cyclical triflower return to the innate oneness. Lin Ze's previous half-step into the innate realm was achieved by accumulating countless heart techniques, bypassing the triflower cycle in a cheat-like manner to first condense the flower of energy. Now, after sweeping through the royal library, various advanced body refinement techniques had been evolved and forcefully condensed the flower of essence. Lin Ze was now merely a step away from the innate divine being. This prompted Lin Ze to conceive a new idea regarding his ascension to innate status, collecting mental fortitude enhancement techniques. Through the accumulation of mental techniques, perhaps he could ascend to innate status directly without waiting for the completion guidance of illusory Moon 7-star record in over 20 days. However, mental techniques were challenging to find. The Royal Library's inventory held only a handful. Thus, he returned to the starting point, needing to seek the next repository of techniques. Having exhausted the 2 largest in North Star, who would be next? Chapter 15. The Hexagonal Warrior. Half a day later, Lin Ze exited his seclusion. The grand door of the 3rd level of the library slowly swung open. The 2 royal guardians were left in a state of bewilderment. Young master, have you already finished your perusal? It seems only half a day has passed. I have made some progress, which is quite sufficient. With that, Lin Ze returned the North Star Emperor's token to the 2 guardians and transformed into a flurry of ethereal feathers, dissipating from sight. The 2 guardians stared at the token for a long while in astonishment. He left just like that? 3 days' time was reduced to half a day. This young Master Lin. After all, he was the sole heir of the Lin family, possessing the high-grade Human 8 Desolations battle technique, making it understandable that he would look down upon our royal high-grade techniques. The 2 guardians could hardly believe that Lin Ze had memorized all the high-grade human techniques within the half-day time frame. Even memorizing one would be an impressive feat. High-grade human techniques are not to be taken lightly. They represent the pinnacle of what can be accessed at the postnatal level. Each of these techniques is profoundly intricate, with complex cultivation pathways. To memorize even one in half a day would be an extraordinary talent. Thus, they never considered that Lin Ze had comprehended all the techniques. They merely assumed he, having inherited high-grade human techniques, found no value in the high-grade royal offerings. However, one of the guards suddenly recalled, "Did you notice anything unusual when Lin Ze left just now?" Having been stationed at the third level of the library for quite some time without external communication, they remained unaware of the events occurring in Wenyuan Pool over the past half-day. They had only received the Emperor's decree instructing them to open the third level for 3 days and not to neglect Lin Ze. The other guardian, his expression grave, replied, "No, Lin family's heavenly feather 6 illusions. He has cultivated it to an extraordinarily high level. Moreover, when he emerged just now, he exuded an overwhelming sense of invulnerability, as if this person is capable of anything disturbingly formidable." The guardian's perception was not amiss. Currently, Lin Ze possessed the heart technique of the high-grade human 8 Desolations battle technique, the body technique of the high-grade human Heavenly Feather 6 illusions, and the body refinement method of the high-grade human Little Thunder Flame true body. His skills in finger, fist, and palm techniques were also all high-grade human martial arts. He was undoubtedly a perfect master-level hexagonal warrior. The only flaw in this situation is that the royal family possesses a peerless sword technique, and if Lin Ze were able to learn it, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force. Unfortunately, that is unattainable. That sword technique, much like the Lin family's 8 Desolation battle technique, is a closely guarded secret, exclusively practiced by the direct descendants of the Li family within the royal clan, never to be divulged to outsiders. As an outsider, Lin Ze has no hope of acquiring it. This suggests that Lin Ze is likely. No, let us not dwell on that. The fact that Lin Ze can access the library pavilion and does not conceal his cultivation level indicates that significant upheaval must have transpired outside, of which we are blissfully unaware while we remain here. So, what should we do? We are merely guardians of the library pavilion. Why burden ourselves with such concerns? The matters of the Lin family have been ongoing for quite some time. It would be wise to observe the developments in silence. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Ao was seated in meditation, calming his breath and soothing the restless old wounds of the past. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Lin Ao abruptly opened his eyes, concluding his meditation. He remained composed in his grand chair, his fingers entwined with jade Buddhist beads. Still the indomitable war god he had always been. Shortly thereafter, the maid Xiao Chui rushed in, breathless. "Master, something has happened in the palace." As soon as she finished speaking, a crack appeared in one of the beads he held tightly. His gaze immediately fixated on Xiao Chui, a hint of murderous intent brewing in his eyes. "What has transpired?" Lin Ao inquired, attempting to maintain his calm demeanor. Yet, Xiao Chui could still sense the underlying ferocity in his tone. She shuddered, and to prevent any misunderstandings, she quickly explained there was an assassin incident during the autumn festival, which disrupted the event. However, the young master acted decisively and eliminated all the assassins, and His Majesty even rewarded him for meditating in the library pavilion for 3 days. Upon hearing this, Lin Ao's murderous aura vanished in an instant, replaced by profound confusion. The young master killed all the assassins? Family matters are best known to one's own kin. Though my grandson Lin Ze possesses some talent, he is leagues away from those capable of infiltrating the autumn festival. Are you certain it was the young master who acted? Lin Ao's words were laced with deep skepticism. Who would dare lie? When I first received the news, I too was bewildered. Clearly, the young master is merely a cultivator at the 3rd level of the acquired realm. How could he possibly kill the assassins at the autumn festival? How has he transformed into the exceptional prodigy praised by all, who has concealed his brilliance for years? Is this truly the Lin Ze I know? Yet, the messenger had confirmed the news multiple times. The young master Lin Ze's astonishing transformation was witnessed by everyone present at the autumn festival, making it irrefutable. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Xiao Chui hurried to inform Lin Ao. Indeed, everyone returning from the autumn festival witnessed it. It was the young master who acted. Our people have also verified the authenticity of this information. Lin Ao fell silent for a moment. Relate the entire sequence of events to me, without omitting a single detail. Yes. Xiao Chui carefully organized her thoughts and explained the relayed information. It began with the young master entering the autumn festival alongside His Majesty. And then, until the assassin disguised as a maid suddenly attacked and took the young master hostage. Only then did the young master finally strike. They said he directly employed the divine technique of the 8 Desolation battle technique, drawing the assassin in. At this point, Xiao Chui mimicked Lin Ze's motion. Her right hand clenched tightly. Just like this, he crushed him into a puddle of blood. Lin Ao narrowed his eyes. What Xiao Chui described was indeed a manifestation of the Lin family's secret 8 desolation battle technique, unique to their clan. Presently, only 2 individuals in the North Star could wield the 8 desolation battle technique. Himself, Lin Ao, and naturally, the Lin family's sole heir, Lin Ze. However, the application of this technique required a minimum cultivation level of the 8th stage of the acquired realm, and one must attain the 8th layer of the technique to execute it. His little grandson was only at the 2nd layer. Xiao Chui added, by the way. They also mentioned that the young master utilized the Heavenly Feather 6 illusions, which similarly reached an exceptionally profound level. Lin Ao found it utterly absurd. Suddenly, the world seemed to have transformed. After a brief silence, he asked, "Where is the young master now?" His Majesty has rewarded him with 3 days of meditation in the library pavilion. He is currently within. Go, summon Lin Wei back. I must personally inquire about what transpired at the autumn festival. Yes. Chapter 16. Grandfather and Grandson at Dawn. The faint morning light shattered the night's stillness. Soft rays illuminated the palace gates, casting light upon the figure approaching from the darkness. Lin Mo turned his head, his gaze filled with complex emotions as he observed Lin Ze, who walked towards him. Over the past half-day, Lin Mo, stationed at the palace gates, had already learned the ins and outs of the autumn festival incident. In this moment, gazing at the familiar figure he had watched grow, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness. His heart was a tumult of astonishment, doubt, admiration, and respect. He stepped forward. Young master. Lin Ze smiled at him. Moyi, let us talk later. I'm sure Grandpa has been waiting anxiously since I returned late last night. Lin Mo glanced around. The palace guards were casting curious glances at the two. In the shadows, spies from various factions remained vigilant at the palace gates. Very well. He suppressed his curiosity and guided Lin Ze to the carriage. Soon, a lavish carriage emerged, glistening in the morning light, adorned with the dewdrops of the night, returning home under the watchful eyes of many. At the Lin residence. Ah, young master, you have returned? The maid Xiao Chui exclaimed in surprise. What? Do you not wish for my return? Xiao Chui shook her head vigorously. No, I mean, young master, weren't you at the Royal Library Pavilion? It's only been half a day. I finished reading and came back. Xiao Kui bounted. Oh, I may not have high cultivation and limited knowledge, but I'm not foolish. To finish reading the Royal Library Pavilion in half a day. You naughty young master, deceive me again. If you don't want to say, then don't. Where's Grandpa? Oh, right, master is waiting for you in the main residence. Lin Ze nodded and walked towards the main residence with Lin Mo. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Ze suddenly turned back and said, "Bring me a set of silver needles. Deliver them to the main residence shortly." Understood. In the main residence of the Lin family, Lin Ao had been waiting for a long time. After learning about the events at the autumn festival from Lin Wei, Lin Ao had spent the entire night without sleep, neglecting to tend to his injuries, all in anticipation of Lin Ze's return to interrogate him thoroughly. Grandson Lin Ze, I pay my respects. Lin Ao lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Lin Ze from head to toe. The immense pressure of a pinnacle acquired realm cultivator was unleashed in an instant. Boom! Within the main residence, winds arose from the ground, and tempests surged. Waves of formidable spiritual pressure swept across the land, bending the ancient trees in the courtyard. Amidst this storm, the clang of weapons echoed. The chilling autumn wind carried a terrifying aura of slaughter that enveloped the entire Lin family. Above, the sky roiled with dark clouds, gathering ominously. The heavens above the Lin family turned dim and lifeless. Rumble, thunder brewed within. A chilling sense of oppression surged within the hearts of all present. It felt as if an apocalyptic disaster was imminent, stirring turmoil among mortals. In the face of this overwhelming might, even Lin Mo, at the 8th stage of the acquired realm, could not help but feel his blood surge, cultivating to withstand it. Yet, Lin Ze remained unfazed, laughing casually, his expression unchanged. With a folding fan in hand, he exuded a gentle breeze. Lin Ao sighed deeply, retracting the overwhelming spiritual pressure. His grandson, even when he exerted his full strength, remained an enigma. You rascal, Lin Ao exclaimed, about to voice his thoughts when, suddenly, Lin Ao erupted. Whoosh! His figure transformed into a flurry of feathers, vanishing from sight. In its place surged a torrent of blood-red malevolence, charging towards Lin Ze. Kill! In an instant, it was as if 1,000 troops were roaring. Yet Lin Ze merely waved his folding fan, blocking, sweeping, and fanning away all of Lin Ao's assaults with effortless grace. Observing this, Lin Ao's eyes sparkled with intensity. The realm of the Eight Desolations battle technique surged within him. His power escalated yet again. His attacks grew increasingly fierce and relentless. The two figures flickered continuously within the Lin family estate, their speed so astonishing that even Lin Mo, a formidable expert at the late stage of the postnatal realm, could scarcely follow. Lin Mo could only click his tongue in wonder, marveling at the future of the Lin family. Moments later, Lin Ao and Lin Ze simultaneously ceased their exchanges. Lin Ao stroked his beard, expressing both admiration and relief. Good lad, the Celestial Feather 6 illusions, the 8 Desolations battle technique, and the invisible sword finger. How have you quietly cultivated them to perfection? No wonder you could remain hidden for so many years without detection. Even I, who have watched you grow, was deceived. Lin Ze chuckled. The Lin family is a grand tree attracting the wind, surrounded by enemies. If my grandson does not put on a show, certain individuals would remain unconvinced. Without such pretense, my grandson would not have had the chance to witness this day. Upon hearing Lin Ze mention matters concerning the Lin family, Lin Ao's expression darkened slightly. He cast a deep glance at Lin Ze and sighed. Caution is indeed wise. With that, Lin Ao chose not to pursue the topic further. Your achievements today fill me with joy, grandson. Who would dare claim that the Lin family has no successors? Who would dare say that my grandson is of no merit? He continued, I had initially worried that you would struggle to care for yourself and considered sending you to the Golden Autumn Banquet to seek an official title. But now it seems your sudden agreement to attend the banquet was a premeditated declaration of your strength. Lin Ze smiled, not entirely. Oh, my visit to the palace is largely because she is coming. Just then, Xiao Chui entered the estate with a set of silver needles in hand. Young master, these are the silver needles you requested. MHM. Lin Ze accepted the needles and addressed Lin Ao. This is the primary reason for my visit to the palace. Upon hearing this, both Lin Ao and Lin Mo were momentarily taken aback. They stared at the set of silver needles, which appeared ordinary and lacked the aura of a remarkable weapon. Lin Ze traveled to the palace for such a set of needles? Impossible. The two fell silent, pondering for a while, until a thought that made their hearts skip a beat emerged. The palace, silver needles. Could it be? You possess medical skills? Meeting their slightly astonished gazes, Lin Ze replied, in the world, one should possess a multitude of skills. While I am still young, it is beneficial to learn a little of everything. There will surely come a time when it proves useful. Moreover, I have long been concerned about grandfather's injuries. Over the years, I have diligently studied medical texts, preparing for the day when your old injuries might resurface, and I would be powerless to assist. He continued, at present, you need not conceal your condition any longer, grandfather. My eyes have been trained in the Qingyu spirit eyes. Your injuries have clearly reached a point where they can no longer be suppressed. Upon hearing this, Lin Ao's hand, which had been stroking his beard, abruptly froze. The Qingyu spirit eyes were a treasured eye technique of the Lin family, requiring exceptional talent and posing great risks to one's vision during cultivation. However, once mastered, it granted the ability to perceive intricacies as if illuminated, discerning the enemy's aura and pathways, allowing one to anticipate and seize the initiative. If Lin Ze truly mastered the Qingyu spirit eyes, he likely knew of his own injuries from the very beginning. Chapter 17. A True Prodigy. Lin Ao Sigid Deeply. Initially believing that only Lin Mo was aware of this matter, Lin Mo, with a solemn expression, turned to Lin Ze and inquired, since young master is aware, is there a way to treat the old master? His tone carried an urgency. Lin Mo could not help but feel anxious. Ever since Lin Ao rescued him from battle and brought him onto the battlefield, he had followed Lin Ao through numerous conflicts until retirement. They had spent nearly a century together. To Lin Mo, Lin Ao was a revered war god, his sovereign, a mentor who had shaped him, a strict older brother. And his closest kin, Lin Ao's hidden injuries had always weighed heavily on his heart. Certainly, Lin Ze affirmed, in my years of medical study, I have gathered insights into grandfather's condition. What remains is merely a sophisticated technique for acupuncture. My visit to the palace was precisely to obtain the Royal Medical Bureau's 9 Extremes life-threading needle. With the methods contained within the 9 Extremes life-threading needle, combined with my cultivation, I will be able to heal the accumulated injuries within grandfather's body. Upon hearing this, Lin Ao and Lin Mo were momentarily stunned. Xiao Kui, observing the scene, suddenly understood why her young master had returned so soon. In that brief time, the young master had not gone to learn royal techniques. He had merely sought the acupunctural methods of the nine extremes, life-threading needle. Young master. Xiao Chui felt a pang of sorrow. Clearly, her young master was a peerless genius who had always cared for everyone in the Lin family. He was acutely aware of Lin Ao's injuries and the precarious situation of the Lin family. Yet he had to restrain himself, feigning an unremarkable demeanor, tirelessly working behind the scenes. It was deeply unfair for a young prodigy to bear such burdens at his age. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Ao and Lin Mo were touched. In their minds, an image of a young genius who bore the weight of family and kinship with dignity and perseverance vividly emerged. You, alas, you have suffered these years. Witnessing the expressions of the three, Lin Ze felt a sense of helplessness. He could not reveal that he had merely just learned the nine extremes life-threading needle. From mastering such a technique in half a day to the extent of treating Lin Ao was beyond the realm of mere genius. It was a level of comprehension that transcended human understanding, bordering on the supernatural. Lin Ze could only say, as long as grandfather remains safe, that is all that matters. Following this, Lin Ze spoke little more, directly taking out the silver needles to begin the treatment. If he continued discussing, he might become too embarrassed to remain composed. I shall commence treatment now. During the entire process, do not resist and empty your mind. Otherwise, unforeseen complications may arise. With that, Lin Ze held the silver needles, entering a focused state. His aura deepened, becoming unfathomable. Simultaneously, his eyes transformed into a crystalline jade color, exuding a radiant blue light that seemed capable of piercing through all FA aids to reveal the essence. The Qingyu spirit eyes had been activated. Lin Ao felt a sense of relief, declaring, "Seeing you in such a state, I have no regrets. You may proceed boldly." With that, Lin Ao closed his eyes, fully surrendering himself. Observing this, Lin Ze activated the nine extremes life-threading needle. The silver needle seemed to come alive, gracefully swirling around Lin Ao, emitting wisps of invigorating white energy. This white energy permeated every crevice, nourishing Lin Ao's waning vitality, repairing the accumulated injuries and damaged meridians within. Under Lin Ze's formidable cultivation, which was nearing the innate realm, the flush of color returned to Lin Ao's face at a visible pace. Following this, the silver needles pierced specific acupuncture points one after another. Drops of dark brown blood immediately oozed from the needle tips. Hiss! The dark brown blood seemed to contain a corrosive toxin. Upon touching the ground, it emitted a sizzling sound of boiling. Drip, drip, drip. Hiss! As the dark brown blood flowed out, Lin Ao's complexion gradually paled. Lin Ze continued to channel streams of spiritual energy into Lin Ao's meridians, guiding the circulation of energy within him through the special methods of the nine extremes life-threading needle. After several cycles, Lin Ao's complexion gradually transformed from pale to a healthy flush. The inner injuries that had accumulated within him were slowly being expelled and healed. His vital energy was regaining its former robustness. Whoosh! Lin Ze withdrew the needle. All done. Lin Ao's internal injuries were indeed severe. However, with Lin Ze's current prowess, which was nearing the innate level, and the mastery of the ninth needle of the nine extremes life-death needle, he handled the situation effortlessly. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Ze had managed to treat Lin Ao's internal injuries to a considerable extent. From this point on, all that was needed was for Lin Ao to rest and recuperate in tranquility, and he would soon be restored to health. As Lin Ao opened his eyes, he carefully sensed his body's condition. The flow of spiritual energy was unobstructed, the meridians were relaxed, and he felt as though he had cast off a heavy burden. His entire being invigorated. Lin Ao was taken aback. He incredulously remarked, "Is this really all it takes to recover?" It was worth noting that these internal injuries had accumulated over years of battle, weighing him down for far too long. Even with his acquired ninth-level cultivation, he often felt fatigued and restless, frequently unable to sleep through the night. He had even visited the royal palace to discreetly consult the imperial physician, only to find that such injuries were beyond even their capabilities. Over the years, Lin Ao had long since abandoned hope of fully healing these internal afflictions, never imagining that Lin Ze could completely cure him with a mere effort. After all, Lin Ze was only 18 years old. It was already remarkable that at such a young age, he had mastered the 8 Desolates battle technique to perfection, let alone dedicating extensive energy to surpassing the imperial physician in medical knowledge. Lin Ao had merely suggested that Lin Ze give it a try, expecting little. Yet, he could hardly fathom that Lin Ze's attempt would so effortlessly restore him to health. This implied that Lin Ze had not only profound cultivation and remarkable martial prowess, but had also surpassed the elderly physician who had spent over a century studying medicine. Contemplating this, even Lin Ao, with his years of cultivation, could not help but feel a tempest of emotions within him. The world often praised Lin Ao as exceptionally gifted, unparalleled with prospects of achieving the transcendent innate realm within 2 centuries. Yet, compared to his own grandson, this so-called prodigy appeared as a mere ordinary person. At 18, Lin Ze stood at the peak of acquired cultivation, whereas Lin Ao, at that age, was still struggling at the 4th level. Lin Ze, at 18, was proficient in both martial arts and medicine, achieving grand mastery in both. Lin Ao, at 18, had only just reached the 3rd level of the 8 Desolates battle technique, with no need to mention other skills. Lin Ze, at 18, bore the weight of humiliation, biding his time, honing an indomitable spirit, and then astonishing everyone. Lin Ao, at 18. Best not to dwell on it. In this comparison, he felt unworthy of the title prodigy. His grandson, TSK, truly a monstrous talent. Chapter 18. Do not fall too quickly. Lin Ao was filled with admiration. Alongside this admiration, an overwhelming sense of pride and comfort welled up within him. For such a prodigy was of his bloodline. He was the heir of the Lin family. The Lin family had a promising future. In old age, one's desires are few. All that one seeks is for their descendants to establish families and prosper, ensuring the family's legacy flourishes. For someone like Lin Ao, whose aging had accelerated due to injuries, and whose family was on the brink of decline, his desires were even simpler. He merely wished for Lin Ze to safeguard himself. Nothing else mattered. Yet now, Lin Ze had not only met his expectations, but had multiplied them by thousands. How could this not fill Lin Ao with pride and joy? At that moment, Lin Mo, seeing Lin Ao's improved complexion, hurriedly inquired, "Master, how do you feel now?" Lin Ao laughed heartily, his voice full of vigor. "I feel unprecedentedly well, as if I have shed a burden of several hundred pounds, and I am utterly light and at ease. Good lad, you have given me yet another delightful surprise." Lin Ze replied. "However, it's not entirely resolved. I still require a period of calm recuperation for complete recovery." "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." Having treated Lin Ao, Lin Ze continued additionally. "There is another matter. I recall that among those who retreated from the battlefield with you, there were quite a number of wounded soldiers. Correct? The battlefield is fraught with unpredictability, and as a result, many of Lin Ao's loyal soldiers had sustained injuries that left them with lasting ailments, rendering them unable to perform at their full potential. Consequently, after their withdrawal, many of these soldiers had voluntarily left the capital after a few days with the Lin family army, in order to avoid bringing shame upon them and burdening their comrades. Nonetheless, Lin Ao had never neglected those brothers who had fought alongside him on the battlefield. Even though these soldiers had chosen to leave the capital, Lin Ao would send them allowances during festivals to ensure their lives were somewhat improved. Thus, these loyal soldiers, grateful for the Lin family's kindness, maintained contact with Lin Ao, and whenever he called upon them, even if they could no longer wield a sword, they would still endeavor to offer their meager assistance. Indeed, this had proven true. In the original narrative, when the Lin family faced adversity, these wounded soldiers had rushed to support them overnight, even without receiving a summons from Lin Ao. To be part of the Lin family army is to be committed for life. They were the unwavering pillars of the Lin family. Therefore, now that Lin Ze possessed the ability, he had to activate this latent force. On one hand, this would undoubtedly enhance the Lin family's strength. On the other hand, with his godlike aptitude, Lin Ze was destined to embark on a path of gathering and acquiring martial techniques to fill the vast void of knowledge. Thus, he needed more loyal allies to assist him in collecting these techniques. Upon hearing Lin Ze suddenly mention the wounded soldiers, Lin Ao's first thought was that with Lin Ze's exceptional medical skills, he might be able to heal those soldiers. The lingering regrets of his comrades who had suffered on the battlefield had always weighed heavily on Lin Ao's heart. If he could heal them, it would serve as a resolution to one of his greatest regrets. However, Lin Ao gazed deeply at Lin Ze, a fleeting look of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Yet, in an instant, he resumed his composure and inquired, "Most of their injuries are chronic ones that were missed during the critical moments of treatment. Are you certain you can heal them?" Lin Ze conservatively replied, "I cannot guarantee it entirely, but I am at least 80% confident. With Lin Ze's current cultivation level and mastery of the 9 extremes life-death needle, as long as the conditions were not an exceptionally rare and incurable illness, he was confident he could treat them. Upon hearing this, the usually stern Lin Ao could not suppress the joy on his face. What a wonderful day this is! Since Lin Ze's return, Lin Ao's smile had scarcely waned. Excellent, 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 Lin Ao exclaimed 3 times, revealing the elation within him. Old Mo swiftly summoned them back. Yes, master. Given the importance of the wounded soldiers, Lin Montag was exceedingly prompt. Before his words had even finished resonating, he had transformed into a gust of wind, departing the main estate. Lin Ao then instructed Xiao Chui, please make arrangements and instruct the household to prepare meals for 2,000. Understood. Xiao Chui also departed. Soon, only Lin Ze and Lin Ao remained in the main estate. The joy that had graced Lin Ao's face dissipated in an instant. After sending Lin Mo and Xiao Chui away, he turned to Lin Ze with a serious expression. Gathering the wounded soldiers and healing them all. Do you understand what this entails? The soldiers who had fought alongside Lin Ao were all seasoned warriors, elite in their martial skills. Furthermore, after so many years, none of them were below the 5th level of acquired cultivation. If such a multitude of elite fighters were restored to health, it would mean the Lin family would gain at least 2,000 powerful private soldiers. This would undoubtedly stir upheaval within the entire northern Qin court. As the god of war in northern Qin, Lin Ao's prowess extended beyond military might. His political acumen was equally sharp. Otherwise, he would not have swiftly retired after the founding of the nation, allowing opportunities for others, thus dispersing the Lin family's influence. Even as Lin Ze mentioned treating the wounded soldiers, Lin Ao sensed something amiss. His grandson had been biding his time for so many years, and today, he unexpectedly chose to reveal his hand with such a bold strategy, proposing the treatment of the wounded soldiers. His intentions were undoubtedly far more complex than a mere desire to heal them. Lin Ao's reaction did not surprise Lin Ze. Throughout his life, Lin Ao had been upright, loyal to his monarch and country, and adhered strictly to the rituals between sovereign and subject. He was particularly sensitive to matters concerning military and politics. Lin Ze responded decisively. I am aware. Lin Ao fell silent for a moment. I do not know what you intend to do. However, I am old, and you have already proven your abilities and character to me. The Lin family will eventually be entrusted to your hands. Lin Ao began to rethread the jade beads that had already developed cracks. Whatever you wish to do, pursue it boldly. Your grandfather will always support you. But remember this. We of the Lin family conduct ourselves with dignity. Some actions, once taken, cannot be undone. Those not taken remain undone. Lin Ze nodded, understanding well. That is good. Yet Lin Ze added meaningfully, but I fear some may lack such awareness. In the past, the Lin family's West Mountain was in decline, with no successors, destined for ruin. But now Lin Ze was rising forcefully. Naturally, some would be unable to bear it. Lin Ze was certain that the days ahead would be quite lively. If they remain indifferent, it would be all the more peculiar. Upon hearing Lin Ze's words, Lin Ao's jade beads stilled in his hand. A chill subtly emanated from him. The Lin family is a towering tree attracting the wind. Within, there are those wary of us, and outside, wolves yearn to eradicate the Lin family. After my injuries heal, the battle spirit reflected in Lin Ao's eyes grew more intense, a flash of bloodlust crossing them. Mirroring a sea of corpses, you take care of yourself. Lin Ze gently waved the folding fan in his hand. I merely hope they do not fall too swiftly. Having trained to an invincible hexagonal level, Lin Ze yearned to act, eager to test his mettle. If they were too fragile, it would lose its intrigue. Gazing at the distant sky, a glimmer of anticipation crossed Lin Ze's eyes. Chapter 19. A city in turmoil after the Golden Autumn Feast. Autumn had already passed for some days. The recent weather in the Northern Star Imperial capital had grown increasingly cool and pleasant. It seemed that this year's winter would arrive earlier than in previous years. Within the capital, merchants and travelers hastened their steps, eager to sell their goods during the harvest season and stockpile supplies for winter. The bustling capital was alive with the sound of carriages and the flow of people. Outside the city, a swordsman bearing a heavy sword rushed in from 1,000 miles away. Upon arriving in the capital, he sought an inn, ascended to the 2nd floor, and ordered a sumptuous meal, yet did not touch his chopsticks, as if awaiting someone's arrival. In the inn, patrons were fervently discussing the recent significant events. The swordsman listened intently as they spoke of the happenings at the Golden Autumn Feast, with the central topic revolving around the Lin family's hidden talent, Lin Ze, who had astonishingly emerged from years of obscurity. He had become the talk of the capital, a figure of immense importance. He had ascended the prestigious divine martial rankings of the Northern Star dynasty. The divine martial rankings represented the pinnacle of martial prowess within the Northern Star dynasty, gathering the most formidable warriors. Every individual who could make it onto this list was undoubtedly a powerful being of at least the 8th level of postnatal cultivation, a renowned master of their realm. For instance, the first on the list was the founding emperor of Northern Star, the Northern Star Emperor. The second was the immortal war god of Northern Star, Lin Ze. Of course, there had been ongoing debates among the populace regarding the first and second positions. Some believed that the war god Lin Ze was unparalleled and deserved the top rank, as he was likely to challenge the innate divinity. Others contended that the Northern Star Emperor's swordsmanship was unmatched in the world. Thus, he should rightfully occupy the first position to honor the royal dignity. These two viewpoints had been in constant contention. However, regardless of who was truly first, the presence of both Lin Ze and the Northern Star Emperor on the list sufficiently attested to its value. Every practitioner in Northern Star regarded ascending the divine martial rankings as the highest honor. To earn a place in the top 10 would bring worldwide fame and glory to one's family. And now Lin Ze had achieved this. At the age of 18, he had secured the 7th position on the divine martial rankings, pushing the previous 7th down to 8th. The swordsman had come specifically for this reason. The one Lin Ze had displaced was he. You arrived quite early. Outside the inn, a scholar in a blue robe entered and took a seat directly across from the swordsman. Not early, but just right. The scholar smiled, having waited so long. You must have heard their discussions? The swordsman remained silent, listening quietly to the patron's chatter. The diners on the first floor were passionately discussing Lin Ze's extraordinary talent. If you ask me, this divine martial rankings has ranked the Lin family heir too low, given his performance at the Golden Autumn Feast. With the 8th Desolation battle technique at the 9th level, shouldn't he at least be contending for a spot in the top 5? Well, that may be so. But the battle prowess of us cultivators cannot merely be compared by the level of techniques alone. Experience, awareness, cultivation, and methods are all indispensable. Although Lin Ze is exceptionally gifted and possesses remarkable character, he is still too young. At 18, how many battles has he truly faced? How many techniques can he have cultivated? Moreover, even among those at the peak of postnatal cultivation, who among the top 10 has not spent decades in this realm? Compared to Lin Ze, they are on the cusp of transcending into the innate divine realm. That does make sense. Youth is both an advantage for young Master Lin and a gap against the older powerhouses. Currently, young Master Lin is indeed a bit young, but in a few years, who can say for certain? As the discussions continued, an incongruous voice interjected. Sk, I say you folks are still too narrow-minded. You only see the surface, not the deeper essence. Oh, what do you mean by that? The individual sipped a small drink, smacking his lips. Surely you haven't forgotten what kind of person young Master Lin is, have you? Young Master Lin endured the loss of family in his youth, suffering through various conspiracies and crises, concealing his true self, presenting a facade of weakness to reach this point. With young Master Lin's unwavering nature over the past decade, do you truly believe that a single unexpected incident with an assassin at the Golden Autumn Feast could compel him to reveal himself? Impossible. Think about it. How many experts are there in the Imperial Palace? The head of the Mirror Division, the chief of the Internal Treasury, the leader of the Imperial Guards, and the Emperor, the top of the divine martial rankings. Given young Master Lin's unique status, who would dare to allow him to lose even a single hair? The assassin's attack was merely a sudden occurrence. Once they reacted and seized the opportunity to control the situation, what would happen then? Even I can foresee this. With young Master Lin's temperament and cunning, how could he not be aware? If that is the case, then why would young Master Lin still choose to reveal himself actively? Upon hearing this, everyone present began to ponder. That does seem quite logical. With so many experts in the palace, surely one of them possesses the ability to act from a distance? There must be someone fast enough to prevent the assassin from causing harm. A mere assassin attempting to hold a hostage in front of such formidable experts is nothing but a delusion. They soon arrived at a rather terrifying possibility. Could it be? In the next instant, the individual voiced the speculation that lingered in everyone's minds. Clearly, this was an encounter between young Master Lin and that individual. TSK. A person who has feigned weakness for years suddenly appears in the palace. If I were that individual, I would certainly harbor some intent to probe young Master Lin Lin's true nature, especially if it were the founding emperor. Thinking about it this way, TSK, sitting beside the emperor, how could young Master Lin possibly be subdued by a mere assassin? Hey, tell me, what kind of expert could manage to catch even the top existence of the divine martial rankings off guard, allowing an assassin to press a blade against young Master Lin's neck? And young Master Lin himself is a formidable postnatal peak expert. How could he possibly fail to perceive the assassin's approach? These two individuals take a moment to ponder. My goodness, the emperor is testing the waters. Young Master Lin is declaring a counterattack. The thoughts of these two are indeed quite terrifying. Terrifying? The other person remarked. It is still too early. What follows shall be truly dreadful. What do you mean by that? Have you not heard that the Lin family issued a summons for their former troops yesterday, urgently calling all the Lin family warriors back from their retirements? Chapter 20. Is the Lin family plotting rebellion? Upon the revelation of this news, the atmosphere in the inn instantly froze. Everyone exchanged glances, seeking a semblance of reassurance from one another. The Lin family summons. It is not as though they are preparing for war. Why the sudden call to arms? A profound silence enveloped the room. At this moment, even the most oblivious among them could sense that something was amiss. Observing the hushed inn, one individual poured himself a glass of wine and drank it down. The days ahead will surely be lively. On the second floor, the swordsman and the scholarly figure in a blue robe listened intently to all that was said. What are your thoughts on such characters? The swordsman glanced at the scholar, stating, my mastery of the heavy sword has progressed. I had originally come to the capital to challenge you, the 6th ranked. However, given the recent developments, let us postpone our duel for now. I shall first meet this young Master Lin to ascertain whether he is indeed as formidable as they say. With that, the swordsman turned to leave. I shall reclaim my position as 7th on the divine martial rankings before returning to seek you out. The scholar chuckled. If you truly manage to surpass him, then there will be no need for you to return to me. The swordsman paused, turning back. Have you faced him? The scholar shook his head. Merely intuition. The swordsman scrutinized the scholar for a moment before departing. In the capital, in a shadowy alley, a cloaked figure stood before Yi Xiaoran, who ranked 28th on the divine martial rankings. Do you require something? It is said that since taking charge of the Hell's Gate, Mr. Yi has never failed a task. He is the most renowned king of assassins in Beichin, reputed to have no one he cannot kill. Yi Xiaoran cast a disinterested glance at the cloaked figure. And? My master wishes to enlist your services to eliminate someone. Who? Young Master Lin Ze. Yi Xiaoran raised an eyebrow. Do you dare to kill him? There are far too many who wish for his demise. Yi Xiaoran let out a cold chuckle. Please take your leave. We at Hell's Gate will not accept this task. Is there truly a task that the King of Assassins dares not undertake? We have no obligation to risk our lives for you furtive rats. It seems the so-called King of Assassins is not as formidable as rumored. Yi Xiaoran narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! In an instant, Yi Xiaoran had appeared behind the cloaked figure, his icy hand firmly gripping the figure's throat. It appears your master is an uncouth individual, failing to teach you, this wild dog, the respect owed to a powerhouse of the divine martial rankings. The cloaked figure writhed in agony, fumbling to retrieve a package from within his garments. He unveiled a corner, and upon seeing it, Yi Xiaoran inquired, do you believe that life or wealth holds greater significance? Young Master Lin is a postnatal 9th layer powerhouse. As an 8th layer individual, would I not be courting death by attempting to assassinate him? The cloaked figure produced another package. Yi Xiaoran released his grip. Killing Lin Ze is out of the question. I can only promise to make an attempt. The cloaked figure unveiled a jade vial. This vial contains a potent, colorless, and odorless poison that seals the throat upon contact with blood. Even a postnatal 9th layer powerhouse would inevitably perish upon encountering it. It can aid you in eliminating Lin Ze. Yi Xiaoran pondered for an extended period. Ultimately, he shook his head. The risk is too great. Lin Ze is a postnatal 9th layer superpowerhouse, having mastered the 9th level of the 8 Desolations battle technique. The cloaked figure sighed. If that is the case, we shall have to seek another expert. But the price must increase. Deal. In the palace, within the Hall of Politics, civil and military officials gathered. An agitated middle-aged man spoke passionately, Your Majesty. I have an important matter to address. I wish to accuse Duke Lin and his grandson Lin Ze. The speaker was Wei Pingyuan, the current spokesperson for the Beichin military. The Wei family had rapidly risen after the Lin family's retreat, becoming another super family favored by the Beichin emperor, wielding significant influence over the military commands of the Beichin dynasty. Over the years, Their power in the military had grown to be second only to that of the Lin family, and they were subtly approaching a point of contention. Moreover, the Wei family and the Lin family had always been at odds. Whenever there was a matter concerning the Lin family, the Wei family was always at the forefront of stirring the pot. The reasons for this were well understood by all. Why did the Wei family earn such favor from the emperor? It was precisely due to this. Wei Pingyuan was acutely aware of why he had been thrust into the spotlight by the emperor. The emperor required balance, and the Wei family sought opportunity. From the moment the Wei family was brought forth, they had bound their interests to those of the emperor. Henceforth, retreat was not an option. They could only advance. Not only must they advance, but they must do so with fervor. They would turn white into black and small into large. The Bachan emperor glanced at Wei Pingyuan. You wish to accuse Duke Lin and his grandson? Have your two families encountered some conflict? Wei Pingyuan shook his head with great agitation. It is not my Wei family that has a conflict with the Lin family. It is the Lin family that seeks to undermine our entire Bachan dynasty. They aim to topple our entire Bachan dynasty. Your Majesty must be vigilant. The Bachan emperor raised his brows slightly. Sitting up straighter, what do you mean by this? Wei Aiqing? Duke Lin has always been loyal to the throne and devoted to his country, as everyone in Bachan knows. Wei Pingyuan let out a cold laugh. Loyal to the throne and devoted to his country? If that old scoundrel Lin Ao truly cared for the throne and country, would he engage in such deceitful practices? Look at Lin Ze of the Lin family. At such a tender age, he is already so scheming, quietly achieving the peak of the postnatal realm without anyone's knowledge. Yet your Majesty remains oblivious. The reason Lin Ze did not dare to come to the palace in previous years was precisely because he feared detection by your Majesty. He is even wary of you. What does this signify? This is treason. How could a minister commit such acts? I can assert with certainty that the Lin family harbors ill intentions. They are plotting rebellion. Now that the Lin family summons has been issued, it only further confirms my suspicions. It is neither a time of war nor disaster. The Lin family has, without consulting you, activated the summons, recalling their former troops, gathering private soldiers without cause. Is this not clear evidence of rebellion? They have no regard for your Majesty. Your Majesty, can you continue to tolerate the Lin family? I implore you to seal the Lin family's estate and eradicate this treacherous family that harbors ill intentions. As these words echoed in the hall, the expressions of the civil and military officials remained calm, not a ripple of emotion to be seen. While the issuance of the Lin family summons bore implications. As a duke granted privileges by the imperial authority, the private military was by rights Lin Ao's prerogative. With the Bachan emperor as their formidable backing, Wei Pingyuan's attempts to exploit the issue of private troops were not new. They had grown accustomed to it. Should there come a day when Wei Pingyuan ceased his barking at the Lin family, they would feel as though a storm was brewing. Thus, everyone merely observed in silence. Listening intently, they maintained a composed demeanor, observing the unfolding drama with eyes wide open, nostrils flaring to sense the underlying intentions. Chapter 21. The Return of the Elite Guards. After all, this matter bore no relevance to them. Whether it was the emperor or the Lin family, both were colossal entities that they could not afford to offend. However, the courtiers aligned with the Lin family were less inclined to indulge Wei Pingyuan. They could not tolerate such remarks. As soon as Wei Pingyuan finished speaking, someone immediately retorted with a sneer. Your words, Wei Sima, are utterly absurd and laughable. You claim that the Lin family engages in deceit? I see. You are indeed proud. You are remarkable. May I inquire, Sir Wei Sima, how many dogs does your family keep? How many times do they bark in a day? Do they bark more in the morning or at night? Do they prefer to bark at their excrement or at you? Sir Wei Sima, furthermore, how many times do you and your esteemed wife engage in marital relations each day? Is it during the day, at night? Or do you wait until the dead of night when all are asleep? Do you prefer to stand or to sit? Have you reported these matters to His Majesty? If not, are you perhaps wary of His Majesty? Your Majesty, I too must report Sir Wei Sima. Sir Wei Sima harbors ill intentions and dares to deceive the Emperor. I beseech your Majesty to seal the entire Wei Sima family. Boldly, before His Majesty, do you dare to spew your words and sow discord? Wei Pingyuan's countenance darkened as he spoke. Commander Liu, what benefits did the Lin family offer you for you to speak in their favor? Speak in their favor? Is it not you, Sir Wei Sima, who conjures falsehoods? You. What do you mean by you? Our North Star dynasty has always governed with loyalty and filial piety. Sir Wei Sima's slander obscures the Emperor's judgment. I, Liu, stand forth to prevent this out of loyalty and to refute Sir Wei's seamless humiliation of my mentor. Duke Lin Ze, out of filial duty. Otherwise, would I not be akin to certain individuals, becoming a treacherous wretch devoid of loyalty and filial piety? Wei Pingyuan, furious, was about to reprimand Commander Liu when the North Star Emperor intervened. Enough! Commander Liu, calm yourself. Yes. The North Star Emperor turned to Wei Pingyuan. My dear Aiching Wei, I have already stated that Duke Lin Ze is a pillar of my North Star dynasty, a bastion of the nation. I cannot believe that the Lin family would harbor rebellious intentions. The Lin family's private military is a power rightfully bestowed upon them by their hereditary title as dukes. This matter ends here. Do not mention it again. As for Lin Ze's concealment, the North Star Emperor sighed. The Lin family has indeed suffered misfortune, and it is my North Star dynasty that has wronged them. Ze's decision to remain low-key is entirely justified. Moreover, with such a grandson, I am deeply comforted. In the coming year, my North Star dynasty shall surely witness the emergence of an extraordinary innate being, safeguarding our legacy for generations to come. The courtiers bowed respectfully. Your Majesty is wise. We congratulate Your Majesty. The North Star Emperor raised his hand to silence the crowd. However, the Lin family's assembly of private troops may indeed disrupt the order of the imperial capital. Very well, coincidentally, the case of the autumn banquet assassin has reached a conclusion, and those students who excelled in the autumn examination are about to enter the court. I have arranged an official position for Zaire. Xiao Guangzi, you shall make a trip to the Lin family to convey the decree and remind Zaire to be mindful of the repercussions. As you command. Xiao Guangzi took the prepared imperial edict and promptly headed to the Lin family to announce the decree. At the Lin family, various personal guards were summoned back one after another. They arrived at the Lin family, having heard tales of their young master Lin Ze's exploits along the way. Naturally, they shared the sentiment of those outside, believing that their young master had endured in silence for many years and was finally ready to retaliate. This ignited a fervor within each guard. It is essential to understand that their loyalty was never to the North Star dynasty, but to the Lin family, to the bloodline of Lin Ao. When the two heroes of the Lin family and many brothers of the Lin family army were ambushed by the Wolf capital, the Lin family army was seething with rage, eager to wreak havoc and turn the North Star upside down to uncover the hidden mastermind, to offer him as a sacrifice, and then to trample the Wolf capital. Now that the young master finally harbored such thoughts and possessed the ability to act, they must return to the Lin family to avenge the tragically fallen brothers of the Lin family and the two heroes. The guards thus marched back to the Lin family, filled with righteous fervor, eager to meet their third-generation lord. However, upon arriving at the Lin family, the guards discovered that their young master had summoned them back not to incite chaos, but to heal them. It was said that the young master not only possessed profound cultivation, but also exceptional medical skills, adept at restoring health, surpassing even the current chief imperial physician. This left the guards momentarily stunned. Yet, after a brief pause, an uncontrollable surge of excitement welled up in their hearts. The root of their ailments had long been a thorn in their sides. For years, they had endured the torment of their afflictions, longing to eradicate them and return to a normal life within the Lin family, alongside the brothers of the Lin family army. Now that they finally had a chance to rid themselves of their suffering, how could they not be thrilled? The guards had no doubts about Lin Ze's abilities. They understood that their lord, Lin Ao, was a meticulous individual. Had there not been genuine hope for healing, Lin Ao would not have urgently summoned them back, wasting their trip. Thus, in the grand courtyard of the Lin family, a fervent line of guards stretched from the courtyard into the street. Each guard eagerly watched their dazzling young master, akin to a peerless jade youth, wielding miraculous healing techniques to cure the long-standing ailments of the injured soldiers. With each soldier healed, the length of the queue grew more fervent. Very well, the next matters are merely minor issues of recuperation. Proceed over there. Thank you, young master. The healed guards bowed deeply to Lin Ze before swiftly heading towards Lu Hanyan, so as not to delay the treatment of other brothers. The Lu family had a long-standing tradition of medicine, and as a daughter of the Lu family, Lu Hanyan was naturally well-versed in medical practices. Upon learning of the return of the injured soldiers for treatment, she volunteered to assist. Of course, her medical skills were not even comparable to that of the chief imperial physician, and she could not handle these injured soldiers on her own. Most of the significant healing was to be handled by Lin Ze, while she would manage the smaller issues and subsequent recuperation. Sitting beside a pavilion, Lu Hanyan gazed at Lin Ze, who was wholly focused on treating the injured soldiers, her expression a complex blend of emotions. She thought she knew Lin Ze well, only to realize that over the years, she had never truly seen through him. He was neither an ordinary person nor ignorant of resistance. Beneath this seemingly mundane exterior lay an exceedingly brilliant soul. Lu Hanyin could not fathom what kind of strength had sustained Lin Ze's facade for a decade. For 10 years, he had restrained the brilliance of a youthful prodigy, suppressing the vitality and sharpness that youth should possess. He had borne humiliation, enduring the repeated taunts of others who claimed he was unworthy, that he could not compare to Lin Ze, that the Lin family had no successor. He had even feigned a demeanor he despised to reassure those who covertly watched the Lin family. He must be very weary, right, miss? Ah. The voice of an injured soldier snapped Lu Hanyin back to reality. She awkwardly withdrew her gaze, examined the soldier's condition, and prescribed a series of tonic medicines. There is no problem. Just rest more, and you will be fully recovered in 2 days at most. Chapter 22, He Does Not Believe Me. The injured soldier nodded repeatedly. Thank you, miss. You have worked hard. Lu Hanyin shook her head and glanced once more at Lin Ze, who was entirely focused on treating the soldiers. Compared to him, I have merely done something trivial. Lu Hanyin truly wished to understand how Lin Ze's mind operated. How could one person be so extraordinarily gifted and knowledgeable? As a daughter of a family with a long-standing medical tradition, Lu Hanyin had studied various medical texts since childhood, immersing herself in the classics of medicine. Her family had always praised her talent, believing she would become a renowned physician in the future. Later, with the resources provided by the Lin family, her medical skills advanced rapidly, truly remarkable. Yet, despite all this, Lu Hanyin had only barely reached the level of a secondary medical officer in the Imperial Medical Department, still 2 levels away from the chief imperial physician, let alone Lin Ze, who was of a master level, not to mention the gap in cultivation and martial arts. Moreover, she was even 2 years older than Lin Ze. The young master is indeed a celestial being descended to earth. Hearing this, Xiao Chui chimed in, praising Lin Ze. After a moment, Xiao Chui turned to look at Lu Hanyin. But miss, there is no need to belittle yourself. At such a young age, you have achieved so much which is already a rare talent. The injured soldier beside them remarked, indeed, both the young master and young mistress are the true dragon and phoenix of the Lin family. Lu Hanyin found herself at a loss, caught between amusement and exasperation. She had never intended to compete with Lin Ze. Her reflections were merely born from her modest expertise in medicine. After attending to the soldier's needs, Lu Hanyin found herself with little to occupy her time, as her tasks were minor and swiftly completed. In contrast, Lin Ze devoted considerable time to each patient, prompting her to patiently observe him as he diligently treated the injured, his focus unwavering. Lu Hanyin's mind drifted again, only to be jolted by a peculiar gaze directed at her. It was Xiao Cui, who regarded her with a mix of surprise and playful teasing. Startled, Lu Hanyin quickly averted her gaze, smoothing her hair as though she had merely glanced in passing. Meanwhile, Lin Ao and Lin Mo exchanged knowing glances, sharing a subtle smile. Ah, the youth of today. Lin Ao lifted his teacup, gently tapping it before savoring a sip. The aroma of the tea was exquisite, a delightful respite amidst the hustle of the day. Time moved swiftly, and soon the sun began its descent. Lin Ze finally completed his labors, feeling the fatigue of the day weigh upon him. Beneath the silvery moonlight, he practiced his breathing exercises, the soft luminescence casting a gentle glow upon him. His hair shimmering as if draped in a veil of moonlight, embodying a serene beauty akin to that of the moon itself. As Lu Hanyin tenderly brushed her hair, she stole another glance at Lin Ze, who was now in quiet meditation. She approached him slowly, intending to wipe the sweat from his brow with a piece of silk. Just then, Lin Ze suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of orbs bright as the stars and as still as a tranquil pond, a glimmer of wariness flickering within. It was reminiscent of the unfamiliar vigilance she had previously observed. At that moment, Lu Hanyin was struck with understanding. Lin Ze was on guard against her, just as he would be against the emperor or any who might conspire against the Lin family. He did not trust her. Thus, the affectionate demeanor he had previously displayed was merely a facade, a ruse to lower his own defenses. What are your intentions? Lu Hanyin remained silent for a moment, biting her lip before extending the silk to him, offering to wipe away his sweat. Rest assured, it's harmless. No need, he replied. I shall wash up after my meditation. Without uttering another word, Lu Hanyin withdrew the silk and turned to leave. Halfway, she paused, turning back to Lin Ze with a firm declaration, I'm also a member of the Lin family. We grew up together. Indeed, they had shared a childhood, woven together by the threads of their upbringing. Before the awakening of his past life's memories, Lin Ze had engaged in lively conversations with Lu Hanyan, wandering through the capital together. It was anticipated that in due time, they would wed, continuing the Lin lineage. Their bond had been quite amiable. If circumstances allowed, Lin Ze would prefer not to view her as an adversary. Yet, in this world, where protagonists wield an aura of destiny, certain matters transcend emotions and logic. The protagonist's aura could even conjure absurd scenarios, like resurrecting a lover from the grave. In such a bizarre reality, Lin Ze had to remain vigilant. Although he had altered the narrative surrounding the autumn banquet, eliminating the points of conflict with the protagonist. The nature of the protagonist was that of an innate instigator of discord, capable of inciting disdain and misfortune wherever they went. Even with Lin Ze's alterations to the banquet's conflicts, other points of contention would inevitably arise. He had no doubt of this, for the protagonist had never failed to create strife. Lin Ze could not afford to indulge such antics. Thus, until he could ascertain the strength of the protagonist's aura or ensure the protagonist's demise, he must continue to guard against her. Lost in thought, Xiao Zue suddenly approached Lin Ze. "Young master, Eunuch Guang from the palace has come with an imperial decree. He has been waiting in the reception hall, hesitant to disturb you while you were busy." "An imperial decree?" Lin Ze's gaze sharpened slightly. "I understand." With that, his figure dissolved into a cascade of ethereal light, vanishing from sight. In the reception hall, the shimmering lights swirled and intertwined, coalescing into a familiar silhouette before Eunuch Guang. "Eunuch Guang, my apologies for the wait." Eunuch Guang's expression grew serious upon witnessing Lin Ze's unique and extraordinary arrival. Such an incredible feat. Could it truly be mastered by one at the pinnacle of the mortal realm? "I dare not presume. Young Master Lin is undoubtedly busy, and it is I who have overstayed my welcome," he said, bowing low. As a close aide to the emperor, Eunuch Guang maintained a humble demeanor. His journey from a lowly eunuch to his current position had taught him the art of navigating the treacherous waters of court politics. While he could adopt an air of authority with others, facing Lin Ze was different. The young master's prowess alone could easily extinguish him with a single blow. Moreover, Lin Ze's unique and esteemed status made him unparalleled within the northern Qin dynasty. If the royal Li family represented the king, then the Lin family stood as the crown prince. Ultimately, who held power was not something a mere eunuch could dictate. "Eunuch Guang, it is a pleasure to see you. What message does the emperor wish to convey?" Eunuch Guang smiled. "It is indeed a joyous occasion. His Majesty wishes to promote you." "Oh." He produced the imperial edict. "Young Master Lin, shall we proceed?" "Please go ahead." "Ahem. It is hereby decreed that Lin Ze of the Lin family, having slain the assailants at the autumn banquet, restoring order and rescuing the emperor, shall be duly rewarded. Henceforth, Lin Ze is appointed as the chief inspector of the Mirror Division, tasked with overseeing officials and purging treachery from the capital. Furthermore, Lin Ze is to be dispatched as the chief inspector of the Northern Qin Academy, responsible for scrutinizing the successful candidates of this autumn's examination and ensuring that no deceit or malfeasance infiltrates the academy. Thus is the decree. Chapter 23. Appointment as Chief Inspector of the Mirror Division 1. Lin Ze, accept the decree. Eunuch Guang respectfully presented the edict to Lin Ze. "Congratulations, Chief Inspector. This position holds great power, granting you the authority to oversee officials and cleanse the capital of malefactors. His Majesty has reserved this esteemed position for our own kin." Eunuch Guang continued with flattering remarks, referring to Lin Ze as our own. Lin Ze maintained a courteous smile, knowing that he must not disappoint his esteemed grandfather. Eunuch Guang added, "With our own handling matters, the Emperor can rest assured. Given your capabilities, I am confident that no treachery will escape your notice." After this, the conversation shifted. "However, there is another matter. Please do not hesitate to speak. It concerns the differing opinions regarding the Lin family's unilateral issuance of a gathering order. Some are using this as a pretext to impeach the Lin family. Naturally, as founding elders and loyal subjects of the Northern Qin dynasty, the Emperor would not heed such slander, which could harm family relations. However, the arrival of so many private troops in the capital may disrupt its order. His Majesty hopes that you, Chief Inspector, will take heed of the situation and manage the Lin family's forces properly." Lin Ze feigned enlightenment. So that is the issue. My apologies for being overly eager and neglecting to inform my grandfather in advance. The matter arose when he had encountered the famed 9 Extremes life-extending acupuncture manual in the library, which inspired him and significantly advanced his medical skills. He recalled the old veterans who had fought valiantly for the Northern Qin dynasty, yet were now burdened with ailments from their past battles. As heroes of the Northern Shun, they deserved better. Thus, he gathered old soldiers to attempt to heal them while seeking to collect more martial arts knowledge. It is likely that Lord Guang is already aware that Lin has never had any significant hobbies throughout his life, save for an ardent passion for martial arts, which has led him to collect various rare texts from across the world. Little did he expect that this would result in a misunderstanding, for which Lin feels he has been remiss in his considerations. Lord Guang complimented, noting that Lin has mastered the 8 Desolations battle technique, the Heavenly Feather 6 illusions, and the Formless Sword Finger at such a young age. Your fervor and talent in martial arts are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. It is indeed a source of shame that while Lin has already reached the pinnacle of martial prowess at such a tender age, we, who have passed our 50s, cannot even decipher 2 ancient texts that we fortuitously obtained. It appears that we are fated to remain estranged from those tomes. With a sigh, Lord Guang continued, stating that since ancient times, fine swords have been gifted to heroes. As Lin has shown great interest in martial arts literature, we shall arrange for some to be delivered to you in a few days. Should you glean any insights, we kindly ask you to share them with us, fulfilling a wish of ours. Lord Guang's words were a calculated attempt to curry favor, presenting a gift to Lin Ze. For someone like Lin Ze, who has ascended the pinnacle of acquired strength at merely 18, it would be foolish not to foster a good relationship. Lord Guang is certain that as long as no unforeseen events occur, Lin Ze is destined to achieve the revered status of a congenital being. When that time comes, the gesture will transcend mere reciprocity. At the very least, it shall warrant an entire basket of gifts. Very well. We shall not impose further upon you, Lin. It is getting late, and I must hasten back to report. Lord Guang took his leave. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he returned to the palace. Lin Ze watched as Lord Guang departed, then turned his gaze to a shadowy corner. Having listened for so long, must I now summon you out? After a brief silence, a figure emerged from the darkness. Yi Xiaoran, exuding an aura as cold as a solitary wolf in the shadows, slowly stepped into the gentle moonlight. Under the moonlit sky, Yi Xiaoran appeared as a lethal weapon, every inch of him concealing a deadly edge, radiating an ominous aura. The serene moonlight itself felt chilling, as if transformed into icy spikes that filled the air, piercing to the bone. The 8th level of acquired strength, the strongest beneath the pinnacle of acquired mastery. Those who achieve such a level are invariably renowned powerhouses. In the illustrious Lin family, only the steward Lin Mo can claim to be an 8th level practitioner. A personal confrontation from an 8th level expert. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, offering a slightly approving remark. Not bad. You haven't tried to deceive me with lowly tricks. There is genuine intent here. In these times, it is rare to encounter villains who come out swinging right away. If everyone were like you, how could the original protagonist have survived until now? If this world had a rating system for assassins, I would surely award you a commendation. Proceed with your attack. For your sincerity, I shall grant you 3 opportunities to strike. Upon saying this, Lin Ze stood with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting Yi Xiaoran's move. At this moment, his demeanor was casual, his posture relaxed, presenting what appeared to be fatal openings in Yi Xiaoran's eyes. Based on past experiences, should he choose to strike now, his odds of victory would increase by at least 50%. Yi Xiaoran's gaze flickered, uncertain yet resolute. He stepped forward slowly, hands positioned before him, as if ready to unleash a thunderous blow. However, Yi Xiaoran had no intention of becoming an enemy to the second young Master Lin. He had come with important news to relay. Yi Xiaoran clasped his hands in a fist, bowing respectfully to Lin Ze. Second young Master Lin, there are those who have hired me to kill you. Lin Ze was momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, he spoke, his tone laced with complexity. So you intend to sell him out? Yi Xiaoran chuckled lightly. To oppose you would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A futile endeavor. Lin Ze of the Lin family, at merely 18, stands at the pinnacle of acquired strength, with profound martial skills across the board. His talent is so extraordinary that it borders on the divine. He is practically the reincarnation of a martial sage. Surely, he will ascend to greatness and become a transcendent being. How is it that there are still fools who wish to provoke him? Were they dropped on their heads at birth? Moreover, they want to hire Yi Xiaoran to assassinate Lin Ze. TSK. I, Yi Xiaoran, am an assassin, not an idiot like you. From the moment the cloaked figure approached Yi Xiaoran, he had honestly stated that the task was not one his clan would undertake. Yet, that foolish individual insisted, even taunting him. Thus, Yi Xiaoran could only comfortably accept a hefty reward and come to Lin Ze to earn some merit and familiarity. Yi Xiaoran presented the vial of exotic poison given to him by the cloaked figure. This is a rare poison provided by the mastermind behind it, said to seal the throat upon contact with blood. Even an 8th-level practitioner would surely meet their demise. Lin Ze suddenly appeared somewhat disinterested. To be frank, having honed his skills to such a degree, he was indeed eager for a fight. Unfortunately, who was the buyer? Chapter 24. Buckle up. Lin Ze took the vial of deadly poison from Yi Xiaoran, examined it briefly, and casually inquired. Yi Xiaoran replied, "The buyer wishes to remain anonymous, so I cannot disclose their identity." However, Yi Xiaoran gestured towards the northwest of the Northern Star Imperial capital, the direction of the Northern Star Academy. Although he had taken measures to obscure his identity, returning via convoluted routes and changing attire intentionally, our clan thrives on intelligence trade in the assassin business. Before me, your little tricks are nothing but child's play. I stealthily followed the buyer and ultimately discovered he entered the Northern Star Academy. The Northern Star Academy? Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. The mention of the academy reminded him of a particular plot point from the original story. In the text, the protagonist began to shine within the Northern Star Academy, showcasing remarkable talent, and had faced attacks from within its walls, not just once. Eventually, upon investigation, it was confirmed that there were spies from the Wolf Capital embedded among the higher-ups of the academy. These spies had been covertly observing all the students, ready to alert the Wolf Capital and execute assassinations should a student emerge as a significant threat to their interests. With this in mind, it seems that Lin Ze's rapid rise had prematurely attracted the attention of the Wolf Capital. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lin Ze's narrowed gaze. "Ah, Wolf Capital, I had no quarrel with you, yet you come knocking at my door." The deaths of the Lin family's 2 prodigies and Lin Ze cannot escape the shadow of the Wolf Capital, whether or not there are darker forces at play behind the scenes. The Wolf Capital has been on Lin Ze's kill list from the very beginning. However, Lin Ze had been preoccupied with strengthening himself and fortifying the Lin family in recent days, leaving little time to address other matters. But now, Lin Ze finds himself free to act. The Northern Star Academy. How fortuitous. He is also tasked with overseeing the autumn examination, responsible for purging the academy. Tomorrow, he shall seize this opportunity to turn the Northern Star Academy upside down and unearth that Wolf Capital spy. Simultaneously, he will also take the chance to meet the protagonist of this world. If the opportunity arises, he will eliminate this major source of instability in one fell swoop. With this thought, Lin Ze cast another glance at Yi Xiaoran. "Yi Xiaoran, is it?" "Indeed. Speak. What is it that you desire?" Yi Xiaoran stated. "As for the reward, it has already been provided. I have come merely to forge a friendship with the young Master Lin, to establish a good rapport. Should opportunities arise in the future, I hope the young master will be generous enough to share some food." Lin Ze smiled. "There is no need to wait for the future. There is an opportunity right now. Pray do tell. I have no particular hobbies, save for my passion for various martial arts texts and the collection of knowledge from all schools of thought. Your clan, the Shura Mountain Manor, has many disciples. I trust this task will not prove difficult for you." "Understood. We shall accept this task at the Shura Mountain Manor. From now on, every 7 days, I will deliver the collected martial arts texts to the Lin family." Lin Ze nodded in agreement. As Yi Xiaoran prepared to take his leave, Lin Ze called out to him once more. "Wait, does the young master have further instructions? You just mentioned that your Shura villa originated from the intelligence business, correct?" "Indeed. Are you aware of the nocturnal raid by the Wolf Nation on the Bachan army over a decade ago?" Yi Xiaoran shook his head, understanding Lin Xiao's implication. "However, my Shura villa has never engaged in intelligence related to the military. Such matters easily invite death, whether from the Bachan army or the Wolf Nation, both of which could easily obliterate my Shura villa. I apologize for disappointing Lin Xiao. No need for concern. I merely asked out of curiosity." Lin Ze did not expect Yi Xiaoran to possess much knowledge. If it were that easy to uncover, Lin Ao would have already resolved it in the past decade. "Go ahead." Yi Xiaoran turned and vanished into the shadows. The following day, injured soldiers continued to arrive, those from regions too distant from the imperial capital. Even with a night-long journey, they only began to trickle in the next day. Lin Ze instructed Xiao Chui to settle them first, intending to provide unified treatment later in the evening when most had arrived. Lin Ze himself had already boarded a carriage, heading towards the Beichen Academy. As he departed, he was accompanied, as usual, by 2 brothers from the Lin family army, both at the 6th layer of the acquired realm. Although everyone was now aware of Lin Ze's true strength, years of habit had ingrained this protective entourage. Moreover, even if Lin Ze required no protection, as the young master of the Lin family, How could he venture out without a few attentive attendants? Beichen Academy. Lin Ze's carriage came to a steady halt before the grand entrance of the academy. The senior officials, having received word early, had long awaited his arrival with patience. This time, Lin Ze did not come merely as the young master of the Lin family. He was the newly appointed envoy of the Mirror Division, here to inspect the autumn trials, representing the royal Leaf family. Furthermore, he was a legendary prodigy at the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Thus, the senior officials had gathered early at the academy gates, awaiting Lin Ze's inspection to demonstrate their respect for this extraordinary talent. As Lin Ze alighted from the carriage, clad in snow-white garments and holding a folding fan, his long black hair was elegantly secured in a half-updo with a jade hairpin. A piece of ancient jade graced his waist, presenting an image of a refined gentleman, gentle and unassuming. At first glance, he appeared to be merely a handsome young man, lacking any overt signs of formidable strength. However, at the center of the crowd, a scholar in green robes felt a sudden chill upon seeing Lin Ze. As the head of Beichen Academy and a ninth-layer expert ranked 6th on the divine martial list, he sensed not the slightest hint of Lin Ze's presence. Clearly, Lin Ze's cultivation was not merely at the peak of the acquired realm. He had traversed this path long enough to reach the realm of returning to simplicity, far more terrifying than he had instinctively anticipated. The scholar suppressed his emotions, leading the gathered officials to bow in greeting. Zhang Tong of Beichen Academy pays respects to Envoy Lin. The others followed suit. We have all met Envoy Lin. Zhang Tong, you are present today? Lin Ze's eyes brightened upon recognizing Zhang Tong, remembering that he was indeed the 6th on the divine martial list. No need for excessive formalities. With a gentle wave of his fan, ripples stirred in the air. As a gentle breeze swept through, an irresistible force compelled everyone to stand upright, rendering them immobile. Even Zhang Tong, a peak expert of the acquired realm, was caught off guard, feeling the pressure of that power which showed no sign of abating, as if intentionally allowing him time to react. Is this a show of dominance? Faced with such blatant provocation, Zhang Tong, as a divine martial list expert, instinctively considered resisting, but then recalled that Lin Ze was representing the royal family in inspecting the Beichen Academy. Thus, he thought it prudent to uphold this show of authority. Consequently, Zhang Tong refrained from resisting, allowing the gentle force to operate, and remarked, "It is said that Envoy Lin possesses extraordinary talent and profound cultivation. Indeed, this first encounter is remarkable." Lin Ze chuckled, a smile that did not reach his eyes. 6th on the divine martial list, indeed. Why don't you stand tall? Chapter 25. Now, do you understand? I am deliberately seeking trouble with you. Can you not sense it? Where is the dignity of a peak expert of the acquired realm? Lin Ze felt helpless. How had the protagonist of the original narrative managed to trigger combat scenarios wherever he went? Zhang Academy Master, you flatter me. After uttering this bland remark, Lin Ze stepped into Beichen Academy. Academy Master Zhang, you are aware of the purpose of my visit today. The recent events at the Golden Autumn Feast have greatly displeased my grandfather. Zhang Tong quickly replied, Beichen Academy has always been loyal to the throne, comprised solely of virtuous individuals. We have never engaged in such treasonous acts. It is utterly shocking that a traitor could infiltrate our academy, tarnishing our reputation. I had not anticipated such wickedness. Academy Master Zhang, I did not come to hear your grievances. Zhang Tong continued, understood. Please rest assured, Envoy. I have already conducted a thorough investigation of the academy inside and out, re-examining all student records and gathering evidence once again. Any students with even the slightest suspicion have been recorded and temporarily sent to the branch outside the imperial capital for observation, pending further investigation. The students remaining in the imperial capital are all of reputable lineage and clear origin, true Beichen individuals. Such absurdities as those at the Golden Autumn Feast will never occur again. Upon finishing, the esteemed scholars beside Zhang Tong promptly produced the prepared student records for Lin Ze's perusal. However, such documents can easily be fabricated. Lin Ze was indifferent, casually flipping through them, as he had no intention of truly investigating on behalf of the royal family. The royal family's affairs were of no concern to him. He had yet to resolve matters concerning the Lin family and himself. His purpose here was merely to root out the Wolf Nation's infiltrators and seize the opportunity to eliminate the original protagonist, a potential source of instability. After skimming through, Lin Ze remarked, perhaps the students are clean, but what of the scholars? At this, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Lin Ze continued, these infiltrators from the Wolf Nation are truly cunning, managing to blend into the foremost academy of Beichen without raising any suspicions among the scholars. I recall that the scholars at Beichen Academy must possess at least the sixth layer of the acquired realm, correct? Experts above the sixth layer, alongside you, Academy Master Zhang, a renowned peak expert of the divine martial list, failed to detect a few mere infiltrators. With a soft snap of his folding fan, Lin Ze's tone took on a hint of chill. So, is it that the standards of your Beichen Academy scholars are lacking? Or are some of you deliberately covering for them? As soon as Lin Ze's words fell, the expressions of the gathered scholars shifted dramatically. Envoy Lin, we have dedicated ourselves to teaching at Beichen Academy for at least 20 years. How could we possibly be spies for the Wolf Nation? Indeed, Beichen Academy has never had any incidents over the years. If we were spies, wouldn't chaos have erupted long ago? Besides, how could we dare to harm the court? To oppose the court would be akin to striking a rock with an egg, bringing about our own destruction. Envoy Lin, please do not jest. Lin Ze smiled. You lack the courage? I see that you possess quite a bit of audacity. While you may not dare to harm the court, you seem bold enough to conspire against my Lin family? What? What does Envoy Lin mean by this? Everyone was perplexed. When did Beichen Academy ever dare to conspire against the Lin family? What could this possibly mean? Lin Ze's mind stirred, and an invisible, imperceptible wave spread throughout the room. Subsequently, a delicate vial appeared before everyone. This vial, some of you should find quite familiar, yes? At this, all eyes turned toward the vial. What is contained in this vial? Zhang Tong, the Academy Master, inquired, puzzled. Lin Ze did not respond. He halted his steps, turned his head, and fixed his gaze directly upon a middle-aged man hiding behind the crowd. Your heart is racing quite rapidly. The middle-aged man changed color. He forced himself to remain calm, claiming, my heart rate has always been. Lin Ze paid no heed to his excuses. In the presence of his heart's power field, nothing could escape scrutiny. The moment the jade vial appeared, the man's heartbeat surged violently, a fact Lin Ze could discern with clarity. Even if the person who hired Yi Xiaoran was not him, he was undoubtedly connected. Thus, Lin Ze extended his right palm, and a terrifying force instantly conjured a cataclysmic storm. Buzzing. The overwhelming pull drew the middle-aged man uncontrollably toward Lin Ze. Thud! Lin Ze's large hand pressed upon the man's head, lifting him entirely off the ground, suspended in midair. The immense force nearly deformed the man's skull. What are you doing? This is Beichen Academy. Ah! Master! Master! Save me! Feeling Lin Ze's murderous intent, the middle-aged man hurriedly cried for help, invoking the name of Beichen Academy. The sudden turn of events caused the onlookers to tense, their expressions turning grim. After all, Beichen Academy was one of the most prestigious forces in Beichen, with Master Zhang Tong, a peak postnatal powerhouse, at its helm, a peak postnatal expert. Did they truly believe such an entity could be disregarded? Did they not witness the chaos at the Golden Autumn Banquet, where the three departments of the court were scolded like cur dogs, while Beichen Academy was treated with leniency, merely tasked with cleaning up the mess? In Beichen Academy, even the royal family would not dare to act recklessly without consequence. This represented the dignity and prestige of the strongest tier of beings, second only to the innate divine. Young Master Lin, what is the meaning of this? You act without discernment. You are being too reckless. Master Zhang Tong's expression darkened. Lin Zongshi. Master Zeng has been with Beichen Academy for a decade, dedicated and loyal. He would never dare to harm Beichen, nor would he dare to harm the Lin family. Please investigate thoroughly before making accusations. Lin Ze replied calmly. Very well, I shall extend courtesy before aggression, lest you claim I am a barbarian lacking reason. Last night, I was attacked by an assassin, and the mastermind behind this is one of your people from Beichen Academy. This vial of poison was given to the assassin by that mastermind. And your so-called Master Zeng, upon seeing this vial, his heartbeat quickened. Lin Ze surveyed everyone present now. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted. An assassination attempt on Lin Ze. To target a peak postnatal expert? Have they lost their minds? Very well. It seems reason need not apply here. As he spoke, Lin Ze increased his grip slightly. Master Zeng immediately cried out in pain. Who sent you to assassinate me? Chapter 26. The death of Master Zeng. Master Zeng's face contorted, yet his defiance remained. I do not know what you speak of. You are clearly provoking, intending for my academy to retaliate to establish authority you. Lin Ze intensified his grip. Master Zeng's head began to deform slightly. 5 deep finger marks indented upon his skull. Ah! Master! Master, save me! Zhang Tong and others from the academy looked on with pity. After all, they had been colleagues for many years. and they could not bear to witness Master Zeng in such a tragic state. Yet, Master Zeng was entangled in the assassination of Lin Ze. Even if they felt sympathy, they were powerless to intervene. Bachin Academy had its pride. Did Lin Ze, a distinguished peak postnatal prodigy and a scion of the Lin family, not care for his own reputation? The respect owed to a peak postnatal expert could not be sullied. In a situation like this, should Lin Ze kill him on the spot, they would have no grounds to protest. The mere fact they had previously spoken up to dissuade Lin Ze was already based on years of camaraderie. Zhang Tong and the others fell silent. Master Zeng grew anxious. Master, you cannot take Lin Ze's word at face value. He is fabricating stories. I have never left the academy. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. Do you think that by remaining silent, I have no recourse? Master Zeng's heart skipped a beat. What did that mean? Just as this thought flickered through his mind, boom, a terrifying pain, potent enough to turn his very soul to ashes, erupted within Master Zeng. Excruciating agony instantly sent him into spasms. As if thousands of arrows pierced his heart, it felt as if red-hot iron rods were being thrust into his body, pulling at his bones, or like countless venomous snakes simultaneously biting him. The wounds burned, piercing through with unbearable pain. Ah! Ah! Flames of orange-red engulfed Master Zeng, consuming him in a fierce blaze. Yet, this fire was not lethal. It merely ceaselessly tormented him, rendering his existence unbearable. Lin Ze had ravaged the royal family's library, learning hundreds of martial arts, many of which were designed to inflict excruciating suffering. A mere touch of each method could create tortures that made life worse than death. Who are you working for? I can grant you a swift end. I am. Master Zeng gritted his teeth, his jaw trembling with pain, struggling to find words. Seeing this, Lin Ze channeled a frigid energy, a bone-chilling cold that surged down his arm and into Master Zeng's body. In an instant, Master Zeng was caught in a purgatorial torment of fire and ice, suffering both extremes simultaneously. His face alternated between pale and flushed, his entire being contorted in agony, cold sweat cascading down like a torrent. The onlookers from Bachin Academy felt a chill creep through them as they witnessed Master Zeng's horrific plight, a shudder coursing through their bodies. A bone-deep cold gripped their hearts, rendering them almost paralyzed with dread. In that moment, they collectively recognized one truth. Never provoke Lin Ze again. Amidst the dual torment of fire and ice, Master Zeng finally succumbed to the agony of both spirit and flesh. I will speak. Lin Ze temporarily eased the grip of ice and flame. Master Zeng exhaled deeply, gasping for breath. It was the wolves that made me. The moment those words escaped, Master Zeng abruptly halted. A strange crimson hue spread across his eyes, quickly filling his pupils. Lin Ze squinted. Master Zeng writhed in pain. Bang! Master Zeng could not utter another coherent word before a peculiar force blasted his head apart. Blood and gore exploded, splattering red and white across the ground. The acrid scent of blood instantly filled the air. This, Master Zeng truly was. How could this be? The members of the academy watched in horror as Master Zeng, who had uttered the words wolves, suddenly detonated, their faces drained of color. Each exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Ze casually received a handkerchief from his guards, wiping his hands as if nothing had transpired. Quite interesting. Master Zeng was not slain by Lin Ze. Clearly, someone did not wish for him to continue speaking. He cast a glance at the senior members of the academy. Your Bachin Academy truly harbors hidden talents. Snap! Lin Ze chuckled, unfurling a folding fan and gently waving it as he strolled deeper into the academy. Master Zhang Tong cast a final glance at Master Zeng's corpse, then scrutinized everyone present. Under Zhang Tong's piercing gaze, the crowd felt a wave of apprehension. Thankfully, Zhang Tong merely glanced before following Lin Ze. Let us proceed. Master, shall we dispose of this traitor's body? Zhang Tong turned back to glance at everyone. At this moment, young Master Lin would prefer none of you to lag behind. This remark sent a shiver through everyone, and they hurriedly agreed, leaving Master Zeng's body behind as they swiftly followed suit. At the Lin residence, a swordsman bearing a heavy iron sword arrived at the gates of the Lin estate. Halt! This is the Lin family's stronghold. The guards stationed at the entrance of the Lin residence sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the figure before them and hurriedly positioned themselves to block the swordsman from entering. The swordsman lifted his eyelids and spoke. I am the esteemed Xian Zhongjian Wang, ranked 8th on the divine martial rankings. Xianzhong Jianwang? The Xianzhong Jianwang, a peak existence at the 9th level of the acquired realm, renowned throughout the Northern Star for his mastery of the great sword. He reigns supreme among swords. With a single heavy sword, he wields his art with such finesse that he can shatter myriad techniques with brute force, determining the outcome with a single strike. 5 years ago, after a fierce battle, he gained further insight into the way of the heavy sword and declared a retreat for quiet cultivation, remaining detached from the world for 5 years. Now, having emerged, he is surely even more formidable than before. The guards exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. We are honored by the presence of Xianzhong Jianwang. May we inquire what brings you to the Lin residence? With a powerful tremor, the swordsman thrust his heavy sword into the air, which then crashed down with a thunderous sound before the Lin residence. Bang! The sword struck the ground like a falling star, causing the earth to shudder. I have come to challenge Lin Ze, the young master of the Lin family, and reclaim the 7th position on the divine martial rankings. Having spoken, Xianzhong Jianwang cast a sidelong glance at the guards, who wore expressions of concern. Do not fret. This is but a normal exchange between martial artists, to be kept within bounds. Quickly informed the second young master. One of the guards replied, Alas, the young master is not within the residence at this moment. He has been appointed as the chief of the Mirror Division and set off early to the Northern Star Academy to cleanse it of any corruption. Xianzhong Jianwang furrowed his brow. Are you implying that I pose a threat to the second young master? Are you intentionally deceiving me about his absence? The guards shook their heads. The young master's inspection of the Northern Star Academy is a matter of great importance. If you were to inquire with any passerby, they would confirm our words. We would never dare to mislead you. With a sharp clap, Xianzhong Jianwang struck his heavy sword, which trembled and soared into the air before he secured it upon his back. The Northern Star Academy? How splendid! Both of my adversaries are there. In that case, I shall make my way to the Northern Star Academy. With the heavy sword upon his back, Xianzhong Jianwang's speed remained undiminished. In a single step, he vanished from sight, heading towards the Northern Star Academy. Chapter 27. The Maiden in Pink at the Northern Star Academy. A scholar clad in white rushed into the Chongqing Hall. A group of students who had passed the autumn examination had been waiting there for quite some time. After witnessing the upheaval at the Golden Autumn Banquet and seeing Lin Ze's true nature, many of them harbored deep admiration for this peerless talent. Thus, upon hearing that Lin Ze, now the chief of the Mirror Division, would personally assess them, they were all exceptionally excited, having prepared well in advance for his arrival. As soon as they saw the white-clad scholar burst in, they eagerly inquired, What news? Has the second young master arrived? The scholar gasped for breath and urged, Do not ask. Prepare yourselves quickly. A grave matter has arisen. Master Zeng was just killed by the second young master at the academy's entrance. What? Master Zeng? How could this be? The white-clad scholar surveyed the assembled students and spoke in a grave and chilling tone. Our academy is tainted. Beyond us students, even the higher-ups have been compromised. Master Zeng was the one the second young master personally exposed. What did you say? Even the higher-ups. What is there to be surprised about? It was to be expected. If traitors and conspirators could hide among the academy's students for so long, evading the eyes of numerous masters, it would be strange indeed if none among the higher-ups aided them. The rot of a tree often starts from its roots. But how did the second young master discover this? The white-clad scholar elaborated. I overheard from a distance that someone within our academy hired assassins to eliminate the second young master. This incited his wrath, and he employed some special means to sense Master Zheng's abnormal heartbeat, thus exposing him. I see. The second young master's methods are indeed enigmatic. As the group engaged in discussion, sitting at the forefront was Xia Qinghe, calmly flipping through several treatises, appearing engrossed in the wisdom of the ancients. However, her mind was far from the texts. She repeatedly turned the pages, stuck on just a few. Stop flipping. You'll wear the book out. Besides Xia Qinghe, a maiden in pink observed her with a smirk, teasing, I wonder where that illustrious second young master is? You seem rather entranced. Xia Qinghe snapped back to reality and shot a glare at the maiden. What nonsense are you spouting? The maiden in pink pouted. I know not who is speaking nonsense. But since the Golden Autumn Banquet, you've been daydreaming. I must see what charm this Lin family's second young master possesses to captivate you so. As she spoke, a peculiar glint flickered in the maiden's eyes. Xia Qinghe, feeling flustered and annoyed, lightly jabbed the maiden's waist. I've told you to stop talking nonsense. Ouch! You! Tap, tap, tap. The second young master is arriving. Prepare yourselves. Everyone immediately sat upright, ceasing their actions and adopting formal postures. Accompanied by a light patter of footsteps, Lin Ze and Zhang Tong entered Changqing Hall. Greetings, Chief Lin. Salutations, Lord of the Residence and esteemed masters. There's no need for excessive formalities. As Lin Ze entered the hall, he cast a glance at all the students. Upon spotting Xia Qinghe, he momentarily froze, for he noticed a maiden in pink standing beside her. The maiden in pink was charming and vivacious, exuding the youthful vitality of spring, reminiscent of a lively and adorable neighbor girl. Her beauty rivaled that of Xia Qinghe, both possessing an allure that could topple nations. Her large, glistening eyes framed by delicate crescent brows, complemented by a porcelain-like face adorned with cherry lips and a well-defined nose, created a visage that was exquisitely balanced. Her long, jet-black hair, with a hint of subtle red, shimmered with a unique fervor. Standing together, it was difficult to determine who was more beautiful. Each had their own merits and admirers. This left Lin Ze somewhat astonished, as he recalled that in the original novel, the only renowned beauty at the Northern Star Academy was Xia Qinghe. Otherwise, with the protagonist's halo, he would have already been swept into the harem. Moreover, crucially, it appeared that the two shared a rather amicable relationship. How peculiar. Did Xia Qinghe have a friend with such distinct features in the original text? Lin Ze furrowed his brow. Noticing Lin Ze's frown, the students were startled, fearing that another traitor among them had been uncovered. Xia Qinghe, on the other hand, was bewildered. During the Golden Autumn banquet, he had looked at her with pity, and now he was frowning? Was her appearance so unappealing or bizarre? Xia Qinghe was utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, the maiden in pink looked at Lin Ze with a curious glimmer in her eyes, occasionally glancing at the high-ranking officials of the academy. Her gaze flitting between Lin Ze and the higher-ups as if assessing something. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. Fortunately, Lin Ze merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. He casually remarked, "I recall that in each autumn examination, the Northern Star Academy has traditionally had only 50 students on the list. Given the number of rebels who perished during the Golden Autumn banquet, it seems that the remaining count is rather excessive. Is it not?" A master promptly explained, reporting to Chief Lin, "Due to the far-reaching implications of the assassination incident during the Golden Autumn banquet, many high-ranking officials have fallen, leaving numerous positions vacant in the imperial court. Thus, His Majesty has specifically instructed us to increase the quota for students entering the court, resulting in an urgent adjustment of various important positions. We conducted another major examination, selecting 38 from the 6-year students, 17 from the 5-year students, and 8 from the 4-year students, totaling 63. The master presented a roster of 63 students. Lin Ze casually nodded, flipping through the list as a mere formality before setting it aside. The court's requirements were of no concern to him. How the Northern Star Academy conducted its assessments was equally irrelevant. His current focus lay solely on two objectives. Lin Ze surveyed the gathered crowd. There are two matters at hand. The first matter at hand, esteemed Zeng. I trust you are all familiar with him? The crowd nodded in agreement. Lin Ze then inquired, "Last night, did any of you happen to see Zeng return?" The students were momentarily taken aback. Did Zeng go out last night? Zeng was not particularly skilled and was not regarded as a prominent figure within the academy. Thus he did not attract much attention. For a moment, no one responded. No one? Lin Ze continued, "Then allow me to rephrase my question. With whom does Zeng maintain the closest relations on a daily basis?" At that moment, a girl in pink standing beside Xia Qinghe suddenly rose, exclaiming, "Zeng, I saw him." Upon hearing the girl in pink speak, Lin Ze's interest was piqued. "Very well, do share." However, the girl in pink suddenly broke into an enigmatic smile. "Lin, not only do I know Zeng, but I am also aware of a matter that could shake the foundations of Beichin Academy. I wonder if you dare to hear it?" With a snap, Lin Ze closed his folding fan, and his demeanor instantly transformed, becoming as profound as an abyss, shrouded in mystery. His voice, imbued with power and absolute confidence, resonated in the ears of the girl, amplifying the enigmatic figure in her eyes. "I am eager to hear the details." Chapter 28. The Lord of the Academy is a traitor. Lin Ze's calm and composed tone seemed to fortify the girl in pink with immense confidence. "Excellent. Since you are willing to listen, I shall speak boldly." The girl in pink glanced at the senior members of the academy, her gaze fixed intensely on a particular individual. Then, her next words were earth-shattering, capturing the attention of all present. "The Lord of the Academy, Zhang Tong, is a spy for the traitors." Upon the utterance of such words, the students and instructors alike were thrown into turmoil. They reacted as if a pot of boiling water had suddenly erupted. "What did you just say?" "Preposterous. Utterly absurd. Outrageous. How dare you slander the Lord of the Academy? Disrespectful. Do you not remember the decorum taught to you at our academy?" The Lord of the Academy has diligently taught and nurtured since the founding of Beichen, contributing countless pillars to the court and leaving an indelible mark on our development. To label such a heroic figure as a traitor is nothing short of madness. If he were indeed a traitor, then what does that make us? Someone dragged this brazen fool out for her treachery. The crowd was a mix of shock and fury. Who was Zhang Tong, the head of Beichen Academy, one of the founding heroes of Beichen? His contributions and status within the literary sphere were akin to Lin Ze's position in the military. He was a venerable elder of Beichen's literary world, a spiritual pillar for scholars. At least one-third of the civil officials in the court today stem from the academy he established, with a significant portion of the court's officials being directly appointed by him. To accuse such a monumental figure of treachery is utterly ludicrous. The crowd seethed with indignation. Yet, the girl in pink remained unfazed, her gaze locked onto Lin Ze. Lin Ze cast a glance at the agitated assembly, silencing them. Those who betray their mentors and ancestors are despicable. Seize her. To accuse the Lord of the Academy, it is she who is the true traitor, attempting to incite discord within Beichen. The crowd was still seething with rage, hurling insults at the girl in pink. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy emanated from Lin Ze. Spreading from his center, a chilling spiritual pressure surged forth, enveloping the entire Chongqing Hall in an icy grip. Silence. With that single command, the autumn sunlight outside seemed to freeze, its brightness dissipating, replaced by a deep, foreboding gloom. Frost flowers crystallized upon the floor of the hall. A layer of frost coated the walls. Cold, bone-chilling cold, a chill that penetrated the soul. It was as if, in an instant, they had plunged into the depths of winter. A gentle exhalation revealed the breath of mist. Everyone gasped in horror, silenced by the oppressive atmosphere. At this moment, Lin Ze was surrounded by an aura of frigid low pressure, resembling a sovereign of ice ruling over a frozen realm. His eyes harbored the depth of ancient glaciers, revealing a coldness capable of freezing anyone in their tracks. They had every reason to believe that anyone who dared to speak out again would be turned to ice. Silence fell over the assembly, no one daring to utter a word. Even Zhang Tong, the head of the academy, ranked 6th on the divine martial rankings, found himself uncertain. This pressure, had he truly crossed that threshold? No, it seemed otherwise. Zhang Tong's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Lin Ze then spoke, "If you wish to hear, then listen attentively. A person of integrity has nothing to fear from shadows. Whether right or wrong, I shall decide after hearing all. Why the urgency? What is it that makes you feel threatened by her words?" Lin Ze's cold gaze swept over each instructor. "Is it her words that incite you to silence her?" "No, we would not dare. It is best that you do not." Lin Ze found a chair, sat down, and with a snap of his fan, summoned a frigid wind that swept through the hall. "From this moment forth, should anyone interrupt her, I shall consider them a traitor and execute them on the spot." "Zhang, what do you think?" Zhang Tong glanced at the girl in pink, his expression calm, as if he believed this was merely a misunderstanding or a farce. "Lin is entirely correct. I stand firm in my integrity." Lin Ze nodded, turning to the girl in pink, who appeared momentarily dazed. The unfolding narrative baffled him. The notion of an internal traitor within the academy was not something that would be conclusively proven until the protagonists began to reveal their prowess and gradually investigated for nearly a year. Yet here, they had skipped the verification process entirely, arriving at a definitive conclusion. Where did this girl in pink emerge from? Casting an odd glance at her, Lin Ze said, "Very well, please continue." The girl in pink stared blankly at Lin Ze for a moment, parted her lips as if to speak but hesitated. Xia Qinghe nudged her gently. After a moment, she swallowed her thoughts and resumed, "The origin of this matter is as follows. Not long ago, I was practicing on the Academy's rear mountain when I inadvertently overheard a conspiracy among those traitors during the Golden Autumn Feast. They repeatedly mentioned that there were high-ranking insiders among the Academy's leadership, wielding significant power. Moreover, it was evident that they believed this insider would never be suspected. Beichen Academy is not a particularly complex power structure. The hierarchy is straightforward. The instructors are generally of equal rank, with only a few exceptions, but none wield overwhelming power. The heads of the various academic divisions have changed hands numerous times over the years. Only the heads of the martial and literary institutes, as well as head Zhang Tong, have remained since the Academy's inception. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tong remained impassive. However, the heads of the martial and literary institutes exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, instinctively wanting to reprimand her. But upon meeting Lin Ze's unfriendly, icy demeanor, they restrained themselves, compelled to let her continue. The girl in pink spoke again, thus, from that moment, I began to suspect these three individuals. I discreetly observed the connections between the traders at the Golden Autumn Feast and these three. This observation revealed numerous points of suspicion. Although these points may seem normal to some of you, when viewed through the lens of prior assumptions, they become exceedingly questionable. For instance, if I already believe Zhang Tong to be the traitor, every detail of his actions could be magnified infinitely. He often goes out. I wondered if he secretly met with the traders of Longdu. He often meets students in the dead of night, addressing their inquiries. And I cannot help but suspect they are clandestinely exchanging plans. The girl in the powder-colored attire articulated a series of dubious points. Chapter 29, 3 Chances to Strike. The crowd at Beichen Academy gradually delved deeper into contemplation as the girl in powder spoke. At first glance, it seemed somewhat plausible. By retroactively deducing evidence from established facts, it is indeed possible to amplify numerous details, leading to conclusions. However, this is ultimately merely speculation based on the words of an internal traitor, and everything rests solely on the one-sided testimony of the girl in powder, lacking any definitive proof. To fabricate a crime is to find a pretext. To accuse the esteemed Zhang Tongtang, a master of the postnatal peak and a venerable elder of the Beichen literary world, seems rather frivolous. The assembly listened to the girl in powder with a mixture of hesitation and restraint. Xiaqing cast a worried glance at the girl, who in turn returned a reassuring look. She then turned to Zhang Tong, a strange smile playing at her lips. I am aware that all of the above is merely my one-sided account, making it difficult to definitively characterize Zhang Fuju's traitorous identity. But fret not, for I possess a decisive piece of evidence that you cannot evade. Observing the enigmatic smile at the corner of the girl's mouth, Zhang Tong narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers tightening unnaturally. This student is not right. The others were equally stirred by the girl's proclamation. She has decisive evidence to affirm the Fuju's treachery? Surely not. Could it be that the Fuju truly? Amidst the uncertainty, the girl in powder continued, enunciating each word deliberately. The 3rd floor of the Mianshu building, shelf number 2, the 9th book from the left. As she unveiled her words, Zhang Tong's expression gradually morphed into an inscrutable mask. A flickering shadow of inexplicable darkness danced in his eyes. If the former Zhang Tong exuded righteousness and tranquility, the current him appeared shrouded in obscurity, like a deep, ancient well. How about this evidence? Zhang Fuju, shall I continue? Or will you send Lin Ze personally to verify? Zhang Tong fell silent, remaining mute for an extended period. The atmosphere in Beichen Academy shifted into an eerie stillness. The onlookers felt their hearts tighten. Why was Zhang Tong not speaking? Could it be that he truly is a spy for the Wolf Capital? No, that cannot be. He is the spiritual leader of the Beichen literati, a founding elder of Beichen. How could he possibly be a traitor? The heads of the literary and martial academies, anxious, pressed Zhang Tong for a response. Fuju, she must be spouting nonsense. You are certainly not a spy for the Wolf Capital, are you? Zhang Tong glanced at the two and sighed deeply. After a moment, he turned his gaze to the girl in powder. The Mianshu building is my private collection. Forbidden doll, the 3rd floor is further protected by my wards. How did you manage to infiltrate it? Upon uttering this, the crowd erupted in uproar. Zhang Tong's statement was tantamount to publicly admitting that his secret had been exposed by the girl in powder, confessing to his identity as a spy for the Wolf Capital. This, Fuju, how could you? You are the embodiment of our Beichen literati. Why would you ally with the Wolf Capital, an adversary of Beichen? The gathering felt as if the heavens had collapsed. They had always revered him, viewing him as the perfect embodiment of a scholar. Yet he had just confessed to being a traitor. At that moment, their faith wavered violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Why? Your position in Beichen is nearly second to none, and with your postnatal peak prowess, even the emperor must afford you respect. Why would you ally with the Wolf Capital? Zhang Tong offered no reply, merely awaiting the girl's response. The girl in powder smirked, softly remarking, that contraption of yours hardly constitutes a ward. It would be the subject of ridicule elsewhere. What? In any case, I have my own methods. How I discovered this is of no concern to you, Fuju. Perhaps you should contemplate how to explain this to Lin Ze. With that, the girl in powder wore a look of amusement. A postnatal peak expert is no weakling, particularly in a place like Beichen, where battles among postnatal peaks are a rarity. Moreover, one among them is of prodigious caliber. She must observe closely. Hearing her words, Zhang Tong sighed deeply. There are always greater talents beyond the horizon. I never anticipated that after a lifetime of concealment, I would be seen through by a mere girl. Subsequently, Zhang Tong's gaze fell upon Lin Ze. Lin Ze chuckled. I was wondering why the esteemed master of the divine martial rankings, who ranks 6th, is being so polite today. It seems you're feeling guilty. Zhang Tong replied solemnly. We are both postnatal peaks. Should we engage in a confrontation, it would inevitably lead to mutual destruction. This would only benefit the Bachin royal family. Given the current state of the Lin family, you must be aware of the need for restraint. We are, in fact, fellow travelers, Zhang Tong said meaningfully. Why not pretend to be unaware of this matter and turn a blind eye? Slap. Lin Ze snapped his folding fan shut, tracing the jade carvings with his fingers. Indeed, from a certain perspective, we are fellow travelers. I, too, do not relish meddling in others' affairs. Bachin Academy can handle its own matters, whether Fuzhou is a rebel. I apologize, but that does not concern me. As for the duties of the Mirror Envoy, a postnatal 9th layer peak expert has always been one to heed proclamations rather than commands within the Bachin dynasty. If I am pleased, I am the Mirror Envoy. If not, it matters not who you are. Furthermore, the status of Lin Ze's imperial grandfather is still uncertain. I would not deliberately provoke him, considering the blood ties to the Li family. Thus, whether Bachin's Fuzhou is a traitor holds no interest for Lin Ze. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tong's expression brightened, believing Lin Ze to have been swayed by his words. However, Lin Ze slowly raised his head, although his face still bore a teasing smile. That smile was as cold as ice, sending chills down the spine. You must not, under any circumstances, entertain the notion of making a move against me. Lin Ze produced a jade vial containing a specially crafted poison, attempting to assassinate me and spreading poison. Quite the audacious game you are playing, grandson. Zhang Tong's expression darkened slightly. This is the will of the Wolf Capital. Your talents have become a threat to them. They will not permit you to live. Despite my repeated efforts to persuade them that your Lin family could be of use to us, the Wolf Capital remains unyielding. The assassination plot is not of my choosing. Lin Ze shook his head in amusement. How amusing it is that with age comes a diminishing spirit. Very well, very well. 3 chances. I grant you 3 opportunities to strike. It is a gesture of respect from me to an elder. Chapter 30. Postnatal 9th layer. The mysterious realm. How arrogant of this young pup. 3 chances to strike? Even if Lin Ze possesses unparalleled skills when compared to the seasoned Zhang Tong, not even the Bachin Emperor or Lin Ao would dare to be so presumptuous. Zhang Tong laughed in disbelief. Meanwhile, the assembly, still grappling with Zhang Tong's treachery, found themselves momentarily stunned by Lin Ze's proclamation. 3 chances for Zhang Tong to strike. This. Zhang Tong is a long-established postnatal peak expert. He achieved the postnatal peak 30 years ago, mastering the gentlemanly righteousness technique to an extraordinary degree, his strength unfathomable. He ranks 6th on the divine martial rankings. This ranking is merely a result of Zhang Tong's low profile and aversion to conflict. If one were to strive with utmost determination, then throughout the entire Bachin dynasty, perhaps only Lin Ao and the Emperor of Bachin could confidently claim to surpass Zhang Tong. Faced with such formidable strength, how could Lin Ze dare to challenge him with merely 3 moves? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Had they misheard? Or had they all gone mad? Lin Zongshi must not be so reckless. Zhang Tong, that cunning old rascal, has lurked within the academy for many years, his machinations running deep. His true strength is certainly not as simple as he presents. Although you are a youthful prodigy, one must remain vigilant against such an adversary. Indeed, Zhang Tong is treacherous, having colluded with wolves for years, and he must possess a plethora of hidden tactics. Lin Zongshi must not underestimate him. Zongshi, you must eradicate that despicable rogue Zhang Tong. People are often like this. The greater the hope once harbored, the more profound the disappointment that follows its shattering. They once viewed Zhang Tong as a beacon of spiritual faith, as an aspiration to pursue. Yet now, as Zhang Tong's true visage is revealed, their faith has been cast down from its pedestal. All their admiration and yearning have been obliterated. In its place lies an abyss of hatred, a profound humiliation wrought by betrayal and deceit. Many fervent individuals from the academy vehemently condemned Zhang Tong, fearing Lin Ze might fall victim to the old rogue schemes. Of course, some remained ensnared in their illusions, unwilling to awaken. They believed Zhang Tong had merely strayed down a misguided path in a moment of impulse, or that he harbored some unavoidable hardship. Lord, you must have your reasons, right? You often teach us to be loyal to our sovereign and to steadfastly uphold the path of a gentleman. I cannot believe you are a traitor to the wolves. You must have simply taken a wrong turn. How could you betray Beichin? The Beichin Academy buzzed with excitement. Only Xia Qinghe and the girl in pink stood silently, quietly observing and listening, without uttering a word. The sorrows and joys of individuals seldom resonate with one another. For them, Beichin and the Academy were merely temporary abodes for learning and advancement. They would enter and exit freely, without anyone being indispensable, nor would they ever idolize anyone. Thus, the two girls continued to watch and listen. Yet, whenever they glanced at Lin Ze, a spark of brilliance would ignite in their eyes. Zhang Tong, amidst the condemnation and lamentations of the Academy, wore a countenance tinged with complexity. After all, the Beichin Academy was a lifetime's worth of his blood, sweat, and tears, to which he had devoted considerable emotion. However, this fleeting complexity dissipated in an instant, as he coldly proclaimed, "Betray Beichin? Perhaps you have all forgotten that once both Beichin and the wolves shared the name Wuan, the Li family of Beichin, a mere band of rebellious traitors." With that said, Zhang Tong ceased further discourse with the Academy members and turned his gaze toward Lin Ze, deeming further words unnecessary. "Let us commence." Upon uttering those words, Zantongé sera surgit dramatically. A magnificent righteousness emanated from him, enveloping the entire realm. In an instant, the boundless righteous energy filled the heavens and the earth. Above Beichin, the winds roared and the clouds swirled. Waves of pure, sacred energy, symbolizing supreme righteousness, swept across the imperial capital, rising and falling like crashing waves, stirring up mountains of snow. An endless tide of purity engulfed the entire imperial capital. In that moment, the city was submerged in a wave of righteous energy. The malevolence and darkness within every heart were suppressed by this overwhelming force of righteousness. All who bore the weight of sin felt as though they were struck by lightning, as if celestial beings had descended to deliver their final judgment upon them. What is happening? Is this the realm of the divine? The postnatal ninth level of the divine realm possesses the ability to sense the heavens, and when unleashed with full force, can summon storms and calm the seas. Such phenomena indicate that a being of the divine realm is about to unleash their full power. At this moment, the entire imperial capital was in shock. The number of beings at the postnatal ninth level of the divine realm in the Beichin dynasty was exceedingly limited, most of whom were currently in seclusion, striving for the innate divine human realm. It is rare for an ordinary person to witness even a single entity of the divine realm, let alone see one unleash their full might. Such beings can obliterate mountains with a single blow. A single individual can stand against a nation. An ordinary person could never compel them to this extent. If a being of the divine realm were to unleash their full strength, it would mean their opponent was also a being of the divine realm. Two beings of the divine realm would truly be a celestial clash, with mortals suffering the consequences. Should anything go awry, the very ground beneath them may not remain intact. As such, every heart grew tense. At the entrance of the Beichin Academy, Xian Zhongjin Wang gazed at the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky, murmuring, "Goodness, Zhang Tong, you have concealed yourself remarkably well." The sixth rank of the divine martial list seems to have been underestimated. However, as he spoke, Xian Zhongjin Wang halted his steps toward the entrance. "To compel you to unleash your full power, it seems that the newly ascended seventh rank of the divine martial list, young Master Lin, is no ordinary foe." He set down his heavy sword and sat upon it. He was unconcerned with how the two were entangled in conflict. His sole interest lay in how far each had progressed along the path of the divine realm. With arms crossed and focused intent, Xian Zhongjin Wang awaited the arrival of a momentous battle. Within the Beichin Academy, the air was thick with righteous energy. Zhang Tong was poised, his power brimming as if a sage of culture had possessed him, manifesting the might of a pinnacle postnatal divine realm. Yet, Lin Ze continued to twirl his folding fan, exhibiting no signs of readiness. He stood there, akin to an ancient pine tree, proud against the heavens, awaiting Zhang Tong's assault. Clearly, Lin Ze intended to allow him to strike first with 3 moves. Zhang Tong, infuriated, exclaimed, "This arrogant youth. Today, I shall teach Lin Ao a lesson on behalf of the Academy." With that declaration, Zhang Tong concentrated all his energy. Whoosh! A colossal phantom of a sage surged forth, akin to an astral spirit departing its vessel. In mid-air, myriad forms manifested. Sometimes he transformed into a fierce tiger, at other times a mighty dragon, and then again into 1,000 soldiers and horses. Attack! The myriad forms converged, all charging toward Lin Ze. The momentum was fierce, as if he sought to rend Lin Ze into shreds. However, amidst this overwhelming spectacle, Lin Ze remained unfazed, neither evading nor resisting. Under the terrified gazes of all, Lin Ze raised his fan and gently waved it. A gentle breeze swept through, and Zhang Tong's formidable strike dissipated in an instant. Chapter 31. Do you have any final words? The endless tide returned to tranquility. Lin Ze stood amidst the gentle breeze, dismissing such trivial probing tactics as mere embarrassment. My patience is limited. You have 2 more chances. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Tong's expression darkened ominously. Very well. Since you seek death with such fervor, I shall grant your wish today. With that, Zhang Tong unleashed his true prowess, the righteous qi of the gentleman. One word to stabilize the mountains and rivers. Stabilize. Zhang Tong uttered the word stabilize. With a grand gesture, a drop of black ink fell from the void. The inky stain spread, swiftly engulfing the entire expanse. Within the Bachan Academy, the air quaked, creating ripples across the landscape. That drop of black ink nurtured the mysterious, evolving into magnificent mountains and rivers. Thus, undulating shadows of majestic mountains, reminiscent of ancient divine peaks, materialized within the void. Its presence was akin to an ancient godly mountain transcending the barriers of time and space, completely subduing the world. Stabilize, stabilize, stabilize. The immense power of suppression emanated from those mountains, pressing down upon everyone. They felt every hair, every pore, every inch of their skin being ravaged by tremendous force. It weighed down like mountains, relentlessly compelling them to bow their heads, to kneel in submission. Simultaneously, that mountain released drops of ink infused with cultural energy, evolving into boundless righteous qi, as if a sage of culture were painting the landscape, declaring dominion over the nation. He embodied the purest form of righteousness, his every action representing justice, a manifestation of the true path of the world, capable of shattering the inner darkness of all, rendering them unable to face the truth. Shamed by their own inadequacies, beneath the overwhelming righteous qi of this sage of culture, the hearts of all bore immense pressure, as their prior anger and betrayal were forcefully suppressed, unable to rise even a fraction. They even began to entertain the notion that Zhang Tong's actions were just, and that the Bachan dynasty was the true embodiment of treachery. Once this thought arose, the actions and words of the cultured gentleman seemed to embody the profound principles of the universe, rendering them increasingly timid, as they felt complicit in aiding the rebels. Their hearts burdened with guilt. This is what is termed the righteous spirit of a gentleman, capable of stabilizing mountains and rivers. Thunderous roars reverberated. Within the landscape, the heavens were startled by a sudden storm. An overwhelming righteousness, accompanied by the booming of thunder, descended upon the world, bringing forth an immense pressure of judgment. The endless mountains appeared to come alive, faintly revealing the shadow of a colossal dragon spanning the northern star. They harmonized with one another, orchestrating a grand judgment that rode upon the righteousness of heaven and earth. Lin Ze, child of the forest, prepare to pay the price for your arrogance. Zhang Tong, shrouded in the ink of the vast mountains and rivers, launched a full-scale assault against Lin Ze. The majestic and resplendent landscape immediately surged forth like an ancient divine mountain, pressing relentlessly against Lin Ze, crushing and suppressing the entire void. Yet, no trace of fear marred Lin Ze's countenance. Instead, he appeared eager for the challenge. He remarked, "At last, it resembles the essence of the postnatal 9th level." With that, deep violet flames ignited upon his form, roaring flames, hissing sounds. As the flames blazed, strands of thunder leapt within the fire. Hiss! Deep violet lightning entwined around the flames, encircling Lin Ze entirely. They intertwined, giving birth to a unique power of thunder and fire. The true essence of minor thunder fire. LV10. Break! Boom! The formidable power of thunder and fire erupted. A scorching purple lightning bolt, ablaze with fervent flames, suddenly cleaved through the vast skies, tearing apart Zhang Tong's magnificent landscape. Subsequently, it breached the barriers of the mountains and rivers, hurtling toward Zhang Tong at an imperceptible speed. In a flash of lightning, with a thunderous crash, bang, puffed, wah, cough. None of them had time to react. That deep violet lightning, like a galloping dragon, sent Zhang Tong flying, stirring up a cloud of dust. Thud! Zhang Tong crashed heavily onto the bluestone surface of the North Star Academy, embedding the bricks into a deep ravine, leaving a chaotic scene filled with a web of cracks. He only came to a halt upon colliding with the southern wall of the academy, forged from solid gold and iron. Tunk? What? Zhang Tong stared at Lin Ze in disbelief, wanting to speak, but blood surged upwards, and he violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Cough! Within the North Star Academy, silence reigned. All were dumbstruck. They glanced at Lin Ze, then at Zhang Tong. At this moment, Zhang Tong was drenched in blood, utterly disheveled, no longer resembling the elegant and virtuous scholar in his azure robe. In stark contrast, Lin Ze was engulfed in deep violet flames of thunder, commanding lightning and fire. Appearing as if he were a celestial being, the disparity between the two was glaringly evident. Gulp! Everyone found it hard to believe, struggling to swallow. Zhang Tong. Defeated? The esteemed Zhang Tong, a seasoned powerhouse of the postnatal 9th level. And just like that, he was vanquished? Moreover, it occurred under circumstances where Lin Ze had allowed him to strike first, granting him ample time. The scholars and students of North Star Academy were bewildered, utterly confounded. Were they not dreaming? Both were peak powerhouses of the postnatal realm. How could a seasoned veteran like Zhang Tong be so utterly devastated in a single move? Merely one move. A single move was all it took to defeat him? Even if the North Star Emperor and Lin Ao had joined forces, it was inconceivable that Zhang Tong could have fallen so decisively, with not an ounce of resistance. The crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless, their minds scattered in astonishment. Even the typically composed Xia Qinghe and the enigmatic girl in pink were momentarily dazed. They were stunned, and Lin Ze was equally taken aback. He had merely unleashed a casual burst of the minor thunder fire essence. It hardly qualified as an attack. Could Zhang Tong truly be that weak? Lin Ze fell silent for a moment, then shook his head in resignation. Was Zhang Tong weak? As the 6th-ranked figure on the North Star Divine Martial Rankings and a peak powerhouse of the postnatal realm, Zhang Tong was certainly not weak. His inability to withstand Lin Ze's strike was not due to his own weakness, but rather Lin Ze's overwhelming strength. With a godly comprehension, he had consumed all the martial arts knowledge from the Lin and Royal Li families, elevating them to an entirely new level. The transformations brought about by these hundreds of techniques were astonishing, having reached a point where quantitative change resulted in qualitative change. This rendered Lin Ze's combat prowess beyond the measure of ordinary standards. What he deemed a casual strike could very well be a cataclysmic blow that others could not endure. How tiresome! Enough is enough. With a slight sigh, Lin Ze dissipated the thunder flames. The excitement that once filled his heart had now evaporated, and he no longer felt inclined to continue playing with Zhang Tong. Through this battle with Zhang Tong, Lin Ze had come to understand. At this level of postnatal cultivation, he would find no worthy opponent. His rivals must be sought among the innate divine beings. Thus, Lin Ze, disinterested, slowly approached Zhang Tong. It seems you have no chance for a final move. Lin Ze extended his hand. The power of the 8 desolations coalesced in his grasp, emanating a lethal threat of death. Do you have any final words? Chapter 32. Where is my grand protagonist? Zhang Tong, trembling, extended a finger towards Lin Ze. Have you already taken that step? Lin Ze cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Tong. Your final words are rather unique. With that, the 8 desolations technique from the autumn festival re-emerged. Whoosh! The winds howled. A terrifying force of suction gathered in Lin Ze's hand, forming a colossal eye of the storm. Zhang Tong was completely engulfed by the tempest within Lin Ze's grasp, his body rapidly contorting and being crushed. In an instant, Zhang Tong was twisted into a small sphere, which Lin Ze crushed with a single palm, reducing him to mere dust. All his blood was instantly vaporized into smoke by the searing heat, dissipating into the air. Thus fell a pinnacle existence of the postnatal 9th level. Witnessing this, the people of North Star Academy were left in a daze. The esteemed Zhang Tong, such a significant figure, had perished just like that? It was almost too clean and decisive. Especially the heads of the literary and martial colleges, who had worked alongside Zhang Tong for many years, had always regarded him as a mentor and friend, a paragon of literary virtue. To see such a fate befall him, ending his life so abruptly, left them lamenting. However, on the other hand, as a peak postnatal master with years of experience at North Star Academy, Zhang Tong undoubtedly held considerable influence in the Wolf capital, possessing access to vital intelligence. If they could unearth all his secret information, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to the wolf capital. Alas, he had not disclosed this intelligence before meeting his end. What a pity. With this thought, the two quickly straightened their attire, signaling to those around them. The crowd regained their composure and hurriedly congratulated Lin Ze. Congratulations, Lin, for slaying the bandit and safeguarding our North Star's peace. Thank you, Lin, for ridding our academy of this great menace. Otherwise, we would have been deceived by the old bandit for much longer. Lin has achieved a remarkable feat. We shall certainly report this. Lin Ze accepted the handkerchief offered by his attendant, wiping his hands. He merely stumbled into my line of fire. If thanks are to be given, it should be to that. Lin Ze glanced at the girl in pink. The interest that had dissipated due to Zhang Tong's sudden demise was rekindled. By the way, what is your name? The girl in pink, a variable absent from the original plot, had torn the script to shreds upon her arrival. Where had she emerged from? The girl in pink, regaining her senses, cast Lin Ze a peculiar and complex look. My name is Wu Tong. Lin Ze nodded. Wu Tong. Is it? He scrutinized Wu Tong, noting that despite her postnatal 3rd-level cultivation, she could see through Zhang Tong, a postnatal 9th-level master. You possess quite the talent. Very well. I shall remember you. Wu Tong's expression faltered. Please do not remember me. I simply did not wish for North Star, this tranquil place, to be destroyed, causing me to struggle to relocate. She quickly added, it was merely a stroke of luck indeed. Thus, I hope your fortunate streak continues unabated. After Lin Ze uttered this remark with a smile, he deftly shifted the conversation. He had not forgotten that his visit to Beichin was motivated by 2 significant matters. The first, concerning Zhang Tong, the traitor who conspired against him, had been resolved, but there loomed a graver concern. Hence, Lin Ze broached the second issue, stating, when I arrived, I mentioned there were 2 matters. The first has been addressed. As for the second, I have heard that your esteemed academy has a... Suddenly, Lin Ze experienced a moment of clarity. Wu Tong. He incredulously turned his gaze, locking it onto the girl in pink. Good heavens, this is a serious problem. The girl, Wu Tong, was bewildered by his intense scrutiny. What does this mean? She quickly glanced down at herself, confirming her attire was proper and that she bore no unsightly marks. What did you say your name was? Wu Tong. Wu Tong reiterated, affirming, yes, Wu Tong. To ensure you hear me correctly, I mean the Wu Tong from Fengqi Wu Tong. Was there an issue, Lin Zongshi? Lin Ze fell silent for a moment. He waved his hand, summoning the heads of the literary and martial academies. They hurried to stand before him, awaiting his command. Lin Ze softly inquired, does your academy have another individual by the name of Wu Tong? Even similar names would suffice. The two pondered briefly before decisively replying, no. There is only this one named Wu Tong. Lin Ze squinted, further questioning, is this Wu Tong a student of your 5-year program? I did not encounter her at the Golden Autumn Banquet. Indeed. What the hell? This is a grave issue. Something is amiss in this world. Where is my protagonist? Where is that significant character destined to trigger absurd plot lines with his foolish, luck-driven aura? How did you become Wu Tong? Lin Ze felt an immediate headache. There could be no mistake. The only Wu Tong is indeed a 5-year student. This is undoubtedly the original protagonist, Wu Tong. I wondered where this mysterious girl in pink had emerged from. It turns out you are the original protagonist. This is maddening. The heads of the literary and martial academies, observing Lin Ze's fluctuating expression, assumed there was an issue with Wu Tong's identity. They exchanged glances with her before leaning closer to Lin Ze, whispering, Lin Zongshi. Could there be a problem with this Wu Tong's identity? Lin Ze shook his head. No, it's nothing. I merely had a friend in the past who shared this name, and I was curious, prompting me to ask a few more questions. Naturally, the two did not believe Lin Ze's words. However, they dared not press for further clarification, knowing the esteemed Lin family scion had just decisively vanquished Zhang Tong before their eyes, leaving no trace behind. At this juncture, they would rather confront the Emperor of Beichin than provoke Lin Ze. Meanwhile, outside Beichin Academy, the Xianzhong Sword King, who had witnessed the two engage in their peak duel, cast a glance at the Academy's entrance, letting out a soft sigh. Man's calculations are no match for heaven's design. Zhang Tong. Oh, Zhang Tong. Having observed the entire sequence of events, the Xianzhong Sword King comprehended why Zhang Tong had chosen to meet at the tavern that day, proclaiming that should he best Lin Ze, there would be no need to seek him out. Zhang Tong had effectively regarded him, the Xianzhong Sword King, as merely a pawn to test Lin Ze. In their duel, if the Xianzhong Sword King emerged victorious, it would indicate Lin Ze's inferiority. Conversely, If Lin Ze triumphed, the confrontation would surely weaken him, allowing for thorough preparation. Zhang Tong's intentions were commendable. Alas, fate had other plans. Lin Ze had approached him first, a violent disruption. The Xianzhong Sword King shouldered his heavy sword once more, cursing Zhang Tong for his swift demise. After casting one last glance at Beichen Academy, he turned and departed. As for challenging Lin Ze, please, he wished to live a few more years. Treading the brisk autumn winds, the Xianzhong Sword King retraced his steps, returning to the mountains from whence he came. Chapter 33. The mysterious Wu Tong. Meanwhile, within Beichen Academy, the traitor Zhang Tong had been eradicated. All the instructors and students either lamented the passing of spring or celebrated with applause, expressing their sentiments in varying degrees of fervor. They oscillated between righteous indignation and profound sorrow, a spectacle of emotional fervor. The heads of the literary and martial academies exchanged contemplative glances before once again leaning toward Lin Ze, saying, "Lin Zongshi. Zhang Tong has concealed himself within Beichen Academy for many years and must have secretly nurtured numerous accomplices. It stands to reason that the previous teacher was not the only one. Among these individuals, there may well be spies from the Longdu. This inquiry would need to be directed toward Wu Tong, who had unveiled Zhang Tong's true identity." Lin Ze was intensely curious about this Wu Tong. The transformation from Wu Tong to Wu Tong had directly resolved the protagonist's dilemma. This sudden shift left Lin Ze with a sense of emptiness. After all, the original protagonist, Wu Tong, was the favored child of destiny in this world, receiving its utmost affection. If Lin Ze were to kill him, it would likely prove exceedingly difficult. Even if he succeeded, there might be some inexplicable twist of fate that would resurrect Wu Tong, allowing him to rise again in glory. Lin Ze held no doubts about this. After all, how could one call him a protagonist without a touch of the extraordinary? Moreover, he was the kind of protagonist who thrived on a logical, mindless enjoyment. Thus, Lin Ze had braced himself for a protracted battle against Wu Tong. Yet now, Wu Tong was no more. Lin Ze felt a profound sense of loss, realizing that all his precautions had been in vain. Simultaneously, he could not help but feel a sense of unfamiliarity with this world. Wu Tong's transformation into Wu Tong had altered the narrative thread. It seemed that the world he had traversed was hardly the same as the novel he once knew. With a soft sigh, Lin Ze swiftly approached Wu Tong. Wu Tong tensed immediately, regarding Lin Ze with wariness. Since entering the Beichen Empire, she had never encountered someone she could not read. This was the first time someone instilled such a terrifying pressure upon her. Previously, even the so-called first of the divine martial rankings, the Emperor of Beichen, had seemed trivial in her eyes, easily seen through. Yet this Lin Gongzi Lin Ze, he was like a dragon lurking in the abyss, enveloped in mist, utterly unfathomable. It sent chills down her spine. Wu Tong could not comprehend how such a fearsome individual could exist in the mundane world. Surely, he must belong to some ancient, noble lineage that had fallen into the secular realm. As Wu Tong pondered this, Lin Ze spoke. "Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to inquire. Since you were able to discern Zhang Tong as a traitor, surely others cannot evade your scrutiny?" Wu Tong forced a smile, retorting, "Lin Zongshi. You overestimate my abilities. I lack the capacity to control the entire academy. As I mentioned, it was merely by chance. Otherwise, I would have dominated Beichen long ago, rather than remaining obscure until now." Wu Tong regretted her involvement in such matters. Beichen's downfall was of little consequence. The world was vast, and it was not the only tranquil place. At worst, she could relocate and find another refuge, perhaps the nearby Xinyue dynasty. Though it was nearing the reach of Songjin Mountain's influence, with caution, she could remain undetected. However, now here she was fixated upon by a monster. Truly, are the people of Songjin Mountain blind? How could they overlook such an extraordinarily gifted and powerful being? No wonder Songjin Mountain fell prey to the likes of the Duan clan. With this thought, Wu Tong deftly redirected the conversation away from herself. Nevertheless, the evidence left behind by Zhang Tong should contain the answers Lin Zongshi seeks. It would be prudent for you to examine it personally. Lin Ze nodded, expressing curiosity about the evidence. What exactly does it contain? After being exposed, Zhang Tong confessed outright. Logically, a person as cautious as Zhang Tong would not leave behind any correspondence or ledgers as evidence. Such letters are typically destroyed after reading. How could any remain? Unless one had long contemplated the prospect of becoming a traitor, it would be nearly impossible for Zhang Tong to assume such a role, particularly in the capacity of his identity. Moreover, there would be no necessity for it. Although Zhang Tong did not elaborate on the reasons for his betrayal, Lin Ze could likely surmise them from Zhang Tong's previous remarks. Zhang Tong had not defected. From the very beginning, he was never a man of Beiqin. As Zhang Tong aptly stated, Longdu and Beiqin once belonged to the territory of the Wuan dynasty. However, as the Wuan dynasty waned, the Li family seized the opportunity to usurp the imperial power, slaughtering the royal family of Wuan and establishing Beiqin. The remnants of the Wuan royal bloodline, having narrowly escaped calamity, fled under the protection of loyal ministers and heroes, ultimately reaching Longdu, where they established a regime to resist Beiqin and protect the royal lineage. Thus, the ever-loyal Zhang Tong had, from that moment, been a devoted servant of Longdu, rendering the notion of betrayal utterly unfounded. Naturally, there existed no need for any foolish behavior, such as retaining secret correspondences. Given this context, what could possibly remain in the Mianshu building that Zhang Tong could not evade? In response to Lin Ze's inquiry, Wudong shook her head, claiming ignorance. Unaware, Wudong vehemently denied, asserting that she didn't know, regardless of who inquired. I merely happened to notice Zhang Tong's interest in that book, and I seized the opportunity to deceive him. Who would have thought that fortune favored me? Another coincidence? Wudong chuckled, stating that someone as beautiful as herself would never be short on luck. Lin Ze found himself at a loss for words. Very well, lead me to this Mianshu building. The Mianshu building, as Zhang Tong described, was his private collection. It was reasonable to assume that it housed numerous techniques seldom seen in the world. While searching for evidence, Lin Ze could also scour the Mianshu building. Though it may not rival the treasures of the Lin family or the imperial Li family, it could still contribute to his progress and further enhance Lin Ze's strength. That wouldn't be appropriate. A lone man and a woman together. It wouldn't reflect well on the second young master's reputation. Wudong refused to accompany him. She had no desire to engage with Lin Ze, this peculiar individual, with his strength. Who could say what he might discern? You know the exact location. You expect me to find it on my own? Wudong hesitated, then glanced at Xia Qinghe, suggesting that the little one accompany her. Xia Qinghe shot Wudong a disapproving look, but did not object. Lin Ze, however, was indifferent. With the main characters absent, who cared whether Xia Qinghe was human or ghost? Let us proceed. As they prepared to leave, Lin Ze instructed the heads of the civil and military academies to seal off the entire Beiqin Academy, insisting that until the matter was resolved, no one should be allowed to leave. Understood. After conveying his orders, Lin Ze then turned to a guard from the Lin family army, instructing him to go to the palace and summon the people from the Mirror Division to handle the aftermath. Yes, having given his orders, Lin Ze finally followed Wudong and Xia Qinghe to the Mianshu building. Chapter 34. The Immortal Gate. Innate within the depths of Beiqin Academy lies the Mianshu building. Nestled against a towering mountain and surrounded by verdant bamboos, the environment is serene and tranquil, rarely disturbed by outsiders. A splendid retreat for leisurely pursuits. Wudong led Lin Ze through a narrow path lined with bamboo, arriving at the entrance of the Mianshu building. Here we are. Wudong casually pushed open the heavy door. As if returning to her own abode, Lin Ze nodded in acknowledgement and stepped inside. His eyes were met with neatly arranged shelves brimming with an array of books. Approaching one of the shelves, he casually flipped through the volumes. Mingxi Bitten, Jinyu Shoujai, Haranjingxi Shuo. All mere collections of essays and notes, devoid of any martial techniques. Observing this, Wudong remarked nonchalantly, the first floor is filled with Zhang Tong's collection of ancient sages' works and the miscellaneous writings of renowned scholars. Not particularly engaging. I find it tedious even for amusement. It was evident that Wudong had frequented the Mianshu building on multiple occasions. Xia Qinghe cast a wistful glance at Wudong, saying, I've spent 6 years at the academy and have yet to visit even once. Wudong's expression faltered, and she quickly laughed off the awkwardness. I wandered in by accident that one time. It was then that I stumbled upon Zhang Tong's secret. What a stroke of luck. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaoyi? Wudong adopted a look of good fortune, seeking praise. As she spoke, her eyes subtly flickered towards Lin Ze. Xia Qinghe remained silent. Lin Ze flipped through a few more books, confirming they were indeed ordinary writings, before ascending to the second floor. The second floor was similarly crammed with neatly arranged shelves before Lin Ze. Without a doubt, given the orderly abundance resembling an unrestrained bounty, this floor was likely filled with the collections of learned individuals. As expected, Lin Ze casually browsed through a few volumes, all containing poetry and prose, occasionally interspersed with ancient paintings. Lin Ze proceeded directly to the third floor. The door to the third floor was guarded by a mysterious barrier laid by Zhang Tong, preventing others from entering. Anyone daring to force their way through the door even those at the same level of innate mastery, would face the backlash of the barrier. Of course, Lin Ze was an exception. With a mere wave of his hand, a profoundly intricate force shattered the bindings of the barrier, obliterating it into nothingness. This left Wudong, who had been keenly observing Lin Ze's method of dismantling the barrier, with her lips twitching in disbelief. While she had mocked Zhang Tong for the ineffectiveness of this barrier, it was nonetheless an extraordinary technique derived from the immortal gate. Such extraordinary methods are not to be breached by mere mortals. Must you not respect the fundamental laws that separate the divine from the mundane? Wudong felt exasperated. She now harbored grave doubts that Lin Ze was of noble blood, a remnant of an ancient lineage. Otherwise, how could someone so young possess such formidable prowess? Where's the book you mentioned? Lin Ze pondered as he approached the second shelf marked with the character Tian, searching for the volume Wudong had referenced. Wudong stepped forward, retrieving the ninth book from the left on the first row of shelves. Here it is. Upon locating the book, Wudong turned left twice, shifted right a couple of times, and finally pushed it in. With a clank and a clang, a finely wrought iron box emerged from a concealed compartment beneath the Tian character shelf. Opening the iron box, Lin Ze's eyes narrowed. To his astonishment, the surface was covered with jade vials identical to the one he held, a considerable amount. Lin Ze picked up one vial, scrutinizing it against his own, pouring out a small amount of powder, confirmed they were indistinguishable. Lin Ze was perplexed. What could Zhang Tong possibly need so much poison for? Did he have that many people he needed to assassinate? Wudong and Xia Qinghe shared his confusion. Lin Ze set aside the poison vials. Beneath them lay an ancient tome of exceptional quality. Picking it up, Lin Ze noted the 4 bold characters inscribed upon it. Initial understanding of barriers. Lin Ze's interest was piqued. The very term barrier hinted that this book must have originated from the realm of innate beings and was transmitted to the mortal world. It contained knowledge previously unknown to the secular realm. How had Zhang Tong acquired such a rare treasure? As he opened initial understanding of barriers, a stream of information surged through him. You have browsed initial understanding of barriers. You have comprehended. God-level comprehension LV2, 63-100. Initial understanding of barriers was neither a martial technique nor classified by grade. It merely detailed various commonly used elementary barriers. Its value, however, was equivalent to that of a high-grade human-level martial technique. Truly, it was worthy of its origins in the innate realm. Just as Lin Ze marveled at the transcendent nature of the innate realm, Xia Qinghe suddenly pointed in surprise at the annotations on the book's cover page. On the very first page of Initial Understanding of Barriers, 2 lines of powerful, blood-red script leapt forth, radiating a fierce hatred. I, Peng Yong, hereby swear that in this life, I shall eradicate all treacherous traitors of the Li family and restore the name of Wuan. This technique is shared with you all, and I hope you will strive alongside me. Upon my return, the Li family shall know no peace. Upon reading those 2 lines, Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. If my memory serves me correctly, the Prince of Wuan who fled from Beichen to Longdu back then was named Peng Yong, wasn't he? Xia Qinghe nodded, for as a student of Beichen Academy, studying history was a requisite for her. She stated, indeed, Peng Yong escaped from Beichen and, with the support of the Wang family, established the political regime of Longdu, proclaiming himself the first Lang emperor. However, not long after, news arrived from Longdu that Peng Yong had died suddenly, and his son, Peng Jie, who is now the ruler of Longdu, inherited the throne. Upon the release of this news, many initially believed that Peng Yong had succumbed to injuries sustained during his flight, leading to his untimely demise. Yet, unexpectedly, Peng Yong had not perished at all. He had quietly joined the immortal sect. According to the most conservative calculations of the time, Peng Yong has been a member of the immortal sect for at least 20 years. With 20 years in the immortal sect, given Peng Yong's innate talent, it is likely that he is already. Xia Qinghe furrowed her brow, realizing why the recent actions of Longdu have become increasingly arrogant and audacious. This situation had escalated into a significant dilemma. As she spoke, Xia Qinghe instinctively glanced at Lin Ze, curious to observe the reaction of this extraordinary prodigy. To her surprise, Lin Ze appeared utterly composed, displaying no awareness whatsoever that Beichen was on the verge of encountering a transcendent being. After all, that was a transcendent being. Even the most ordinary of such beings could obliterate a radius of several thousand miles with a mere swipe of their hand, annihilating all of Beichen. Seeing Lin Ze's tranquility, Xia Qinghe found herself at a loss for words. She then turned her gaze to Wudong, who also seemed indifferent. Xia Qinghe fell silent. When had transcendent beings become so lacking in gravitas? Chapter 35. Poisoning the entire city? Wudong stretched languidly, her alluring figure fully revealed, and nonchalantly remarked, "What trouble? If Peng Yong truly achieves transcendence upon his return, then that would actually be a fortuitous event." Xia Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the implications. Indeed, if Peng Yong truly returned as a transcendent being, it would eliminate the need for any convoluted efforts or troubles. While the concept of transcending may seem only a step away from the 9th level of postnatal cultivation, it is in reality a profound evolution of life. It is akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, a metamorphosis. The term transcendent being alone encapsulates the nobility and transcendence of that tier of existence. They are an absolute authority that transcends the mundane. In the presence of a transcendent being, no matter how many armies Beichen possesses or how many 9th level cultivators they have, they are merely a trivial matter to be dispatched with a flick of the wrist. Should he stand on the side of Longdu, it would equate to divine right, receiving the utmost legitimacy. At that moment, either the entire dynasty perishes together, or they surrender without bloodshed. Wise individuals would know which choice to make. The trouble is, in fact, non-existent. Once a transcendent being enters the fray, the outcome of the conflict is irrevocably sealed. Wudong continued indifferently. In the end, only the Li family will perish. For us ordinary folks, it will merely mean changing emperors and dynasties. Wudong's words struck others as somewhat audacious, especially in the presence of Lin Ze, the emperor's grandson. In normal circumstances, Wudong would have been sentenced to annihilation of her clan for such remarks. However, Wudong saw through the facade. It was evident that this second young master Lin had no shared interests with the emperor. As for Xia Qinghe, this dear friend of hers had little faith in the integrity of the Beichen court, still hesitating on whether to serve it. Thus, upon hearing Wudong's words, Lin Ze showed no reaction, and Xia Qinghe merely shot Wudong an exasperated glance. Wudong then added, "What I fear is that Peng Yong may not achieve transcendence. He may find himself unable to ascend or descend, resulting in a standoff between Beichen and Longdu, leading to incessant skirmishes and disturbances for years. In that case, we would have no peaceful days, and that would indeed be troublesome." Xia Qinghe nodded, turning to Lin Ze. "What does young Master Lin think of this matter?" Lin Ze replied, "I shall observe." Lin Ze had no opinion. The affairs of the royal family held little interest for him. As for Peng Yong and Longdu, Lin Ze maintained a singular stance: exact revenge on those who bore enmity, and disregard those who did not. After stating this, Lin Ze paid no heed to the reactions of the two women and directly flipped to a page in the Fundamental Seals book. Through his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Ze had fully grasped the knowledge contained within. Among these revelations, he uncovered a rather peculiar seal, the Heart of Demon Seal, a unique seal that could manipulate the human heart in conjunction with specially crafted poisons. This led Lin Ze to instinctively recall the myriad vials of poison arranged within the iron box. Perhaps this Heart of Demon Seal was the true purpose behind Zhang Tong's procurement of such an array of poisons. Rapidly flipping to the page concerning the Heart of Demon Seal, Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. Indeed, this page contained several lines of cryptic, Longdu-specific script. Lin Ze presented the book before Xia Qinghe and Wudong. "Can you decipher this?" Xia Qinghe glanced at it. "Give me a moment." Upon receiving the fundamental seals, Xia Qinghe began to meticulously analyze the text, reorganizing the cryptic script for interpretation. After a few breaths, Xia Qinghe furrowed her elegant brows, her complexion growing slightly pale. Observing this, Lin Ze frowned. "Is it complicated?" Xia Qinghe shook her head, stating, "The general meaning of these lines is that Peng Yong has received assistance from friends within the immortal sect, discovering a type of special worm that is difficult to detect. This worm, when combined with the immortal sect's sealing techniques, can infiltrate silently, controlling a person's life and death at will, even evading the detection of a 9th level postnatal cultivator. Peng Yong hopes to utilize this technique to infiltrate all of Beichen, controlling every crucial center, thereby annihilating Beichen without any bloodshed and restoring Wuhan." After speaking, Xia Qinghe looked to Lin Ze, seeking affirmation. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze immediately scrutinized the jade vial in his hand. Pouring out a small amount of powder, he employed the immortal sect's Heart of Demons techniques to observe it. As expected, under the immortal sect's scrutiny, the poison powder transformed, revealing a new form. Subtle reactions were actively responding to Lin Ze's Heart of Demon Seal within the powder. This was no mere poison powder. It was evidently the eggs of the very worms. What a cunning Zhang Tong! That old fox! Even in death, he spoke not a single truth. He sent Yi Shaoran out not with the intention of assassination, but merely to disperse that vial of poison. He aimed to control Lin Ze with the worm's venom, seizing command over his life and death. In light of this, it was clear that the sudden demise of Master Zeng was undoubtedly due to the machinations of the heart of Demon Seal. Witnessing Lin Ze's demeanor, Xia Qinghe affirmed the content of the cryptic script. She instinctively glanced at herself, and her complexion paled slightly, realizing this was dire. The moment she discerned the meaning of the script, Xia Qinghe was struck by a horrifying realization. That is to say, when did Zhang Tong begin employing these poisons? 10 years ago? 5 years ago? Or a year ago? Xia Qinghe was uncertain. Yet, she was certain that Zhang Tong's worm poison had not begun recently. Presently, within the entire imperial capital of Beichun, everyone, at least those within the important institutions of Beichun Academy, could potentially be hidden poisoned individuals. Seeing Xia Qinghe, who was usually composed, exhibiting signs of worry, Wudong's gaze flickered, her slightly reddened hair glimmering, as if she wished to speak. However, upon catching sight of Lin Ze from the corner of her eye, Wudong fell silent once more. At that moment, Lin Ze extended his hand. Let me see. Xia Qinghe nodded. In this critical moment, she set aside any notions of propriety or modesty. She stepped forward, closing the distance to Lin Ze. Yet, as she approached, Xia Qinghe seemed to recall something, her face flushing anew. Do I need to undress completely? Xia Qinghe had once read in an ancient text that those afflicted by the worm would have dull skin, with the worms roaming beneath, often necessitating the use of needles to seal acupoints to ascertain the presence of the worm and remove it. Naturally, this would require some necessary skin-to-skin contact. Lin Ze, speechless, simply gestured with his right hand. Xia Qinghe's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head, silently extending her pristine right hand. Lin Ze pressed his 2 fingers against Xia Qinghe's wrist. In an instant, 2 beams of resplendent soft light erupted from between Lin Ze's fingers, penetrating into Xia Qinghe's body, coursing throughout her being. After a moment, the brilliant light found a dim spot within one of Xia Qinghe's acupuncture points, obscured in a shroud of shadow, motionless. No matter how Lin Ze's spiritual energy stimulated it, it remained tightly coiled, unresponsive to the arrival of the energy. Observing this, Lin Ze glanced at Xia Qinghe, suppressing his impatience. After speaking, 2 streams of blood-red light surged from his fingertips into Xia Qinghe's body, directly targeting that shadowy spot. Demon Heart Seal? Whoosh! As the Demon Heart Seal activated, the shadowy area appeared to respond to the summons, unfurling entirely and becoming animated, revealing its distorted true form at the acupuncture point. It began to stir, drawing upon Xia Qinghe's life force while releasing a peculiar power that coursed through her entire body. Upon witnessing Lin Ze's solemn demeanor, Xia Qinghe felt a jolt of alarm. Just as she was about to inquire whether the situation was dire, an excruciating pain suddenly surged through her, rendering her face pale. Beads of cold sweat began to form on her smooth forehead as she endured immense suffering. However, the pain was fleeting. Once Lin Ze activated the parasitic insect, he harnessed the power of the Demon Heart Seal to control it at her wrist. With a deft flick of his fingers, a small, twisted black insect materialized between Lin Ze's fingers. Sensing the imminent danger, it writhed in a desperate struggle, baring its sharp claws, attempting to break free from Lin Ze's confinement. Its grotesque appearance sent shivers down Xia Qinghe's spine. It was unfathomable that such a terrifying creature had been concealed within her all along. Her life had been under the constant threat of this horror. Had it not been for Lin Ze and Wu Tong inadvertently uncovering Zhang Tong's hidden secret and extracting the parasitic insect, the consequences would have been. Xia Qinghe could not help but feel a wave of dread. Wolves indeed. Wolves indeed. You truly play with fire. After scrutinizing the parasitic insect for a moment, Lin Ze was certain that it was the very force responsible for the sudden demise of Master Zeng at the entrance of Beichun Academy. One Master Zeng, one Xia Qinghe. How many more had fallen prey in Beichun? Bang! Lin Ze crushed the parasitic insect with a single motion, then turned to Wu Tong. Wu Tong quickly shook her head, discreetly retreating 2 steps. I won't need it. I've been wary of Zhang Tong and his ilk. I surely haven't been affected. Lin Ze dismissed her concerns. If Wu Tong did not require it, that was fine. He focused on the parasitic insects within Xia Qinghe and the other woman, primarily to ascertain their form of existence and to practice his skills. Since Zhang Tong had managed to hide in Beichun for so many years and secretly prepare so many parasitic insects, it was likely that there were others from the Lin family who had also fallen victim. Lin Ze needed to plan ahead and take precautions. With this in mind, Lin Ze cast a glance at Zhang Tong's various precious reserves on the third floor. The situation is urgent. You two should return and inform that guard from the Lin family about what has transpired here. He will know what to do. I still need to investigate whether there are other leads here. With that, Lin Ze hurriedly began to peruse Zhang Tong's collection of martial arts techniques. Wu Tong and Xia Qinghe, seeing this, did not doubt him and promptly left to inform Lin Ze's guard about the situation on the third floor. Once they departed, Lin Ze entered a state of comprehension. You are browsing. Divine Comprehension LV2, 65-100. One by one, martial arts techniques rapidly loaded into his mind, all knowledge being crushed and infused into Lin Ze's consciousness, making him feel as though he had immersed himself in this path for decades, deeply engraved. One breath, two breaths. Divine Comprehension LV2, 70-100. Zhang Tong was indeed a veteran pinnacle expert of Beichun, a master of an academy. His collection consisted of carefully selected treasures among numerous techniques. Among them were two high-grade human-level techniques. One was a sound-wave technique, Autumn Wind Breaking Formation Tune. The other was his signature technique, Gentleman's Righteous Chi Formula. With the insights gained from these precious techniques, Lin Ze's aura became increasingly ethereal and unpredictable. He resembled a wisp of gentle breeze drifting through the mortal realm, seemingly present yet elusive, appearing as both real and illusory, ready to break through the mundane and float away. Divine Comprehension LV2, 74-100, crack. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Ze closed all the books. After sweeping through all of Zhang Tong's treasures, Lin Ze's talent progress reached 74 points. Only 26 points remained to upgrade to LV3. LV3 was within reach. Closing all the techniques, Lin Ze's eyes shone brighter than ever. The luster of his eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, gleaming in the dim candlelight of the library. Clearly, Lin Ze's entire essence had received a tremendous boost. However, just how significant was this enhancement? Lin Ze could not ascertain. Under the influence of comprehending hundreds of techniques, he seemed to have embarked on a distinctly different path of cultivation. His combat power now beyond the measure of ordinary standards. If one were to make a tangible comparison, taking Zhang Tong as a unit of combat power, before the enhancement, Lin Ze could likely kill Zhang Tong with a mere snap of his fingers. After the enhancement, it would probably take just a breath. Crack! Lin Ze casually opened a folding fan and stepped out of the library, his body transforming into a wisp of ethereal light, scattering into the wind. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Beichun Academy, the personnel from the Jing Division, having received an urgent notification, had already arrived. They surrounded the entire Beichun Academy, creating a blockade so tight that not even a fly could escape. Naturally, this included the Lin family guards who had received the report from Xia Qinghe and Wu Tong. The leading officer from the Jing Division stood at the entrance. Is the Lin family so unruly? Such a significant incident has occurred at the academy. Every individual present is a suspect. Until the matter is resolved, no one may step a foot outside the academy. Those who defy this order will be treated as traitors, with death as the penalty. This includes your Lin family. The only ones bold enough to challenge the Lin family in this manner were those from the Wei family, who had been supported by the Beichun Emperor to contend with the Lin family. The officer leading the Jing Division was Wei Jinghai, the second in command under the left command of the Jing Division. At this moment, he was exercising his authority, choosing not to interrogate the individuals in the academy who were the primary suspects, but instead harassing the two Lin family guards. The two Lin family members wore cold expressions, their formidable aura of a sixth layer of postnatal cultivation barely restrained, barely containing their urge to unleash their fury upon the annoying Wei family dog before them. Seeing this, Wei Jinghai wore a mocking expression. What's the matter? Do you wish to make a move? Planning to assault an official of the court? To slap the emperor's face? What's this? Is the Lin family plotting rebellion? He was exceedingly arrogant. In matters concerning the Lin family, the Wei family had always been so audacious, showing no mercy whatsoever. The two Lin family members glared at Wei Jinghai's smug face, their fists clenched until pale, their knuckles cracking ominously, wishing they could strike him dead. However, Wei Jinghai was the left command of the Jing Division, a person of great power, representing the authority of the court. Should they act out, the implications would be dire. The two could only endure. At that moment, crack! A crisp slap echoed. Chapter 37. Now this is humiliation. Everyone turned to see. The previously boisterous Wei Jinghai now bore a conspicuous red, five-fingered imprint on his face. Wei Jinghai was stunned. He stared blankly at the two indifferent Lin family members, then touched the fiery pain on his face. After a moment, an uncontrollable rage surged within him. He had been struck. As a member of the Wei family, he had been struck, and right in front of two Lin family members. This ignited a furious blaze within him, a tempest of rage that shattered all semblance of reason, consuming his composure entirely. Wei Jinghai was no stranger to humiliation. The intricate web of power within the court had subjected him to scorn and derision on numerous occasions. Yet, what he could not bear was this indignity stemming from the Lin family. For over a decade, it had always been the Wei family that wielded power over the Lin family. When had it ever been the case that a member of the Lin family dared to trample upon the Wei family? If word of this got out, Wei Jinghai would become the laughingstock of the entire Beiqin, ridiculed to death by all members of the Wei clan. Damn it! A murderous intent surged in Wei Jinghai's eyes, rendering them a fiery crimson. He did not conceal his intent to kill towards the two members of the Lin family. Consumed by shame and fury, he disregarded the perplexing fact that two guards of the Lin family, both at the 6th stage of cultivation, had struck him. A dignified master at the 7th stage, without warning. In his current state, he sought only to unleash his wrath and cleanse himself of this humiliation. Lin family's wretched dogs. With bloodshot eyes, Wei Jinghai glared fiercely. His hands coalesced with staggering energy, intent on slaying the two Lin family guards on the spot. How dare you confront the court? However, before he could finish his words, a chilling voice from the depths of the abyss cut through the air, freezing Wei Jinghai's very marrow. The intense cold momentarily dissipated the flames of fury raging in his mind. His pupils constricted in sudden realization. He turned around, only to behold the imposing figure of a noble scion, standing tall like an ancient pine. The next moment, smack! A strike more forceful than the previous slap landed heavily upon Wei Jinghai's face. Bang! Wei Jinghai was propelled to the ground like a cannonball, the force of impact shattering the blue stone beneath him and creating a sizable crater. Silence enveloped the academy. After a prolonged moment, the onlookers exchanged glances. Bowing deeply in unison towards that figure, we pay our respects to the commander. Naturally, not all were submissive. A few stepped forward, members of the Wei family. Lin Commander, what do you mean by this? Even as the commander, how can you so casually humiliate Wei Shuling? The difference in rank between Shuling and the commander is but a half step, and Shuling is even your elder. What qualifications does the young Lin Ze possess to? Lin Ze merely cast a glance their way, his icy demeanor silencing their words, like a fishbone lodged in their throats. Qualifications? As he spoke, Lin Ze's figure became indistinct, transforming into a myriad of phantasmal shadows, each step leaving an echo. His voice drew near, reaching the ears of several Wei family members. Top! His hand rested upon one man's shoulder, pressing down gently. In an instant, a surge of immense power erupted, crushing that man's shoulder. Simultaneously, the force compelled him to kneel. Bang! His knees shattered as he collapsed to the ground, a pool of blood mingled with flesh and bones spilling forth. The agony contorted his face, bending his body into a bow, as if paying homage to Lin Ze. Lin Ze! You! Lin Ze seized his cheeks, rendering him speechless. The coldness in his gaze, sharp as a blade, filled the man with dread. Did you not inquire about my qualifications? Do you now comprehend? The Wei family member's eyes widened in terror, his entire being trembling. It seems you still do not understand. With that, Lin Ze released his grip. The Wei family member exhaled in relief, mistakenly believing he had been spared. But before he could fully relax, bang! His consciousness abruptly ceased to exist amidst a violent explosion. Blood splattered across the scene. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, the remaining members of the Wei family were instantly drenched in cold dread, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Their bodies quaking uncontrollably, they averted their gazes, too terrified to meet Lin Ze's eyes. All notions of the Wei family's dignity and dominance were cast aside. At this moment, they only hoped to preserve their lives at Lin Ze's hands, praying he would not hold them, mere insignificant figures, accountable. Yet, that icy voice echoed in their ears like a devil's whisper. And you? Do you understand? The suddenness of his words made their hearts race. From the corner of their eyes, they saw the proud and cold figure in white approaching. Their pupils trembled, and they nodded repeatedly. We understand. We understand. Understand? Lin Ze's tone remained flat, as he gently fanned himself with a folding fan, stirring a breeze. This wind was neither cold nor strong, but to the others, it felt like a tempest at sea, capable of engulfing all. Then tell me, what do you understand? Their hearts quaked. How were they to articulate this? In that moment of hesitation, Lin Ze's voice rang out again. It seems you still do not comprehend. Bang! Another burst of blood erupted within the academy, painting the space in vivid crimson. Bang! Then came the second. Bang! The third. They bloomed, saturating the entire area in a sea of red. The sickly sweet stench filled the last Wei family member's nostrils, threatening to shatter his sanity. Realizing he was the last remaining, he shouted desperately, I know. I understand. You are the commander. You are the supreme commander. We must obey your words unconditionally. You are a peak master at the 9th stage of cultivation. Your words, your existence, are the greatest qualifications. You are enough. Witnessing the lack of spine in this Wei family member, Wei Jinghai, regaining his composure amidst the chaos, stood up. He glared fiercely at Lin Ze. Lin Ershao, killing is but a matter of striking the ground. Do you truly think we, the Wei family, and His Majesty the Emperor, have no wrath left to unleash? Lin Ze turned his head, his brows furrowing slightly. Humiliate you? Alas! Lin Ze sighed. In the next moment, glimmering feathers coalesced around Wei Jinghai. A colossal hand hoisted him high into the air, locking away all his vital points. Tap! Wei Jinghai was slammed against the wall, his head pressed against the rough blue stone, making intimate contact. Behold, this is what it means to humiliate you. Chapter 38. Thus, kneel here. Lin Ze's cold voice, accompanied by his white-clad figure, resonated within the hearts of all present. At this moment, everyone in the academy was rendered speechless. They gazed at Wei Jinghai, reduced to a dog, utterly powerless to retaliate. The Wei Jinghai before them was a stark contrast to the arrogant, unrestrained figure that had arrived. They glanced at Lin Ze, whose expression remained neutral, his gaze frigid, as if he were merely engaged in a trivial task. He paid no heed to Wei Jinghai's status or the significance it carried. He was utterly unconcerned. Gulp! The onlookers swallowed hard. They sensed that Beichin was on the brink of upheaval. Thus, the spectators grew increasingly cautious, silent as the grave. As for the Beichin Academy, they were not surprised from the outset, nor were they curious. They were simply enjoying the unfolding drama. After all, even Zhang Tong, a seasoned powerhouse, had fallen to Lin Ze in a single move. How dare a mere Wei Jinghai act brazenly before Lin Ze, harassing the Lin family? TSK. Did he truly believe the Lin family remained as it once was? Moreover, even if Wei Jinghai's father, Wei Pingyuan, were to arrive, he would still have to behave himself. TSK. How foolish it is to be so obstinate. I had warned Wei Jinghai to handle matters properly and thoroughly investigate our academy, but he refused to listen. The Wei family has long believed itself invincible due to the support of the Beichin Emperor, bullying the Lin family for years. Now, I shall see how the Wei family meets its end. The people of Beichin Academy awaited the unfolding drama. Amidst hushed whispers, Wei Jinghai seethed in anger. Lin Ze, do you truly act with such impunity, unafraid of the Emperor and our clan leader pursuing you for this? Lin Ze cast a glance at the last standing member of the Wei family, his tone calm as he remarked, It seems that you, as the left book order, are not as astute as an ordinary pawn. He then turned to the last subordinate of the Wei family and inquired, according to the edicts of the court, what punishment is due for a subordinate who defies their superior and disregards orders? The Wei family's subordinate trembled slightly, responding, by the law, they should receive 50 lashes. If the circumstances are severe and delay official duties or hinder military operations, the superior has the authority to. The subordinate hesitated, unable to continue. What happens to the errant officials? With a clenched jaw, he finally uttered, execute first and report later. This young master summoned you. Was it not to attend to official business? Indeed. Lin Ze nodded, casting another glance at Wei Jinghai. Did you hear that? I have the authority to execute you. Wei Jinghai's expression darkened. However, this young master is known for his magnanimity. I abhor bloodshed. Therefore, Wei Jinghai narrowed his eyes, interpreting this to mean, Lin Ze would not kill him? What trickery is this? A sense of unease crept into Wei Jinghai's heart. Lin Ze continued, You may remain kneeling like that. As he spoke, Lin Ze sealed all of Wei Jinghai's spiritual power and shattered his kneecap with a single strike. He forced Wei Jinghai against the wall, compelling him to kneel heavily on the ground. A large character for Lin materialized before Wei Jinghai's eyes on the stone wall. To Wei Jinghai, this character was blindingly painful. It was excruciating. Wei Jinghai felt as if his eyes would burst. To kneel before the Lin family's character was more unbearable than death. Lin Ze, If you have the courage, then kill me. Kill me now. Lin Ze turned to leave, instructing the members of the Mirror Division to swiftly clean up the scene, lest there be delays. Yes. The members of the Mirror Division responded with remarkable alacrity and respect. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction and departed the North Star Academy with 2 Lin family guards. Before leaving, Lin Ze cast one last glance at the furious and powerless Wei Jinghai. By the way, that fellow shall kneel for 10 days. Within these 10 days, no one is permitted to lift him without my permission. Of course. Lin Ze smiled and added, you might want to pray for the Wei family to come to your rescue. You would do well to hope they arrive. That way, I won't even need a reason. With that, Lin Ze turned and departed, leaving behind Wei Jinghai to unleash a series of heart-wrenching roars of fury. Upon leaving the North Star Academy, the smile on Lin Ze's face gradually faded. The 2 Lin family guards, sensing the change, quickly inquired, young master, what troubles you? Xia Qinghe and the others should have informed you about the poison, correct? Yes, we have failed you, young master. Lin Ze shook his head. It is not your fault. Hurry back. The North Star Imperial Capital, including our Lin family, has likely been overrun by poisoners. The 2 were taken aback. Is it that serious? Lin Ze explained. Not only the North Star Academy, but even the Wei family has fallen victim. Indeed, Lin Ze had just employed the method of the demonic heartband to eliminate those Wei family members. This indicated that the Wei family members had silently been infested with the poisonous insects. Given that the Wei family is deeply rooted in the military and seldom interacts with the North Star Academy, one can imagine the dire situation across the entire North Star. Thus, the 3 hurried back to the Lin family. At the Lin family estate, the injured soldiers had all arrived. They awaited the return of young Master Lin Ze with bated breath. The young master has returned. He has returned? Young master. We pay our respects. Lin Ze nodded in acknowledgement to everyone, leaving 2 guards to explain the events at the academy while he made his way towards the Lin family main residence. What has happened to the young master? Is there trouble? Brothers, a grave matter has arisen. Please listen to me, today at the academy. At the Lin family main residence, Lin Ze hurried in, seeking out Lin Ao. Upon seeing Lin Ze rush in, Lin Ao raised an eyebrow. What is it? Has something happened? Lin Ze nodded and briefly recounted the day's events at the academy. Upon hearing this, Lin Ao's expression changed, his brow furrowing in concern. Such a trivial insect could wreak havoc across the entire North Star, leaving us all oblivious. Lin Ze remarked, the methods of the immortal sect are beyond the capabilities of the mortal realm. Let us not dwell on that. Please extend your hand so I may assess your condition. Lin Ao complied. Lin Ze's spiritual energy probed within. Powerful life force coursing through Lin Ao's body. Left circle, right circle. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. After thoroughly examining Lin Ao, even employing the immortal sect's prohibitions, Lin Ze found no trace of the poisonous insect. What do you find? Lin Ze shook his head, releasing his hand. There are no poisonous insects within you. So, does this imply that the insect cannot penetrate the bodies of those with profound cultivation? Lin Ze shook his head. I cannot yet ascertain that. Let me examine Mo-Yi. Chapter 39. The Lin family's ancestral special constitution? Lin Mo also extended his hand. After a thorough examination, Lin Ze soon detected a concealed shadow within a specific meridian point of Lin Mo. Lin Ze frowned. Noticing this, Lin Mo's expression darkened. Have I been infected? Lin Ze confirmed. Indeed. Hearing this, Lin Mo's countenance fell completely. How could a seasoned warrior of the 8th layer of the acquired realm fall victim? This poisonous insect. Lin Ao and Lin Mo exchanged glances, each recognizing the deep gravity reflected in the other's eyes. The North Star Imperial Capital has likely succumbed to the poison on a grand scale. Realizing this, the 2 quickly pressed Lin Ze. Given your demeanor, could it be that dealing with this insect is quite challenging? Lin Ze shook his head, his furrowed brow not due to the difficulty of the insect, but because he was contemplating a matter. Specifically, Lin Mo had been infected while Lin Ao had not. It is known that Lin Mo and Lin Ao spent most of their time together, nearly inseparable. Wherever Lin Ao was, Lin Mo was usually present. Their exposure to the source of the poisonous insects was nearly identical. According to the Wolf Den's encrypted texts, this insect from the immortal sect is undetectable even to the strongest of the 9th layer of the acquired realm, leaving them unable to escape its clutches. This statement seems valid. After all, if Lin Mo, a formidable warrior nearing the 9th layer, could quietly fall victim, then even a true 9th layer expert would likely not fare much better. Additionally, considering Lin Ao's waning vitality and the accumulation of old injuries over the years. With all this in mind, it seems quite strange that Lin Ao remained unaffected, but now is not the time for such contemplations. It is best to remain vigilant for now. Lin Ze stated, "It is not troublesome, merely an unexpected occurrence that you, Mo Yi, have also been afflicted." Lin Mo's expression remained grave. "It was my negligence that allowed the scoundrels to take advantage. I shall immediately issue a lockdown order for the entire Lin family." Lin Ze waved his hand. "No need to rush. I have here a vial of the poison." He placed it before Lin Mo. "This contains the poisonous insects. Please take a look and see if it seems familiar." Lin Mo accepted the vial, scrutinizing it closely. Then, he poured out a small amount of powder, rubbed it between his fingers, and sniffed it. After a moment, Lin Mo's expression shifted. "This substance, could it be?" Lin Montauk, in disbelief, squeezed out more powder to taste for further confirmation. "Old Mo, what are you doing?" Lin Ao interjected sharply. Lin Montauk replied, "I wish to confirm if this is indeed that substance." "This?" Lin Ze nodded, indicating it was permissible. "Go ahead, Mo Yi, confirm it. I have ways to extract the poisonous insect." With Lin Ze's assurance, Lin Ao finally nodded in consent. Lin Mo swallowed the powdered poison, savoring it carefully in his mouth. Devoid of flavor, yet the texture, Lin Mo confirmed. "Indeed, this substance is none other than the nourishing heart powder and the pure essence pill sent from the palace 7 days prior." Upon hearing this, Lin Ao's body jolted, and he immediately turned to Lin Ze. "The pure essence pill?" Lin Ze appeared bewildered. "What about the pure essence pill? Why are you looking at me?" At this moment, Lin Mo anxiously elucidated, "Young master, you are unaware. A few days ago, you suddenly fell into a deep coma, causing the master to lose sleep over your condition." Upon hearing this, His Majesty the Emperor specially dispatched palace personnel to deliver the royal antidote, the pure essence pill, for you, young master, along with a cup of nourishing heart powder for the master. I personally handled these 2 items and confirmed their purity. I would never mistake them. So, young master, you must investigate for yourself, and then carefully show them to the master." At these words, Lin Ze was taken aback. This meant he was supposed to have been afflicted by the venomous curse from the very beginning, right? Yet the problem was Lin Ze had not been cursed at all. With his current level of cultivation, he was well aware of his own physical condition and could certainly distinguish whether he had been cursed or not. How peculiar! Among the 3 of them, Lin Ze and Lin Mo had consumed the pure essence pill, while Lin Ao and Lin Mo had taken the nourishing heart powder. Yet, it was only Lin Mo who had been poisoned. Could it be that the Lin family's bloodline possessed some innate immunity to toxins? Was such a thing even possible? Lin Ze found it strange. However, returning to the matter at hand, since the poison powder had already been delivered, why was Zhang Tong still? Oh, right. In their minds, Lin Ze had always been wary of the royal family, enduring until now without accepting anything from them. Thus, Zhang Tong could not be certain whether he had consumed the pure essence pill, which led to this assassination plot. "Young master?" Lin Ze regained his composure and assured, "Rest assured, I have not been cursed, nor has my grandfather. This curse cannot escape my discerning eye. I am quite certain of this." Lin Montauk was momentarily speechless. In other words, among the 3 of them, only he had been cursed, correct? Lin Ze then inquired of Lin Ao, "So, does our family possess some ancestral immunity to toxins?" This question left Lin Ao momentarily at a loss. "That is impossible. Your great-grandfather was merely an ordinary postnatal 6th-level cultivator, and your great-grandmother was just the daughter of a minor family. It should be highly improbable. Moreover, if such a constitution truly existed, how could I have been poisoned by an arrow on the battlefield back then?" Very well. Perhaps Lin Ze was overthinking it. It might just be coincidence. Mo Yi, I will first eliminate the curse from you. Please bear with it. Lin Montauk nodded solemnly. Lin Ze activated the heart demon restriction and proceeded without a hint of turbulence. Within mere breaths, he extracted the cursed insect from Lin Mo's body. With a flourish, Lin Ze ignited the cursed insect with violet thunder flames, reducing it to a charred specimen, which he then placed on the table for Lin Ao and the others to examine closely. "This is the culprit." Lin Mo picked up the corpse of the cursed insect and took out the poison powder, scrutinizing it for a while before exclaiming, "Such a tiny creature could infiltrate without my notice, and it has grown this large. The methods of the immortal sect are indeed nefarious. If Peng Yong truly possesses the abilities of the immortal sect and has achieved innate return, then our Beichin may be in grave danger." Lin Mo turned to Lin Ao. "Master, what do you think?" Lin Ao shook his head. In my opinion, Yong is still far from that critical step. It is not easy to cross over. Given my qualifications, despite attaining the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation for many years, I have yet to touch the innate threshold. No one knows better than I how arduous that step is. Moreover, if Yong could truly achieve innate status, why would he resort to using cursed insects? Hiding in the shadows? Those of innate respect would find such tactics beneath them. However, Lin Ao shifted his tone. Based on the increasingly rampant actions of the Wolf City in recent years, it is indeed true that Yong is preparing to return. Chapter 40. The Immortal Destiny Token. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Wolf City has grown increasingly audacious of late. They disrupted the Golden Autumn Banquet, secretly replaced the Emperor's bestowed pills, and stealthily infiltrated the Bachin Academy, engaging in subterfuge. Each act is brazen, lacking any concealment, and shows no concern for Bachin's potential military response. It seems that Yong is about to return, emboldening the Wolf City. Emboldened? Ling Ao scoffed. As he spoke, the image of the battlefield god of war re-emerged. Without attaining innate status, one remains an ant. Even if he possesses the abilities of the immortal sect, how could he contend against the vast armies of Bachin? While twirling the Buddhist beads in his hand, Lin Ao appeared calm and unruffled, showing no signs of anxiety. It seemed that aside from matters concerning Lin Ze, nothing else could stir the heart of this old warrior. The Emperor must already be aware of the situation, correct? Lin Ze shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps he has known all along? Otherwise, why would he specifically send me to inspect the Bachin Academy? With a faint smile, Lin Ze waved his folding fan. Perhaps he is waiting for me to confront Zhang Tong, hoping for a mutual downfall. Ling Ao paused, the beads in his hand momentarily halting. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. Perhaps, old Mo master, please check with the various branches of the Lin family and inquire whether they have had any contact with such poison powder. Understood. After Lin Mo departed, the atmosphere in the main estate grew somewhat somber. Lin Ze, fanning himself, cast a glance at Lin Ao. Grandfather, you won't start lecturing me about loyalty to the Emperor and patriotism again, will you? Lin Ao gently shook his head. To wish to buy osmanthus flowers and drink together is never quite the same as the youthful wanderings of a boy. I am no longer the impassioned youth of yore. He is no longer the person I once knew. He has his own allegiance to the crown, and I have my own bloodline heritage. We shall do our part and observe as events unfold. Shifting the topic, Lin Ao continued. I wish to discuss a matter of great importance regarding destiny. This is something I intended to talk to you about last time. However, at that moment, I felt there was still time, so I did not rush. But now that you have encountered it, I shall speak with you, so you can prepare. Lin Ze understood. You mean the immortal sect? The existence of the immortal sect and innate beings has never been a secret to the mundane world. They have always been there. Yet, ordinary individuals would never have the opportunity to reach their level. Lin Ao nodded. He turned to look at Lin Ze earnestly. Sure, your talent is extraordinarily rare, far surpassing mine. In fact, there has not been anyone in Bachin for a century whose talent could rival yours. Not even the fortunate Wu En's third prince, Yong, can compare. Lin Ao twirled the beads in his hand. The mundane world is a shackle, a poison to you. It is a realm that cannot nurture a true dragon. You must join the immortal sect and pursue the world that rightfully belongs to you. Lin Ze was speechless. It was indeed too early. The next recruitment of disciples beneath the sword-concealing mountain was still a full 20 years away, towering over the Bachin Empire and the New Moon Kingdom. The immortal sect known as Sword-Concealing Mountain opens its doors every 50 years for a promotion conference to recruit new disciples. The last event was 30 years ago. The next one would not occur for another 20 years. Discussing this now was premature. Of course, aside from the disciple recruitment every 50 years, there is indeed a hidden pathway. This secret pathway is known only to the Lin family, who hold significant power, equivalent to a second royal family in Bachin. It is called tribute. As the name implies, as long as a secular dynasty pays tribute to the immortal sect and meets certain requirements, it can directly exempt itself from the conditions for recruitment to enter the sect for cultivation. However, the amount of tribute required is exceedingly high. Even a powerful secular dynasty needs decades of national accumulation to fulfill a single tribute. Although the Lin family is wealthy, it is still far from reaching the level of accumulating resources for decades on a national scale. Therefore, the method of tribute is essentially impossible. As for having the royally family finance it, don't even think about it. No matter how talented Lin Ze may be, and despite possessing Li family blood, he does not carry the surname Li. He will always be regarded as an outsider. The royal family would rather send a less gifted member of the Li family than allow Lin Ze to go. Moreover, the Li family has only just stabilized its power after a rebellion and lacks the capital for tribute. Upon hearing Lin Ze's words, Lin Ao mysteriously smiled. Indeed, it is somewhat premature for Sanjin Mountain. But what if it is not Sanjin Mountain? What do you mean by that? Is it Winiandao sect? Lin Ze pondered. Outside of Sanjin Mountain, the nearest one seems to be called either Winiandao sect or Wangxindo sect. Lin Ze couldn't quite recall. This world is filled with myriad races. Vast and boundless. It is so immense. The average person can hardly step beyond Beichin and the wolf tribe, let alone concern themselves with such vast concepts beyond Sanjin Mountain. Naturally, Lin Ze had not paid much attention and was unaware of the time for disciple recruitment at that so-called Dao sect beyond Sanjin Mountain. Lin Ao shook his head. It is not Wangxindo sect. Then please stop keeping me in suspense. Lin Ao rose and went to the main hall of the residence, where he rested day and night. He opened a mechanism beneath the bed and retrieved a box entirely crafted from mysterious gold, entwined with a chain of the same material. Its preciousness was evident. Lin Ze had never seen his elder possess such a treasure before. The level of protection is comparable to that of the Lin family's ancestral Bahuang battle technique. You will know once you open it. After removing the shackles, Lin Ao placed the golden box before Lin Ze. Lin Ze lifted the lid. Inside the golden box lay a small and exquisite azure jade tablet, quietly resting at the center, emanating an ineffable and mysterious brilliance. Streams of ethereal light continually rose from the jade tablet, transforming into slender, playful dragons that gently swirled in the air, evoking a sense of tranquility and inexplicable peace. Lin Ze picked up the azure jade tablet. The ethereal mist dissipated, revealing a dragon and phoenix-like character Xian that emerged from the clouds, etched in the center of the tablet. A profound and ineffable aura of the Great Way suddenly enveloped him. What is this? The Immortal Fate Token. Ling Ao explained it. The bearer of the Immortal Fate Token may proceed to Dao Jia Mountain to participate in the trials of the 9 sects of the Azure Domain. Regardless of the trial outcomes, the bearer may choose to join any one of the 9 sects. None of the 9 sects may refuse. Is that true? This thing is so domineering? Why didn't you use it back then? Me? When I obtained this Immortal Fate Token, I had already passed the age of fiery youth. And at that time, your grandmother's health was poor. How could I possibly leave her? Especially after your grandmother passed away. Speaking of Lin Ze's grandmother, a rare look of nostalgia appeared on Lin Ao's face, his tone becoming soft and wistful. After she left, alas, the old man lost all desire for seeking immortality and the Tao. Whether innate or not, it is all left to fate. Thus, I sealed this Immortal Fate Token, reserving it for a talented descendant of the Lin family to pursue their innate path. Lin Ao twirled the prayer beads in his hand. The first candidate is your father. Your father is extraordinarily gifted, wise from a young age, having thoroughly studied various esoteric military texts, and his martial prowess stands unrivaled among the younger generation of Beichin. He was the only suitable candidate to inherit the Immortal Fate Token. What a pity. Lin Ao sighed deeply, his calm eyes filled with profound regret. Beneath this regret, a wrath akin to a dormant dragon capable of obliterating Beichin flickered momentarily. The 2 outstanding heirs of the Lin family perished on the battlefield, and Lin Ze met an untimely end amidst the chaos of war, leaving only Lin Ze as the sole remaining hope of the vast Lin family. How could this not ignite a fire within Lin Ao? If it weren't for Lin Ze being the last bloodline supporting Lin Ao's final reason, he would have long ago raised an army, crazily wreaking havoc upon the wolf tribe and Beichin. Lin Ze sensed Lin Ao's emotional turmoil. He declared, "Rest assured, Grandpa, I will not let go of anyone who has harmed the Lin family. I will make them all pay the price." Lin Ao adjusted his emotions, suppressing the anger within. He looked at Lin Ze with appreciation. From the moment you returned from the Golden Autumn Feast, I have never doubted this point. However, before seeking vengeance, the most crucial matter at hand is your future. Speaking of which, Lin Ao pointed to the Immortal Fate Token. Infuse your spiritual energy into it, and then place it on your forehead to uncover the mysteries of the token. Lin Ze complied. The moment the Immortal Fate Token touched Lin Ze's forehead, a resonating hum echoed. Mysterious waves transported Lin Ze into the torrent of time and space. Countless images from ancient times, imbued with a profound historical aura, surged into Lin Ze's mind. Ultimately, he beheld an ancient towering peak piercing the clouds, overlooking the myriad beings. Boom! The torrent of time and space dissipated. Lin Ze's consciousness returned, and all the secrets of the immortal fate token were now clear to him. It turns out this immortal fate token can be traced back to the ancient era of the Azure domain. It is born of the tides of fate, striving to seize a connection with the universe. The 9 sects of the Azure domain in ancient times believed in the concept of fate. Those with fate can achieve all things. Those with fate can traverse the great way to the heavens. This fate is ineffable. In simpler terms, it is what one might refer to as luck, serendipity. And indeed, this holds true. Every individual who stands at the pinnacle of the Azure domain has never lacked the element of luck in their lives alongside their efforts. The great beings have never denied this fact. For denying the importance of luck is, in essence, a denial and insult to their own existence. Therefore, in pursuit of this fate, to seek out those fortunate individuals amidst the vastness of the Azure domain, the 9 powerful figures of the 9 sects united to forge 1,000 immortal fate tokens, and they dispersed them into the vast sea of humanity in the Azure domain. The Azure domain is immense, boundless. Just the area of Tsangjian Mountain encompasses dozens of nations, with a population in the hundreds of billions. And Tsangjian Mountain, in the grand scheme of the entire Azure domain, is but a drop in the ocean. The entire Azure domain size and population must be calculated in units of millions at the very least. To obtain one of those 1,000 immortal fate tokens amidst such an overwhelming sea of people, without question, they must be the most fortunate individuals of their generation, capable of commanding the winds and clouds. Consequently, regardless of whether those who acquire the immortal fate token can ultimately pass the trials at Daojia Mountain, even if they are eliminated the moment they step in or perform poorly, they can unconditionally join any of the 9 sects of the Azure domain. After all, fate is ineffable. For this connection, the 9 sects of the Azure domain accepted it. This means that whoever holds the immortal fate token has, from this moment onward, already become a de facto disciple of the 9 sects of the Azure domain. And what level do the 9 sects of the Azure domain hold? The 9 sects of the Azure domain are the absolute overlords, reigning over the entirety of the Azure domain. Each of the sects has a legacy spanning over 10 million years, existing since the ancient times and continuing to this day. Even if Lin Ze remains indifferent to the outside world, the name of the 9 sects of the Azure domain resonates like thunder. In the presence of the 9 sects, Tsangjian Mountain is but. To say this may seem disrespectful to Tsangjian Mountain, but the truth remains. Any elder casually stepping out from the 9 sects could annihilate all the territories encompassing dozens of nations where Tsangjian Mountain is located. The 9 sects of the Azure domain are indeed this domineering. And now, Lin Ze holds in his hand such a celestial key that grants him direct entry into the 9 sects of the Azure domain. Gazing at the immortal fate token in his hand, Lin Ze fell into a trance. Thus, with such a treasure in the Lin family, how could the original novel still culminate in such a dismal state? Do you look down upon us disciples of the 9 sects of the Qing domain? It is utterly absurd. Well, regarding the original tale, even Wu Tong has transformed into a phoenix tree. This is hardly the narrative world Lin Ze is accustomed to. Nevertheless, Lin Ze is indifferent, for he has not perused the original text extensively, having only reached the point of the Lin family's annihilation. Such alterations bear little significance to him. How about it? Are you astonished? Noticing Lin Ze lost in thought, Lin Ao inquired with a hint of enigmatic amusement. That expression seemed to convey, are there moments when you, young lad, are taken aback? The unconditional right to join the 9 sects of the Qing domain indeed leaves one in a state of bewilderment. You still have much to practice. When I initially acquired the Celestial Fate Order, I certainly did not behave as you do. I believe it. Lin Ze responded helplessly. As long as you are pleased, my esteemed elder. Indeed, otherwise, how could you be the formidable war god of Beichen? The grandfather and grandson exchanged knowing smiles. After their laughter subsided, Lin Ao continued. This trial at Daojia Mountain should be in about 2 months, correct? Lin Ze nodded in affirmation. Well then, during these 2 months, make sure to prepare adequately. As for matters concerning Beichen, 2 months is still ample time. Lin Ze declared with unwavering resolve. I shall manage affairs in Beichen. Otherwise, I would be uneasy. Lin Ao nodded. The issue of the poison was escalating so severely that it was likely those hidden in the shadows would soon reveal themselves. This time, A fleeting glimmer of crimson killing intent flashed in Lin Ze's eyes. I must ensure to capture them. In the Beichin Palace. Ban! Crash! The Emperor of Beichin, in a fit of rage, shattered precious treasures one after another. Wretch! Traitor! How dare you defy me? How dare you defy me? Chapter 42. He may be able to break the poison. I trusted you so deeply, granting you control over the Beichin Academy, placing great hopes in you. Yet you... Traitor! Traitor! Even if I were to shred you into pieces, it would not assuage my hatred. The Emperor of Beichin drew his imperial sword, hacking at the dragon pillars in the courtyard. The ministers below, witnessing this, recoiled in fear, silenced, unwilling to provoke the Emperor's wrath at this moment. Amidst the cacophony of destruction, the ministers remained mute. After a long while, it appeared the Emperor had vented his fury, resuming his seat upon the dragon throne, his eyes smoldering with residual ire as they swept over each minister present. His gaze was piercing, as if attempting to penetrate the flesh and glimpse the concealed hearts within. It was only then that the ministers collectively exclaimed, "Your Majesty, quell your anger. Your Majesty, please calm your wrath." Quell my anger? The Emperor of Beichin smashed another wine cup, demanding, "How can you tell me to quell my anger?" Zhang Tong has concealed himself for so many years, embedding numerous spies within my Beichin court and employing poison. And you, the so-called elites, the pillars of Beichin, were utterly oblivious. Is my Beichin court so vulnerable, so easily infiltrated? Useless. You are all utterly useless. The ministers began to protest, Your Majesty. The traitor Zhang Tong is one of the few postnatal peak experts in our court, and he has the support of Peng Yong from the Immortal Sect. If he truly wishes to hide, we are utterly powerless. Your Majesty, I believe the urgent matter at hand is to swiftly investigate all officials from the Beichin Academy and those high-ranking ministers who have close ties with Zhang Tong, rooting out all spies embedded among us. Otherwise, my Beichin court will be laid bare before the wolves, with no secrets remaining. Should any turmoil arise in the future, it could spell disaster. Indeed, we implore Your Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation of the Beichin Academy's associates, rooting out all traitors and purging our court's core. Lest chaos ensue. Upon hearing this, the faces of all officials from the Beichin faction turned pale, each expressing their anxiety. Your Majesty, since my entry into the court, I have been diligent and cautious, daring not to slacken or harbor any treachery. Please see my sincerity, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, my relationship with Zhang Tong is merely that of a principal and a student. Regarding this case, I was entirely unaware and had no part in it. The officials from the Beichin faction clamored for self-justification, hoping to divert the Emperor's blade away from their necks. But the enraged Emperor of Beichin would not heed the excuses of the Beichin officials. His fury surged at the mere sight of them. He bellowed, "Summon the guards! Arrest all officials of the Beichin faction and confine them in the imperial dungeons for trial. Until the truth is revealed, no one is permitted to make contact." Understood. The black armor guards stormed into the hall, seizing all officials of the Beichin faction and escorting them away. In an instant, a quarter of the entire hall was vacated. The remaining ministers grew increasingly anxious. Involvement with traitors is a precarious matter. No one is safe. The previous ones were from the Beichin faction. The next could very well be them. Upon the dragon throne, seeing the court, once clouded with chaos, now somewhat cleared, the Emperor's wrath finally began to abate. At last, some peace. He stated, "Very well, ministers, each of you may express your views. Spare me the useless chatter. What I seek are solutions." No sooner had the Emperor spoken than a military official stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, I have a point." "Speak." "Your Majesty, I believe that since matters have escalated to this degree, rather than waiting passively, we should take the initiative and launch an assault on the Wolf City, catching them off guard. My Beichin and the Wolf City have always been sworn enemies. Now that we have reached this juncture, regardless of whether Peng Yong can achieve innate mastery, we must obliterate the Wolf City. Even if it costs us our lives, we must extract a piece of flesh from the Wolf City. Indeed, in previous years, we refrained from engaging the Wolf City, fearing it would burden our people and deplete our resources, all for the sake of strengthening Beichin's power. Now that our Beichin has matured and our strength is robust, it is indeed the time to strike at the Wolf City, eliminating future threats. Your Majesty, I volunteer to lead the charge. I am willing to march forth and claim the head of Peng Jie as an offering to Your Majesty." The military officials of Beichin clamored to enlist. Meanwhile, some civil officials furrowed their brows, repeatedly declaring, "No, no, Your Majesty, at present, the poison afflicting Beichin remains unresolved, and the threat of traitors has yet to be fully investigated. How can we rashly deploy our troops? Gentlemen, consider this. The enemy and us are indistinct. We cannot ascertain which officials are loyal to Beichin and which are traitors from the Wolf City. If we recklessly engage, handing over military authority to the traitors, they could immediately turn against us, adding insult to injury. Even if we align ourselves with the right individuals, may I ask, esteemed generals, can you guarantee that none of you are afflicted by the poison? Can you assure that none among your officers have been poisoned? On that rapidly shifting battlefield, should the Wolf City suddenly trigger the poison, would not our Beichin army be left leaderless, resulting in needless slaughter? Upon hearing this, the military officials began to regain their composure. Minister Wang's words bear wisdom. We indeed cannot act impulsively. Yet, should we wait until the poison and traitor issues are resolved, the Wolf City may very well be prepared. The Emperor of Beichin rubbed his temples. Enough. Silence. Summon the Imperial Physician. Understood. Soon, the Imperial Physician arrived in the Grand Hall. I pay my respects to your Majesty. No need for courtesy, my loyal subject. Upon seeing the Imperial Physician, the Emperor of Beichin straightened slightly, hastily inquiring, how goes the study of the poison? In response, your Majesty, the existence of this poison is truly astonishing. It is a rarity in the world. I have never encountered such a bizarre affliction, and not a single medical text contains even a hint of its record. The aged one has endeavored to seek out various remedies, yet has been unable to locate the cursed insect, nor to coax it forth. It seems that the celestial sect's cursed insect poses an insurmountable challenge for me in the mundane realm. The only course of action is to comprehend the demonic heart restriction left behind by Zhang Tong, for it may hold the key to resolving this cursed insect affliction. Upon hearing these words, the expression of the North Star Emperor darkened. The demonic heart restriction, a technique of the celestial sect, would require considerable time for even the most adept practitioners to unravel. Yet time is of the essence. By the time they grasp its intricacies, it may be too late. Continue your search. It is imperative that we discover a method to counteract the cursed poison. Yes, depart at once. The Imperial Physician remarked, Your Majesty, I fear that I, an old minister, am powerless to break this cursed poison. In the presence of all, you dare to tell me that it cannot be resolved? The North Star Emperor's demeanor grew stern, ready to unleash his wrath. The Imperial Physician then added, Yet, I have a candidate to recommend. He may possess the ability to eradicate the cursed poison. Chapter 43. The Divine Martial Marquis, Lin Ze. Who? Your grandson, the second son of the Lin family, Lin Ze. The Imperial Physician stated, according to the North Star scholars, he was the first to uncover the case of the cursed insect. Furthermore, I have heard that he summoned back those wounded soldiers who could not be saved in time and successfully healed them. Undoubtedly, the second son's knowledge and skills in the realm of medicine far surpass my own. If anyone in the North Star can resolve the cursed poison, it must surely be him. I earnestly beseech your Majesty to summon the second son, Lin Ze, to the palace. Upon hearing the name Lin Ze mentioned by the Imperial Physician, the countenance of all present shifted. Lin Ze, the other principal figure in the Zhang Tong incident. His name and exploits are now known to all. However, currently, the two words Lin Ze are the most sensitive topic in the court. According to intelligence from the Mirror Division and the North Star scholars, the traitor Zhang Tong, a formidable figure ranked 6th on the Divine Martial list, could not even withstand a single move from Lin Ze. Just one move. Even if the North Star Emperor himself intervened, it would be impossible to subdue Zhang Tong in a single strike. What does this imply? The answer is evident. All the ministers present held their breath, cautiously observing the Emperor's expression. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the North Star Emperor displayed no sign of agitation upon hearing Lin Ze's name. Rather, he sighed, I am fortunate that such a prodigious child graces our North Star, allowing us to avert disaster. Even without your prompting, I intend to summon him. However, Ze has just vanquished the rebel and inspected the North Star Academy. He is undoubtedly fatigued. If I were to urgently summon him to the palace, it would appear as though I, his grandfather, lack consideration for his well-being. The North Star Emperor pondered for a moment. Very well. Xiao Guangzi, draft an edict. As you command. Grand Eunuch Guang immediately took up his brush to await the edict. The North Star Emperor declared, Lin Ze's revelation of Zhang Tong's true nature and his decisive action to eliminate the traitor, preventing our North Star from falling into the hands of treachery, already constitutes an unparalleled merit. Regardless of whether he can resolve the celestial sect as cursed insect, his contributions are worthy of eternal accolades. After a pause, the North Star Emperor promised a reward that left all in attendance astounded. I have decided to bestow upon Lin Ze the title of Marquis. The title shall be Divine Marshal, the Divine Marshal Marquis of our North Star. A Marquis? Upon the announcement of this title, the eyes of the attending ministers flickered with uncertainty. The Emperor dares to confer a Marquisate. It is well known that the North Star dynasty rose to power through rebellion by noble houses. Therefore, the Emperor regards titles with utmost seriousness to prevent any imitative insurrections. In the decades since the founding of the North Star, no king has ever been bestowed. Even the title of Duke has only been awarded to the singular Lin Ao, a special pillar of state. In a context where neither kings nor dukes are conferred, a Marquisate is effectively the pinnacle of noble titles in North Star. The number of marquises created since the founding of the dynasty can be counted on one hand. Aside from the three prominent families that expanded the North Star's territories, only Wei Pingyuan has been ennobled as a marquis due to singular imperial favor in recent decades. Lin Ze is the fifth. Of course, as Lin Ze is the heir to the Duke of the State, the Marquisate is not a significant reward for him. It merely serves to secure an additional title for the descendants of the Lin family. The ministers were not overly concerned with the actual significance of Lin Ze's Marquisate. What they were attentive to was the Emperor's stance revealed through this action, and the Emperor's sentiment is evident in the title bestowed upon Lin Ze, Divine Marshal. The Divine Marshal list of North Star is named after this very title. By ennobling Lin Ze as the Divine Marshal Marquis, the implications are clear. The ministers exchanged glances, silently communicating their thoughts. Yet, among the Wei family, a robust and burly man with a fierce beard could not contain his discontent. How could a mere child, with no martial accomplishments, be granted a marquisate? What right does he have to stand alongside the head of the Wei family? Previously, Lin Ze had humiliated them, forcing Wei Jinghai to kneel in public at the North Star Academy. The man had been seething with rage ever since. Now, with the announcement of the marquisate, his anger flared even more. He was poised to voice his opposition. Furthermore, according to past protocol, the Emperor's ennoblement of Lin Ze as the Divine Marshal Marquis was undoubtedly intended to quell public dissent, a necessity that called for the Wei family to step forward and counteract. His opposition was perfectly timed. As the burly man contemplated this, a powerful hand grasped him, rendering him immobile. Turning, he saw Wei Pingyuan subtly shaking his head. Though the burly man was puzzled, he dared not to contradict Wei Pingyuan. Thus, he relented. The Emperor is wise. The North Star Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Guangzi, you shall swiftly go to the Lin family to convey the edict. Inform Ze about the cursed poison matter and inquire about his thoughts. Should Ze have any requests during this time, you must fulfill them. Attend to every detail. As you command. Grand Eunuch Guang departed with the imperial decree. At this moment, officials aligned with the Lin family suddenly raised the matter of the campaign against Longdu. Your Majesty, speaking of the second son, a thought has occurred to me. Speak. Your Majesty, in this campaign against Longdu, why not appoint Lin Ze as the commander? The official spoke passionately and eloquently. Lin Ze is the direct grandson of the former Grand Marshal, Duke Lin, and bears no relation to the traitorous rebels. He is a true North Star loyalist. Moreover, having grown up under the Duke's tutelage, he has undoubtedly acquired exceptional military strategies. Additionally, in terms of martial prowess, Lin Ze is capable of defeating the rebel Zhang Tong, as he has reached the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation. If he were to take command, he would surely crush Longdu, decapitate Peng Jie and Peng Yong, and unify the North Star realm. This statement sparked a chorus of agreement among the officials close to the Lin family. With their support, others joined in, and no dissenting voice emerged. Even Wei Pingyuan, who usually opposed the Lin family, remained uncharacteristically silent. Upon the Dragon Throne, the North Star Emperor considered for a moment and acknowledged, your arguments hold merit. However, the issue of the cursed insect is no trifling matter. As long as the cursed insect remains unresolved, our North Star army is at risk. Furthermore, she expended considerable effort in executing Zhang Tong, and I truly wish not to overburden him. Let us delay for a while. During this time, all key routes within the North Star territory shall be sealed, especially within the capital. Entry shall be permitted, but exit prohibited. All information must be contained within the capital, with no leaks allowed. Not even a fly shall be permitted to escape. Yes, we shall obey. Furthermore, let us immediately initiate a thorough investigation of all spies hidden within the court. Within 3 days, I demand to see a purged North Star Imperial Court. Otherwise, let them come forth to meet their end. Dismissed. Yes, we shall obey. Your Majesty, I humbly bid you farewell. Chapter 44. The heavens of Bachin have changed. After the court session, officials of various ranks engaged in animated discussions, all speaking of Lin Ze's elevation to nobility and the treachery of the wolf-like rebels. Opinions were exchanged, and as the conversation unfolded, the members of the Wei family could no longer contain themselves. The Wei family had always been influential at court, commanding respect and authority. While others trembled before the Lin family, they boldly confronted them. How could they not feel emboldened? Never had they experienced such humiliation as today, especially when a member of their clan was forced to kneel in disgrace by Lin Ze. Yet they could not utter a single word in the court. It was utterly stifling. How infuriating. Uncle, why did you prevent me from speaking earlier? That Lin Ze is far too arrogant. Brother Jinghai is still kneeling. Since our Wei family has enjoyed imperial favor, when have we ever endured such indignity? Father, Wei Pingyuan cast a disdainful glance at the members of the Wei family. We? Nonsense. Silence, all of you. A bunch of fools. You claim Lin Ze is too arrogant? Huh, who is truly being arrogant? You all know in your hearts. Do you really think that just because you've held some power for a few years, you have become the kings of Bachin? What kind of character is that? I have indulged you for too long, and it has led to your deplorable behavior. Wei Pingyuan scolded the members of the Wei family, leaving them utterly bewildered and fearful. It was the first time they had witnessed such fury from him. Sir Wei, what is this? An official, having overheard Wei Pingyuan's outburst, approached to inquire. Wei Pingyuan immediately donned a smile. It's nothing, just my young relatives lacking understanding, and I was merely reprimanding them. I hope Brother Liu is not offended. After saying this, he shot another fierce glare at the Wei family. You shameful lot. Get back home. With a cold expression, Wei Pingyuan flicked his sleeve and walked ahead, prompting the others to hastily follow. It was only after they exited the palace grounds that Wei Pingyuan finally halted. Father, you just... Wei Pingyuan sighed deeply. You lot. After a moment of silence, he spoke earnestly. Do you truly believe that after bullying the Lin family for a few years, you can challenge such a colossal entity? Or do you think that the legendary Bachin war god, who stained the skies of Bachin with blood while vanquishing the remnants of Wuan, has no temper at all? The last time Lin Ze fainted, how many people were left sleepless, anxiously watching the military movements, fearing Lin Ao would go on a rampage against the clans of Bachin, including our Wei family? Wei Pingyuan's voice grew stern. Do you genuinely think that the Lin family being referred to as the second imperial family of Bachin is merely a jest? The expressions of the Wei family shifted. But do we not have His Majesty behind us? The Emperor? The Emperor has already conferred titles upon him. Do you not grasp the implications? As he spoke of the Emperor, Wei Pingyuan sighed heavily, gazing into the distant sky, lost in thought. Father? Uncle? Wei Pingyuan regained his focus and surveyed everyone. Let us return home. From this day forth, no one from the Wei family is to provoke anyone from the Lin family. Keep your tails tucked in and behave. Anyone who dares to offend will be cast out on their own. Do not implicate our Wei family and ruin the hard-earned foundation of our clan. The members of the Wei family exchanged glances. But Brother Jinghai, let him kneel. He will return whenever that esteemed lord of martial valor is pleased. Additionally, third brother, prepare a gift. I shall personally go to the Lin family tomorrow to offer my congratulations. With these words from Wei Pingyuan, the members of the Wei family finally understood. The heavens of Bachin had irrevocably changed. The era of the Wei family was over. I understand. At the Lin family residence, Lord Guang had already delivered the imperial decree. Thank you, Lord Guang. I do not dare. It is my honor to witness this moment for the Marquis. As he spoke, Lord Guang retrieved 2 ancient books from his robe. Ah, these are the ancient texts I promised to present to the Marquis. I intended to send them, but unforeseen circumstances intervened. Lin Ze accepted the 2 ancient texts, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. I'm glad you like them. Lord Guang beamed with satisfaction. He then proceeded to flatter Lin Ze and discuss the matter of the poison. Furthermore, regarding this poison, if the Marquis requires any assistance in dealing with it, do not hesitate to inform me. Lin Ze nodded, grateful for Lord Guang's regard. Yet he admitted, but this poison, I cannot guarantee complete success. I can only do my utmost. Lin Ze's statement was not a mere formality. Although he could treat the poison, it was limited to one-on-one cases. As for the entirety of the imperial capital, he could barely manage the Lin family. With so many individuals within the Lin family army, servants, and various enterprises, without thorough investigation, he would not even know who had been poisoned. And the task of investigating and curing would be monumental. Just the other day, he had not yet finished tending to the injured soldiers. Upon hearing Lin Ze's words, Lord Guang immediately replied, "The calamity of the immortal gate. The Marquis can do his best. Time is of the essence, so I shall not disturb you further. I take my leave." Lord Guang departed from the Lin family and hurried back to the palace to report. Once he was gone, the Lin family erupted in excitement. Little Cui was so elated that she danced with joy, unable to contain herself. "Young master, no, Marquis, you have been conferred nobility by His Majesty. Nobility. This is the highest honor and power that can be bestowed by the Beichen dynasty. With Lin Ze, there are only 5 individuals in all of Beichen who hold such titles, and Lin Ze's title is none other than martial valor. Martial valor Marquis. Just look at how magnificent and imposing it is." The members of the Lin family could hardly suppress their exhilaration. As members of the Lin family, they felt a shared pride in their lord being conferred the title of martial valor Marquis. They all bowed deeply to Lin Ze. "We pay our respects to the Marquis of martial valor." Lin Ze waved his hand, helping them up. "All right, first focus on whether any of you have been poisoned." Lin Ze remained unfazed. It was merely a title of nobility, nothing extraordinary. With his strength, he could have been crowned a king. However, truth be told, Marquis does sound more pleasing than young master. "Marquis, we are truly delighted for you." Little Cui tugged at the side of Lu Hanyan. "Miss, do you not agree?" Lu Hanyan was still lost in the astonishment of Lin Ze's elevation to nobility. Nobility. When had she not imagined that her future husband would achieve great feats on the battlefield, earn a title of nobility, and become renowned throughout Beichen? He would return victorious at sunset, riding a steed stained with the blood of enemies, walking towards her. The thoughts of a young girl are often filled with romantic fantasies. Little Cui nudged Lu Hanyan again. Only then did Lu Hanyan snap back to reality. "Ah?" Little Cui was speechless. Lin Ze gestured for everyone to leave. "You may go for now. I will summon you once I have news." Yes. Chapter 45. The Lu family, the physician family. After dispersing the members of the Lin family, Lin Ze summoned 2 senior officers from the Lin family army, Lin Ying and Lin Wu, both at the 7th level of the post-natally acquired realm. "Young Marquis," Lin Ze instructed, "with Zhang Tong's exposure, the court is in chaos, and it is certain that some deeply embedded rats will be drawn out. In the coming days, keep a close watch on all major checkpoints in the Beichen capital. Report immediately if there are any signs of movement." "Understood," they replied. As Lin Ying and Lin Wu departed, another senior officer from the Lin family army rushed past them, hurrying towards Lin Ze. "Young master, we have completed the investigation into the poisoning situation within the Lin family. The outlook is not optimistic. Although only 10% of the Lin family members are certain they have come into contact with the poison, an alarming 40% expressed uncertainty. Among the entire Lin family, only 50% can confidently state they have not been exposed to the poison. Furthermore, those who are certain they have been poisoned are primarily the core high-ranking personnel of our Lin family departments. The individuals present appeared notably anxious. This assessment was based solely on the singular clue of the toxic powder, excluding any other unknown methods. The actual situation regarding poisoning was likely far more severe. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze furrowed his brow. Could it be that half of the Lin family might be afflicted? Such a high ratio would indeed entail an immense undertaking if each one were to be treated individually. At that moment, Lu Hanyan abruptly inquired, aside from the toxic powder, "Are there any other distinctive manifestations of the poison from these cursed insects? For instance, symptoms such as high fever, aversion to cold, diarrhea, or headaches?" Lin Ze shook his head, stating that these cursed insects exhibited no discernible symptoms. In fact, unless activated through special means, they would remain undetectable. Upon hearing Lin Ze's words, Lu Hanyan appeared contemplative. "No symptoms? This is a significant lead. I vaguely recall that in the medical records of my great-grandfather, several types of cursed insects were mentioned that exhibited no symptoms after affliction. If I could obtain a living specimen of such an insect, I might be able to cross-reference it with my ancestors' records to ascertain its origins." "Oh." Lin Ze cast a glance at Lu Hanyan. He had forgotten that the Lu family was a prestigious medical lineage. Their family had practiced medicine for generations, their influence stretching across the eastern 7 kingdoms of Sanjian Mountain, with a medical history surpassing even that of the Wuan dynasty. They possessed countless medical texts and treatises. Lu Hanyin, having grown up amidst this environment, though her skills may presently be lacking, had accumulated vast knowledge in the field of medicine. While others in Beichin may not recognize these cursed insects, Lu Hanyin might very well possess the knowledge. With this thought, Lin Ze adopted a more serious demeanor, declaring, "In that case, extend your hand to me." Ah! Lu Hanyin was taken aback. Why the sudden request? Cursed insects? Even Lin Ze and Lin Ao had become targets for these rodents' curses. As the daughter of the Lin family, Lu Hanyin was no exception. Realizing this, she shot Lin Ze a flustered glare, her cheeks slightly flushed, before extending her delicate, jade-like right hand. Lin Ze placed 2 fingers on Lu Hanyin's wrist. After a moment of examination, Lin Ze raised an eyebrow and retracted his fingers. None. Lu Hanyin nodded, not particularly surprised. Having grown up in the Lu family, immersed in various medicinal baths and well-versed in numerous medical texts, her body possessed a stronger resistance to toxins than most. Lin Ze's eyes lit up. So, you must have at least one herb in those medicinal baths that can counteract this cursed insect, correct? It's hard to say. We still need to observe a live specimen to be certain. Lin Ze acknowledged this with a hum and turned toward Xiao Chui. Xiao Kui. Xiao Chui understood and nodded enthusiastically. My lord, please be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. Rest assured it will be swift. Just as she felt a brief, sharp pain, Lin Ze efficiently extracted the cursed insect. He placed the black insect before Lu Hanyin for her to examine. Lu Hanyin followed Lin Ze's gesture. At first glance, her brows relaxed, but upon a second look, they furrowed again. After a third glance, she fell into deep contemplation. This cursed insect. How peculiar. After a prolonged moment of reflection, Lu Hanyin finally spoke. I believe I have seen something similar in my great-grandfather's medical records. However, it has been so long that some details are rather unclear. I will need to return and consult the ancient texts left by my great-grandfather for confirmation. Speaking of returning, Lu Hanyin's expression visibly darkened, her countenance becoming somber. Her family, the Lu family, who had sold her off, treating her as mere goods to be offered to the Lin family. After so many years at the Lin household, she could hardly recall what they looked like. Yet, she would never forget the cold, unfeeling nature of being treated like a commodity. If given the choice, Lu Hanyin wished she would never have to return. Lin Ze stole a glance at Lu Hanyin, recalling that she had been sold to the Lin family when she was merely 12 years old. TSK, such a feudal age. Xiao Chui, prepare the carriage. Lin Ze instructed, the Lu family is not far from the capital, at Wushuang Slope. If we hurry, we can make the round trip in about an hour. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. Upon hearing this, a hint of unspoken sorrow and hesitation crossed Lu Hanyin's face, as if the flames of her spirit had dimmed at that moment, leaving her heart cold. The familiar words, the familiar tone, void of warmth. You always have the liberty to decide a person as fate, directing me as if I were an inanimate object, today to the Lin family, tomorrow to the Lu family. No one ever inquired about my wishes. Why? I will go as well. Lu Hanyin's words of sorrow had not yet fully escaped her lips when Lin Ze's proclamation reignited a warm flame within her cold, dark heart. The capital has been quite tumultuous these days. Without my leadership, you likely wouldn't be able to leave the city. Of course, the primary reason is to see the Lu family's library. As a family of medical practitioners, they must have encountered numerous cultivators and patients, and I am certain their collection will not disappoint me. Lu Hanyin gazed intently at Lin Ze, remaining silent for a considerable time. Finally, she broke into a smile, her expression radiant, surpassing countless beauties. Aren't you afraid I might bring harm to you? Such words. Well, Lin Ze had indeed harbored reservations about Lu Hanyin, always on guard against her. However, this was based on the narrative of the original story's protagonist. But now, the original plot had unraveled. The protagonist was gone, Wu Tong had transformed into Wu Tong, and the storyline was entirely different. With circumstances as they were, Lin Ze found it hard to believe that Lu Hanyin still had any ties to Wu Tong, let alone any intention of scheming against him. Having set aside his previous wariness, he realized that Lu Hanyin was still the same woman he had grown up with for nearly a decade. Their relationship, having been nurtured since childhood, could not simply be described as good. With Wu Tong out of the picture, it was quite a relief. Thus, Lin Ze smiled, stating, if you could harm me, it would indeed be an impressive feat. Lu Hanyin shot Lin Ze a playful glare. What ability do I possess that could possibly harm the illustrious Duke of Beichin? With that, Lu Hanyin rose to leave. The door is over there. She did not look back, fully aware. Xiao Chui stifled a chuckle. My lord, it is the young lady's first visit home. Of course, she must make herself presentable. Amidst their laughter, it felt as though they had returned to the harmonious times they once shared. Lin Ze stood, casually opening a folding fan to cool himself. You go assist her. I will wait for you both outside. Understood? Chapter 46. Guess outside the Lin family gate, the carriage was ready for departure. Lin Ze sat at the front, awaiting their arrival. Shortly after, Xiao Chui emerged, leading Lu Hanyan. My lord, we can set off. Lin Ze turned to see Lu Hanyan's striking figure. Her form and beauty were nothing short of breathtaking, requiring no adornment to captivate. She was already a vision of grace. After a careful application of makeup, she appeared even more radiant, exuding charm and allure. In the sunlight, she resembled a delicate flower, fragrant and standing out amongst the rest. Particularly striking were her long, shapely legs, which created an enchanting view beneath her light blue skirt, captivating all who beheld her. After a brief glance, Lin Ze redirected his gaze. While beauty indeed lifts one's spirits, excessive admiration can be deemed impolite. Let us board the carriage. Yes. Xiao Chui assisted Lu Hanyan into the carriage. The once spacious interior now felt crowded with Lu Hanyan and Xiao Chui's presence. Lin Ze soon caught a whiff of a unique fragrance emanating from Lu Hanyan. Whether floral or something else, it was intoxicating. The hint of her long, well-toned legs, barely inches from Lin Ze's knees, did not help his composure. Slightly uncomfortable, he turned his gaze outside to admire the scenery of the capital. As Lu Hanyan assumed the role of Lin Ze's sister or sister-in-law, there had always been topics for conversation between them. However, at this moment, she lowered her head, remaining silent, her cheeks tinted with a faint blush. In the past, Lin Ze had made it difficult for her to feel anything beyond sibling affection. After enduring so much and uncovering Lin Ze's forbearance, as well as witnessing his true nature, her inner emotions underwent subtle changes. It felt as though the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Observing this, Xiao Chui silently chuckled to herself. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's a bit stuffy. I shall step outside for a breath of fresh air." With that, Xiao Chui made her way to the front of the carriage, leaving the interior space entirely to Lin Ze and Lu Hanyan. This only intensified the awkward ambience. Lin Ze remained silent, and Lu Hanyan kept her head down, equally mute. They lingered in silence, each absorbed in their own thoughts, utterly at a loss for words. After experiencing the earlier estrangement and the sudden resurgence of feelings, certain emotions that had once been rather pure now seemed to have soured. Silence prevailed, an unyielding silence. Time passed, and it was Lu Hanyan who, unable to bear the inexplicable awkwardness any longer, broke the silence first. You, I've had a difficult time these past years, haven't you? Lin Ze withdrew his gaze and replied, Not so much difficult. As long as the outcome is favorable, everything is worthwhile. Oh! Lu Hanyan responded with a soft acknowledgement. Silence enveloped them once more, and they fell back into quietude. Meanwhile, Xiao Chui, who had been eavesdropping, felt a pang of urgency. Oh dear! These two are truly. While Xiao Chui pondered over possible common topics to deepen their connection, within the carriage, Lu Hanyan suddenly spoke again. So, does that mean when I was lecturing you back then, you were secretly mocking me? Lin Ze chuckled, saying, How could I dare? You were simply concerned about my potential. You must have laughed at me. Lu Hanyan pouted. At such a young age, you speak not a single truth. Lin Ze shrugged. It's not that I spoke entirely falsehoods. A truth? Thinking back on Lin Ze's attitude towards her, could it be? Lu Hanyan's face flushed slightly. She gently inquired which one. Guess. Lu Hanyan paused, then caught sight of Lin Ze's half-smiling expression. A jolt of surprise hit her heart, and her face instantly reddened again, leading her to lower her gaze in silence. Outside the carriage, the wheels turned steadily. Time flowed serenely. The carriage proceeded towards the Lu family estate. Although they encountered obstacles at the city gates, upon learning that it was Lin family's second young master, currently on a quest related to poison, the guards dared not impede their passage and promptly allowed them through. Soon, the carriage entered Wushuang Slope, where the Lu family resided. Over the years, since aligning with the Lin family, the Lu family had soared to great heights, nearly ruling the area. Upon entering Wushuang Slope, large characters of Lu were visible everywhere, with the surroundings dominated by Lu family enterprises. As Lu Hanyan gazed through the carriage window at the glaring Lu signs, she felt momentarily lost in thought. At this moment, it was unclear whether she felt trepidation upon nearing home, resentment, or a nostalgia for the past. Her emotions were exceedingly complex, and she could not discern their true nature. The Liu family. Sighing, the carriage rolled into the Liu estate. "My lord, miss, we have arrived," Xiao Chui called out loudly. Lin Ze and Liu Hanyan exited the carriage, immediately taking in the opulence of the Liu residence, which exuded an air of refinement, reminiscent of royal abodes. Quite impressive. Liu Hanyan remained silent, while Xiao Chui couldn't help but smirk. Still not as good as our Lin family. With that, Xiao Chui, whether deliberately or forgetfully, neglected to follow the proper etiquette to assist Liu Hanyan down from the carriage. Instead, she approached the gatekeeper to hasten the announcement. This left Liu Hanyan's outstretched hand awkwardly suspended in midair. Lin Ze said nothing. "Come here." He extended his hand, displaying gentlemanly decorum as he assisted Liu Hanyan down. Her face blushing a deep crimson, she leaned against Lin Ze, appearing like a newlywed couple returning to the bride's family for the first time. This sight caused Xiao Chui, who had been discreetly observing, to smirk. It must be me, Xiao Chui." However, Xiao Chui's little antics were hardly unnoticed by Lin Ze, who shot her a glare. Xiao Kui bolted in silence, obediently retreating behind Liu Hanyan. Yet, a delicate white hand reached out to gently pinch Xiao Chui. "You two just enjoy bullying me. Miss, it's the miss returning with the second young master." Where? "Oh dear. Yan Ze, my daughter." A beautiful woman rushed out, only to be halted by a lavishly dressed middle-aged man beside her. "Have some decorum. Do you not see the second young master?" The middle-aged man adjusted his attire. Liu Zhen pays respects to the second young master. Chapter 47. No one understands the library better than I do. After greeting Lin Ze, Liu Zhen's face beamed with smiles as he began a litany of flattery. "This morning, I was just telling my wife that the appearance of magpies signifies good fortune. And indeed, it turns out to be the second young master visiting our humble abode. Liu Zhen is truly honored. Truly honored. Please." Liu Zhen bowed, extending a hand in a gesture of invitation. "Second young master, please enter and converse." With that, Liu Zhen hurriedly called for his household staff. "Quickly prepare a banquet. The finest food and drink for my lord, and that 300-year-old snow ginseng, gifted by the former city lord a few years back." Lin Ze halted him. "There is no need for such extravagance. I am here on a matter of great importance, and shall be leaving shortly. You need not fuss. Go about your business as usual." A matter of great importance? What significant affair could involve our Liu family? A pang of anxiety struck Liu Zhen's heart, leading him to fear that perhaps a thoughtless descendant of the Liu family had committed a grave error. With this thought, Liu Zhen's expression subtly shifted as he urgently replied. "This, second young master, our Liu family has always been loyal and devoted to the Lin family and to Beichun, never harboring any treachery. If you command us to head north, we would never dare venture south. Please, second young master, be discerning." After saying this, Liu Zhen glanced at Liu Hanyan beside Lin Ze. "Yan Ze, you know your father. I would never engage in any treacherous dealings." Liu Hanyan remained silent, not sparing Liu Zhen a single glance. For from the moment they arrived until now, Liu Zhen's eyes were solely fixed on power and ambition, completely disregarding his long-lost daughter. "Time is of the essence. We must depart." Ignoring Liu Zhen, Liu Hanyan took Lin Ze's hand and headed toward the Liu family's library. She had completely lost faith in this cold place. Liu Hanyan led Lin Ze away, leaving Liu Zhen and the rest of the Liu family in an awkward standstill, until they were out of sight. Only then did Liu Zhen, with a scowl, mutter, "This unfilial daughter has spent a few years in the Lin family, and has truly grown wings." Liu Madam patted Liu Zhen's back. "Enough, say less. Our daughter has only returned this once, after so many years." Liu Madam understood Liu Hanyan's feelings all too well. Yet, there were matters even she felt powerless to address. Watching her daughter depart, Liu Madam sighed deeply. At that moment, a younger member of the Liu family spoke up. "Father, mother, isn't Hanyan the fiancée of the eldest young master Lin Ze? Why is she so intimate with the second young master?" Liu Zhen suddenly remembered that Liu Hanyan had directly taken Lin Ze's hand. This realization brought a surge of delight to Liu Zhen. After all, the eldest young master Lin Ze was already deceased. Liu Hanyan had neither a formal engagement nor any semblance of a marriage with him. Strictly speaking, Liu Hanyan was no longer considered a member of the Lin family. There was no telling when the Lin family might return Liu Hanyan. If that were to happen, could the Liu family still aspire to rise alongside the Lin family? Liu Zhen had been concerned about this for years. But now, the prospect of Liu Hanyan and Lin Ze rekindling their connection was a delightful surprise. Goodness, the second young master Lin Ze was an unparalleled genius. Even more so than the late Lin Ze. In the entire Beichin, he was simply one of a kind. If Lu Hanyin were to align with Lin Ze, who could possibly undermine the Lu family standing in the future? Lu Zhen's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance, as his mind began to envision the triumphant scenes of the Lu family commanding the winds and summoning the rain in the future. Is this truly acceptable? The affair between the nephew and the sister-in-law. If word of this spreads, it would not bode well for either the Lu or the Lin families. The younger generation of the Lu family murmured disapprovingly. Lu Zhen felt a surge of anger as he overheard them. "What nonsense are you spouting?" he exclaimed. "Yuana has neither exchanged vows with the eldest son, nor has she officially entered the household, and there isn't even a formal engagement. How can she be considered a sister-in-law?" Lu Zhen asserted. "Let me make this clear. From now on, no one is to mention Lin Ze outside. If anyone dares to speak of him, and the second son hears it." Lu Zhen narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. "Then don't blame me if I flay your skin off. Do you understand?" "Yes, father." "Good. That's more like it." Lu Zhen nodded with satisfaction. After a moment's thought, he summoned a few more members of the Lu family. "You lot, instruct everyone in the Lu household to pay close attention to Yuan and the second son. Find a way. I trust you comprehend my meaning?" "Understood. Rest assured, master." "Very well, go. Move swiftly. Time is of the essence." "Yes. We shall proceed at once." Meanwhile, Lin Ze and his entourage walked through the Lu residence, with Lu Hanyin leading the way at a brisk pace. She continued walking swiftly until she was far from the main entrance of the Lu family, completely out of sight and hearing of Lu Zhen and the others. Before finally slowing her steps, "I must have embarrassed you," she said. "Indeed, quite the embarrassment." Lu Hanyin gradually turned her head. Lin Ze shrugged, pointing at Xiao Chui with his left hand. Xiao Chui was gazing curiously at the point where their hands met. "Miss, you're gripping a bit too tightly, aren't you?" Lu Hanyan's face instantly flushed crimson. As if shocked, she quickly released Lin Ze's hand, turning away to increase the distance between them, her pace quickening once more. Xiao Chui chuckled and hurried to catch up with Lu Hanyin. "Miss, do tell me, what does it feel like to hold the Lord's hand? I've yet to experience it myself." Lu Hanyan's ears turned red as well. Xiao Chui, "Oh dear, we've arrived. Up ahead is the Lu family's library. Isn't it?" Xiao Chui changed the subject with an exaggerated tone. Lu Hanyin shot her a reproachful glance before striding into the library. The arrangement inside was markedly different from her memories, especially the number of eager learners present. When did the Lu family cultivate such a plethora of diligent descendants? A glance revealed that almost every bookshelf had someone standing before it. "Miss, second young master." Upon seeing Lin Ze and his companions enter, everyone in the library immediately bowed with great enthusiasm, as if they had rehearsed this greeting beforehand. Lu Hanyin was momentarily taken aback before she spoke. "The changes here are quite significant. I may need some time to adjust." Lin Ze nodded. "No waities. You search for what you need, and I will browse at my leisure." The library was a realm Lin Ze was intimately familiar with. No one understood the significance of a library better than he did. Half of his visit to the Lu family was motivated by the allure of their collection. Without further ado, he began to flip through volumes. As Lu Hanyin searched for her materials, Lin Ze perused his own. Soon, the library was filled with the sound of rapid page-turning. One book, two books. Lin Ze's speed was astonishing, leaving those watching in amazement. Could second young master truly comprehend the text within at such a pace? Chapter 48. The deadly worm. The onlookers exchanged glances, stunned for a moment. They soon prioritized their master's instructions over Lin Ze's unusual reading method. Confirming their intentions with silent nods, they began to seek opportunities within the library, waiting for the right moment to act. Although Lin Ze sensed something amiss, he merely cast a fleeting glance. He had no time to concern himself with these individuals now. As a prominent medical family, the Lu clan's lineage predated the Wuan dynasty. Years of practicing medicine had allowed them to amass a vast collection of ancient texts filled with fragmented notes and insights, some of which held immense value. While their works might lack the cohesive structure and cultivation value of the upper-class families of Beichin, in terms of the breadth of knowledge and diversity of elements, they could perhaps even outshine the imperial family of Beichin. For instance, Lin Ze held the volume titled Travel Journal of Lu Zhongxin. This was a notebook left by a distant ancestor of the Lu family, chronicling Lu Zhongxin's medical experiences throughout his life, containing numerous insights he had gathered from various masters regarding cultivation. These fragmented observations lacked any systematic approach and were merely snippets of thoughts, comprising the remnants of remnants. The shards of shards. For the average person, such notes would hold little value, let alone for a transcendent master like Lin Ze. Yet, Lin Ze possessed an absurdly gifted talent known as divine comprehension. With this talent, he could distill these fragmented phrases into relatively complete concepts. For example, within the travel journal of Lu Zhongxin, there was a passage related to a high-grade technique at the 8th level. Lin Ze could extrapolate and reconstruct the entirety of that level based on just that snippet. Just like this. You have browsed travel journal of Lu Zhongxin. You have discovered notes on a lower-grade technique Moon Fairy Steps at the 3rd level, the 4th move of a lower-grade technique Moon-Watching Sword, and the 4th layer of a middle-grade technique Drunken Immortal Fist. You have comprehended the fragments of Moon Fairy Steps, Moon-Watching Sword, and Drunken Immortal Fist. Divine Comprehension LV2, 74-100. Although these were all merely extracted fragments, when combined, they represented a significant advancement in Lin Ze's progress. And how many travel journals and notebooks lay within the entire Lu family library? Lin Ze estimated that he could easily gain over 10 points at the very least. This visit was indeed fortuitous. Thus, Lin Ze immersed himself completely in the Lu family library, reaping the rewards. You have browsed Lu Feilong's notebook. Time passed gradually. Eventually, Lu Hanyin uncovered the clues she had been searching for amidst the stacks of ancient texts. Found it. Her heart soared with joy. Just as she was about to share this discovery with Lin Ze, a sudden turn revealed a maid who, unable to avoid her, collided with Lu Hanyin, spilling the clear water she carried all over her. Splash! Water cascaded down Lu Hanyin's shoulder, soaking her upper body, through the damp fabric of her dress. Her delicate shoulders as pure as congealed fat, and her snow-white skin glistened in a haze of water. The interplay of blue and red, and the veiling of white, created an enchanting and mysterious allure that was simply irresistible. Miss, I am to blame. Please punish me, miss. The maid, having collided with Lu Hanyin, hurriedly knelt in apology. Lu Hanyin, feeling a bit helpless, sighed. It's all right, I won't hold it against you. Just fetch me a clean garment. Yes, I will go at once. At that moment, Lin Ze approached. What happened? Lu Hanyin shook her head. It's nothing important. Just a little accident. With that, she brushed the incident aside and raised the book in her hand, exclaiming with delight. What matters is that I've found the origin of the worm. Lu Hanyin walked up to Lin Ze, opened the ancient book, and pointed to a page. Look at this. This is it. The deadly worm. Lin Ze leaned in closer, and to his astonishment, he saw a familiar black worm vividly illustrated in the ancient text. Its grotesque and twisted shape matched perfectly with the one he had extracted from Lin Mo and the others. Upon closer inspection of the accompanying text, he read, The deadly worm, an extraordinary pest discovered by me during my travels in my later years. Those afflicted show no outward symptoms, appearing indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. And even medical examinations cannot detect the presence of the worm. However, once the affliction manifests, the worm awakens in a remarkably short time, devouring the host's flesh and essence, swiftly navigating through the meridians to disrupt the flow of qi and blood. Ultimately, he met a gruesome end, his head exploding in a most horrifying and sanguinary manner. Throughout my life, I have cured countless ailments and witnessed an array of bizarre insects, yet I have never encountered a creature as peculiar as the absolute life-ending goo. This piqued my interest, compelling me to unravel its mysteries. Thus, I traversed the lands where goo are known to dwell, investigating their origins, gathering intelligence, and experimenting with myriad remedies. By chance, I stumbled upon a revelation. It turns out that this absolute life-ending goo is not of our mundane world, but rather hails from the realms of the celestial. Furthermore, it is the creation of a formidable figure in the celestial hierarchy, the blood-poison old demon. Who is this blood-poison old demon, you ask? I cannot say for certain, yet the whispers I have gathered indicate that he is infamous. His name shrouded in dread, so much so that people avoid speaking of him altogether. In summary, it is said that this absolute life-ending goo is merely a low-level insect employed by the blood-poison old demon against low-ranking cultivators. Upon hearing this news, I was taken aback, marveling at the celestial realm's transcendence. Yet, it also ignited within me a fierce competitive spirit. If I could decipher the secrets of this absolute life-ending goo, would I not, in some regard, surpass those of the celestial order? Thus, I intensified my studies, meticulously dissecting its essence and probing its depths. Eventually, I uncovered 2 remedies that proved remarkably effective against the absolute life-ending goo. One involves grinding stone river into powder and consuming it as a drink. Within 2 days, it can expel the goo as festering blood. The other consists of soaking the root of the glimmering grass in water, drinking 3 bowls a day until the root turns pale and tasteless. Within 3 days of consuming this remedy, the goo will lose its grip, allowing one to extract it with a blade, infused with spiritual energy. Lin Ze read at an astonishing pace, swiftly absorbing the detailed accounts of the absolute life-ending goo and noting the 2 remedies. Stone river powder and glimmering grass root? It seems that stone river is rather scarce in the northern capital, while glimmering grass is plentiful. Just as Lin Ze pondered this, a fragrant aroma, intensified by moisture, wafted into his nostrils. Instinctively, he turned to seek the source of the fragrance. The water's hue was hazy and elusive. He quickly averted his gaze. "It must undoubtedly be the absolute life-ending goo," exclaimed Lu Hanyin joyfully. Upon lifting her head, she caught Lin Ze's gaze directed elsewhere. Chapter 49. Do not use Stone River. His actions were peculiar, imbued with a certain bashful awkwardness. Lu Hanyin sensed something amiss and instinctively glanced at her damp garments. In an instant, her face, along with her ears, flushed crimson. She too averted her gaze, pressing the ancient book against her chest as a feeble cover. A moment of silence ensued, a subtle tension brewing before the small bookshelf, spreading like wildfire. After a lengthy pause, the maid finally arrived with new garments, alleviating the awkwardness. "Miss, I am here to assist you in changing. Then I shall explore elsewhere." Before Lu Hanyin could respond, Lin Ze, ever perceptive, moved aside to continue his reading. He had not yet finished perusing the Lu family's collection. His talent progress had only just increased by 3 points. He still required 23 points to reach level 3. Back to work. You flip through. Divine Insight LV2, 77-100. Streams of information flowed past. Lin Ze continued to immerse himself in the sea of books, greedily absorbing martial knowledge like a sponge. Yet before long, he was once again met with Lu Hanyin's indignant voice. "What am I wearing? Is this what the Lu family ladies typically don? The maid is to blame. She has made a grievous error." Lin Ze instinctively glanced over. He beheld Lu Hanyin curled up, clad in a rather daring sheer gown. The delicate fabric left little to the imagination. Coupled with the peculiar behavior of those in the library, Lin Ze understood. TSK. The Lu family certainly knows how to create an atmosphere. Alas, in the library, no charm holds sway. No one cherishes the library more than Lin Ze. In its presence, women merely impede his reading speed. Lin Ze removed his outer coat and draped it over Xiaocui, covering the young lady. Having said this, he resumed his reading. At that moment, hut, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Lu Hanyin, donned in Lin Ze's white robe, rushed towards him. Her face etched with urgency. She presented the ancient book she had previously shielded herself with. "You must take a look." Lin Ze turned to glance. Before him lay a page drenched in blood red, perhaps due to Lu Hanyin's earlier attempt to shield herself. The page containing the account of the absolute life-ending goo had become waterlogged, revealing hidden blood characters. 4 blood-red characters were deeply etched into the page. "Do not use Stone River." Lin Ze was momentarily stunned, then narrowed his eyes. Within the page detailing the antidote to the absolute life-ending goo, such blood characters were concealed. "Do not use Stone River." What an intriguing phrase. "Xiaocui, fetch me a basin of water." "Yes." Shortly thereafter, Xiaocui returned with a basin of clear water. Lin Ze carefully attempted to immerse the pages of the ancient book one by one. In the next moment, the entire book's pages transformed into a bizarre blood red. A multitude of densely packed blood-colored characters emerged on the ancient text. These characters were strange and serpentine, not belonging to any script Lu Hanyin recognized. Yet, they emanated an ominous, malevolent aura that sent shivers down Lu Hanyin's spine. Seeing this, Lu Hanyin was taken aback. How could such bizarre elements exist within the medical notes of my Lu family's ancestors? Lin Ze paid her no heed, for he too was entranced. At the instant these blood characters surfaced, his divine insight talent activated once more. "You have discovered an eerie, unknown technique. This technique script is strangely malevolent, yet its fundamental principles resonate with a sense of familiarity. You are astonished to find that this technique bears a peculiar resemblance to the fragmented Phantom Moon 7 Stars record you obtained days prior from a stall on Xianghua Street. Suddenly enlightened, you realize that the fragment of Phantom Moon 7 Stars record was intentionally incomplete, concealing another mysterious technique within its pages. If you were to reinterpret Phantom Moon's 7 Stars record according to the guidance of these sinister blood characters, combining the two techniques, perhaps you could unveil the true nature of Phantom Moon's 7 Stars record and the mysterious technique. As Lin Ze absorbed the information from the divine insight prompt, he was rendered speechless. The incomplete 7 Stars Phantom Moon record was intricately linked to the notes of Lu's ancestors. So the original protagonist's ambiguous relationship with Lu Hanyan was predestined by this very plot, was it? While Lin Ze was lost in thought, Lu Hanyan waved her hand in front of him. What are you pondering? Lin Ze snapped back to reality, glancing at the cover of the book. The cover bore the signature Lu Changfeng. He surveyed everyone from the Lu family. A terrifying pressure subtly emanated, causing all to feel like they were sitting on pins and needles, their hearts racing with fear. Listen closely. Immediately gather all records and documents concerning Lu Changfeng from the Lu family's archives. Spare not a single detail. Having said this, Lin Ze pointed at the maid who had just helped Lu Hanyan change. You summon all the elderly members of the Lu family who can speak to me. At these words, the maid was struck with sudden alarm. She could not fathom why everything had shifted so drastically. From the looks of it, because of Lu Changfeng, the Lu family was about to face a calamity. Yes, I shall go at once. The maid hurriedly dashed out to summon Lu Zhen and others. The rest quickly began searching through the Lu family's library for information on Lu Changfeng. Observing Lin Ze's fervent mobilization, Lu Hanyan assumed he had deciphered the blood characters and uncovered the true lead on the goo. Did you comprehend it? What does it say? Sort of. Lin Ze nodded slightly. Yet at this moment, he found himself more preoccupied with a singular matter rather than these trivial words, namely, the origins of your Lu family. The Lu clan has been renowned for generations for their medical expertise, with ancestors who were celebrated physicians. Their presence felt across the eastern territories of the 7 nations surrounding the Sword Storage Mountain. Logically, they should be illustrious and prosperous, effortlessly navigating the intricacies of the world. In this mortal realm, no one can guarantee a lifetime devoid of the trials of aging, illness, and death. Under ordinary circumstances, who would dare to cross paths with a celebrated physician capable of healing? Yet, paradoxically, the Lu family finds themselves in dire straits. They have fallen to the extent of needing to offer a beautiful maiden to the Lin family for self-preservation. For a prominent medical family to descend to such a state, it surely indicates a lack of capability. Of course, this is merely a hypothesis. When calamity does not strike, no one tends to ponder deeply. But now that trouble has arisen, Lin Ze possesses ample reason to suspect the Lu family's origins are less than straightforward, particularly since the arrival of Lu Changfeng, which undoubtedly appears abnormal. It seems that your ancestor, Lu Changfeng, was not merely a physician in the conventional sense. Upon hearing this, Lu Hanyan appeared contemplative. Lu Changfeng, you say? I recall he was a figure from a century ago. A century past, our Lu family had recently relocated from the 9 Extremities dynasty to Wuhan. Chapter 50. The Holy Sect. The 9 Extremities dynasty, situated to the west of the New Moon dynasty, occupies the core regulatory region of the Sword Storage Mountain. In terms of resources, wealth, and national power, the 9 Extremities dynasty, nestled in this pivotal area, enjoys a level of prosperity surpassing that of neighboring nations. The Lu family, having moved from the 9 Extremities dynasty to Wuhan, likely did so to evade a looming catastrophe. Reflecting on the figure referenced in Lu Changfeng's notes, the blood-poison old demon, Lin Ze pondered whether Lu Changfeng had attracted the wrath of the blood-poison old demon in his quest to decipher the fatality worm. Or perhaps he had become embroiled in a conflict among celestial sects, dragging his entire family into turmoil. As he mused outside the library, Lu Zhen and other core members of the Lu family hurriedly entered, their faces etched with anxiety, as if the sky were about to collapse. Upon hearing from a maid that the second young master was furious and demanded the presence of all the elders from the Lu family, Lu Zhen and the others felt a chill of dread. In the course of their investigation, they had genuinely stumbled upon something significant. Lu Zhen swiftly approached Lin Ze, bowing slightly in a show of caution. Second young master, what has transpired? Yet, what had Lu Changfeng, their ancestor, involved himself in regarding treachery? Lin Ze replied calmly. Rest assured, family head Lu, it is not a grave matter. I summoned you all merely due to an unexpected incident. As he spoke, Lin Ze produced an ancient tome, its blood-red text revealed by water damage. My purpose in coming here was to investigate the origins and remedies for the fatality worm, intending to leave after my inquiries. However, By a twist of fate, this book, upon contact with water, unveiled the ominous phrase, "Do not approach," Shijiang in blood-red letters. Lin Ze extended the book towards Lu Jun. "Family head Lu, could you kindly elucidate this matter for me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jun glanced at Lu Hanyin, who was draped in Lin Ze's long coat, then at the water-stained ancient tome before him. After many years of navigating such complexities, Lu Jun understood all too well the implications of this so-called twist of fate. In that moment, he longed to slap himself soundly. Why did I involve myself in this matter? Had I refrained, there would be no issue at hand. Lu Jun felt a pang of regret and hastily took the ancient tome, beginning to peruse the information left by Lu Changfeng. After reading through the details, Lu Jun's heart sank. "Do not approach Shijiang. Lu Jun, you truly deserve your fate. This, second young master, we are entirely ignorant of the contents of this book. We implore your understanding." Lin Ze was at a loss for words. "If I were not discerning, you would have already lost your opportunity to speak. Now, tell me, what can you reveal about Lu Changfeng?" Lu Changfeng, Lu Jun, and the others exchanged glances, pondering deeply. However, no matter how they thought, their knowledge of Lu Changfeng was limited, yielding no substantial information. Although Lu Changfeng was a figure from a century ago, not so distant in time, some of the more skilled members of the Lu family had indeed come from his era. Yet, Lu Changfeng was known to wander the world, often absent from the Lu family, and their understanding of him was confined to a few scattered remarks. Ultimately, it was an elder of the Lu family, who was related to Lu Changfeng, who recollected. In response to the second young master, Uncle Changfeng delighted in traveling the world to practice medicine, often absent from the Lu family gatherings. In a year, I would be fortunate to see him twice, and there were times he would not return for years. Regarding Uncle Changfeng, I only recall him mentioning that he had joined a celestial sect called the Holy Sect, where he was highly regarded by its leadership. For this reason, he sought an audience with the previous family head, who was Hanyin's grandfather, to discuss bringing the Lu family into this holy sect, wishing to elevate our family alongside him. However, the former family head seemed to harbor reservations about this holy sect and did not acquiesce, leading Uncle Changfeng to leave the Lu family the very next day. He departed for a full 8 years. It was only on a certain day, 8 years later, that he returned. This time, however, he appeared unwell, confining himself to his room to write his travel memoirs. During this time, the former family head seemed to have had a quarrel with him, but the reasons remain unknown. In any case, after that, Uncle Changfeng left the Lu family and has never returned since. To this day, we are unaware of his fate. This is all I know regarding Lu Changfeng. Lin Ze contemplated for a moment and said, "I have heard that your Lu family relocated from the Nine Extremities dynasty to the Wuan dynasty." The Lu family elder nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Is there a correlation between your migration to Wuan and Lu Changfeng's last appearance?" Upon hearing Lin Ze's inquiry, the Lu family members fell silent. They pondered carefully. It seems that after Uncle Changfeng's departure, our Lu family unknowingly fell under some ill fate. Our various enterprises plummeted, and family members began to suffer inexplicable misfortunes, disappearing without a trace. Thus, the former family head made a decisive choice, promptly selling off the ancestral estate accumulated over many years in the Nine Extremities dynasty, quietly relocating, and thus we crossed into the Wuan dynasty. After listening to the elder's account, Lin Ze began to piece together the situation. At this moment, those searching the library for records on Lu Changfeng had finished compiling their findings. They brought forth several thin volumes to Lin Ze. "Second young master, these are all the documents recording information about Lu Changfeng." Lin Ze acknowledged with a sound, casually flipping through them. However, he found little of significance. Subsequently, Lin Ze employed the same method, soaking the documents in water once more. Yet, after a considerable time, no new blood letters emerged. It appeared that the only clue left by Lu Changfeng resided within his travel memoirs. Lin Ze took a handkerchief from Xiaocui to wipe his hands. "Very well. You may all retire." "Yes." Lu Jun and the others exchanged understanding glances, signaling all the servants and maids to vacate the library. Momenslete. The vast library was left solely with Lin Ze and his companions. Lin Ze returned to the bookshelf, resuming his reading. After all, a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. One should not let it go to waste. Lu Hanyin remained unaware of Lin Ze's thoughts at this moment. She chose not to inquire, knowing that when Lin Ze was ready to share, he would do so in due time. She began to ponder over the ancient tome left by Lu Changfeng, meticulously examining his travel memoirs, word by word. Within the library, The only sound was that of pages turning. Time slipped by, and after an unknown duration, Lin Ze finally completed his review of the Liu family's archives. The progress was notably encouraging. His talent level had reached 85, leaving only 15 points to achieve the next upgrade to level 3. Chapter 51, Earth Level Medium Grade, True Fire Sacred Demon Art. As for the remaining 15 points, Lin Ze cast a glance at Lu Hanyan, who was engrossed in pondering over the travelogue of Lu Changfeng. The fact that Lu Changfeng was able to conceal that mysterious technique within the remnants of the Earth Level Medium Grade technique, Phantom Moon 7 Stars record, suggests that the quality of that mysterious technique must be quite remarkable. At the very least, completing the remaining 15 points of progress should be more than sufficient. If that is indeed the case, then with the power of an Earth-level technique, Lin Ze could ascend to the realm of innate divine beings. He would achieve innate status directly. The Liu family's journey would be a resounding success. Closing the book, the starlight in Lin Ze's eyes grew increasingly brilliant, reflecting a dazzling galaxy. It was time to return. Turning his head, Lin Ze spoke, "Let us go. We have already delayed long enough. Remember to bring that travelogue." Understood. Lu Hanyan took the travelogue of Lu Changfeng and followed Lin Ze out of the library pavilion. Outside the library pavilion, Lu Zhen and others were still waiting with doubt. Upon seeing Lin Ze emerge, they immediately rushed forward. "Second young master, is everything all right with our Liu family?" Lin Ze reassured, "Rest easy, the Liu family head. It is nothing serious." "That's good to hear. That's good to hear." Lu Zhen exhaled in relief and quickly continued, "Second young master, you have worked hard during this busy time. Please proceed to the front hall. I have instructed the servants to prepare a banquet." Waving his hand, Lin Ze walked straight toward the main entrance. "Still eating? Returning to upgrade my talents and ascend to innate status is far more enticing than dining here." At this moment, Lin Ze's heart was set on returning, and nothing could hinder him. "No need. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not impose." Lu Zhen earnestly tried to retain him. "Ah, second young master, you are leaving already? It has taken so much effort for you to come. I have yet to extend my hospitality. There will be opportunities in the future." Hearing the strong refusal in Lin Ze's tone, Lu Zhen did not dare to press further. "In that case, I shall await your return, second young master. Please travel safely." Under the watchful eyes of Lu Zhen and others, Lin Ze and his party boarded the carriage. Back to the residence. With Lin Ze's command, the Liu family's attendants drove the carriage toward the direction they had come from. They watched as Lin Ze's carriage disappeared into the distance, and gradually, the smile on Lu Zhen's face faded, turning serious. He turned to the clan elder who had mentioned Lu Changfeng's news. "Clan uncle, what is the true situation regarding Lu Changfeng?" The gazes of others also converged upon this elder of the Liu family. Facing everyone's scrutiny, the elder hesitated. Finally, he sighed heavily. "Do not inquire further. It is not a good matter. As for Lu Changfeng, it would be best if you knew as little as possible. Just pretend that the Liu family has never had such a person. Should anyone ask, simply state that you are unaware." With a low sigh, the Liu family elder turned to leave. In the gentle breeze, his soft murmurs could be faintly heard. "Disaster of extermination. Disaster of extermination." In the returning carriage, Lin Ze suddenly called out, "Lin Lin." One of the accompanying guards, Lin Lin, promptly responded, "At your service." "You must immediately go to the Shura Manor and inform them that I require detailed information on the previous head of the Liu family and Lu Changfeng." Lin Lin understood. "Do you suspect that the Liu family is lying?" Lin Ze smiled slightly. "I am not concerned whether they are lying or telling the truth. Whether it is a lie or the truth, I have no interest in meddling in their family affairs. Nor am I intrigued by the rise and fall of the Liu family. What I care about is where Lu Changfeng obtained the Earth-level technique." Lin Lin seemed to grasp the situation. Understood. However, Shura Manor usually only accepts assassination missions. This task of gathering intelligence, that is of no concern. Just state that it is information I, Lin Ze, require. The people of Shura Manor will naturally understand. Lin Lin was taken aback. Does this mean that, long ago, my lord had already secretly brought Shura Manor under his command? Gasped. This was indeed too. Lin Lin dared not ponder further. "Yes, I shall go at once." Lin Lin's figure flickered and disappeared from sight. Upon returning to the Liu residence, "The lord has returned." "My lord." Lin Ze nodded and entered the inner court of the Liu family. As he walked, he instructed Lu Hanyan, "The stone river powder is likely unusable, but the shining grass root can still be tried. Prepare to test the medicinal properties of the shining grass root. As for the rest, We shall discuss it when I emerge. Having said that, Lin Ze hurriedly returned to his room with Lu Chongfeng's travelogue. Lu Hanyan watched, bewildered. At this moment, she was eager to know what those blood-red characters had inscribed to warrant such secrecy and urgency. In Lin Ze's room, he retrieved the Phantom Moon 7 Stars record from the hidden compartment beneath the bed, which he had previously purchased from a vendor on Xianghua Street. Estimated completion time, 21 days. He placed this book alongside Lu Chongfeng's travelogue. In the next moment, following the guidance of the mysterious technique, you have uncovered the deeply concealed secrets of the Phantom Moon 7 Stars record. You have deciphered the Phantom Moon 7 Stars record and the mysterious technique. You have discovered the Earth-level medium-grade technique, true fire sacred demon art. Before Lin Ze, the Phantom Moon 7 Stars record and Lu Chongfeng's travelogue underwent a wondrous transformation. The mysterious blood characters began to release wisps of crimson aura along the edges where they intersected, illuminating certain words from the Phantom Moon 7 Stars record in a brilliant crimson hue. The clusters of blood-red characters coalesced into a brand-new technique. Buzz! With a wave of eerie blood-colored energy rippling, 5 blood-red characters suddenly rose from the 2 ancient books, manifesting before Lin Ze's eyes. They boldly proclaimed, "True fire sacred demon art." Upon seeing these 5 blood-red characters, all of Lin Ze's thoughts became clear. At this moment, he no longer needed to wait for the 21 days required to complete the Phantom Moon 7 Stars record, nor did he need to find alternative paths to condense the divine flower. At this very moment, the true fire sacred demon art lay right before him. The path to innate divine beings laid bare. The mysterious door to the innate realm had already swung open for Lin Ze. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ze immersed his entire being into the true fire sacred demon art. You have perused the true fire sacred demon art. With your terrifying comprehension, almost bordering on the Tao, the true fire sacred demon art has been fully grasped and extrapolated to the 10th layer. True fire sacred demon art LV10, great perfection. In that instant, the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit converged. The innate unity was born. Buzz! In the depths of the void, a mysterious and profound door opened for Lin Ze. Power! An endless and mysterious power surged forth from that door, continuously cleansing Lin Ze's physical body, washing away all impurities. Thus, he transcended his mortal form, evolving towards the enigmatic state of innate life. Chapter 52. Finally achieving innate status. True body realm. Great sounds are rare. Great forms are formless. Within the innate door, one forgets oneself, loses form, forgets the heart, and forgets nature. No self, no boundaries, only the surging innate unity energy, akin to ocean tides, ceaselessly washing over Lin Ze's body, resonating in harmony with the Tao, causing Lin Ze to shed his mortal shell and forge an innate body. 1 breath, 2 breaths, a quarter of an hour, 2/4 of an hour. Under the purifying embrace of the innate unity, Lin Ze's physical form became crystalline and translucent. His body shimmered like bright jade, his veins like glazed glass, and his blood like fine nectar. A radiant, innate, true essence sparkled within his innate, true body. Innate first layer, unity realm, achieved. Boom! The formidable innate divine might instantly surged through the void, spreading across a radius of thousands of miles within the Northern Star dynasty. At this moment, the hearts and minds of all within the Northern Star dynasty suddenly trembled. In the depths of their beings, they seemed to be locked onto by some great terror, feeling a disquieting sensation throughout their bodies, their hair standing on end, and a chill creeping up their spines. A primal shiver surged from their bones, from the very depths of their souls, leaving an indelible mark upon their spirits. It is the oppression of life from the apex of the food chain. It is the primordial principle that humanity has been bound to since ancient times. It represents the disparity in the hierarchy of life. In the North Star Imperial Palace, the North Star Emperor seated upon the dragon throne suddenly narrowed his eyes in disbelief, uttering 2 words, innate? How could there be someone in the North Star who has attained the realm of the innate? Who could it be? The Wei family. Wei Pingyuan, who was contemplating the future direction of the Wei clan, was abruptly awakened by an overwhelming aura of an innate being. This aura is an innate deity? Someone has actually achieved. Wei Pingyuan gazed into the distant sky. Could it be? The Lin family. Lin Ao was leisurely savoring fragrant tea, his fingers deftly playing with prayer beads. Ever since his grandson Lin Ze boldly declared his existence, Lin Ao had intentionally begun to transfer power to Lin Ze, entrusting him with the management of the Lin family affairs. In recent days, Lin Ao had been enjoying a rare tranquility. How long had it been since he relished such peaceful days? Splendid, truly splendid. Suddenly, Lin Ao's expression shifted. He rose, hands clasped behind his back, standing proudly between heaven and earth, reminiscent of a battlefield deity exuding a chilling aura. An innate. Where did the North Star find an innate? Could it be? Before Lin Ao could ponder further, the immense power of the innate surged once more. Boom! In that instant, the sky over the North Star and its surrounding thousands of miles turned dark and oppressive. Thick, ominous clouds swiftly gathered, shrouding the entire North Star dynasty, causing the world to lose its color, plunging into a dismal gloom. Boom! Boom! Thunderous roars reverberated. As the winds and clouds surged, thunder erupted in fury. Within the dark clouds, lightning crackled. Thick silver serpents danced in the pitch-black sky, slicing through the darkness and casting a brilliant light that illuminated the world. In a fleeting moment, it felt as if the world were ending. Moreover, the clouds continued to expand and coalesce. Already, they had spread from the North Star to the Wolf Capital and the New Moon Dynasty, showing no signs of abating. In that moment, fear gripped the hearts of the people across the three nations of the North Star, dreading the impending thunderbolts that could obliterate everything. At the edge of the New Moon Dynasty, a mysterious figure cloaked in black paused in his journey toward the Nine Extremes Dynasty. He glanced back at the encroaching clouds. Where did such a powerful being of the Divine Pulse realm come from? Could it be that the people of Sanjin Mountain have already detected it? It seems I must hasten my pace. With a resigned sigh, the mysterious figure lamented, a mere Sanjin Mountain. Alas, how the tiger falls to the ground, bullied by dogs. When will Sanjin Mountain? Before he could finish his thought, another extraordinary phenomenon arose in the sky. Behold, amidst the oppressive darkness, a magnificent sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the world. Fiery brilliance, the great sun blazed, burning with terrifying solar flames, descending upon the earth and scorching the vast expanse. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was not a true sun, but rather a gathering of vitality and blood essence, coalescing into a resplendent crimson sun. Vital essence like a wolf's smoke, blood like the sun. Moreover, within this sun, a resonant dragon's roar could be faintly heard. Roar! A colossal blood-red dragon soared forth from the sun, gliding over the head of the cloaked figure, releasing a piercingly sharp dragon's cry, radiating terrifying heat capable of turning the world into a purgatory as it traversed the eastern territories of Sanjian Mountain. Seeing this, the cloaked figure's face twitched. By the heavens, vitality like a dragon, the third stage of the true body realm. What the hell? What kind of madness is this? The mysterious figure silently lamented. No one had informed him that there existed a true body realm expert with vitality like a dragon in Sanjian Mountain. Run! I must flee! The mysterious figure swiftly attempted to distance himself from the perception range of the true body realm expert. Yet, at that moment, all the extraordinary phenomena in the sky vanished. The ominous clouds, thunder, great sun, and colossal dragon, all dissipated without a trace. In the sky, the weather turned fair, with the clouds rolling gently. It was as if everything that had just transpired had been but an illusion conjured by the mysterious figure. Stunned, he remained silent for a long while. Was that merely a passing occurrence? Or was it an intentional scare? After a prolonged moment, he cursed softly as he stepped into the Nine Extremes Dynasty. Damn it, are you playing with me? In the North Star Dynasty, within the Lin family, in Lin Ze's chamber, Lin Ze concluded a series of breakthroughs. Upon opening his eyes, they gleamed with a captivating, radiant light. The divine light was so profound it seemed capable of piercing through endless voids, perceiving the fluctuations of the mortal realm. Furthermore, his entire demeanor had undergone a sublime transformation, transcending the ordinary. Pure as white jade, bright as amber, formidable as gold and stone. Every movement exuded an overwhelming weight of life that was insurmountable. True body realm. The innate beings possess 6 realms. Primordial, divine pulse, true body. Divine sea, celestial origin, and life mystery. With the enhancement of the true fire sacred demon art at level 10, Lin Ze broke through 3 realms consecutively, surpassing the primordial, advancing to the divine pulse, and achieving the true body. He had now traversed half of the realms of the innate beings, attaining the 3rd realm of true body. Moreover, this was no ordinary true body. The innate true body is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is vitality smoke, the second stage is blood sun, and the third stage is vitality like a dragon. Lin Ze was now a super true body expert at the third stage, with vitality akin to that of a dragon. How powerful is this stage? Taking a deep breath, Lin Ze clenched his fist. An overwhelming sense of fulfillment surged throughout his being. At this moment, with just a casual movement, he could turn the entire North Star. No, that is too small. A true body expert with vitality, like a dragon, is not so lowly. To be precise, he could easily reduce the entire eastern territories of Sanjin Mountain's 7 nations to rubble. However, under a full-powered eruption, Lin Ze could not ascertain. After all, having amassed hundreds of martial arts techniques, he was inherently different from ordinary individuals. He mastered every aspect bit by bit. Furthermore, his core technique for breaking through the innate realm was the true fire sacred demon art at an unprecedented 10th layer. How could its power be compared to that of an ordinary true body? Chapter 53, Divine Level Comprehension LV3, Technique Fusion Universelle. Lin Ze was certain of one thing. As a super true body realm expert, at this very moment, he was indeed invincible in the vicinity of Sanjin Mountain. And this was not the end. With this breakthrough, Lin Ze not only elevated his life realm to the pinnacle of the third stage of the innate, but also finally upgraded his innate talent of divine level comprehension to LV3. Divine level comprehension LV2, 185-100. You have perused countless tomes and finally gained insights, achieving a deeper understanding of the essence of divine level comprehension. You have unlocked a new ability of divine level comprehension. Divine level comprehension upgraded to LV3, 85-1000. From now on, you may integrate your learned techniques, distilling their strengths while discarding their weaknesses, creating new, powerful techniques, and achieving a great enhancement. Upon seeing the new ability of divine level comprehension at LV3, Lin Ze's heart stirred. This ability is remarkable. Since Lin Ze embarked on his path of cultivation, he had acquired no fewer than 800 techniques. It could be said that his knowledge was quite eclectic. Moreover, their grades were generally low. Aside from the peerless human grade 8 desolate battle art, there wasn't a single trump card technique capable of standing on its own. Now, with divine level comprehension at LV3, Lin Ze could refine and merge all his techniques, creating a series of trump cards. Thus, Lin Ze commenced the process of refinement, reworking all his acquired techniques. You have observed the world and gained inspiration, leading to new ideas about your learned techniques. You have fused the techniques you have mastered. The primary technique is the 8 desolate battle art, supplemented by a total of 109 texts. The 8 desolate battle art has achieved a grade breakthrough. You have comprehended the Earth grade low-tier technique 8 desolate Heartslayer art. You have observed the world and gained inspiration. The body refinement technique is primarily the true fire sacred demon art, supplemented by a total of 127 texts. You have comprehended the Earth grade mid-tier technique burning sacred demon technique. After a thorough refinement, Lin Ze's technique configuration is as follows. Mind technique, Earth grade low tier, 8 desolate Heartslayer art. Body refinement, Earth grade mid tier, burning sacred demon technique. Movement technique, peerless human grade, heavenly feather surging swallow. Eye technique, peerless human grade, amber eye. Finger technique, peerless human grade, 7 mysterious sword finger. Palm technique, peerless human grade, heartless divine palm. The martial arts. Among them, the method of body refinement did not achieve a breakthrough in rank. Lin Ze was not surprised. After all, the chasm between acquired and innate abilities is vast. Expecting a mere 100 human-level techniques to shake the foundations of the innate mid-grade true fire sacred demon art is indeed unrealistic. That it managed to absorb and fuse, transforming into burning sacred demon technique, is already a considerable concession. However, the mental cultivation aspect was quite unexpected for Lin Ze. With only a little over 100 fusion materials, it astonishingly allowed the 8 Desolations battle technique to evolve from a human-level top grade to an earth-level low grade. It seems that their Lin family's ancestral 8 Desolations battle technique ranks among the finest of human-level top grades, its quality already quite close to the innate tier. As for the other techniques, there were no surprises. After a round of fusion enhancements, they all ascended to human-level top grades. Under the refinement and transformation of these techniques, Lin Ze's aura deepened, becoming increasingly unfathomable, as if it were a profound abyss. It was also imbued with the overwhelming pressure of a superior being. He resembled a colossal dragon shrouded in mist. Once the fog was lifted, he would unleash his indomitable, immortal form, bringing about apocalyptic calamity. Lin Ze now seemed to have reached an unknowable realm, transcending mere strength. A casual breath released would send ripples through the world, akin to a serene lake suddenly struck by a meteorite, stirring waves of destruction. Or a mere glance could create a divine pillar piercing the void, as if shattering a mirror, leaving no living being unscathed. What is an innate divine being? This is an innate divine being. Exhaling deeply, Lin Ze expressed the tumult within his heart, invigorated. Rising, the brilliance in his eyes had never shone so brightly as it did now. With the innate true body established, where in this vast world could he not venture? Gazing out at the scenery beyond the window, Lin Ze stood in contemplation for a long while. Eventually, his gaze fell once more upon the Phantom Moon 7-star record. Although the blood characters left by Lu Changfeng deciphered the incomplete text to yield a new innate mid-grade technique, it did not signify that the old one was rendered useless. With divine-level comprehension, he would continue to reap the benefits without reserve. After 21 days, another innate mid-grade technique would be added to his collection. A full 100 points of progress. A few more, and Lin Ze would ascend from level 3 directly to level 4. This life was indeed comfortable. Safeguarding the Phantom Moon 7-star record, Lin Ze stepped out of the room. At that moment, the fragrance of flowers, the greenery of grass, and the clarity of the wind enveloped him. Yet, the members of the Lin family were not experiencing such ease. They had just been shaken to their core by the commotion caused by Lin Ze's breakthrough and were now filled with suspicion. Upon seeing Lin Ze emerge, they hurriedly gathered around, encircling him protectively. "Lord, there is danger." Lin Ze was at a loss for words. This was indeed his fault. He had not anticipated that the noise from his breakthrough would be so outrageous. Thus, he reassured them, "It's all right, it's over now." He glanced around. "Where is the young lady?" "The young lady is in the pharmacy, preparing luminous grassroots." "Ah, understood." With that, Lin Ze's figure vanished without a trace. He reappeared silently within the pharmacy. At that moment, Lu Hanyan had recovered from her shock and was documenting the reaction of the goo worm he had previously extracted from Xiao Chui, tossing it into the luminous grass soup. No need to study the luminous grass root any longer. Lu Hanyan trembled slightly. The innate might Lin Ze had displayed earlier still left her apprehensive. Upon seeing Lin Ze, she finally relaxed. "You came without making a sound." After saying this, Lu Hanyan inquired, "What do you mean by no longer needing to study the luminous grass root?" Lin Ze replied, "The infusion of luminous grass root takes too long to show effect, and we are unaware of when the wolves will respond to trigger the goo poison. We must race against time. At the very least, the Lin family must act swiftly." After saying this, Lin Ze asked, "How much Stone River is left in the pharmacy?" "Stone River?" Lu Hanyan frowned. "Didn't the ancestor Changfeng leave a message saying it shouldn't be used?" "This is precisely the content of the blood characters you wish to know." As he spoke, Lin Ze made a knife gesture with his fingers, lightly slicing open his palm, causing a copious amount of crimson blood to coalesce in the void. Lu Hanyan was startled. She rushed over, attempting to stop the bleeding. "What are you doing?" Lin Ze responded, "If we intend to use Stone River to counter the goo worm, it must be accompanied by blood as the medicinal guide. The blood of one who practices the true fire sacred demon art." Chapter 54? Isn't that me? After cultivating the true fire sacred demon art, Lin Ze also deciphered the messages left by Lu Changfeng. The Stone River is not unusable. Rather, it must be paired with the true blood condensed from the true fire sacred demon art. Otherwise, upon ingestion, it will immediately provoke the goo worm, causing the afflicted to either suffer the immediate agony of the worm's eruption or, in severe cases, perish on the spot. Likewise, the luminous grass root is not the ultimate antidote to the goo. It can only temporarily suppress the toxicity of the goo worm, diminishing its potency, but cannot completely eradicate the worm. Thus, both the Stone River and luminous grass root were merely deceptive messages left by Lu Changfeng for certain individuals. The true method for dispelling the goo has always been solely through the true fire sacred demon art. Only those who have cultivated the true fire sacred demon art and reached the 3rd level, capable of condensing the sacred demon true blood, can use blood as a guide to dispel this lethal goo. As for why the true fire sacred demon art can counter the goo, Lin Ze did not know. It is highly probable that the true fire sacred demon art originates from a holy sect, and the blood poison old demon happens to be one of its members. In any case, as long as it can detoxify, he was indifferent to the stories of the holy sect or the Lu family. After releasing roughly a bowl of blood, Lin Ze halted the bleeding. In a moment, The wound rapidly healed, fading into nothingness. He let the blood condensed in the void fall into a large bowl. It should be sufficient for the entire Lin family to dispel the goo. With Lin Ze's burning sacred demon technique at level 10, a single drop of his blood is far more precious than that of a third-level minor practitioner. Given his cultivation realm, just one drop of blood could save thousands. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, Lin Ze decided to provide a bit more. After all, the Lin family were his kin, and he felt more at ease with a greater supply. Once he had filled the bowl with blood, Lu Hanyin turned to find some restorative pills. She chided, "Honestly, if you needed blood, you should have said so earlier. Why the rush? And why so much? The Lin family is not comprised of only you." Lin Ze waved his hand. "No need to search. With my realm, this amount of blood won't harm me. Focus on using the medicine to dispel the goo for the family." Having established his innate true body, his vitality surged like a dragon. The blood within him flowed like mercury, gushing forth incessantly. To say that this bowl of blood could not possibly harm him was an understatement. Even a river of blood flooding the entire Bachan Empire would not inflict any substantial damage upon Lin Ze. Though this statement may seem a bit outrageous, it embodies the essence of a great, innate, divine being. The distinction between innate and acquired is not merely a difference of strength. It represents an entirely different realm of existence. Hearing Lin Ze's words, Lu Hanyin had no choice but to look for the remaining stone river in the pharmacy. She opened the cabinet containing the stone river and took a glance. There's about 3 or 2 portions left. Is that enough? Stone river is not a commonly used medicinal herb. Its utility is rare, and the Lin family's pharmacy does not hold much stock. 3 or 2 portions. That should suffice for the core members of the Lin family. Lu Hanyin retrieved a gray stone river lump, exerting force to shatter it into fine powder. She then mixed the stone river powder with Lin Ze's blood. While mixing, Lu Hanyin instructed Xiao Kui, have Lin Wei and the others go to the capital's major pharmacies to procure more stone river. Now that we, the Lin family, are the only ones aware of the stone river's purpose, it should be relatively easy to purchase. Yes, miss. Xiao Chui swiftly exited the pharmacy, closing the door behind her with a thoughtful gesture. You several, accompany me outside to purchase more stone river. She also dismissed the guard stationed outside the pharmacy. The two exchanged silent glances. This Xiao Chui, you've sent everyone away. Who will test the medicine? Lin Wu, come see me. Lin Ze summoned Lin Wu from afar. In the next moment, feathers drifted down from the void. Lin Wu's figure emerged amidst the ethereal light. My lord, Lin Ze gestured towards the antidote prepared by Lu Hanyin. You should give the medicine a try. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Wu responded, yes, my lord. He took a small cup of the blood potion diluted with water, which Lu Hanyin had provided, and downed it in one gulp, subsequently channeling his energy to expedite the absorption of the medicine. In but a few breaths, Lin Wu concluded his meditation. The gazes of Lin Ze and Lu Hanyin immediately focused on him. How do you feel? Lin Wu carefully sensed his condition and uncertainly replied. It seems. I feel nothing? Let me take a look. Lin Wu stepped before Lin Ze, whose eyes instantly transformed into a mesmerizing amber hue. Having attained the innate true body, Lin Ze no longer required the demonic heart prohibition to directly utilize his ocular power to detect the presence of the parasitic insects. Within Lin Ze's amber gaze, the parasites within Lin Wu's body were dissolving and disintegrating, gradually melting into a pool of blood. Evidently, the medicine was effective. It's fine now. This medicine can be used. With those words from Lin Ze, Lin Wu was momentarily taken aback. Wait, is it really cured just like that? My lord, you haven't even examined it. He then heard Lin Ze instruct, Lin Wu, go summon all members of the Lin family and have them take the medicine. Afterward, Lin Ze turned to Lu Hanyin and said, additionally, Xiao Chui has gone to procure more medicine. If they're ISNT enough, we can always add more. But the blood must come from me. At this point, Lu Hanyin understood that the Crimson characters surely held other secrets, and it was not simply a matter of using blood to dispel the curse. However, she did not press for further details. Although she harbored no fondness for the family that treated her as a mere commodity, she had to concede that the educational principles of the Lu family were indeed correct. A wise girl should not pry into matters a man is reluctant to discuss, for when he wishes to speak, he will naturally do so. Thus, Lu Hanyin merely committed Lin Ze's words to memory, replying, I understand. I'll go check on grandfather and the others. With that, Lin Ze vanished from the pharmacy and arrived at the main residence where Lin Ao was located. Similarly, Lin Ze's arrival was silent and did not attract the attention of Lin Ao or Lin Mo grandfather. Lin Ao trembled, turning his head with raised eyebrows, beginning to scrutinize Lin Ze. You rascal. When did you arrive? I had no inkling whatsoever. Lin Mo was equally astonished. If Lin Ze had not spoken, he would not have realized he was present. The young master's cultivation level has indeed reached new heights. Even I failed to notice. Lin Ze smiled mysteriously. Why don't you both take another look? With that, Lin Ze discreetly unleashed a formidable pressure of innate life. Whoosh! A wind surged through the Lin residence. A violent wave of energy swept across the earthly realm. Whoosh! The wind howled in the ears of Lin Ao and Lin Mo. The world trembled within their hearts. Boom! Thunder roared across the heavens. Lin Mo, in disbelief, was nearly rendered speechless. Lin Ao, as pupils constricted sharply as he blurted out, "You scoundrel. It's you." Lin Ze retracted his pressure, nodding, "Indeed, it is I." Chapter 55, Strengthening the Lin Family UU. This. Lin Ao and Lin Mo were left speechless, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost, unable to utter a single word for a long while. Old Mo, have you awoken from your slumber? Lin Mo fell silent for a moment. How about you slap me once? This is rather absurd. Absurd. It is beyond absurd. Lin Ze is only 18 years old. At such a young age, achieving the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation is already a remarkable feat, worthy of being inscribed in the chronicles of Beichin. Yet now, he has somehow transcended to become an innate celestial being. An 18-year-old innate celestial being. My goodness, have I, Lin Ao, simply become narrow-minded, or has this world transformed? At the age of 18, you have achieved the status of an innate celestial being. What do you think those geniuses who are hundreds of years old and still trapped at the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation will feel? They have lived for so long, merely to be outshone by someone so young. Even with the years of high status that Lin Ao and Lin Mo had accumulated, they could not help but feel a tumultuous wave of emotions rising within them. They began to survey Lin Ze from all angles. You rascal. TSK. TSK. They stammered, unable to find words for a considerable time. At that moment, the emotions of both men were difficult to articulate. Was it surprise? Certainly, there was joy, for they had indeed produced an extraordinary innate celestial being, one who could bring glory to their lineage. Yet in comparison to this joy, there was even more astonishment, an astonishment that felt surreal and dreamlike. Lin Ze could likely comprehend the emotions of the two. After all, innate celestial beings were exceedingly rare and transcendent in this world. If a family could produce an innate celestial being, it would be akin to one person attaining the Tao, elevating all around him, and standing proudly in the world, ensuring their legacy for millennia. He sought to soothe them. Why don't you both take a seat and rest for a moment? Rest? Nonsense. Quickly tell me, what on earth is going on? Lin Ze explained, my cultivation was already nearing the innate stage. Coupled with some insights gained during my recent travels, reaching the innate realm was merely a natural progression. Natural progression? Is the innate realm truly so easily attained? After all these years of training, why has it not been a natural progression for me? Lin Ao found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps this was the chasm that lay between geniuses and extraordinary talents. Lin Mo's lips twitched in disbelief. You say having talent is a blessing? If only I had talent, I could do the same. Young master, your talent is unparalleled. After Lin Mo's exclamation, Lin Ao eventually managed to calm his astonishment, reinitiating his prayer beads with a heart full of satisfaction, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! As he laughed, tears of joy streamed down the corners of Lin Ao's eyes. Wonderful, truly wonderful. With a grandson like this, heaven has not been unkind to me. Lin Ao. Ha ha! Before Lin Ze's rise, Lin Ao had been consumed by worries, fearing that the sins he had committed in his lifetime had led to the misfortune of his descendants, rendering him childless and alone in his twilight years. Thus, after the second generation of Lin family heroes fell on the battlefield, and Lin Ze met an untimely end amidst the chaos of war, Lin Ao, who had never believed in gods or Buddhas, ultimately laid down his arms and took up prayer beads, even if he believed that all his actions were even if he had slain those who deserved to die in the name of protecting his home and country, as long as his only grandson, Lin Ze, could safely navigate through this life. For the sake of this hope, Lin Ao would accept it all. Yet he never imagined that heaven would play such a grand jest upon him. His last remaining grandson, Lin Ze, turned out to be the hidden dragon of the Lin family. Fate, oh fate! Master. Lin Mo's eyes brimmed with tears as well. He was the one who understood best the hardships and grievances endured by the Lin family and Lin Ao over the years. But thankfully, all that had come to pass. It was finally over. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, young Master. Within the Lin family residence, an atmosphere of warmth enveloped the air. After a long while, Lin Ao finally spoke. You rascal, such significant matters, and you didn't inform your grandfather in advance. I was just about to think that Peng Yong had returned to seek vengeance upon us. Lin Ze chuckled. Is that not why I have come to bring you the good news immediately? As for Peng Yong, he is no longer of importance. What matters now is... With a flick of his wrist, Lin Ze summoned a piece of green brick from the ground. Then, with a thought, he inscribed numerous characters upon it. The inscription read, Human-level supreme grade, Tian Yu Jing Hong. After inscribing Tian Yu Jing Hong, Lin Ze took another brick and engraved another human-level supreme grade technique, Qi Xian Jianji. He presented both martial arts techniques, one a movement technique, the other a finger technique, before Lin Ao. Grandfather, these 2 volumes are the fruits of my contemplation upon achieving innate accomplishments, refined through the improvement and breakthroughs of our Lin family's 2 high-grade human-level martial arts. Please keep them well. From now on, these 2 martial arts, along with the 8 Desolations battle technique, shall become the essential practices of our Lin family army. With these 3 exquisite human-level martial arts in our possession, I am confident that the strength of the Lin family will soar to unprecedented heights, vanquishing all adversaries and adding many capable individuals to our ranks. Lin Ao received the 2 azure bricks inscribed with the human-level supreme martial arts. A mere glance was enough for Lin Ao to ascertain that the profundity and might of these 2 techniques were certainly on par with the Lin family's ancestral 8 Desolations battle technique. They are truly exceptional human-level martial arts. Thus, Lin Ao was compelled to speak. This is indeed a human-level supreme technique, a rarity in the world. Zaire, this martial art. Lin Ze gave Lin Ao a reassuring glance, indicating him to remain at ease. Subsequently, Lin Ze removed the ancient jade of sheep fat from his waist. In a moment of thought, he embedded the will imprint of the earth-level inferior technique, the 8 Desolations heart-slaying art within it. As for the sacred flame demon technique, its origins remain unclear, entangled with that elusive holy sect. While Lin Ze himself harbored no fear, he did not wish for Lin Ao to be embroiled in such treacherous matters before uncovering the truth behind the sacred flame demon technique. He handed over the ancient jade inscribed with the 8 Desolations heart-slaying art. This one, derived from the improvements and breakthroughs of our Lin family's ancestral 8 Desolations battle technique, is an earth-level inferior technique, the 8 Desolations heart-slaying art. You must keep this safe for your own cultivation, refraining from passing it on to the Lin family army. This request stems not from a lack of trust in the Lin family army. Rather, it is precisely because of his trust in them that Lin Ze bequeathed them the human-level supreme techniques. Not sharing the earth-level inferior techniques is a matter of self-respect. This is akin to the initial exclusivity of the 8 Desolations battle technique to the Lin family's direct descendants. Upon receiving the ancient jade from Lin Ze, Lin Ao was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a delighted smile. Indeed, he had been rather foolish. His grandson was far more perceptive than he had anticipated. Grandfather understands now, so do not worry. Chapter 56. Not a single wolf remains. Having spoken, Lin Ao inquired about another matter. By the way, did you manage to find a method to cure the goo poison during your visit to the Liu family? Compared to the bright and promising future of the Lin family possessing 3 human-level supreme techniques and 1 earth-level inferior technique, addressing the issue of the goo poison is far more pressing. Until the goo poison is resolved, the Lin family army will remain ensnared in a vortex of danger, susceptible to sudden outbreaks of toxicity. Discussing the future feels premature. Lin Ze replied, of course, I have instructed Xiao Cui to procure medicinal stones, and I have asked Lin Wu to gather all members of the Lin family to take the antidote against the goo poison. This remedy acts swiftly. By merely consuming it and channeling its power, the goo worms can be dissolved in moments, ensuring safety. Lin Ao's concerns were alleviated. That is wonderful news. He then asked, however, what are your thoughts regarding Beichin? Beichin? Lin Ze gazed toward the distant sky. There's no rush. Let them stew for a while. Sooner or later, someone will become restless and reveal their hand. For the next few days, our Lin family will close our doors under the pretext of preventing goo worm infection, while secretly monitoring the major checkpoints in the imperial capital. Lin Ao nodded. Lao Mo, did you hear that? Understood. Lin Mo responded, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes before he vanished from the spot. In the ensuing days, Beichen seemed to be infused with a catalyst, descending into madness. In this dire situation, with no cure for the goo poison and the antidote elusive, someone suggested a reckless idea: citywide goo infestation. That is, regardless of whether one is infected, everyone should be doused in poison powder to ensure all are afflicted. After all, with no antidote, most would eventually perish anyway. Why not indulge in a thorough frenzy? Let all be infected. Beichen citizens and the wolves among them must not be spared. In the final moments, the high-ranking officials of Beichen collectively invoked the Heart Demon Ban. If I cannot survive, neither shall anyone else. Let all of Beichen perish together. If we are to live, then let everyone mobilize, surveilling those around them until the wolves among them are unearthed, demanding they emerge and present the antidote. Consequently, the imperial capital of Beichen was engulfed in widespread panic. Everyone lived in the shadow of death, vigilantly monitoring those around them, seeking out the wolves hidden within the imperial capital, inciting chaos and creating a murky atmosphere throughout the city. However, it must be said that this method proved effective. On the night of the city-wide poisoning, some could no longer contain themselves, launching attacks against the city under the cover of darkness. Yet, under the unwavering stance of the Beichen army, which deemed any breach as treason and responded with lethal force, the citizens' attempts to breach the city were swiftly suppressed, forcing those behind the scenes to seek alternative strategies. They fabricated stories of transporting supplies, visiting relatives, and alleviating the southern floods, etc., exhausting every possible ruse. Based on their traces, the Beichen army managed to apprehend several wolves lurking within Beichen, but alas, they were merely insignificant pawns. The true masterminds remained hidden, biding their time and seeking opportunities. This stalemate persisted. 1 day, 2 days. On the third day, just as the situation was about to reach a boiling point and enter its final decisive phase, an unexpected guest arrived at the Beichen dynasty, instantly shattering the deadlock that had lasted for days. An envoy from the Xinyue dynasty has arrived. What did you say? An envoy from the Xinyue dynasty? The Beichen emperor furrowed his brows. The Beichen dynasty and the Xinyue dynasty had no prior entanglements. You walk your own path. I will tread mine. We have no grievances or friendships. At such a critical juncture, what could the Xinyue dynasty possibly want? The Imperial Guard confirmed that the visitor was the Ziyang Marquis from the Xinyue dynasty, claiming to have urgent matters concerning the fate of the realm, matters that imperil both the existence of Xinyue and Beichen. Imperiling Beichen's existence? Is the current chaos not sufficient? A chill passed through the Beichen emperor's heart. Summon him. Yes. By the emperor's decree, summon the Ziyang Marquis of the Xinyue dynasty to an audience. Moments later, a purple flame floated into the imperial palace. A middle-aged scholar clad in purple appeared amidst the flames. He offered a slight bow. Ziyang of Xinyue pays respects to the Beichen emperor. There is no need for excessive formalities, Ziyang Marquis. The Beichen emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, exuded the majesty befitting the sovereign of a founding dynasty, even in adversity. I have heard you bear news of great import regarding the fate of our two nations. Is that correct? The Ziyang Marquis wasted no time, directly stating the shocking revelation. War is imminent. The Nine Extremes dynasty harbors ambitions of conquest, seeking to annex the 7 kingdoms of the Tsangjian mountain region. The Beichen emperor narrowed his eyes. Are you attempting to alarm me with baseless claims? When did the Nine Extremes dynasty possess the strength to sweep through the 7 kingdoms? Are you not exaggerating due to your own inability to withstand the Nine Extremes dynasty's encroachment, hoping to drag Beichen into your predicament? The Ziyang Marquis shook his head. It is not I who exaggerates, but rather the Nine Extremes dynasty has already commenced its actions. Just yesterday, we received intelligence that the Nine Extremes dynasty has systematically defeated and conquered the neighboring states of Danyue, Dao, and Lingshan one by one. Currently, in the Tsangjian mountain region, only our Xinyue and Beichen remain. Moreover, when I set forth, the Nine Extremes dynasty's army was already advancing upon our first border fortress. Given their pace, they have likely breached the second fortress by now. If the Beichen emperor does not ally with us to resist the enemy, then, upon hearing this, the Beichen emperor's gaze sharpened. The Nine Extremes possess such power, conquering Dongwu, Danyue, and Lingshan. How is this possible? The strengths of the seven kingdoms in the eastern region have always been relatively stable. While some are stronger and others weaker, they have always maintained a balance, stabilizing the structure of the seven kingdoms. Otherwise, they would have unified long ago. In this moment, the Nine Extremes dynasty has silently and swiftly conquered three nations, aiming to unify the eastern territories. This is undeniably a truth beyond doubt. If the North Star Emperor harbors any skepticism, he may dispatch your fastest experts to verify the matter, and thus ascertain its authenticity. No, wait. The North Star Emperor suddenly interjected. Are you saying that only we from the North Star and you from the New Moon remain? What of the Wolf Capital? Speaking of the Wolf Capital, the expression of the Ziyang Marquis instantly turned somber, laced with a hint of dread. The imperial palace of the Wolf Capital is the closest to our New Moon. From the moment I received the news, I journeyed to the Wolf Capital. However, there was not a soul to be found. I cannot claim that the entire nation has vanished, but at least along the route I took from the Wolf Capital, I encountered no one. Not even a single corpse was visible. It was as if the entirety of their nation had evaporated from existence. What did you say? Chapter 57. The Sword Concealment Palace. The North Star Emperor abruptly rose, disbelief etched across his face. The Wolf Capital has disappeared from the earth? How is that possible? He had received no intelligence from the Wolf Capital at all. As a sworn nemesis of the Wolf Capital, he had been vigilantly monitoring their movements, having placed numerous spies within their ranks, even amidst the recent turmoil caused by the poison incident, which unsettled the North Star. The North Star Emperor had never loosened his watch over the Wolf Capital. Should there be any sign of disturbance from their side, he would receive immediate reports. How could an entire nation vanish without a trace? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Ziyang Marquis sighed. I understand your current sentiment, North Star Emperor. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing this journey, I too would find it hard to believe. Yet this matter is undeniably true. Such occurrences can be verified upon investigation. Why would I resort to deception? Upon hearing the Ziyang Marquis' words, the North Star Emperor furrowed his brows tightly, pacing before the dragon table, bewildered. There is no rationale. It makes no sense. How could this be? Shadow Guard. The Shadow Guard is a special unit secretly trained by the North Star Emperor to serve solely him, wielding the most critical covert operations of the North Star. Their existence has always remained hidden from outsiders. Yet in the current urgent situation, the North Star Emperor could not afford to deliberate further. If the Wolf Capital has truly vanished without a trace, and the threat from the Nine Extremes dynasty looms large, then the situation is dire indeed. Shortly after summoning the Shadow Guard, a shadow emerged behind the screen in the North Star Emperor's study. Your Majesty, a muted, somber voice resounded. Has there been any news from the Wolf Capital today? None has arrived. The North Star Emperor's heart sank. Dismiss them. Yes. Once the Shadow Guard departed, the Ziyang Marquis spoke again. North Star Emperor, we have little time left. In a war between two nations, the impact of high-level combatants on the situation is immense. As one of the top forces of the New Moon, the Ziyang Marquis had been urgently reassigned to seek swift assistance. His time in the North Star was limited. Should the North Star continue to hesitate, the Ziyang Marquis would have no choice but to abandon the support for the North Star and return to assist his own nation. He urged if our two nations join forces, we might stand a chance in battle. But if we are picked off one by one, it will be too late. I hope you will consider this carefully. The North Star Emperor furrowed his brow in contemplation for a long while, acknowledging that knowing oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. Even if I am to dispatch troops, I ought to understand the basic circumstances of the adversary, correct? I wish to know what merits the Nine Extremes dynasty possesses to have conquered three nations in succession. The Ziyang Marquis provided a succinct answer. This response sent a chill through the North Star Emperor's heart. Poison. The North Star Emperor's pupils quaked. Poison. The Nine Extremes dynasty conquered the three nations through the use of poison? When he recalled that the Wolf Capital, which had poisoned the North Star, had vanished at this critical juncture of the Nine Extremes dynasty's assault on the six nations, a sense of unease gripped him. The Ziyang Marquis continued. According to confidential reports received by our New Moon, it seems the Nine Extremes dynasty has employed a rare and peculiar type of poison to corrode the Great Wu and the three nations, leaving them exhausted in defense and causing them to crumble. This led to their rapid capture of the capitals of the three nations and their advance into our New Moon. As the Ziyang Marquis spoke, he noticed the North Star Emperor's expression growing increasingly grim, his face darkening like stormy waters. North Star Emperor, what troubles you? The North Star Emperor cast a sidelong glance at the Ziyang Marquis, For if the Nine Extremes dynasty truly defeated the three nations through poison, then we in the North Star may very well be unable to assist the new moon. Before the Ziyang Marquis could inquire further, the North Star Emperor declared, because we in the North Star are also currently embroiled in a poison crisis. At this declaration, the Ziyang Marquis was left speechless. Your North Star is separated from the Nine Extremes by my new moon. If my new moon has not fallen victim, how could you? The poison afflicting us in the North Star did not originate from the Nine Extremes, but from the Wolf Capital, which has mysteriously vanished at this critical moment. They employed poison that has spilled over from the Immortal Gate. The Immortal Gate poison. The Ziyang Marquis lapsed into silence for a long while before he bitterly remarked, "It seems I am beginning to understand. Just a few days ago, a terrifying innate divine being suddenly appeared in our eastern territories among the seven nations. This matter is likely connected to him." With that, the Ziyang Marquis fell silent. The North Star Emperor, too, remained quiet for an extended period. Presently, all signs indicate that there exist forces beyond their comprehension, transcending the mundane, manipulating events from behind the curtain. After a prolonged silence, the Ziyang Marquis suddenly declared, "We must report to the Sword Concealment Mountain. As the supreme authority over this region, Sword Concealment Mountain has always maintained a detached stance, never interfering in worldly matters. Naturally, they do not concern themselves with earthly disputes. Regardless of who prevails in the mortal realm, it merely results in a change of the tributary arrangements. This has been the case for countless years. However, when another innate divine being intervenes, Sword Concealment Mountain will take notice, for it is a provocation against their authority, testing the tiger's whiskers. Reporting to Sword Concealment Mountain is indeed the only solution." Yet the North Star Emperor shook his head. "It is too late. By the time we reach Sword Concealment Mountain, the seven nations will have already perished. Moreover, the Nine Extremes are advancing from the west. Whether we can traverse their blockade is uncertain. Then shall we sit idly by and await our doom?" The North Star Emperor pondered for a moment. "Let us go to the Lin family. That is our sole hope." "The Lin family? I have heard of Lin Ao from your North Star, but at this juncture, I speak not of Lin Ao, but of my grandson Lin Ze." "Your grandson?" The Ziyang Marquis wore a look of incredulity. "Lin Ao cannot withstand this situation. How could your grandson? Even if I dared to wager on this, your grandson is scarcely 50 years old. What can a 50-year-old young man accomplish?" The North Star Emperor shot him a sidelong glance, then cast a complex look in the direction of the Lin family. "When you meet him, you will understand." With that, the North Star Emperor rose, vanishing from the palace in a single stride. The Ziyang Marquis, filled with questions, hastily followed him. Amidst the endless mountains shrouded in ethereal clouds and mist, a solitary, lofty peak stood like a divine sword thrusting towards the heavens, surveying the ebb and flow of the mortal realm. Atop this wondrous peak, a grand and majestic palace was nestled among the clouds, inscribed with three characters: Sword Concealment Palace. Each character radiated an indomitable will, exuding an aura of invincibility. Every stroke encapsulated an ancient and unyielding sword intent. A glance at it seemed to summon countless swords hurtling towards one, piercing through the heart, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 58. My sword trembles at this moment. Within the grand and formidable Sword Concealment Palace, a young swordsman clad in green conceals his sword within, nurturing it with his very being, and in turn, cultivating his spirit through the sword. Although this swordsman appears youthful in visage, such as merely an illusion, in truth, he has already traversed more than 78,000 years. He has long since experienced countless springs and autumns, witnessing the ebb and flow of mortal existence. Yet, he has grown accustomed to it all. For regardless of the vicissitudes of life, he has always made his living through the sword, with it as his steadfast companion. The past 70,000 years and the countless years yet to come are but a fleeting moment, for a single sword is sufficient to withstand the ravages of time. Suddenly, a faint resonance emanated from the sword that had accompanied him for tens of thousands of years. His sword trembled. The green-clad swordsman abruptly opened his piercing eyes, which harbored the essence of the sword's world. An inexhaustible sword aura surged forth, erupting from the Sword Concealment Palace, forming a towering sword pillar that swept across the azure sky for miles. Crack, crack, crack. The ripples of sword energy unleashed by the awakened swordsman swept across the realm. The mountains and rivers surrounding the Sword Concealment Palace, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, quaked in response, emitting mournful cries. Some of the more fragile mountain ranges succumbed to the onslaught of the sword aura, cleaved open with massive sword scars. Yet, Upon witnessing this tremendous upheaval, the inhabitants of Sword Concealment Mountain felt not anger, but joy. The Mountain Master has awakened. Could it be that they would finally behold their Mountain Master once more? The last time they were fortunate enough to gaze upon the Mountain Master's sword form was 3,000 years ago, when the Elder had just entered the sect. Reflecting on it now, how swiftly 3,000 years have passed. One could not help but wonder if the Mountain Master had made significant advancements during this awakening, perhaps progressing to the second stage of the true body realm, where blood resembles the great sun. If the Mountain Master were to break through, with such formidable power, how could Sword Concealment Mountain ever fear the elusive One sect again? Let us go and welcome the Mountain Master. The people of Sword Concealment Mountain gathered beneath the towering Sword Peak, awaiting the Mountain Master's emergence from the palace, eager to hear his teachings. At that moment, the icy voice of the green-clad Mountain Master finally resonated from the peak. Song Feng, come before me. Within the Sword Concealment Palace, a colossal figure of sword light descended from the heavens, transforming into a middle-aged man as it landed. He bowed before the youthful green-clad swordsman. Addressing him as brother, the swordsman replied, "My sword has trembled." Upon hearing this, Song Feng, the middle-aged man, experienced a shift in expression. His elder brother, the Mountain Master of Sword Concealment, possessed a natural sword body and a mind attuned to the essence of the sword, with a keen awareness of the unseen dangers lurking within the vast cosmos. Whenever his sword trembled, it signified an imminent crisis capable of troubling even his elder brother. The Mountain Master, the green-clad swordsman, Song Jian, inquired calmly, "Have there been any significant events in the vicinity of Sword Concealment Mountain these past few days?" Song Feng replied, "As for significant events, a few days ago, a powerful being of the Blood Dragon realm visited our Sword Concealment Mountain." Blood Dragon. At the mention of these words, Song Jian's gaze flickered. He then heard Song Feng continue, "However, it seems that the individual was merely passing through. For since that day, I have not sensed his presence again. He must have already departed from Sword Concealment Mountain." Song Jian pressed further, "Is there anything else?" Song Feng pondered for a moment and replied, "There truly is nothing more." What of the mortal realm? The mortal realm. As a being of innate divinity, who would take the time to concern themselves with the mundane affairs of the world? Just a horde of ants. What kind of storm could they possibly stir? Song Feng confessed, "Beyond that, I cannot say." Song Jian cast a sidelong glance at Song Feng. "You must venture into the mortal realm yourself." Song Feng grimaced, "Brother, must it come to that? You do not understand the sensation of this recent tremor." Song Jian narrowed his eyes, a flicker of deep-seated trepidation igniting within his sword-filled gaze. "It bears a striking resemblance to the presence of the blood-poison old demon whom we once encountered in the Fire Demon sect." Blood-poison old demon? At the mention of this name, Song Feng instinctively shuddered. The blood-poison old demon had once cast a long shadow of unrest over them. His brother dares to suggest that this tremor is reminiscent of that very demon. Could it be that the blood-poison old demon has returned? If he has returned, it would mean that the formidable Fire Demon sect. Song Feng clenched his teeth. "Brother, rest assured, I shall personally investigate the mortal realm. Should I uncover any trace of the demon sect or the old demon, I will promptly return to report. Go, and be cautious." Understood. With that, Song Feng transformed once more into a figure of sword light, soaring towards the distant mortal realm. In the North Star Empire, at the Lin family estate, the Emperor of the North Star and the Duke of Xiang made their visit. The grandfather had come in person without prior notice, leaving Lin Ze at a loss for how to properly receive him. The Emperor smiled and said, "My visit this time is for an urgent private matter, not suitable for public knowledge." After speaking, the Emperor turned his gaze towards Lin Ao, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "Brother Lin, it has been quite some time since we last met. Your Majesty is ever busy with state affairs. I fully understand." The Emperor waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, brother, what are you doing? We are but brothers, not ruler and subject. Over the years in the palace, I often reminisce about you. I frequently recall our days standing together against the tyranny of Wuyin, fighting side by side as comrades. Had it not been for my duties, I would have visited you long ago to reminisce and share a drink." Cough. The Emperor was lost in nostalgia when the Duke of Xiang cleared his throat, signaling that it was time to discuss pressing matters. "Forgive me for not introducing him sooner. This is the Duke of Xiang from the New Moon Dynasty. He brings with him crucial intelligence. I have come to discuss this matter." Lin Ze and his grandfather turned their attention to the Duke of Xiang. The Duke promptly recounted the information he had previously shared within the North Star Imperial Palace. Upon concluding his account, Lin Ze and his grandfather exchanged glances. All the inhabitants of the Wolf clan have vanished mysteriously? The Nine Extremes dynasty has suddenly sought to unify the 7 nations of the Eastern Domain? At this moment, the Duke of Zhang continued, I trust you both sense the terrifying innate divine being that appeared a few days ago. We now suspect that the recent changes across the 7 nations are related to that being. Lin Ze. Is it truly possible that calamity has befallen us without warning? The Duke of Zhang added, hence, we intend to request the intervention of Sword Concealment Mountain in the affairs of the 7 nations. With that, the Duke turned his gaze towards the Emperor of the North Star. It is your turn. The Emperor understood and took over the conversation. However, with the 9 Extremes army stationed to the west, if we are to enlist Sword Concealment Mountain's aid, we must ensure we can breach their blockade and have the emissaries of Sword Concealment Mountain arrive before the war concludes. Only you, Zer, after much deliberation, does it seem that you alone possess the capability to achieve this. Chapter 59. Did you kill the Lin family's 2 prodigies? The Emperor of the North Star further explained, even back at the Golden Autumn Feast, I discerned that you possess extraordinary skills, far beyond that of an ordinary peak innate being. Later, when you defeated the seasoned peak innate being Zhang Tong with a single strike, my suspicions were further confirmed. If I am not mistaken, you are but a half step away from the innate realm. The Emperor spoke with a sense of appreciation and admiration. He continued, thus in our current predicament, the entire North Star relies solely on. Upon hearing this, the Duke of Zhang gazed at the young Lin Ze, suddenly feeling a buzz in his head. Wait, what did you just say? This is your grandson? A half step to the innate realm? The Emperor cast a sidelong glance at him, ignoring his astonishment, and proceeded, I am aware this endeavor will be perilous, but given the circumstances, we have no other path before us. With that, the Emperor awaited responses from Lin Ze and Lin Ao. Yet both Lin Ze and Lin Ao remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of despair or impending doom, especially Lin Ze, who wore a calm smile. The Emperor, perplexed, was about to inquire when Lin Ze spoke up. He remarked, there is no need for such trouble. With Lin Ze's current strength, a mere flick of his hand would reduce the 7 nations of the Eastern Domain to mere ruins. The army of the 9 Extremes dynasty is nothing but a trivial matter. However, what does this mean? It means that Lin Ze turned his gaze towards the North Star Emperor, his starry eyes shimmering with an amber glow. Buzz! The sun and moon lost their luster, and the world faded into darkness. A veil of grayish light enveloped the realm, robbing it of all color. In midair, a gray leaf hung, suspended, while the autumn trees remained caught in the rustling of the wind. The world stood still. Time and space froze at that moment. In this suspended reality, Lin Ze slowly approached the stilled leaf and gently plucked it from its perch. With his back turned to the North Star Emperor, he stood with hands clasped behind him. The North Star Emperor was taken aback. For a long, long time, he glanced at the now gray statue of the Duke of Ziyang, then at the motionless Lin Ao. Suddenly, many things became clear to him. He opened his mouth, a torrent of emotions boiling within him. Yet the words that escaped were but a single exclamation. Impressive. With his back to the North Star Emperor, Lin Ze toyed with the leaf in his hand. The leaf created ripples through the world. Lin Ze's voice echoed alongside these ripples, resonating in the heavens and earth, washing over the North Star Emperor's heart with a mysterious force that incessantly battered the dam of his emotions. Whether it be the army of the 9 Extremes, or the North Star's poison, or even your desire to unify the Eastern Domain, I can accomplish it all for you, provided you answer one question. The North Star Emperor had already discerned Lin Ze's inquiry. You wish to know whether I was the one who killed the 2 generations of the Lin family, do you not? Then, was it you? Initially, Lin Ze had intended to wait for the great rats to reveal themselves. Yet, given the circumstances, he decided to pose the question directly. He no longer needed to hold back. The North Star territory was merely a fast track for him at this point. No matter what schemes lay hidden behind, they were insignificant in the face of absolute, overwhelming power. Before achieving innate mastery, he advanced cautiously. After achieving it, would he still need to tread carefully? Wouldn't that render his innate mastery meaningless? Turning around, Lin Ze's amber eyes fixed intently on the North Star Emperor, their crystalline golden light seeming to pierce through the darkness of his heart. Under the gaze of this crystalline golden light, the North Star Emperor fell into a prolonged silence before finally, with a complex expression, he said, what if it was indeed I who did it? If it were you? Lin Ze replied, "You are my grandfather. Half of my blood flows from you. Without you, there would be no Lin Ze. I would not harm you. However, for the Li family, I hope you can truly empathize with an elder's grief over the loss of a beloved son and grandson." Upon hearing Lin Ze's response, the North Star Emperor inexplicably smiled. Very well. He then composed himself, reverting to the cold, ruthless demeanor of an iron-blooded emperor. "You have laid your cards on the table, so I shall do the same and share my true feelings," he replied decisively. The decline of the Lin family was indeed intentional on my part. His dragon eyes widened slightly, embodying the regal presence of the founding emperor of the North Star. "I am the emperor. How can I allow others to slumber beside my throne? This is a grave taboo for any ruler. The power of the Lin family is too great. I must weaken them. Otherwise, how could the North Star continue to bear the Li surname? People say history serves as a lesson. The fall of Wuhan was enough. I absolutely will not allow a second occurrence." The North Star Emperor snorted coldly. "Thus, I have supported the Wei family to balance the power of the Lin family and have permitted various clans to suppress them. When your father and second uncle went to battle, I secretly hoped the wolves would be clever enough to keep them permanently on the battlefield. But hope is hope, and it ultimately succumbs to reality. Even if I wish for the demise of the Lin family, I could not alter one fact." The North Star Emperor cast a sidelong glance at the still Lin Ao. He, Lin Ao, is the uncrowned king of the North Star Army. With a single command, it is likely that at least 60% of the North Star Army would rebel. Moreover, given his unparalleled combat prowess, I have no confidence in defeating him in a one-on-one confrontation, let alone leading a million-strong army against him. As for the deaths of the two Lin prodigies and Lin Ze, all I can say is heaven has aided me. Therefore, Lin Ao's inquiries over the years have yielded not a shred of evidence, for it was not I who brought about the downfall of the Lin family, but rather the heavens. The heavens! The heavens! The North Star Emperor's icy voice echoed through the frozen world. Subsequently, the entire realm began to tremble. The leaves returned to their original trajectory. The grayish ripples receded to the world's inception. The sun and moon regained their colors, and the heavens and earth were once again adorned with vibrancy. Everything seemed to flow backward in time. Lin Ze's voice gently coursed through the restored reality, implying that the Nine Extremes dynasty could be extinguished with but a snap of his fingers. The North Star Emperor snapped back from the frozen moment. His pupils constricted sharply. Was that an illusion? No, that sensation was far too vivid, but how could I possibly utter such thoughts? The North Star Emperor cast a wary glance at Lin Ao, then at the Duke of Ziyang. They seemed oblivious to what had just transpired, having not heard the North Star Emperor's words. A chill ran down the North Star Emperor's spine. Cold sweat trickled down his back, soaking his dragon robe. He cast a lingering, apprehensive look at Lin Ze, who met his gaze with a mysterious smile. In his eyes, the amber light was slowly fading. Chapter 60. A single word repels 10,000 troops. At this moment, the North Star Emperor found himself utterly speechless. He stood there like a wooden puppet, only aware of the chilling sensation rising from his soles, coursing through his body, making his very soul tremble. The North Star Emperor could not find his voice. Meanwhile, the Duke of Ziyang was left in stunned silence. The Nine Extremes dynasty could be extinguished with but a snap of your fingers? Even if you are half a step into innate mastery, you are still far from true, innate beings, light years away. To claim you could wipe out the Nine Extremes dynasty with a mere snap. I believe it would be more fitting for you to take your grandfather's name. You should be called Lin Ao. While he reflected this way in his heart, the Duke of Ziyang outwardly lauded Lin Ze, for he still needed Lin Ze to turn the tide. The demeanor of this young Duke truly exemplified the spirit of a hero emerging in youth. However, just to be safe, we ought to prioritize caution. Lin Ze paid no heed to the Duke of Ziyang. He merely gazed skyward, towards the direction of the Nine Extremes dynasty. Then, a resounding roar echoed through the heavens. The thunderous cry of a dragon reverberated across the eastern domain. A massive blood-red dragon, spanning the entire eastern region of Tsangjian Mountain, suddenly materialized in the sky. Boom! The terrifying aura of the dragon's might descended upon the eastern domain like a tidal wave, overwhelming all within its reach. The pressure from this apex predator weighed heavily upon everyone in the eastern domain. Concurrently, Tsang Feng arrived in the eastern domain, the land of the wolves. He had heard tales of the impending war with the Nine Extremes dynasty, seeking to unify the Seven Nations. Yet, such conflicts were of no concern to him. Song Feng had never been invested in the squabbles of mortals. However, following this war, the Land of the Wolves caught his attention. The Land of the Wolves, a formidable nation among the 7 of the Eastern Domain, boasting a population of several hundred million, had inexplicably vanished without a trace. Such methods were beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Clearly, there was an innate level being behind this disappearance, and their realm was undoubtedly not low. For while destroying a nation may not be difficult, achieving it silently and without leaving a trace was no simple feat at the very least. Song Feng, a being of divine pulse realm, could not manage it. The one who acted must have been above the divine pulse realm. This realization instantly reminded Song Feng of the dangers sensed by his brother Song Jian. The source of the tremors felt by his brother's sword was likely the Land of the Wolves. Hence, Song Feng ventured into the Land of the Wolves to investigate the root of this upheaval. He soared into every household, seeking traces of their bizarre disappearances. Before long, Song Feng caught a whiff of an unusual scent. Could it be a blood ritual? Song Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Someone had conducted a blood ritual involving an entire wolf. The ritual consumed countless lives. How ruthless, truly ruthless. A heavy weight settled in Song Feng's heart. He could now ascertain that the crisis sensed by his brother, Song Jian, was indeed the work of the demonic sect. Such a frenzied blood ritual was typically the domain of the madmen of that sect. Damn, the demonic sect. Song Feng's demeanor darkened. This situation was escalating dangerously. In an instant, he transformed into a beam of sword light, slicing through the heavens as he sought to return to Song Jian Mountain. Yet, at that moment a colossal, blood-red dragon suddenly appeared. Song Feng was startled and fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto a mountain, shattering it to pieces. Amidst the swirling dust and rubble, Song Feng stared blankly at the blood-colored dragon in the sky. The realm of the blood dragon. This is it? My Song Jian Mountain cannot withstand such a being. He realized that the changes occurring in the vicinity of Song Jian Mountain began only after this formidable presence arrived. Instinctively, Song Feng believed that this powerful entity was behind the blood ritual involving the wolves. A sense of dread washed over him. A being at the blood dragon realm could manifest a blood dragon, and with a single sweep of its tail, obliterate Song Jian Mountain and its master, Song Jian. The demonic sect still harbored a being of such caliber. Could it be that some great power of the demonic sect was resurrected through a blood ritual and had just regained their strength at the blood dragon realm? This could spell disaster. Song Jian rose swiftly, transforming into sword light once more, cautiously preparing to return to Song Jian Mountain to report the situation. At that moment, the blood-red dragon stirred. It flew into the Jijidi Empire, its massive head towering over the imperial army. An overwhelming surge of vitality instantly flowed into the forces of Jijidi. Everyone seemed frozen in place. Their siege movements halted, paralyzed with fear. At the forefront of the army, the Sun King of Jijidi, who commanded the thousands, struggled to suppress his terror. He dismounted and humbly knelt before the blood-red dragon, performing the utmost bow of respect. O revered and noble deity, I am the Sun King of the Jijidi Empire. This assault on the new moon is in obedience to the Emperor's decree to unify the 7 nations. If this act has disturbed your serene presence, I humbly beg your forgiveness. The Sun King displayed utmost humility. Before a primordial deity, mere mortals are but ants, and must not overstep their bounds. Otherwise, not only would their lives be forfeit, but the entire nation could be reduced to ashes. The primordial deity, the divine right of kings, this was not mere rhetoric. Thus, upon witnessing the descent of a primordial deity, even a powerful figure like the Sun King, who wielded the might of the Jijidi army, was immediately brought to a state of subservience. As for the others, they had long since bowed their heads, trembling, finding it difficult to utter a complete sentence. The once unstoppable force of thousands of troops became quail-like in an instant. At that moment, a voice of authority reverberated through the heavens. I am the North Star's divine martial marquis. What? North Star? A deity, and it is the North Star's divine martial marquis? In an instant, both the Jijidi Empire and the New Moon Dynasty were left in stunned silence. After a long pause, the Sun King finally regained his composure. Understood. I comprehend. The Sun King mounted his steed, channeling his energy to ensure his voice echoed far and wide. All troops retreat. From this day forth, no one under the Jijidi Empire shall invade the land of the North Star. Retreat. There was no need for further words. nor for elaborate justifications of the hardships faced by the Jijidi in their pursuit of unification. One word: retreat. Without hesitation, the Sun King decisively commanded the withdrawal of his forces. If the deity claimed himself as the North Star's divine martial marquis, then failing to grasp what might follow would be tantamount to seeking death. Faced with a primordial deity, mortals stood no chance. This was a clash of entirely different forms of existence. Thus, the vast army of the Jijidi Empire fled in disarray. There was no bloodshed, no debate. Only the decree of the primordial deity sealed their fate. A single command sufficed to send 10,000 troops into retreat. Chapter 61. Summoning a celestial being. As they watched the Jijidi army flee in a panic, the people of the New Moon dynasty finally came to their senses, marveling at the overwhelming power of the primordial deity. In the midst of the New Moon forces, the king, who had taken the field personally, retracted his sword, feeling a mix of emotions. He had prepared himself for a desperate fight to the death. Yet unexpectedly, the primordial deity of the North Star had descended and called for peace. Ziyang, O Ziyang, I sent you to seek aid from the North Star, and you've brought back such a celestial being. Beside the New Moon King, the Marquis of Jingdian suddenly inquired, Your Majesty, now that a deity has appeared in the North Star, what shall we do? The emergence of a primordial deity from a mortal empire was a matter of utmost significance for the survival of all nations. Before such a being, all countries must unconditionally submit. Otherwise, annihilation awaited them. This was an undeniable and bloody reality. Upon hearing this, the New Moon King pondered for a moment. I do not yet know the true identity of that divine martial marquis. Let us observe the situation for now. Over the past several millennia, Songjian Mountain had not been devoid of primordial deities, yet their appearances had not significantly altered the dynamics among the Eastern nations. This was because those primordial beings did not belong to the royal bloodlines of their respective countries. The existence of the nation had little to do with them. At most, they would intervene once out of allegiance to their homeland. Thus, most of those primordial beings eventually took their families into the realm of the divine, bidding farewell to the mundane world, existing forever apart from mortals. In fact, one primordial being had a deep-seated grudge against their own nation, and upon achieving primordial status, their first act was to obliterate it, mercilessly slaughtering nearly 1 billion lives. Therefore, whether a mortal empire producing a primordial being was a monumental event depended largely on the identity of that deity. The New Moon King contemplated, however, since he is the North Star's divine martial marquis, he likely is not of the North Star's royal lineage, and has no ties to the Li family. We shall exercise some restraint towards the North Star until that being departs. After speaking, the New Moon King cast a deep gaze towards the retreating Jijidi forces. At present, the most pressing concern remained the Jijidi Empire. While the deity was present, Jijidi would not dare to cause chaos. Yet once the deity departed, the inevitable would still come to pass. In the days to come, you must remain vigilant. Continue to investigate, continue to inquire. Yes, we understand. On the other side, atop a high mountain, a mysterious figure in a black robe gritted his teeth in frustration. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Could a being at the Blood Dragon realm truly be a mere divine martial marquis of some insignificant mortal empire? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Perhaps he could deceive these ignorant mortals. But what a joke! The Blood Dragon realm represents an existence one step away from entering the Divine Sea, a superpower capable of ruling a domain. Such an entity, even at the height of their sacred sex glory, would be an absolute upper echelon figure, unreachable by ordinary primordial beings. How could such a significant personage linger in this desolate mortal empire? I refuse to believe it. The figure in the black robe speculated that within the North Star Empire, there was likely a family with ties to this existence, who had come merely for a casual visit. Regardless, the collection of vitality and fear had nearly reached completion. The figure caressed the blood-colored crystal ball in hand. Within the orb, layers of viscous blood emitted a crimson glow, rippling with waves, exuding a foul and ominous aura. It was time to depart. The figure in the black robe did not engage in a futile confrontation. Instead, he decisively chose to change locations. Only a fool would dare to wreak havoc in the territory of a powerful warrior possessing the vigor of a dragon. Casting a glance at the formidable army of the 9 extremes, the black-robed man's eyes flickered momentarily. However, before departing, he felt compelled to collect some interest first. The possessions of our holy sect are not so easily wielded. With a flash of movement, the black-robed figure vanished from his original position. Meanwhile, Song Feng appeared utterly bewildered. The North Star dynasty? The divine martial marquis? He scratched his head, pondering if this was merely a familial visit. Like the black-robed man, Song Feng did not believe that Lin Ze was a local of their hidden sword mountain. After all, they had governed this region for so many years. Surely they would know if there were any warriors with the vigor of a dragon among them. As for the notion that Lin Ze was merely a newly ascended innate practitioner, he scoffed at the absurdity. Pray tell, which newly promoted innate warrior possesses the strength of the third stage of the true body realm? Even after living for tens of thousands of years, I would not dare dream of such a thing. Nonetheless, this meant that the blood sacrifice of the Wolf City was likely unrelated to him. The denizens of the demonic sect would eagerly welcome the demise of billions to gather spiritual essence. How could they possibly hinder the advances of the Nine Extremes dynasty? Song Feng contemplated this and decided to meet this individual, coincidentally allowing him to ascertain whether the Wolf City incident was indeed orchestrated by the cult of the Fiery God. If the cult of the Fiery God had truly re-emerged in the mortal realm, then a warrior with the vigor of a dragon would possess sufficient authority and credibility to notify the various sects of the Huaguang realm to investigate and remain vigilant against the traces of the demonic cult. With this in mind, Song Feng headed directly to the North Star dynasty. Lin family. After Lin Ze had repelled the army of the Nine Extremes with a mere word, he retracted his oppressive aura, dispersing the overwhelming vigor that had spanned the entirety of the eastern region. The colossal dragon of vitality finally dissipated. As the immense pressure lifted, the burdens weighing upon the hearts of the people were relieved, granting them a moment to breathe. The purple sun marquis gasped for air, rendered speechless by fear. An innate divine being. Good heavens, he had just conversed with an innate divine being, and he had dared to harbor disrespectful thoughts. The purple sun marquis faltered, dropping to his knees before Lin Ze, addressing him not as a mere mortal, but as a divine being. A mere mortal pays his respects to your excellency. The divine being. Should my crude words have offended your excellency, I implore your forgiveness. Lin Ze waved his hand, dismissing the matter. It is of no concern, rise. The purple sun marquis repeatedly insisted. Nay, I cannot. I shall remain kneeling to listen. Very well, do as you wish. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed throughout the Lin family estate. The Lin family soldiers cautiously gathered before the main residence, casting fervent and reverent gazes upon Lin Ze. They had all clearly heard his declaration. I am the divine martial marquis of the North Star. Without a doubt, their exceptionally gifted young master was the innate divine being who had unleashed the dragon of vitality, instilling awe throughout the eastern region. Young master. Young master. Congratulations on achieving innate status. Cheers for young master achieving innate status. The voices of the Lin family rang out, resonating with a thunderous fervor. Waves of grandiose sound surged within the Lin family estate, then cascaded outward, echoing throughout the entire Lin family. Congratulations to young master on achieving innate status. In swift succession, the entire North Star also united in offering their highest respect to Lin Ze, the living divine being, the embodiment of divine myth. Congratulations to the divine martial marquis on achieving innate status. Chapter 62. The True Fire of the Holy Demon. Congratulations to the divine martial marquis. In the mortal realm, the achievement of innate status by an individual is a matter of profound significance, reverberating throughout the world. In this moment, all of North Star turned their gaze toward the imperial capital, toward the location of the Lin family, to offer their most sincere congratulations to Lin Ze, who had completed his evolution and ascended to the realm of deities. Simultaneously, they prayed in their hearts, hoping for favorable weather and peace for the nation under the auspices of Lin Ze, this new god. Amidst the jubilant and fervent congratulations within the Lin family estate, Lin Ze offered a subtle smile to the assembled crowd before raising his hand to quell their exuberance. I graciously accept your congratulations. Tonight, let us indulge in a few extra drinks. As for other matters, we shall discuss them later. You may all withdraw for now. Yes. The resounding affirmation reverberated with unprecedented intensity, a display of fervent reverence both within and outside. After the members of the Lin family had retreated, Lin Ze extended his hand, droplets of blood coalescing in the void. He condensed this essence into a resplendent blood crystal. Subsequently, he placed the blood crystal into the hands of the Emperor of North Star. This blood crystal, combined with powdered stone from the Jiang River, would suffice to dispel all poison within the imperial capital. The Emperor of North Star gazed at Lin Ze with a complex expression. He opened his mouth, a torrent of emotions welling up, yet ultimately, it manifested only as a deeply nuanced sigh. Alas! Accepting the blood crystal, the Emperor departed from the Lin family, his retreating figure shrouded in an air of desolation, or perhaps unfulfilled longing. Or was it liberation? Lin Ao cast a glance at the Emperor of North Star, his reaction seeming overly dramatic. Hearing this, the kneeling purple sun Marquis hastily took his leave. With the Emperor having departed, what purpose remained for him to linger? Clearly, the two had matters to discuss. A mere mortal like the purple sun would not dare to intrude. Thus he excused himself. After the purple sun Marquis exited, Lin Ze remarked, "Grandfather, if the deaths of father and uncle are not connected to the Emperor." Lin Ao understood. Evidently, Lin Ze had communicated with the Emperor of North Star through some means beyond their comprehension. Hence the Emperor's demeanor upon departure. If it were not related to him, then that would be most fortunate. Lin Ao sighed. The exhalation, perhaps a release of pent-up fury accumulated over many years, or a newfound clarity. So, was it merely an accident? Lin Ao furrowed his brow. The battle with Wolf City had been but a minor skirmish, with neither nation deploying their true elite forces. Moreover, they had so many Lin family soldiers providing close protection. I simply cannot believe they would be completely annihilated by the Wolf City army. At that moment, Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. What troubles you? It is nothing. Someone seeks me out. I shall go meet him. With that, Lin Ze's figure vanished from the Lin family estate. Above the lofty skies of North Star, Song Feng had been waiting for quite some time. Upon his arrival in North Star, he subtly released the unique aura of an innate being. This essence could only be perceived by those of the same innate caliber. Upon sighting Lin Ze, Song Feng immediately clasped his hands in greeting. Song Feng of Hidden Sword Mountain, I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. Among innate beings, status was determined solely by strength, with the strongest honored first. In the presence of a true body realm expert, Song Feng, being of the divine pulse realm, naturally addressed him as elder. From Hidden Sword Mountain? Indeed, my elder brother is the mountain lord of Hidden Sword Mountain. I come on behalf of my brother to convey greetings. Song Feng's words were meant to clarify his lineage, and as a fellow true body realm practitioner, to gave Lin Ze sixth affiliation. However, Lin Ze's response left Song Feng momentarily speechless. I am the divine martial Marquis of North Star. This, Song Feng, feeling helpless, could only continue. May I inquire which sect the esteemed elder belongs to? I have a matter of great importance concerning the various sects of the Qing domain that I wish to report, and I hope the elder can relay it back to the sect and notify all parties to be vigilant and track down the source. Oh, what is it? Song Feng, his expression grave, uttered a name that cast a shadow over all, the cult of the fiery god. A gust of wind swept through the high heavens. The two stood in silence. Lin Ze maintained a calm demeanor, while Song Feng wore a perplexed expression. This is the cult of the fiery god. Good brother, it is the cult of the fiery god. At least show some reaction. Did I not articulate clearly? Elder, please continue. Song Feng's lips twitched slightly. The elder was far too composed. The matter arose when my elder brother, Song Jian, sensed an inexplicable and terrifying crisis, reminiscent of the ominous foreboding associated with that blood-poisoning demon from the cult. The blood-poisoning demon? Upon hearing this familiar name, Lin Ze's eyes narrowed. Once again, the blood-poisoning demon. Seeing this, Song Feng assumed that Lin Ze had finally grasped the significance of the cult's prominent figure and was beginning to take it seriously. He continued to elaborate. Thus, the elder dispatched the junior to descend the mountain and conduct a thorough investigation, seeking out any signs of anomaly. Ultimately, I discovered that the entire realm of Wolf Capital had inexplicably vanished, leaving no trace of its inhabitants. Upon meticulously examining the changes in Wolf Capital, the junior uncovered the remnants of a blood ritual. The disappearance of the entire nation was not without reason. Rather, all its denizens had been sacrificed by the wicked followers of the demonic sect. Moreover, the scale of this blood sacrifice had occurred without a hint of disturbance, suggesting that those responsible must possess extraordinary prowess or wield profound techniques bestowed by high-ranking figures within the demonic sect. My own cultivation and discernment were insufficient to analyze the traces and methods of the demonic sect in detail. I dare to request that you, esteemed elder, venture to Wolf Capital. I believe that the perpetrator will not escape your keen perception. Lin Ze nodded, and with a swift movement, he and Song Feng had already arrived at Wolf Capital. Song Feng led the way, saying, "Elder, it is over there. It is precisely where I sense the aura of the blood ritual." Upon hearing this, Lin Ze's eyes transformed into a shimmering amber hue. The amber light pierced through the myriad phenomena of the universe, reaching the essence of all things. In an instant, the world became vividly clear in Lin Ze's sight. In this newly illuminated realm, he discerned familiar traces and sensed a well-known scent. Flashes of crimson flames danced above Wolf Capital, while a miasma of blood, thick with ominous energy, spiraled around the entire area. Lin Ze could not mistake this aura and flame. After all, he himself was the embodiment of the true fire sacred demon art at level 10. How could he misidentify the unique demonic power of the true fire sacred demon art? Yet, it seemed somewhat distinct from the pure sacred demon true fire. It resembled a flawed, inferior substitute. Lin Ze felt a peculiar sense of control over it. As one who possessed the authentic sacred demon true fire, it appeared he could easily command these imperfect lower-tier flames. Condense. The golden light in Lin Ze's eyes flickered. With the utterance of the word condense, the sacred demon true fire and the miasma of blood hovering above Wolf Capital responded to his call, coalescing into a unique mass of demonic energy. The moment this energy touched Lin Ze, it was ruthlessly devoured by the pure, sacred demon true fire within him. Boom! The demonic flames within Lin Ze surged higher. Chapter 63. Is Lin Ze a saint? As the sacred demon true fire blazed fiercely, Lin Ze's cultivation, which had already reached the pinnacle of vitality akin to a dragon, began to subtly shift. The sacred demon true fire was transforming the devoured lower-tier flames and blood energy into the purest primordial essence, thus nurturing itself and propelling his realm. Under the impetus of the sacred demon true fire, Lin Ze's cultivation was unmistakably advancing toward the fourth innate realm of the divine sea. With this momentum, Lin Ze felt he needn't seek out additional techniques. As long as he slaughtered a few more nations and absorbed lower-tier demonic energy, reaching the divine sea would naturally come to fruition. TSK, demonic arts truly are formidable. Now, Lin Ze could comprehend why Song Feng of Hidden Sword Mountain treated the name of the fire-worship demonic sect with such solemnity. Just for the true fire sacred demon art alone, alongside the demonic sect's willingness to blood sacrifice the entirety of Wolf Capital at a moment's notice. The fire-worship demonic sect was indeed deserving of its reputation. As Lin Ze marveled at the wonders of demonic arts and sects, Song Feng was left utterly bewildered by this sudden display of power. He stared at Lin Ze, his expression one of incredulity. Could it be that this individual had just absorbed all the demonic and blood energy? Wasn't he that a tactic of demonic sect fiends? This is... Oh no, have I brought trouble right to the source? The thought barely crossed his mind before he bolted. Whoosh! In the next instant, Song Feng transformed into a streak of sword light, turning to flee. He exerted every ounce of his strength, spitting out several mouthfuls of essence blood to hastily escape. Retreating thousands of miles away. This is a disaster. I was careless. Song Feng truly did not expect that Lin Ze, whose aura was so pure and untainted, would be one of the demonic sect's people. Generally, those from the demonic sect conceal themselves, shrouded in demonic energy and karmic burdens, right? Demonic fiends are indeed cunning. Despair etched itself upon Song Feng's face. He unleashed a blood-colored sword light, charging straight toward Hidden Sword Mountain. Brother, you must flee quickly. Song Feng fled for thousands of miles. However, before him stood a figure, as steadfast as an ancient pine, blocking his path. Song Feng's heart turned to ash. He drew his long sword, prepared to fight to the death to buy time for Hidden Sword Mountain. In the face of Song Feng's vigilance, Lin Ze, clad in snow-white attire, spoke. Why rush? The demonic fiend speaks little. Come what may, you are welcome to attempt to take my life. Lin Ze remained silent, reflecting that if he were indeed a member of the demonic sect, Song Feng would have already met his end in Wolf Capital. His absorption of demonic energy was merely a method unknown to Song Feng. Such a rarity is hardly worth alarm. Song Feng hesitated, casting a dubious glance at Lin Ze. Elder, you truly are not of the demonic sect? Lin Ze replied. I have stated from the outset that I am of the North Star dynasty, the Marquis of Divine Marshal. I do not wish to repeat this statement a third time. Song Feng paused. He scrutinized Lin Ze from head to toe. If that is the case, please wait a moment, esteemed elder. There are matters I wish to confirm first. Feel free. After uttering this, Song Feng observed as Lin Ze closed his eyes in meditation. showing no intention of hostility and exuding not a trace of demonic energy. Seeing this, Song Feng sat cross-legged in the void, his formidable, innate divine sense sweeping across the entirety of the North Star dynasty. One breath, Song Feng furrowed his brow. 2 breaths. Song Feng's expression morphed into one of disbelief. 3 breaths, his body began to tremble slightly. Ultimately, Song Feng's body quaked violently. He retracted his divine sense, his entire being seized by a shuddering terror. An indescribable chill surged through him, penetrating to his very bones, compelling him to tremble uncontrollably. You! Song Feng suddenly felt that the world had become immensely, even overwhelmingly terrifying. The white-clad youth before him was the Marquis of Divine Martial, Lin Ze, a terrifying powerhouse of the third innate realm, the true body realm. And he was merely 18 years old. 18 years old? Song Feng struggled to articulate a coherent sentence. An innate being at 18? Well, I suppose I could forcibly rationalize that you might be a descendant of some ancient family with archaic divine blood. But an 18-year-old in the third innate realm, true body realm, and in the third stage with vitality as vigorous as a dragon. How is this even conceivable? Even the master of Hidden Sword Mountain, Song Jian, one of the most gifted prodigies in the region over the past 60 millennia, only broke through to the true body realm close to 60 years of age. And you at 18. You are a being of innate divinity, born a deity, descending as an immortal. This truly exceeds all bounds of understanding, far surpassing Song Feng's comprehension. Song Feng wore a look of sheer astonishment. What? Do I not appear to be 18 years old? Lin suggested. No. It's not that. I meant, esteemed elder, you do not seem aged. What I mean is, Song Feng stammered, utterly flabbergasted. At that moment, a voice as cold as a blade resonated throughout the heavens and earth. My younger brother's understanding is shallow, and has caused the saint to be amused. Clang! A peerless sword of divinity unleashed its brilliance. In the heavens and earth, invisible sword energies sliced through the air's resistance, transforming into a tempest of sweeping sword chi. Waves of sword chi converged from all directions into a single point. They intertwined and coalesced, ultimately morphing into a figure clad in azure, sharp and piercing like a sword, embodying both coldness and aloofness. His arrival rendered the very air of the world feel as if it were imbued with blades, becoming markedly colder and sharper. The master of Hidden Sword Mountain, Song Jian, pays respects to the saint. A saint? Upon hearing Song Jian's words, Song Feng felt as though he might shatter. What kind of existence is worthy of being called a saint? Beyond the innate 6 realms, only the supreme and formidable holy realm can be deemed worthy of the title saint. They represent the pinnacle of existence within the entire Tianlan, reigning over the ebb and flow of its tides through the ages. Such beings are as elusive as dragons, rarely revealing themselves. Not even an innate 5th realm Tianyuan monarch is privileged to catch a glimpse of them, let alone a mere god vessel practitioner like Songfeng. Yet now, this exalted presence stands before him, nearly causing Songfeng to swoon. Throughout his journey, he has encountered legendary figures, sinister beings from demonic sects, and now a supreme saint. His heartbeat has fluctuated numerous times, leaving him in a tumult of emotions that defies expression. You call me a saint? Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, questioning the assertion. Song Jian replied, I have had the fortunate opportunity to hear of the revered saints, formless and without shape. They embody myriad forms, conjuring dreams of vast dimensions. Anyone we encounter in the mortal realm could potentially be an incarnation of a saint traversing our world. These manifestations may consist of a fleeting thought or a lingering will of the saint, or perhaps a dream that the saint has dreamt. In this context, thoughts and will are the easiest to discern, for they are often deliberate incarnations sent forth by the saint, imbued with the saint's insights and wisdom. As for dreams, Song Jian fixated intently on Lin Ze, seemingly searching for something in his expression. Dreams are the most enigmatic and mystical. Within a saint's dream, they forget their own existence, becoming an unfamiliar entity, experiencing another life, embarking on a new journey, blurred between reality and illusion. Lin Ze understood that the existence of a saint transcends the realm of mere beings, elevating itself to a philosophical discourse on the nature of reality and illusion, akin to the conundrum of Zhuangzi dreaming of a butterfly or a butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzi. Song Jian continued, however, the existence of a saint is always exceptional. Even if within their dream they wish to be an ordinary person, the saints will manifest in extraordinary ways. For instance, an ordinary person could never ascend to the innate third realm at the tender age of 18. Yet in the dream of a saint, anything is possible. Clearly, in Sanjin's perspective, Lin Ze was but a dream of the saint. To him, aside from such an incomprehensible existence, no other explanation could account for an 18-year-old at the innate third realm. So, if you are not the incarnation of a saint's dream, does that mean there are no saints left in this world? This statement was made with an understanding that only those within the family could grasp. He was no saint, merely a reincarnated individual. Moreover, while saints may possess formidable power, they cannot encapsulate the existence of divine-level enlightenment. Yet, this fact was not for others to know. The divine-level enlightenment was the very foundation of Lin Ze's existence in this life, and he would never divulge it to anyone. If Sangjian wished to regard him as a saint, so be it. Perhaps this identity might yield some unforeseen advantages. Thus, Lin Ze merely smiled gently and replied calmly, perhaps, I do not concern myself with whether I am the incarnation of a saint. What I wish to know now is the origin of the fire-worship demonic sect. Upon hearing this, Sanjin's gaze flickered slightly. Do you harbor a grudge against the fire-worship demonic sect? Lin Ze shook his head. No grudge, rather there exists a connection. They even assisted me in a small matter. Assisted you in a small matter? Sanjin queried, puzzled. At this moment, Songfeng interjected, brother. The saint is referring to the matter of the blood sacrifice of the wolf capital. The saint's dream descended upon the Lin family, and the Lin family bears a deep-seated enmity with the wolf capital, as their direct lineage perished at the hands of the wolf capital's people. Songfeng believed that the blood sacrifice of the wolf capital was the connection and small assistance Lin Ze spoke of. However, in truth, while that could be considered assistance, Lin Ze was more inclined to refer to the true fire sacred demon art. Had it not been for the true fire sacred demon art, he would still be waiting for the illusory Moon 7-star record, with no chance at the innate realm. Sangjian grasped the implication. I see. However, the saint need not dwell on this thought, for those in the demonic sect are notoriously unrestrained with erratic temperaments. Their ability to directly conduct a blood sacrifice of the entire wolf capital speaks volumes. With that, Sanjian began recounting the origins of the fire-worship demonic sect. To speak of the fire-worship demonic sect, it is not a distant tale, merely an occurrence from 8,000 years ago. Reflecting upon it now, it feels as though it were yesterday. Approximately 8,000 years ago, under the leadership of their sect master, the fire-worship demonic sect surged forth with an astonishing rapidity. Its growth, and might leaving all in awe. Within a mere century, the sect's influence spanned the entirety of the Qing region, attaining its zenith. Their prominence eclipsed even the 9 sects of the Qing region, standing unrivaled. The root of it all lies in a technique known as the true fire sacred demon art. Lin Ze's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This demonic technique is exceedingly sinister. It has the capacity to absorb the lifeblood essence of all living beings, as well as the fear and anger of myriad souls, transmuting it into the purest innate energy to propel practitioners of the demonic arts towards swift ascension. It is said that a practitioner of this demonic technique achieved a meteoric rise from the pinnacle of the postnatal realm to the innate second realm of the god vessel, all within a mere decade of slaughtering entire cities. Such a rapid ascent sends chills down the spine. Sanjian lamented. Moreover, the true fire sacred demon art has been divided into 2 distinct versions within the sect. One is called the lesser true fire sacred demon art, a low-grade earthly technique meant for the ordinary disciples of the sect. The other is the true fire sacred demon art, a mid-grade earthly technique, accessible only to those of the rank of Hall Master and above. The Hall Masters wield absolute control over the ordinary disciples, possessing the ability to devour their power. In other words, when the time is ripe, a Hall Master can consume the disciples who practice the lesser true fire sacred demon art, stripping them of their cultivation for their own gain. It is akin to raising fat sheep. Once the sheep are mature, they can be slaughtered at will. The hard-earned cultivation and demonic flames of the ordinary disciples merely serve as a wedding garment for the Hall Masters. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze comprehended why he reacted to the residual demonic flames and lifeblood above the wolf capital. It seemed that the perpetrators in the wolf capital were merely ordinary demonic sect disciples. Sanjin continued, it sounds ill-advised. Nevertheless, for the sake of a piece of innate technique and an opportunity to ascend to Hall Master, countless individuals have charged forward for the demonic sect. It is through such means that the demonic sect's rise has been unstoppable, becoming a colossal entity that spans the Qing region within a mere century. In stark contrast, during that period, the Qing region was rife with death, often resulting in the loss of entire cities and nations at once. The death toll is unfathomable. As Tsongjin spoke, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Those years were the darkest moments for Tsongjin Mountain. Tsongjin cannot even estimate how many perished from our mountain during that time. Did the 9 sects of the Qing region take no action? Lin Ze inquired. Tsongjin replied, the 9 sects of the Qing region did intervene. However, apart from the lower echelons, there were 4 great protectors and 2 sect masters within the demonic sect. They are the true core of the demonic sect, wielding powers that surpass even the true fire sacred demon art, their strength unfathomable. Numerous strong practitioners from the 9 sects of the Qing region attempted to encircle and annihilate them, yet they still managed to break through and escape. It was only when the situation escalated to a critical point that the Chang'e sword sect, at great cost, awakened their slumbering semi-sane ancestor, ultimately subduing the high-ranking members of the demonic sect and quelling its influence, restoring order to the Qing region. Otherwise, had the demonic sect continued its expansion, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 65. The Library of the Sword hidden in the mountains in the aftermath. The fire worship cult vanished overnight, and all artifacts documenting the supreme sorcery of true fire were collectively obliterated by the 9 sects of the Qing domain. Consequently, the calamity instigated by the fire worship cult was finally submerged in the annals of the past. The gaze of Tsongjin shimmered fiercely. Yet little did he anticipate that merely 8,000 years later, the fire worship cult would rise once more. Had the 9 sects of the Qing domain failed to entirely eradicate the remnants of the supreme sorcery of true fire, with their capabilities, it should not have been so. Song Feng remarked that perhaps 1 or 2 volumes had been overlooked and subsequently acquired by someone. Song Jian shook his head, asserting that matters were far more intricate. The resurgence of the cult could not be attributed solely to a single volume of the supreme sorcery. Rather, it was significantly bolstered by the enigmatic leader backing them. Moreover, the threat he sensed extended beyond what a mere tome of sorcery could instigate. However, this was not the moment for deep contemplation. The pressing concern was to root out the cultists. Song Feng hastened to inform all sects and domain lords of this matter, urging them to remain vigilant. Very well, I shall depart at once. Saint, Song Feng takes his leave. With that, Song Feng turned swiftly, transforming into a streak of sword light as he vanished into the distance. Observing Song Feng's departure, Tsongjin turned to Lin Ze and said, the arrival of the saint at Tsongjin Mountain must surely stir numerous concerns regarding the innate realm. Why not accompany me back to Tsongjin Mountain as a guest for a few days? Upon hearing these words, a flicker of intrigue danced in Lin Ze's eyes. As the sole celestial sect reigning over more than 20 nations, Tsongjin Mountain was undoubtedly regarded as a sacred and mysterious realm. Over the years, countless individuals have yearned to gain entry, flocking to its gates. During the bi-decade recruitment of disciples, Tsongjin Mountain was particularly bustling, with seekers of immortality coming and going in droves. Had it not been for the decree of celestial fate, and the existence of the supreme sorcery of true fire, and the illusory Moon 7 Stars record, Lin Ze would have likely joined the throngs of aspirants. However, times had changed. Lin Ze had achieved the 3rd realm of the innate stage, placing his status above even the mountain master, Tsongjin. Thus, Tsongjin Mountain had lost its aura of mystery and necessity in Lin Ze's eyes. Now, the only aspect that captivated him was the library. As the supreme celestial sect governing the Northern Morning Dynasty and other nations, the treasures of Tsongjin Mountain were incomparable to those of the Northern Morning royalty. Should Lin Ze explore the library, he could easily accrue several hundred points of progress, potentially even elevating to LV4. With this in mind, he instantly smiled and said, then I shall impose upon you. Tsongjin Mountain, a sanctuary long coveted by countless souls of the Northern Morning. You jest, Saint. Tsongjin gestured graciously, please. Lin Ze left a message for Lin Ao and then followed Tsongjin to the coveted celestial sect of Tsongjin Mountain. Upon returning to Tsongjin Mountain, Tsongjin promptly instructed his disciples to seal off the entire region and investigate the traces of the cultists. Should any discoveries arise, signals were to be dispatched immediately. All disciples above the innate realm, mobilize at once. This matter is of utmost importance. You must not be negligent. Do you all understand? Yes. We shall heed the mountain master's decree. After briefing the disciples of Tsang Jian Mountain, Tsang Jian continued. All disciples of the post-heaven 8th realm and above are to join the operation. You will be responsible for gathering intelligence across the nations. Xianhua, you have always been meticulous in your duties. I entrust you to lead the post-heaven disciples. After a considerable pause, no one responded. Tsang Jian glanced toward the area where the post-heaven disciples were gathered. Where is Xianhua? The disciples exchanged glances, and after a moment, an elderly man with graying hair stepped forward, saying, reporting to the mountain master, do you refer to senior brother Jin Xianhua? Indeed. The elder promptly replied, Mountain Master. Senior brother Jin Xianhua was unable to break through to the innate realm and passed away 1400 years ago, having reached the end of his life. Upon hearing this, Tsang Jian faltered momentarily. He had forgotten that 3,000 years had elapsed since his last awakening. For beings of the innate realm, 3,000 years was but a fleeting moment. Yet for mortals, it represented several lengthy lifetimes. What a pity. He had held great hopes for Jin Xianhua. The young man was astute, diligent, and possessed commendable talent. Had he ascended to the innate realm, he would have been an excellent asset for managing the growth of Tsang Jian Mountain. For that reason, 3,000 years ago, Tsang Jian had specially granted Jin Xianhua a sword energy baptism, refining his meridians, extending his lifespan, and enhancing his chances of breaking through to the innate realm. Yet, that step into the innate stage had thwarted many. To enter the innate realm, one required opportunity, comprehension, and talent. None could be lacking. Each time, Tsang Jian Mountain selected the CR de la CR from various nations, admitting thousands of the most exceptional disciples. Nonetheless, despite these efforts, over the course of 30,000 years since its founding, only a mere 300 had succeeded in breaking through to the innate stage. Such was the difficulty of the innate realm. Tsang Jian was not particularly surprised. He merely nodded slightly, choosing to move past the matter without further pursuit. The world of the innate realm always functioned thus. The old departed, the new arrived. One must adapt. Since that is the case, you shall be responsible for leading the team. The elderly man bowed reverently before the young mountain master. Disciples shall abide by the mountain master's decree. After directing the disciples to secure the area and investigate the cult, they dispersed. Tsang Jian then turned to Lin Ze, saying, the situation with the cult is urgent. I have neglected the saint. It is of no consequence. Matters of importance take precedence. Tsang Jian nodded, then directly addressed the core issue without preamble. As a swordsman, he was straightforward, preferring honesty over elaborate pleasantries. To speak candidly, my invitation for the saint at Tsang Jian Mountain is driven by a request. Before Lin Ze could respond, Tsang Jian fixed him with an earnest gaze. I seek the saint's guidance on the second step of the true body, the mystery of blood like the great sun. I have ascended to the realm of true body's blood and smoke for nearly 20,000 years, and during this time, my vitality has been honed to its peak. Merely a half step away from blood, like the great sun. Yet, that half step has ensnared me for millennia. Every fleeting moment of insight slips away, leaving me perpetually at a loss, just shy of the threshold. Should a venerable teacher be present to guide me, I am certain I could attain enlightenment and break through to the second step, blood like the great sun. Tsang Jian spoke earnestly. For this, I am willing to offer everything. Anything possessed by Tsang Jian Mountain is at your disposal. Upon hearing Tsang Jian's words, Lin Ze immediately replied, in that case, I seek to spend 3 days in your library of Tsang Jian Mountain. What say you? With a swift motion, a sword-shaped token radiating sharp sword energy hovered before Lin Ze. It is settled. Chapter 66. The cult's plans shift excellent. Lin Ze accepted the token with satisfaction. Conversing with a swordsman like Tsang Jian was refreshing. Straightforwardness prevailed, devoid of unnecessary circumlocution, as both parties joyfully sought their respective needs. After securing the token, Lin Ze began to elucidate the intricacies of blood, like the great sun, to Tsang Jian. Lin Ze spoke, and Tsang Jian listened. Before long, the already exceptionally gifted Tsang Jian grasped Lin Ze's meaning. The fog that had clouded his mind for millennia dissipated, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. He promptly closed his eyes, his vitality surging within. Observing this, Lin Ze quietly departed for the library of Tsang Jian Mountain. In the Northern Morning Dynasty, Wu Tong and Xiaqing he strolled along the streets. Xiaqing he listened with keen interest to the praises and admiration being showered upon Lin Ze by passersby, their words flowing like a surging river, unrelenting. Meanwhile, Wu Tong appeared somewhat troubled, her brow furrowed, bearing an air of deep contemplation. We're doomed. We're doomed. That fellow Lin Ze is far too elusive. He is, in fact, an existence at the third level of the innate true body. At long last, it seems that he may have discerned something during his time at the Mianshu building, though one can only speculate. Given his formidable cultivation, akin to a dragon's vitality, it is quite plausible that he sensed something, even unconsciously, from such a close proximity. Yet, if he did indeed perceive something, why does he appear utterly oblivious? It defies reason. How could one remain indifferent to? Wu Tong finds herself perplexed, utterly unable to comprehend. The joys and sorrows of individuals do not always align. While others extol Lin Ze as unparalleled and uniquely exceptional, Wu Tong is solely preoccupied with whether her own presence has been compromised. Tong Tong? Tong Tong. Ah, what is it? Xiaoqinghe inquires, noticing her friend's troubled expression. Haven't all matters concluded? Oh, fine, immediately. Wu Tong deftly sidesteps the topic. After a series of fleeting expressions crossing her face, she resolves to speak. My stomach hurts. Xiao He, enjoy yourself. I must take my leave. With that, Wu Tong abruptly abandons Xiaoqinghe and retreats to her own quarters within the North Star Academy. Upon returning, Wu Tong begins to gather her most vital belongings. Indeed, she intends to flee. Previously, her choice to remain at North Star was predicated on its remote and inhospitable terrain, which lay outside the critical patrols of the Tsang Jian Mountain, and where the emergence of a congenital deity seemed unlikely, allowing her to pursue her own path with peace of mind. Yet now, North Star has produced such an outrageous congenital third realm being. In such a dismal place, even a dog would turn away. It is a pity for Xiao He, having finally found a confidant in her sister. Alas, Wu Tong contemplates, leaving behind a letter for Xiaoqinghe, announcing her imminent journey as a farewell. Should fate allow, may we meet again. Subsequently, Wu Tong sets forth, her belongings in tow, shrouded in shadow, departing North Star under the cover of night, as everyone revels in the triumph of Xinwu Ho Lin Ze's extraordinary achievement. She ventures towards an unknown destination. In the Nine Extremes dynasty, within the imperial palace, the young emperor of Nine Extremes is in a fit of rage. A congenital being. Where did this one emerge from in North Star? I was on the verge of unifying the Seven Kingdoms and establishing an unparalleled legacy. Curse be it, all these worthless fools. How dare they promise me the realization of a great empire, uniting the Seven Kingdoms? The young emperor, ever hot-headed and impatient for success, rages within the palace, taking his fury out on several maidens and eunuchs nearby, causing all to keep their distance. At that moment, in the vast emptiness of the palace, the sound of soft footsteps echoes. What is this? Is your majesty suggesting I have failed in my duties? A mysterious figure cloaked in black silently enters the palace. Upon seeing the figure, the emperor's rage intensifies. You arrive just in time. Did you not claim that North Star was entirely under your control? Where has this damn Shin Wuho come from? I demand an explanation. An explanation? Ha ha ha. The figure in black laughs. O young emperor, it seems you have misconstrued the situation. How audacious. The emperor is about to erupt in anger when the cloaked figure slowly raises his head, revealing a pair of blood-red, demonic eyes. With a flash, terrifying beams of light shoot forth from the figure's eyes, the overwhelming congenital pressure shattering the emperor's composure. His pupils begin to tremble in chaos. You. Who are you? The black-clad figure leisurely stretches. No need for such alarm. Did you not consider this from the outset? You too are an emperor, yet you pale in comparison to one named Peng Yong. At least he understood my true nature from the beginning, though he still met his demise, believing that a being of my caliber would assist him in reclaiming his kingdom. TSK, it is fortunate for me that he was so foolish. It allowed me to seamlessly utilize the blood goo and blood sacrifice on the entire pack. It is a pity for North Star, having set such a grand scheme in motion. It is yet to see the fruition of my plans before this Shun Wuho emerged. Now I am compelled to hasten all processes, afraid to approach even the vicinity of North Star. My exquisite life-suppressing goo, such a fine item, is scarce indeed. The Emperor's expression twitches. What does that mean? It means the black-clad figure appears behind the Emperor, with a terrifying blood claw gripping the Emperor's head. You know too much. I shall not inquire further. Bang! The figure crushes the Emperor's skull with ease. The Emperor's blood is instantly absorbed into the figure's body in a bizarre manner. My apologies, but you have already heard too much. Be cautious in your next life. With a thud, only a drained corpse remains on the dragon throne. The black-clad figure kicks the corpse aside and reclines comfortably on the throne. Before true power, he is subservient. Before mortals, he strikes with ferocity. After a brief repose, the figure's expression suddenly shifts. He quickly kneels on the ground as a stream of crimson demonic energy surges from his form, coalescing into a skeletal visage devoid of flesh. Master, your subordinate is tirelessly striving for the resurgence of our holy sect with no room for negligence. Currently, I have completed the harvest plan at Songjian Mountain and am preparing to proceed to the location of the Dunny sect. The skeletal face states, however, plans have changed. All under our holy sect are to remain still for the time being, hiding themselves and awaiting the right moment. The black-clad figure is perplexed. Has the Qing domain's 9 sects already become aware? The skeletal face shakes its head. This is an unexpected directive from the leader. You need only comply. Chapter 67. Scouring the library mountain, growing stronger, once more the leader? So it is a direct order from the leader. The black-clad figure is taken aback, no longer daring to question, and repeatedly assents. The leader of the holy sect, the origin of the holy sect, the faith of the holy sect, a mysterious existence standing at the pinnacle of the Qing domain. Despite no one in the entire holy sect having seen him apart from the 4 great protectors and the deputy leader, to all followers, he is the epitome of divinity. A command issued by the divine requires no scrutiny. It is to be followed without question. Yes, master, your subordinate shall dutifully adhere to the leader's intent. The skeletal visage dissipates. After casting a glance at the corpse on the ground, the black-clad figure transforms into a wisp of demonic energy and vanishes from the 9 Extremes dynasty. At Songjian Mountain, in the library pavilion, Lin Ze stands before the library pavilion, momentarily astonished. For the library pavilion of Songjian Mountain is not merely a pavilion, but an entire mountain, a mountain of tomes. The entire mountain has been hollowed out to form a library constructed against its slopes. The size of the mountain corresponds to the expanse of the library. Its height mirrors the elevation of the library. Compared to this library mountain, the largest royal library Lin Ze had previously encountered at North Star seems insignificant. TSK. How could it be anything less than a celestial gate? After a moment of reflection, Lin Ze enters the vast and magnificent library pavilion, holding the token of Songjian. Before him lies a collection of ancient books, meticulously organized and pristine. There are restricted areas, miscellaneous discussions, martial arts for mortals, records of congenital secrets, and areas dedicated to the blessings of the Qing domain. Lifting his gaze, he observes floating bookshelves and stone platforms suspended in the central expanse of the mountain, enveloped in mysterious and arcane congenital light, beckoning all who behold them. Lin Ze cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. How many experiential advancements must one accumulate to reach such heights? Coupled with all these other miscellaneous tomes, achieving a divine-level comprehension at level 4 is within reach. He immediately ascends into the air, landing upon those stone platforms that document earthly-level techniques. The first item to catch his eye is a tome titled Xian Guang Heart Method, an earthly-level low-grade technique. Songjian Mountain has established its sect for many years, having produced numerous congenital deities. Aside from the Songjian technique, which was created and passed down by Songjian himself, there are naturally other techniques forged by exceptionally gifted congenital beings, born from their understanding of the world through their own experiences. Although primarily created by novice practitioners at the nascent stage of their journey, these techniques nonetheless represent an entry into the realm of innate abilities, possessing profundities unattainable through mere acquired skills. Together with they form the foundational essence of the entire Songjian Mountain as a sanctuary for immortals. These techniques, safeguarded by specialized prohibitions atop the stone platform in the sky, can only be accessed by disciples of Songjian Mountain through assessments and tasks to accrue contributions to their sect. However, Lin Ze, wielding the token of the Songjian, possesses the highest authority within the entire Songjian Mountain, thus exempting him from the constraints of sect contributions. At this moment, he is free to select from the array of earthly-level techniques at his leisure. Upon picking up he flipped through a couple of pages, and an influx of information surged through his mind, reflective of his divine-level comprehension. You have perused LV10, Great Perfection, Divine-Level Comprehension LV3, 1051000. He then took up another tome. You have perused. Immersed in the vast sea of innate texts, Lin Ze comprehended the essence of all earthly-level techniques, including the treasured skill of Sanjian Mountain. In total, he encountered an impressive 11 techniques, all classified as low-grade earthly level, which collectively provided him with a substantial 220 points of progress. His divine level comprehension thus ascended to 305-1000. The progress garnered from these 11 techniques alone exceeded the total he had painstakingly accumulated in Beichen by a factor of 2. The world of innate beings is truly extraordinary. After reflecting on this, Lin Ze's gaze fell upon the shelves in the sky. There were works such as, all similar to the innate methodologies found in. Randomly selecting a few tomes, he embarked on a new wave of exploration. From dawn to dusk, and from dusk back to dawn, an entire day swiftly passed. By midday the following day, Lin Ze had finally perused the vast repository of knowledge. All the wisdom contained within the mountain had been absorbed by him. The upgrade progress he reaped from this immense library was staggering. Divine level comprehension LV3, 850-1000. His talent now stood at an impressive 850, just 150 points shy of another upgrade to LV4. After subtracting the 100 points from, he needed only 50 more points. With over a month remaining until the trial had commenced, Lin Ze would easily be able to gather this modest sum. This expedition to Sanjian Mountain had proven immensely fruitful. It also prompted Lin Ze to ponder the colossal sects of the Qingyu region, particularly the illustrious 9 sects of Qingyu. If even a modest sect like Sanjian Mountain, led by a mere first-step true body cultivator, could provide such abundance, how much wealth could the 9 sects of Qingyu possess? They might very well guarantee an ascension to LV5. Lin Ze found himself filled with greater anticipation for the impending 9 sects of Qingyu. Setting the book aside, Lin Ze did not rush to depart. He found a secluded corner within the library mountain and sat cross-legged. Divine level comprehension LV3 activated. Having absorbed such a plethora of techniques at once, including 11 low-grade earthly level methods, Lin Ze recognized the necessity of properly integrating and refining his newfound knowledge. He aimed to utilize these 11 low-grade techniques as a foundation to forge several mid-grade earthly level techniques. After all, his current cultivation level was entirely mismatched with the grades of his techniques. Apart from the mid-grade earthly level, he had only the low-grade earthly level to showcase. The remainder of his techniques still languished within the human level realm, rendering them inconsequential amidst the presence of these ancient innate beings, some of whom had existed for millennia. You contemplate the world and gain new insights regarding your learned techniques. You merge your acquired mental techniques. The primary technique is, with a total of 1,367 auxiliary materials, has achieved a great breakthrough. You have comprehended the mid-grade earthly level technique. You contemplate the world and gain new insights regarding your learned techniques. You merge your acquired physical techniques. The primary technique is, with a total of 1,425 auxiliary materials, has achieved a great breakthrough. You have comprehended the mid-grade earthly level technique. In silence, Lin Ze had refined and integrated his knowledge once more. His mastery had undergone a qualitative transformation, with all techniques advancing to the innate level. Chapter 68, Divine Martial King. Now, Lin Ze's primary techniques are as follows. Mental technique. Mid-grade earthly level, LV10. Body refinement technique. Mid-grade earthly level, LV10. Physical technique. Mid-grade earthly level, LV10. Sword technique. Mid-grade earthly level, LV10. Fist technique. Low-grade earthly level, LV10. Eye technique. Low-grade earthly level, LV10. The elevation of his skills had finally aligned Lin Ze's cultivation with his techniques, transforming him into a formidable six-sided warrior. At this moment, Lin Ze stood as a unique entity amidst the elite true body cultivators of the Qingyu region, all of whom possessed the same third step and dragon-like vitality. The upcoming trial at the 9 sects of Qingyu should be a sure success. Exhaling a long breath to release the lingering tension, Lin Ze's spirit and demeanor ascended to a new level after his transformation. The starlight in his eyes coalesced into a vast cosmic sea, dazzling to the utmost. Beneath this brilliance, the secrets of the universe unfolded, elucidating the mysteries of the Tao. A wondrous power, akin to neither divinity nor demon, settled within him. Should anyone provoke his ire, they would witness the extraordinary might forged beneath this radiant light of the Tao. He stepped forth from the library mountain, returning to the Sanjian palace. At this moment, Sanjian remained in deep meditation, comprehending the profound mysteries of blood akin to the sun. His entire being was a tapestry of vibrant energy, sometimes ethereal, sometimes concentrated, sometimes manifesting the image of a great sun, and at other times dissipating like smoke. It appeared that he would not awaken anytime soon. Observing this, Lin Ze chose to depart from Sanjin Mountain. After his extensive exploration of the Library Mountain, he felt he had gleaned enough understanding of this innate world, rendering further stay at Sanjin Mountain unnecessary. Instead, he preferred to return and spend quality time with his family, particularly his grandfather. With this thought, Lin Ze stepped out of Sanjin Mountain, returning to the Bachan Empire. In the following days, Sanjin Mountain conducted a thorough investigation of its territory, seeking any traces of the demonic cult's members, but for several days, they found no sign of them. It seemed the members of the demonic cult had silently departed from Sanjin Mountain, leaving no trace behind. Thus, after leaving a few disciples to monitor the movements of the various nations, the disciples of Sanjin Mountain returned to report their findings. Ultimately, the intelligence pointed towards two significant culprits: a young Nine Extremes emperor and a restoration-obsessed Peng Yong. One had been drained to a husk, while the other had sacrificed everything for the wolves. Naturally, there was nothing more to pursue. In the end, Sanjin Mountain could only impose minor penalties on the Nine Extremes Empire, thereby concluding the incident involving the demonic cult. As for the wolves and Peng Yong, they would no longer exist. The once great Wuan dynasty would also be completely submerged in the dust of history, forgotten by all. Thus, it seemed the events surrounding the demonic cult at Sanjin Mountain had come to a close. The various nations, including Beichun, gradually returned to their previous stability with the disappearance of the demonic cult's influence, no longer shrouded in dark currents and treacherous schemes. Meanwhile, the sects in Huawang realm, which had been alerted by Tsangjian, grew vigilant after learning of the minor incident at Sanjin Mountain, scrutinizing their regions for potential plots by the demonic cult. Yet, in the following days, no abnormalities were detected throughout the Huawang realm. The demonic cult's fleeting presence seemed a mere echo of past struggles, vanishing like a fleeting flower, gone in a single night. With the demonic cult's disappearance, the Huawang realm once again returned to its tranquil state. One day, in the Beichun Imperial Palace, the Emperor of Beichun bid farewell to the envoy from Sanjin Mountain. "Safe travels, Celestial Master." The envoy from Sanjian Mountain chuckled and remarked, "I am but a feeble mortal at the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation. How could I possibly be worthy of the title of a mortal master? Your Majesty, I implore you to refrain from such flattery, for if my fellow disciples were to hear, it would surely lead to ridicule." Having said this, the envoy continued, "My mission has been accomplished, and it is time for this old man to return to the mountain and report back. Your Majesty, may we meet again by fate's design." As he spoke, the envoy cast a meaningful glance in the direction of the Lin family before departing from the North Star Imperial Palace with a knowing smile. Observing the envoy's departure, Emperor Beichun let out a deep sigh. Grand Eunuch Guang, upon hearing this, quickly stepped forward, "Your Majesty. The recognition from Sanjin Mountain as the legitimate authority over the Eastern Domain is a monumental blessing." The expression of Emperor Beichun shifted to one of profound ambiguity. "What do you think motivated Sanjin Mountain to act in this manner?" Grand Eunuch Guang hastily replied, "I understand, Your Majesty. However, no matter where the Marquis of Divine may be or what identity he assumes, he remains your beloved grandson. With such a grandson, Your Majesty, you may rest assured and enjoy eternal peace." The Grand Eunuch offered his congratulations to the Emperor. "Ah, you truly do not comprehend the Emperor's side. The world is not devoid of innate divine beings. For instance, the royal lineage of Zhenggu Kingdom in the Southern Domain once produced an innate divine individual. Yet, even so, Zhenggu Kingdom never garnered the endorsement of Sanjin Mountain, nor did they claim to represent it in unifying the Southern Domain. But now, my North Star has achieved this. Furthermore, the one who attained the innate state is not even of my North Star's legitimate bloodline. What does this signify?" Grand Eunuch Guang was momentarily taken aback. In light of this, Sanjin Mountain's actions do seem rather excessive. After some contemplation, he suddenly realized, "Your Majesty, draft an edict." "Understood." The Grand Eunuch promptly emerged from his reverie to draft the decree. As Emperor Beichun dictated, he paused midway, and Grand Eunuch Guang suddenly grasped something significant. Can a typical innate being summon a blood-red dragon? It seems that none in history have been able to do so. At that moment, Emperor Beichun uttered a phrase that left Grand Eunuch Guang in stunned silence. "Little Guang, did you take note?" Grand Eunuch Guang, reflecting deeply, swiftly understood the implications. He promptly inscribed 3 characters upon the imperial edict: "Divine Might King." In the presence of such an extraordinary and unique existence as an innate divine being, North Star, which has never conferred titles of kingship, has at last bestowed a crown, and this transcendent divine, my king, aside from Lin Ze, shall undoubtedly be no other. After inscribing the edict, Grand Eunuch Guang somewhat dazedly proceeded to announce it. He returned in a similarly bewildered state. Subsequently, Lin Ze was conferred kingship, holding the title of divine might king, with the royal position being hereditary. However, this did not incite considerable upheaval within the Lin family. The concept of kingship among mortals stood in stark contrast to that of innate divine beings. The Emperor's decree merely stirred a modicum of excitement among the North Star populace, which soon subsided, returning the world to its usual order. That year, winter descended upon North Star once more, adorning the world in a silvery cloak, freezing all into a deep slumber. Chapter 69. I unearthed his tomb. Time flew by. In another year's first snow arrived. Delicate snowflakes drifted down from the sky like gentle feathers. Though light, a few glistening flakes occasionally fell, resembling blossoms of fire cascading from a celestial realm. They settled upon the bare trees, cloaking them in a thin layer of frost. Occasionally, a biting cold wind would sweep through, rustling the branches as it whistled past the Lin family's courtyard. Lin Ze sat in the secluded Lin family courtyard, brewing a pot of tea and listening to the sound of the wind and snow. Since the demonic sect had vanished and he had revealed his presence at the Sanjin Mountain, his days had settled into a serene routine. No one dared to provoke a family of innate divine beings, and the myriad intrigues that once plagued the Lin family had dissipated. Emperor Baichen had elevated the Lin family to great heights, ensuring they were beyond reproach. Upon learning of Lin Ze, the divine might king of North Star, surrounding nations surrendered without the need for Sanjin Mountain's decree or the smoke of war, thereby unifying the eastern domain. The Lin family's status transformed from a minor lord of North Star to the supreme emperor of the entire eastern domain under Sanjin Mountain. Drawing tributes from various nations, they came to pay their respects, eager to present their martial arts for Lin Ze's perusal, hoping to curry favor with the Lin family. If they could glean even a fraction of innate teachings from this living divine being, it would be a monumental boon. Lin Ze graciously accepted, always welcoming the acquisition of martial arts, as he was never one to turn down knowledge. However, he also ensured that this was not a one-sided affair. Lin Ze did not wish to receive favors without reciprocation, for in this world, all debts are repayable, but the debt of gratitude is the hardest to settle. Thus, when they came to offer martial arts, Lin Ze regarded it as a transaction, whether in exchange for spirit crystals or through barter, resolving the matter on the same day. It is noteworthy that having perused the extensive collection of texts at Sanjin Mountain, Lin Ze discovered that among the martial arts presented, 7 out of 10 were duplicates. Many were left bereft of opportunity, returning with regrets. This situation persisted for several days before gradually returning to normalcy. In the ensuing tranquility, the Lin family diligently practiced the 3 elite martial arts passed down by Lin Ze, flourishing steadily. With nothing pressing at hand, Lin Ao had entrusted all family affairs to Lin Ze 10 days prior and had retreated into seclusion, striving for a breakthrough into the innate realm. Whether he would succeed remained to be seen, as it was ultimately a matter of fate. The path to innate mastery was an evolution of life, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Such a leap was exceedingly arduous. Sanjin Mountain had taken in the most talented individuals from over 20 surrounding nations for training, meticulously selecting the cream of the crop from a population of hundreds of millions across generations. After 30,000 years, only 308 beings had emerged. Whether Lin Ao could become the next was uncertain. Nevertheless, Lin Ze remained unperturbed. The Lin family had plenty of time ahead. As he sipped his tea, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Young master, Yi Xiaoran from Shura Mountain seeks an audience. Initially, Xiao Cui had preferred to address Lin Ze as lord or king, but after some contemplation, she felt it more fitting to simply call him young master, given his status as an innate divine being. Yi Xiaoran. Lin Ze recalled having previously instructed someone to investigate the Lu family. However, he had since learned from Sangjin about the origins of the fire worship sect and the true fire sacred magic. As for Yi Xiaoran, very well, let her in. Perhaps I can uncover the source of Lu Changfeng's moonlit 7 stars record. Understood. Before long, Yi Xiaoran, the solitary wolf shrouded in shadows, appeared behind Lin Ze. Greetings, second young master. Congratulations on your ascension to the realm of innate divinity. You're somewhat late, Lin Ze remarked. Reporting to the second young master, The information regarding Liu Changfeng and the previous head of the Liu family is quite dated and involves the Nine Extremes dynasty. Our mountain has spent considerable time piecing together the clues. Speak. Yi Xiaoran promptly presented a sealed letter. Lin Ze took the letter, scanning its contents. Through our extensive investigations, we have discovered that Liu Changfeng was once a renowned genius in the Liu family over 170 years ago. At the age of 29, he had already broken through to the 6th level of postnatal cultivation, and his medical skills reached the level of a first-class physician in the Nine Extremes medical office. Locals believed that the Liu family was on the verge of producing a legendary physician, with hopes of birthing an innate divine healer. However, such a claim did not last long. Around the age of 30, Liu Changfeng departed from the Nine Extremes dynasty and subsequently roamed the world, rarely returning to the Liu family. Upon delving into the matter, one explanation suggests that the prolonged interval before the next recruitment of disciples at the Sanjian Mountain led Liu Changfeng to lose patience and depart from the region in search of celestial opportunities at the realms of Dunyaizong and Wingxindiozong. Another theory posits that Liu Changfeng felt he could no longer enhance his medical skills while remaining at the Liu family estate, prompting him to wander the world, practicing medicine and refining his craft. Ultimately, following these events, Liu Changfeng vanished from public view, concealing his existence. It was not until he reached the age of 90, precisely 110 years ago, that he concluded his travels and spent some time at the Liu family residence. During this period, Liu Changfeng consistently urged the previous family head, Liu Hong, to embrace a certain celestial sect known as the Holy Doctrine. Liu Hong, however, vehemently opposed and resisted the idea of Liu Changfeng associating with this so-called Holy Doctrine. As for the name of this sect, Yi Xiaoran shuddered at this point, his voice tinged with an unsettling chill. Those who were aware of the situation had indeed heard the name of the Holy Doctrine, yet mysteriously, all had forgotten it. Even upon further reflection, they could not recall any details pertaining to the sect, leaving only the two words, Holy Doctrine, in their minds. Clearly, there existed a mysterious force that influenced everyone, distorting the truth of the past. Having said this, Yi Xiaoran's gaze flickered, resembling a lone wolf howling at the moon in the dark night. Nevertheless, our Shura Villa would not tarnish its mission, unearthing some hidden truths. Oh, a mere mortal force like Shura Villa possesses such capabilities? Lin Ze regarded Yi Xiaoran with mild astonishment. Yi Xiaoran responded, "We excavated Liu Hong's tomb, Lin Ze. In the intelligence we acquired, it was evident that Liu Hong had initially been aware of the Holy Doctrine's true nature and was exceedingly averse to Liu Changfeng's engagement with it. To this end, he had quarreled with Liu Changfeng numerous times. Shortly after Liu Changfeng completely departed from the Liu family and lost his trace, Liu Hong, a formidable practitioner at the 8th level of postnatal cultivation, mysteriously perished. I dare assert that Liu Hong undoubtedly knew some underlying truths. Thus, I pried open his tomb and indeed discovered some clues." Chapter 70. Deduced ruin within Liu Hong's tomb. We uncovered a specially crafted blood silk, hidden within the flesh of Liu Hong's chest. It was not until after Liu Hong's death, as his flesh decayed into white bones, that this blood silk finally resurfaced. As he spoke, Yi Xiaoran produced a tightly wrapped object from his bosom. Unwrapping the layers revealed a vivid crimson hue. Inside lay the blood silk, inscribed with densely packed characters. Yi Xiaoran declared, "This contains information regarding the Holy Doctrine. Young master, please take a look." Lin Ze opened the blood silk and began to read. The content bore striking resemblance to the information he had gathered from Sanjian regarding the fire-worshipping demonic sect. However, it concluded with a cryptic warning. "Beware of the All Things Celestial Sect." The All Things Celestial Sect? This sect is no minor faction. Lin Ze had encountered information about it in the archives of Sanjian Mountain. The All Things Celestial Sect reigns as the sovereign of the Xuanwu realm, boasting a lineage exceeding 700,000 years. Its leader is the sovereign of the Xuanwu realm, the foremost innate practitioner of the Xuanwu realm. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the innate 4th level, the Divine Sea realm, making him a formidable figure throughout the Qing domain, commanding great respect and influence. Furthermore, within the sect, there exist 2 supreme elders of the Divine Sea realm and 10 elders of the True Body realm, rendering it a prominent and esteemed sect in the Qing domain, inaccessible to the average individual. Moreover, the Huaguang realm, where Sanjian Mountain is situated, lies millions of miles apart from the Xuanwu realm. How could Liu Hong, residing in the Huaguang realm at Sanjian Mountain, have learned of its existence? And why did he cryptically warn to beware of the All Things Celestial Sect? It is utterly baffling. Lu Hong, even in death, retains secrets that remain unconfessed. Lin Ze sighed, placing the blood silk away. He had previously declared his disinterest in the tales of the Lu family and the demonic sect. His sole curiosity lay in the origins of the martial arts. As for the intentions of the demonic sect, they were of no concern to him, provided they did not provoke him or infringe upon his interests. Having secured the blood silk, Lin Ze turned to Yi Xiaoran and remarked, "Well done. Would you be interested in serving my Lin family?" Yi Xiaoran, known for his dependability and cleverness, possessed the ability to assess situations. Such qualities were indeed valuable. Although Lin Ze had already ascended to the innate level and would soon venture to the 9 sects of the Qing domain, opportunities to utilize Yi Xiaoran might be scarce. Nevertheless, it would not hurt to keep him around. One could never predict when he might prove useful. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoran immediately agreed without hesitation. To serve an 18-year-old innate deity is a prospect beyond the wildest dreams of many. An 18-year-old innate being. How boundless could his future be? Such an existence could easily bestow benefits that would sustain Yi Xiaoran and Shura Villa for a lifetime. To serve young Master Lin is a stroke of fortune for Yi. Yi Xiaoran expressed his allegiance to Lin Ze with a gesture of submission. Lin Ze nodded approvingly. "Very well, rise." "Thank you, young master." Lin Ze summoned the old steward. "Linimo, young master, this is Yi Xiaoran. You should have heard of him." Linimo nodded at Yi Xiaoran. "Yi Villa master, it is an honor." "General Lin, a pleasure." After their introductions, Lin Ze stated, "Old Mo, from now on, Shura Villa will fall under the Lin family's banner. Please make the necessary arrangements." Lin Mo did not inquire further and promptly agreed. In previous times, he would have counseled caution regarding the inclusion of an assassin like Yi Xiaoran into the Lin family, ensuring thorough investigation. Yet, Lin Ze had now ascended to the esteemed status of an innate deity. Any mere mortal in his presence could not possibly breach the chasm that separates the celestial from the mundane. "Villa Master Yi, please follow me." "Much obliged, Steward Lin." After Yi Xiaoran departed, Lin Ze glanced at the still-repairing, illusory Moon 7 Stars record. Godly Perception LV3 9051000. 7 days remaining until completion. 7 days. The attainment of Godly Perception LV4 is nigh. Setting aside the illusory Moon 7 Stars record, Lin Ze continued to sip his tea, listening to the wind and snow. Another tranquil day. A few days later, outside Sanjin Mountain, a resounding laugh echoed throughout the entire region. "Ha! Sanjin Taoist, this humble Taoist has arrived." Upon hearing this voice, the innate deities of Sanjin Mountain displayed their discomfort, grimacing in unison. They were all too familiar with that insufferable tone. It could only belong to the old rascal from the neighboring Dunyaizong. This old coot had previously made off with their 4th spirit sword, Bai Shui, a divine weapon cultivated for 4,000 years by the mountain master using the essence of Qiyang iron. He had not yet been willing to bestow it upon his disciples when the old rascal had stealthily taken it. This had ignited a feud between Sanjin Mountain and Dunyaizong that had endured for millennia. What scheme might he be plotting this time? In the Sanjin Palace, where the master was engrossed in comprehending the final mysteries of the blood, as vast as the sun, he was abruptly awakened. A sharp sword aura flickered in his eyes, erupting with astonishing energy. Boom! Countless sword energies cascaded upon the world, stirring the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. With a raised hand, he summoned his sword. Bang! The heavens and earth trembled. Whoosh! Clang! The mountain body of Sanjin Palace split open, revealing its true form. It was a colossal sword, towering 1,000 feet high. Snowflakes fell upon it, shimmering with a dazzling cold light. Its sword light seemed capable of cleaving through the chaos of the cosmos. Buzz! With a crisp sword cry, this 1,000-foot colossal sword instantly shrank to a 3-foot azure blade, landing in the hands of the Sanjin master. In an instant, the man and the sword united, unleashing an unparalleled aura that could open the gates of heaven. Clang! Sanjin unleashed a sword that pierced the void. This strike, like the blazing sun, was unstoppable. It was the first spirit sword of Sanjin Mountain, the Radiant Sun. 8,000 years ago, the legendary sword of Sanjin enabled a solitary warrior to vanquish multitudes of demons, establishing the renowned reputation of Sanjin Mountain. Now, this sword has re-emerged, radiating an indomitable brilliance. Within this radiance lies an aura that has grasped the profound essence of blood like the sun, reaching its zenith. An acute sense of peril instantaneously tightened the young Taoist's expression. Damn it, Sanjian has actually deciphered the secrets of blood like the sun. This is dire. Wait, fellow Taoist. Please hold on. I have not come here to engage in combat. The sound of myriad sword energies coalesced into form, manifesting as countless shadows of Sanjian, surrounding the Taoist of Dunyi from all directions. The sky was filled with sharp, glimmering blades. Return my Baishue. Return it. It must be returned. The Taoist of Dunyi forced out a smile. I have come to return Baishue. The gleaming sword's point remained steadfastly directed at the Taoist of Dunyi. Well then, Sanjian Taoist, how about we first sheath the dazzling sword? Let us find a suitable place to converse. Chapter 71. The half-saint is about to ascend converse? What is there for us to discuss? The old dog of Dunyi is known to seek out the treasures of the temple only when there is mischief afoot. His arrival at Sanjian Mountain surely signals some calamity. Reflecting on the recent happenings at Sanjian Mountain, a fleeting glimmer of inexplicable sword light flickered into Sanjian's eyes. Could it be that the news of the saint from Beichin has reached the old dog of Dunyi? Yet that doesn't make sense. If that were true, he could have directly sought out that individual in Beichin. Why come to my Sanjian Mountain? The Taoist of Dunyi glanced around. This is not a suitable place for discourse. Sanjian remained unmoved. The Taoist of Dunyi felt helpless. Then, 3 words resonated directly in Sanjian's ears. Daojia Mountain. Daojia Mountain? The ancient site of the trial of the 9 sects of the Azure Domain. It exists within the enigmatic void of the Azure Domain, unbeknownst to outsiders. Historically, only the holders of the Celestial Fate token could enter Daojia Mountain, guided by their tokens. The old dog of Dunyi suddenly mentioning Daojia Mountain. Sanjian's gaze sharpened. He fixed his eyes on the Taoist of Dunyi and slowly lowered the dazzling sword, placing it behind him as he led the Taoist deeper into the great hall of Sanjian Mountain. The hall was devoid of any presence. The figures of the two slowly materialized. Only then did Sanjian inquire, "What of Daojia Mountain?" Without hesitation, the Taoist of Dunyi responded, "Next month on the 12th, the trials of Daojia Mountain will commence." Sanjian paused, then turned to the Taoist of Dunyi, his expression slightly grave. The timing of the Daojia Mountain trials was always known only to the holders of the Celestial Fate token. How did you come by this knowledge? The Taoist of Dunyi chuckled. How I came to know it? You have already revealed. Haven to you? You possess the Celestial Fate token? Sanjian was taken aback. Although the legend of the Celestial Fate token has circulated throughout the vast Azure Domain, the domain is immense. In the boundless Azure Domain, myriad clans abound, originally comprising 4,981 realms. Now, only 3,980 realms remain. Yet, there are merely 1,000 Celestial Fate tokens. When distributed, there isn't even enough for each realm to receive one. The vastness of each realm and the multitude of its inhabitants is evident simply by examining the Huaguang realm, where Sanjian Mountain is situated, which currently records 49 sizable sects. These 49 sects claim dominion over the Huaguang realm, each governing various locales. Sanjian Mountain is one of these sects, presiding over 27 nations with a population in the hundreds of billions. Just imagine the magnitude of these 49 sects. This does not even account for the impoverished lands that many neglect. The Huaguang realm is vast, teeming with life, numbering in the trillions. The entire Azure Domain is even more unfathomable. Distributing 1,000 Celestial Fate tokens among such a colossal base is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Those who obtain the Celestial Fate token are the most exceptional and favored children of fortune in this era. Therefore, many individuals never encounter a glimpse of the Celestial Fate token in their lifetime, let alone dare to aspire for its existence. In short, Sanjian had never contemplated the Celestial Fate token. Now, the old dog of Dunyi has actually acquired one? Sanjian furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the Taoist of Dunyi for a long while, unable to detect a trace of the favored child of destiny in him. Stop looking. It is not I who possesses the Celestial Fate token. It is my disciple. Your disciple would confide in you about the Celestial Fate token? Isn't he afraid you would seize it? Do you think I am that kind of person? You may not seem like it, but you are. You. Never mind. The Taoist of Dunyi shook his head, letting out a helpless sigh, for he had no choice but to inform me. And I too had no choice but to come to you. What do you mean? The Taoist of Dunyi rose and walked a few steps within the great hall. This upcoming trial of the Celestial Fate token holds uncertainties. Uncertainties? Do you recall the half-saint from the Chang'e Sword sect? Who could forget the half-saint's might that swept through the Azure Domain? Why has the Azure Domain diminished from 4,981 realms to the current 3,980? It is precisely because the half-saint awakened and engaged in a cataclysmic duel with the leader of the demonic sect, obliterating the other realms. Sangjian could never forget this, nor could the entire Azure domain. Just as Sangjian was about to speak, the next words from the Taoist of Dunyi caused him to rise abruptly. That half-saint is about to ascend. Impossible. The half-saint has already achieved longevity equal to heaven. As long as heaven endures, so shall the half-saint. How could he possibly ascend? The Taoist of Dunyi shrugged. This is not something I claim, but rather what the half-saint himself conveyed through the celestial fate token. That leader of the demonic sect has achieved extraordinary feats. During that fateful battle, the half-saint sustained severe injuries. This injury has lingered for 8,000 years, and now it has reached a critical point where he can no longer endure. Thus, the half-saint has decided to seek a successor embodying the fortune of the Azure domain, to inherit his legacy before ascending. The method of selecting this successor will be through the upcoming trials of the celestial fate token among the 9 sects of the Azure domain. The Taoist of Dunyi cast a glance at Sangjian, indicating that the significance of this trial would be entirely different from those in the past. Previously, it merely sought to select those favored by fortune to join the 9 sects of the Azure domain. However, this time, it bears profound implications, for it aims to select a successor for the half-saint, a matter that could shake the very foundations of the Azure domain. Upon hearing this, Sangjian fell into deep contemplation for a considerable time. What precisely is the content of the trial laid out by the half-saint that compels you to take the risk of divulging such significant information about the celestial fate token to me? The Taoist of Dunyi sighed deeply. In previous trials of the celestial fate token, once the time arrived, the token would autonomously draw the participants into the Daojim mountain within the void, thereby commencing the trial. Yet this time, the 9 sects of the Azure domain have announced to the world that the half-saint has established a shadow of Daojim mountain in every realm. As long as the holders of the celestial fate token ascend to the shadow of Daojim mountain before the formal trial begins, they can reach the true Daojim mountain. They have laid Daojim mountain out in plain sight. Anyone can see it and hear it. This would only serve to exacerbate the tensions. The Taoist of Dunyi lamented. The intention of the 9 sects of the Azure domain this time is to incite conflict across the entire realm, testing everyone therein. Just think, once this announcement is made, all sects within the Huaguang realm will inevitably erupt in a frenzy. They will vigilantly guard the shadow of Daojim mountain, striving to discern who among them possesses the celestial fate token, seeking to usurp it. Meanwhile, the holders of the celestial fate token must endure trials of courage and wisdom, finding ways to evade detection and step into the shadow of Daojim mountain under the watchful eyes of all. This struggle resembles a grandest game of cat and mouse. Only those who can emerge victorious from this game shall be the true winners. Yet, given the strength of our Dunyi sect, the Taoist of Dunyi himself is merely in the second stage of the true body realm, the blood like the sun stage. And to confront the sects of the Huaguang realm head-on is an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 72. Collaboration for the celestial fate. Thus, the Taoist of Dunyi contemplated earnestly. He must find a trustworthy ally to share the burden of Dunyi sect. Moreover, this individual's strength must be comparable to his own. Due to its inherent weakness, it holds little utility. Conversely, should it possess overwhelming strength, there exists a fear that it may turn treacherous, seizing the chance for celestial fate. Thus, Sangjian emerges as the optimal choice for the Taoist Dunyi. As a long-standing adversary of Sangjian, Taoist Dunyi is acutely aware of Sangjian's character. This individual, with a natural sword physique and a heart attuned to the essence of the sword, embodies the purest form of sword cultivation. What he asserts is unerringly true. Collaborating with Sangjian grants Taoist Dunyi a significant measure of reassurance. Furthermore, Sangjian's prowess, stemming from his innate sword physique, is evident to all. His attacks are unparalleled, his combat prowess astonishing. Each strike appears to disregard the complexities of body refinement techniques and innate true bodies, leaving opponents in a state of utter discomfort. The only reason Taoist Dunyi was able to suppress Sangjian in the past was due to a prolonged advantage in realm, allowing him to marginally prevail. Therefore, there is no cause for concern regarding Sangjian's strength. At least in the final endeavor to break through defenses, Sangjian is undoubtedly more adept. However, what Taoist Dunyi did not anticipate was that Sangjian had nearly grasped the essence of blood like the great sun Te. Individuals with innate physiques and bloodlines are truly enviable to the point of gnashing teeth. After Taoist Dunyi expressed himself at length, Sangjian understood his intentions. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "Aren't you the one who prefers to take your time? There is ample time for you to contemplate your approach. Taoist Dui hurriedly responded. While I would prefer to proceed slowly, the current situation does not permit such luxury. The moment the Qingyu 9 sects publicly proclaimed their intentions, the trial for selecting the successor to the semi-saint has already commenced. Across the entire Qingyu, the first individual to reach the Tao Tribulation Mountain will obtain 1,000 strands of Tao Tribulation energy, the second will receive 999, the third, and so forth, until only a mere sliver remains for the 1,000th. The disparity will widen significantly, regardless of how exceptional one's talent or comprehension may be. It becomes exceedingly difficult to bridge such a gap. I suspect there are already individuals en route to the Tao Tribulation Mountain. We cannot afford to wait. Is that why you have come to me? Sangjian observed Taoist Dui quietly and remarked, Have you forgotten something? Sangjian Mountain and your Dui sect are sworn enemies. It is merely a minor misunderstanding. Taoist Dui retorted, Sangjian, there are no eternal enemies in this world. Only everlasting interests. What price can you offer? Taoist Dui replied directly, I am willing to allow my disciple to join your Sangjian sect, becoming our mutual apprentice. A gentleman's promise is never made lightly. Both I and he are willing to swear upon our Tao hearts. Should he become the semi-saint successor, Taoist Dui began to weave grand visions. You certainly dare to dream. Very well, as long as he can succeed among the Qingyu 9 sects, and in turn enrich our profound legacy of techniques. We shall at least catch a glimpse of the grandeur of great cultivators in the divine sea realm. This is far superior to us groping in the dark, attempting to discern the essence while remaining stagnant in the Huaguang realm. Taoist Dui earnestly counseled. Sangjian, you have built your foundation from nothing, accumulating your achievements over more than 70,000 years of toil. You should understand better than anyone the struggle of lacking a legacy, where everything relies solely on personal effort. To say something you might find unpalatable, if not for the absence of a legacy, with your innate sword physique, why would it take you 60,000 years to break through to the true body? The prime opportunity for the top-tier legacy of the Qingyu 9 sects is laid out before you. Can you truly afford to miss it? Sangjian fell silent. His gaze flickered, fingers tapping against the table. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. Tell me about your disciple. Taoist Dui rejoiced, interpreting Sangjian's response as a sign that matters were progressing favorably. However, Sangjian added, but do not rejoice too soon. If your disciple does not meet my requirements, do not blame me for being forceful. Taoist Dui hastily assured, you need not worry. My disciple is exceptionally talented. Otherwise, I would not have gone to such lengths to seek you. With that, Taoist Dui began to introduce his esteemed disciple. I shall say but one phrase, and you will understand. My disciple hails from the Chilean clan, having just turned 1200 this year, and possesses an innate first essence. Upon hearing this, Sangjian's eyes widened in surprise. The Chilean clan, indeed. With that, Sangjian had no further objections. The bloodline of the Chilean clan is among the prestigious ones, easily surpassing his innate sword physique by several tiers. Judging solely by bloodlines, Taoist Dui's disciple is already worthy of Sangjian's investment. Moreover, he is still so young. At the pinnacle of his ascent, Sangjian acquiesced. Give me time to prepare. Agreed. Taoist Dui responded. Perfect. I must swiftly return to arrange matters for the Dui sect. Prepare quickly and come to the Dui sect to find me. We shall set off immediately, striving to secure a position within the top 500 for our disciple. Understood. Taoist Dui departed. Before leaving, he added, by the way, I have already gifted your disciple, the Bai Shui, as his master. You wouldn't be so stingy as to withhold the Bai Shui as a greeting gift for your new disciple, would you? Sangjian's expression darkened, muttering, that scoundrel. Sangfeng, a beam of sword light swiftly approached. Brother, hand me the Hanfeng. The Hanfeng sword, the second spiritual sword of Sangjian Mountain, was entrusted to Sangfeng. Hanfeng? Sangfeng was momentarily taken aback, a shadow of concern crossing his face. Brother, has that old dog Dui come to challenge us? Sangjian shook his head solemnly, declaring, do not inquire further about this matter for now. I must embark on a distant journey in the coming months. Keep a vigilant watch over Sangjian Mountain and stay alert for other factions. Understood. Sangfeng passed the Hanfeng to Sangjian, who then stowed it alongside the Huangri within his body, one in each hand. Subsequently, Sangjian proceeded to the forbidden ground of the sword tomb within Sangjian Mountain. There lies the third spiritual sword of Sangjian Mountain, the Jiming. Seeing this, Sangfeng felt a surge of anxiety. What on earth has transpired? His brother is taking the 3 top spiritual swords with him. With 3 swords concealed upon his person, It would be no different from the chaos during the demonic Sectes rebellion. In the Bachan dynasty, the Lin family sensed the trial information emanating from the celestial fate decree. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow slightly. The Qingyu 9 sects are certainly stirring the pot this time, inciting conflict throughout the realm. How intriguing. Let us see who shall emerge victorious. After retrieving the celestial fate decree, Lin Ze resumed perusing the Huan Yu 7-star record. 7 days had passed, and the record was now complete. With its completion, Lin Ze's God-level comprehension LV3 could finally be elevated to LV4. Chapter 73, God-level comprehension LV4. Bloodline physique. You have perused the Huan Yu 7-star record. Under your terrifying comprehension, which approaches the Tao, the Huan Yu 7-star record has been entirely unraveled and has reached the 10th layer. Huan Yu 7-star record LV10, grand completion. You have comprehended a middle-grade terrestrial technique, gaining a deeper understanding of the power of God-level comprehension. God-level comprehension LV3, 1010-1000. Having perused numerous texts, you have finally achieved insight, deepening your understanding of the essence of God-level comprehension. You have unlocked a new ability of God-level comprehension. God-level comprehension has been upgraded to LV4, 10-10,000. From now on, you will gain the ability to supplement corresponding bloodlines and physiques based on the specificity of particular techniques. HM? The implication of supplementing bloodlines and physiques according to the specificity of particular techniques suggests that Lin Ze, in the future, should he encounter a technique requiring a specific bloodline for cultivation, can forcibly practice it and even acquire the corresponding physique and bloodline without cost. This ability is formidable. In any realm, bloodlines and physiques have always been extraordinary and unparalleled, especially in a vast world like Tianlan continent, where myriad races coexist. Taking as an example a certain lineage known as the Han Guang clan, those who possess the bloodline of Han Guang exhibit astonishing progress in the cultivation of various ice-based techniques, advancing at a pace unparalleled by their peers. Furthermore, they are capable of unleashing the celestial cold light within their bodies during combat, continuously eroding their enemies with frigid essence, ultimately freezing them in place and diminishing their combat prowess. In moments of crisis, they can fully release their celestial cold light, entering a state of ice spirit, where they solidify icy armor to shield themselves from adversaries' assaults while simultaneously inflicting chilling effects upon their opponents, drastically reducing their fighting spirit. In gaming terms, this translates to a 30 increase in damage reduction and a 30 decrease in the opponent's attack speed. Truly, this is the treatment reserved for the elite players. Fortunately, with a divine comprehension at level 4 in hand, Lin Ze merely awaits the opportunity to acquire a technique constrained by bloodline attributes, thus opening the door to such extraordinary experiences. However, at present, it seems rather unlikely. In the vicinity of Tsangjian Mountain, there are few individuals with unique bloodline traits. If one were to consider, the innate sword body of Tsangjian could barely qualify, yet it lacks a matching specialized technique. Contemplating this, Lin Ze felt a shift in his realm. With the arrival of the Huan Yu Qi Xing Lu, a mid-tier local technique, Lin Ze, who had already reached the 3rd stage of the true body realm, refined his cultivation to its utmost limit, setting his sights toward the threshold of the divine sea. In a moment of ephemeral clarity, Lin Ze's consciousness sparked with insight. Within this glimmer of understanding, he beheld an ethereal sea. In this vast ocean, the tides of human voices ebbed and flowed. There were eternal sunsets and shifting stars, as well as the monumental changes of time that alter the course of history. This sea encapsulated the human world, the boundless expanse of existence, the ocean of heaven and earth. Lin Ze was determined to navigate through this ocean of existence, seeking the path that traverses from the earthly realm to the celestial shores, pursuing the brilliance that belongs to him. Guided by this brilliance, he sought to grasp the profound mysteries of fate, thereby transcending the sorrows of the mortal realm, unlocking the gates of heaven and earth, and reaching the celestial shores. This is the divine sea. Only upon standing at the edge of the earthly realm, gazing upon this illusory ocean of heaven and earth, did Lin Ze comprehend why there existed the notions of earthly beings, mountain beings, sea beings, and celestial beings in the realm of innate nature. In the realm of innate nature, the stages of postnatal, innate, and sacred realms are whimsically referred to as the process of human ascent from the earth to the heavens. Postnatal mortals, devoid of the mysteries of the innate, remain tethered to the earth, spending their lives gazing up at the towering mountains, thus becoming earthly beings. Innate beings, having glimpsed the wonders of heaven and earth, escape the fetters of the earth, climbing higher peaks in an attempt to approach the unattainable heavens. As these mortals ascend the mountains, each individual becomes a celestial being, a mountain dweller. Yet mountain dwellers soon realize that no mountain can connect heaven and earth, enabling passage to the heavens. Thus arose the sea dwellers. Since no mountain can lead to the heavens, they abandon the mountains, crossing the ocean of heaven and earth, ever soaring toward the sky. Should a sea dweller reach the shore, ascend to the heavens, and become sacred, they are then the ultimate celestial beings. It is indeed a vivid illustration. Ascending to the threshold of the divine sea, Lin Ze rose to gaze at the delicate snowflakes in the sky. His gaze seemed to pierce through the snow, penetrating that ethereal ocean of heaven and earth, discovering the portal to the celestial shores. From an ordinary postnatal third level to now standing at the brink of the divine sea, Lin Ze has accomplished this in merely a month. How long will it take him to transition from the divine sea to the sacred realm, where he will be recognized as a celestial being? Not much longer, Lin Ze murmured to the sky. He then withdrew his gaze. Xiao Chui, young master, I am here. Xiao Chui entered. Lin Ze stated, I am about to embark on a journey. With Master Mo overseeing matters here at the Lin family, there should be no concerns. If grandfather emerges from seclusion, inform him that I am attending a 2-month appointment. He will understand. Xiao Chui nodded. Oh, I understand, young master. How long will you be gone? I shall prepare your traveling necessities. There is no need for that. You may go. By the way, during my absence, the Lin family must diligently cultivate and not become complacent. Yes, you may go. Xiao Chui departed, while Lin Ze soared into the air, leaving Beichun behind as he set forth on his journey towards the shadows of Dao Jie Mountain. Within the Lin family, a striking silhouette gazed silently at Lin Ze's departing figure, lost in thought. She lingered in contemplation of the sky for a long while, uncertain of her thoughts. Eventually, she returned indoors, leaving behind a delicate trail of footprints in the snow. In the realm of Huaguang, amidst the clouds and mist of the Tianyun mountain range, an imposing mountain, exuding an ancient and profound aura, appeared to have settled there unbeknownst to anyone. At times, it emanated waves of mysterious energy, fostering countless wonders and life forms, nurturing the extraordinary of heaven and earth. Yet at other times, it unleashed a terrifying aura of destruction, as boundless calamities erupted within the mountain, resembling the calamities of the great Tao, annihilating the vastness of heaven and earth, obliterating all phenomena. All beings within the Tianyun mountain range were struck by the overwhelming presence of this colossal mountain. Silence enveloped the surroundings. A profound stillness prevailed. Time passed unnoticed. Several figures appeared to sense the extraordinary aura of this mountain. They rushed into the Tianyun mountain range, arriving before the colossal mountain. Dao Jie Mountain, Dao Jie Mountain, exclaimed one scattered cultivator in astonishment. Goodness, I never imagined I would have the fortune to witness the legendary Dao Jie Mountain of the Qing domain in my lifetime. Worth it. They say that simply stepping into Dao Jie Mountain grants one the opportunity to become a disciple of the 9 sects of the Qing domain. Let me give it a try. Another scattered cultivator boldly proclaimed. Suddenly, a gigantic hand tore through the clouds, reaching out towards him. Try? Do you perhaps possess a celestial fate token? Let me take a look at it first. The old voice boomed. Chapter 74. Gathering at Tianyun. The scattered cultivator's expression shifted dramatically. Elder, I do not possess a celestial fate token. I am merely curious about Dao Jie Mountain. The colossal hand seized the scattered cultivator within its grasp, exclaiming, You dare to join the fray without a celestial fate token? Humph. Boom. Blood splattered, filling the air. The one thing I detest most in life is individuals who lack self-awareness. Time wasted. The scattered cultivator was effortlessly crushed, and upon failing to locate a celestial fate token, the enormous hand withdrew into the clouds. Witnessing this, the scattered cultivators nearby felt a shiver run down their spines. They looked up at the surrounding peaks and the billowing clouds. These celestial sect experts certainly arrived swiftly. It is likely that at this moment, the vicinity of Dao Jie Mountain is surrounded by lurking wolves, eagerly awaiting the arrival of those who possess the celestial fate token. The gathered scattered cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they retreated to the periphery of the mountain range, blocking the major pathways, patiently awaiting the arrival of the fabled fated individuals. A silent battle, devoid of flames, was already set in motion. Deep within the Tianyun mountain range, upon the towering peaks shrouded in dense mist, the various celestial sects sat high above the clouds. The bloodstained sword master extended his consciousness, encompassing the entire vicinity of Daojia Mountain, covering a radius of 100,000 miles. Any suspicious figures resembling potential holders of the celestial fate token entering within that distance would be immediately detected by him. Just as the bloodstained sword master diligently searched for the holders of the celestial fate token, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage descended from the void, landing before the bloodstained sword master. Those who possess the celestial fate token are not to be trifled with. You won't find them so easily. The bloodstained sword master opened his eyes, his bloodthirsty gaze briefly glancing at the elder. Speak your mind. The elder chuckled heartily. What I mean to say is, if I were the holder of the celestial fate token, I would certainly disguise myself as one of the hunters, engaging in the very act of thievery while pretending to capture thieves, thereby deceiving everyone. The bloodstained sword master's blood-red eyes narrowed. Are you suggesting that I possess the celestial fate token? The elder smiled. I did not say that. However, since you brought it up, I must inquire. I have never seen what the celestial fate token looks like. If you possess it, why not show it to me first? A faint smile played at the corner of the bloodstained sword master's lips, revealing a fleeting glimpse of his murderous intent. With a clang, a sword emanating a terrifying demonic aura floated beside the bloodstained sword master. The sword sheath, bound by countless blood-colored chains, slightly parted, revealing a crimson blade of icy cold. A terrifying aura of slaughter surged throughout the entire Tianyin mountain range. The bloodstained sword master fixed his gaze intently on the elder, beckoning him. Indeed, I possess the immortal fate order, nestled within my bosom. Come closer, and I shall reveal it to you. A heavy declaration echoed. Amidst the sea of clouds, a fierce and malevolent energy erupted. Crimson fissures, akin to rifts in the fabric of the heavens, instantaneously spread across the entire expanse of the cloud sea. Slaughter! Slaughter! A frenzied breath of carnage enveloped the Tianyin mountain range. The countenances of all present turned pale with shock. Such a mad and bloody aura. In the entire Huaguang realm, there existed no second individual as deranged as the bloodstained sword master, one of the 5 titans. The bloodstained sword master had made his move. Could it be that the immortal fate order has manifested in this world? All eyes turned towards the summit of the clouds. Yet, amidst this surging tide of murderous intent, the elder, with his white hair and youthful visage, remained unperturbed, as steadfast as a mountain. As one of the 5 titans of the Huaguang realm, both were cultivators at the half-step divine sea, and who would fear whom? I merely inquired casually, yet bloodstained. My friend, you seem rather irritable. Could it be that I have struck a nerve? He chuckled. The bloodstained sword master grasped the hilt of the fearsome sword at his side. The chains binding the hilt trembled precariously, as if on the verge of shattering, ready to unleash this unparalleled weapon. Come, test it for yourself. The elder narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the blood-stained sword master closely. At that moment, another voice, laced with a hint of seduction, emerged. I must say, gentlemen, now is hardly the time for us to engage in petty squabbles. Should you come to blows, the true holder of the immortal fate order may very well seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Above the clouds, a woman, clad scantily and possessing a graceful figure, walked barefoot upon the clouds, her every step seemingly defying the very fabric of reality. An aura of irresistible allure enveloped her, emanating from every inch of her skin, every fiber of her being, every bone, a captivating essence that was unmatched. She appeared as though the goddess of desire herself had descended upon the mortal realm, capable of stirring the most primal impulses within all who beheld her. Upon her arrival, a flicker of wariness crossed the elder's eyes. Even the notorious blood-stained sword master tightened his grip on his sword in her presence. The elder smiled and remarked, "What wind has blown the enchanting Miaoyu to our midst?" Miaoyu, too, was one of the 5 titans of the Huaguang realm. Yet, her heavenly desire sutra was such that even the blood-stained sword master and the elder, not to mention the foremost among the 5 titans, the lord of the divine sea, would regard her with trepidation. Moreover, Miaoyu's origins were shrouded in mystery, her methods unfathomable, often absent from the Huaguang realm, appearing and disappearing like a phantom. She seemed to possess an extraordinary background that transcended the Huaguang realm, making her inscrutable and untouchable. Miaoyu cast a glance at the elder, her effortless charm stunning time itself, captivating the essence of youth. Such a monumental event as the selection of a successor by a half-saint. How could I possibly miss it? I am most curious to see which extraordinary child of fortune from the Huaguang realm has acquired the immortal fate order. Alas, fair maiden, you may find your visit to be in vain, the elder chuckled, stroking his grizzled beard. There are only 1,000 immortal fate orders, while the Qingyu boasts nearly 3,980 realms, competing for a spot against those endowed with the fortune of the Qingyu. I fear the Huaguang realm lacks such fortune. Are you suggesting I should take my leave, dear friend? Miaoyu inquired, a playful glint in her eyes. The elder laughed heartily. How could I ever presume to do so? I merely wish to ensure I do not impede your precious time. With nothing pressing at hand, he resolved to simply observe the spectacle. Look, it appears a conflict has erupted below. The two followed Miaoyu's gaze and beheld a clash among the scattered cultivators below, driven by suspicions that one among them possessed the immortal fate order. Such was the atmosphere of the Tianyan mountain range, where anyone present could potentially hold the coveted order. Battles could ignite at any moment. Meanwhile, beyond the Tianyan mountain range, Sangjian and the Taoist Di had arrived at the periphery, accompanied by their disciple, Luo Wuchen. From afar, they sensed the lurking shadows and dangers concealed within the mountain range. Taoist Di exchanged a glance with Sangjian. Now that we have arrived, the true test begins. Whether we can elude their gaze rests upon our own fortune. Chapter 75. I'm in a hurry. Let us go all out. Sanjin nodded his concealed weapons. The radiant sun and frost edge, brimming with energy. The ominous aura of obliteration emanated from within his very being. Let us adhere to the original plan. Find an opportunity to incite chaos among others. If that fails, I shall reveal myself with a fake immortal fate order to draw everyone's attention, allowing you to sneak Luo Wuchen into the Taoist robbery mountain. Taoist Di nodded. We must remain adaptable. It all hinges on the will of heaven. At that moment, Luo Wuchen voiced his concerns. Masters, even if this plan succeeds, what of you two? Sangjian and Taoist Di exchanged reassuring smiles. Fear not. As long as you can enter the Taoist robbery mountain, both your master and I shall be safe. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Those above us have trained for tens of thousands of years. They understand this principle well. Once you step into the Taoist robbery mountain, from that moment forth, you shall be a disciple of the 9 sects of Qingyu, supported by such a formidable force. In the face of the transcendent 9 sects, even the lord of the Huaguang realm must bow down, should they dare to harm either of us. It would mean courting death, willingly sacrificing decades of cultivation and legacy. Rest assured and go forth. Luo Wuchen nodded, understanding his master's intentions. I shall not disappoint your expectations. If anyone dared to lay a finger on either of them, he would exhaust all his resources to summon an elder from the 9 sects to obliterate the Huaguang realm. Ha ha ha. You lad. Enough chatter. There will be ample time for that later. The trial for the immortal fate order is of utmost importance. Prepare yourselves. Taoist Di declared before setting their plans into motion. Just as they were about to leave, Taoist Di suddenly added, by the way, once you depart, I shall not be by your side. You must remember my words. Both Luo Wuchen and Taoist Di recited in unison. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Ha! Just remember that. Old Sword, do you have any final instructions? Old Sword? Sangjian, my friend. Taoist Di was at a loss for words. Sangjian was inexplicably distracted, his attention wandering elsewhere at such a critical moment. Sangjian turned back, his gaze now reflecting an unprecedented seriousness and gravity. It seems our plans may need to change. He has arrived. He? Who? Taoist Di was taken aback, his heart sinking heavily. He had never seen Sangjian display such solemnity before. Who could he possibly be? Sangjian spoke in a tone of astonishment. Someone who may very well be the incarnation of a sage. Upon hearing this, both Taoist Di and Luo Wuchen fell silent, taken aback by the revelation. The incarnation of a sage? What is deduce? A sage is a being of the heavens, elusive and unseen. Common folk cannot recognize, hear, or behold them. They are of the highest sanctity. It has been nearly 1,000,000 years since the Qingyu has witnessed the shadow of a sage. You speak of an incarnation now? My friend, this jest is anything but amusing. I'm not jesting, Sangjian asserted earnestly. He pointed towards the sky, where a strikingly handsome youth, traversing the falling snow, soared through the void towards the Taoist robbery mountain. He is Beichin Xinwu, the 3rd phase of his true body, and he is merely 18 years old. By the heavens! Taoist Di and Luo Wuchen gazed at the figure of Lin Ze in the sky, rendered speechless for a long, long while. Suddenly, Songjin's body trembled. A primal instinct from his innate sword body surged through him. His sword quivered once more. It was akin to the foreboding he sensed in the previous days amid the crisis of the demonic sect. Unlike before, this time the tremor signifies not a crisis, but an opportunity. His sword body instinctively urged him. Keep up. What? Songjin repeated. Keep up. My sword body intuition insists that I must follow him. This may be Wuchen's only chance to infiltrate Daijishan. The Taoist of Denis spoke directly, if that is the case. I will trust you this once. Let us go. The two, accompanied by Luo Wuchen, trailed Lin Ze from afar, ever vigilant of their surroundings, ready to adapt to any situation. Meanwhile, Lin Ze gazed into the distance at the imposing mountain radiating an aura of mystery and ancientness. The Xianyuan Ling in his embrace grew fervent and hot, resonating with the shadow of Daijishan, yearning to unlock the gateway to the true Daijishan. As the Xianyuan Ling intensified its heat, Lin Ze drew ever closer to the mountain. Within the Tianyun mountain range, sinister gazes, akin to venomous serpents, fell upon Lin Ze. They lurked in the shadows, quietly observing as Lin Ze approached Daijishan. Prepare to strike with lethal precision. Another one approaches. Does he dare to come near Daijishan? Does he possess the Xianyuan Ling? At the summit of Tianyun Mountain, Bloodstained Sword Master and others turned their attention to Lin Ze. He was the first to arrive at Daijishan without restraint, boldly stepping forward with unabashed confidence. Something unusual must be afoot, even if there were no anomalies. Those who dare approach Daijishan shall be met with death rather than mercy. Young man, your brilliance is undeniable. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets leaned slightly forward, showing no signs of restraint. Bloodstained Sword Master cast a glance at the Elder of Heavenly Secrets. Isn't this exactly what you desire? As he spoke, the fierce sword floating beside him emitted a faint blood-red glow. Yet, the ever-curious Miaoyu remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Ze, her eyes betraying an inscrutable emotion, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Amidst the myriad of gazes, Lin Ze continued his advance towards Daijishan. Halfway there, just before reaching the mountain, he came to a halt. At that moment, the chilling wind howled, and the snowflakes danced gently around him. His figure remained motionless, gradually elongating amidst the swirling snow and wind. What is he doing? There is something amiss. Many emerged from the shadows, their predatory gazes fixated on Lin Ze. Observing this, a slight smirk curled at the corners of Lin Ze's mouth. An ancient token inscribed with the character for immortal radiated an enigmatic celestial light, ascending from his palm to hover above it. Thank you for your patience. The Xianyuan Ling is here. For those who dare, come and seize it. Lin Ze's voice, cold yet undeniably audacious, echoed throughout the Tianyun mountain range. I suggest you all join forces. 4. A brilliant starlight flickered in Lin Ze's eyes, ready to dominate the realm. I am pressed for time. As Lin Ze's words fell, whoosh, zoom, buzzing. In an instant, the entire Tianyun mountain range quaked. Everyone, like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, showcased their unique abilities, rushing towards the Xianyuan Ling in Lin Ze's hand. The Xianyuan Ling, elegant brat. Bold youth, prepare to meet your demise. A cacophony of attacks surged forth, shadows converging on Lin Ze simultaneously. Chapter 76. You three can come at me together. The Tianyun mountain range descended into chaos. Waves of spiritual light threatened to turn the mountains into rivers of blood. Yet in the face of the onslaught, Lin Ze remained unfazed, even displaying a hint of impatience. I have stated that I am pressed for time. You insignificant minnows need not embarrass yourselves. With a casual flick of his hand, he unleashed a single strike. Bang! Accompanied by Lin Ze's punch, an unparalleled will surged into the heavens, enveloping the entire Tianyun mountain range. The force descended from above, sweeping through the multitude. Boom! This strike was akin to a celestial star plummeting, crashing into a tranquil lake, sending ripples cascading. Buzzing. Mountains crumbled, the earth quaked. A visible shockwave radiated from Lin Ze, spreading outward in all directions. The wave engulfed countless boulders, shattering the mountain forests with a cataclysmic force. Where it passed, all towering peaks vanished into the tempest of his fist's energy. Boom! With a single blow, 1,000 miles of mist, 10,000 miles of waves. When the dust settled and the cacophony ceased, all that remained was an emptiness where once stood majestic mountains, lush trees, and the undulating hills of the twin shores. A serene view, desolate and barren. The Tianyan mountain range had vanished without a trace. In its place lay a chaotic expanse of rubble. Apart from the ancient silhouette of Daijishan, standing tall and unmoving, the entire Tianyan mountain range, spanning thousands of miles, lay in ruins beneath the casual punch of Lin Ze. Those practitioners who had previously showcased their prowess were long gone, forever entombed beneath the rubble, or perhaps reduced to dust. One strike, and the heavens crumbled. At this moment, above the sky, an ethereal blood-colored dragon coiled upon the illusory sea, emitting a thunderous roar, traversing the four seas. An overwhelming pressure emanated from Lin Ze, unabashedly revealing his might. Waves of blood-like vapors enveloped him, rendering him both divine and demonic. Here stands the half-step divine sea. Proceed. Having cleared away all the insignificant beings, the Xianyuan Ling in Lin Ze's hand floated gently, still capturing the attention of all. Silence fell all around. Everyone stared at Lin Ze, their eyes wide with disbelief. He is indeed a half-step divine sea powerhouse. There are only 4 such individuals in the entire Huaguang realm. Each one is the head of a prominent sect, renowned throughout Huaguang, all of whom they recognize. Yet, who is this unfamiliar half-step divine sea powerhouse before them? Upon a small hill of rubble, Denyi and Luo Wuchen exchanged glances at Lin Ze, then at Songjian. Is this what you referred to as the 3rd stage of the true body? Songjian's eyelids twitched. He has broken through again. Damn. High above in the sky, the elder of heavenly secrets and blood-stained sword master bore solemn expressions. Outsiders revel in the spectacle, while those well-versed discern the intricacies. Others may only see Lin Ze's strike obliterating the combined efforts of various rogue cultivators, annihilating the Tianyan mountain range within a mere breath. Yet, as fellow half-step divine sea practitioners, they sense the unfathomable depth of Lin Ze's prowess through that single punch. The intent behind that punch was vast, akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon the shores of an ocean, breaking into the extreme realm. The level and mastery of that technique are undoubtedly remarkable. Such a powerful half-step divine sea. When did such a figure emerge in Huaguang realm? Bloodstained sword master and elder of heavenly secrets exchanged glances. As the 5 giants of Huaguang realm, they were intimately familiar with its characters. They kept track of anyone with the potential to ascend to half-step divine sea. However, after scouring their memories for all possible candidates, they found none who resembled this individual. The 2 then turned their attention to the ever-mysterious Miaoyu. Yet, Miaoyu wore a tranquil expression, her face adorned with a mysterious smile. She seemed unfazed by Lin Ze's display of power. Could it be that she knows him? The 2 pondered this in their hearts. Just then, Lin Ze's slightly disappointed voice echoed once more. Is there truly no one else? Those from the sects below averted their gazes, too intimidated to meet Lin Ze's eyes. If the holder of the Xianyuan Ling were a minor figure, they might risk a gamble, perhaps employing some clever tactics. However, to attempt to seize something from a half-step divine sea powerhouse, they might as well be courting death. The crowd fell silent. Lin Ze's gaze shifted toward the sky, fixing upon the 3 conspicuous figures. And you 3? I do not have the luxury of time to spare with you. Arrogant, bloodstained sword master narrowed his eyes. Renowned in the outside world for his madness, he has never shown leniency to anyone. Clang. He seized the unparalleled fierce sword beside him, the chains binding it snapping as he did so. Whoosh! He transformed into a wisp of blood smoke, appearing before Lin Ze, unleashing his overwhelming might. You are audacious. Just whether your skills match your bravado remains to be seen. With that, blood-stained sword master shattered all the chains binding the sword. Clang! Accompanied by a dark, sinister sword cry. In an instant, the sky unveiled a sea of blood, formed from the myriad of murderous energies coalescing into a vast expanse of crimson. Within this sanguine ocean, the weight of karma surged. Countless streams of blood and innumerable bones surged amidst the waves of red. From the depths of the blood sea, a legendary sword, imbued with the grievances of countless souls and exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter, emerged. It wielded the most sinister and fearsome power, rampaging across the land, before firmly resting in the grasp of the blood-stained sword master. With the sword in hand, the very essence of the blood-stained sword master transformed. He morphed into a harbinger of despair, a deity of death that reaped lives, releasing an inexhaustible tide of bloodthirst. Under this bloodthirst, the flora and fauna buried in the stony plains were instantly drained of vitality, losing their verdancy, withering into decay. The blood energy of the great cultivators was continuously devoured by this unparalleled sword, transformed into sustenance for its insatiable flames of slaughter. Once this blood sea sword is drawn, it cannot be sheathed again. The bloodstained sword master donned a cloak of crimson demonic blood, as mysterious blood streaks crept across his visage, lending him an air of madness. He pointed his sword at Lin Ze. The fierce flames surged forth as if they were tangible, enveloping everything in their wake, painting the entire world in shades of blood red. Do you have any last words? This phrase sounded somewhat familiar. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Lin Ze's mouth. Now, this was the kind of formidable opponent he had longed for. Despite having mastered awe-inspiring cultivation, Lin Ze had not found an opportunity to truly showcase his prowess. He had effortlessly crushed Zhang Tong, and the Nine Extremes army had retreated without hesitation. He sought to confront his archenemy, the Wolf clan, only to find them annihilated by the Dark Sect's blood sacrifice, leaving him with no avenue to unleash his strength. He had long been simmering with the desire for an exhilarating high-stakes battle, and the bloodstained sword master had arrived at the perfect moment. Last words? Lin Ze chuckled, his smile radiant. He gestured towards the elder of heavenly mechanisms and Miaoyu. Let the three of you come at me together. An unparalleled surge of madness surged forth in an instant. The bloodstained sword master was fierce, but Lin Ze was even fiercer. Chapter 77. Bloodstained Sword Master Death. Everyone was taken aback by Lin Ze's audacious demeanor. It should be noted that the bloodstained sword master was one of the 5 great titans reigning over the realm of Huaguang. His status was not merely inflated by empty boasts. It was solidified through tangible and extraordinary achievements that secured his position among the titans of Huaguang, sitting alongside the rulers of the divine sea realm. In his earlier years, when the bloodstained sword master was still in the realm of vitality as a dragon, he single-handedly wielded a sword, exterminating an entire clan of a half-step divine sea sect, leaving rivers of blood in his wake. This established his fearsome reputation. Subsequently, the bloodstained sword master ascended to the half-step divine sea. From that day forth, his blood sea sword was kept in a state of lockdown. For although the realm of Huaguang was vast, there were few who could compel him to draw the blood sea sword. Now, the blood sea sword was once again unleashed. The bloodstained sword master had returned to the state of single-handedly vanquishing his foes. He had now become a genuine threat to this enigmatic half-step divine sea powerhouse. Yet, instead of fearing, he dared to take on 3 opponents at once. The bloodstained sword master was formidable, and the other 2 titans who stood alongside him could not possibly be weak. He was audacious enough to challenge the 3 titans together. What madness! Such unbridled arrogance! How could one describe this but as madness? Hiss. As men, we ought to be like this. What nonsense! One-on-one would suffice. Yet he seeks to confront 3 titans simultaneously, courting his own demise. A battle between half-step divine sea beings. Today's encounter was indeed worth it. The crowd eagerly anticipated the arrival of an extraordinary and astonishing battle. High above in the skies, the elder of heavenly mechanisms, pointed at by Lin Ze, suddenly darkened. Youngsters are always so fiery. I shall see what skills you possess to make such brazen claims. With a cold huff, the elder of heavenly mechanisms unleashed an astonishing aura. He straightened his form, a flicker of profound mystery passing through his eyes, his robes billowing in the air. Mysterious energies coalesced. The elder's once gray hair transformed into a lustrous black, the weariness of age dissipating, restoring him to the vigor of his youth. A proud young man clad in white descended from the void, standing beside the blood-stained sword master, facing Lin Ze from a distance. Excellent. Lin Ze then turned his gaze to the final participant, Miaoyu. Contrary to her usual demeanor, Miaoyu broke into a smile. In her laughter, an enchanting allure blossomed, and the desires of the world surged forth like the rising sun. But this matter does not concern me. I am merely here out of boredom to witness the commotion. Please continue, my dear sir. With that said, Miaoyu inexplicably produced a swing high above the clouds, gracefully swinging her smooth, shapely legs as she sat upon the swing, observing the impending clash among the 3. Her actions caused the blood-stained sword master and the elder of heavenly mechanisms to exchange furtive glances, their brows furrowing. This woman, Miaoyu, was not to be trifled with. Despite her seemingly carefree and playful nature, she was more formidable than anyone could imagine, and one could gain no advantage over her. Anyone who dared to act recklessly before her would find themselves facing a wrathful witch, annihilating their entire lineage. Her current behavior was unsettling, completely unsettling. The bloodstained sword master and the elder of heavenly mechanisms found themselves baffled. Remembering Miao Yu's earlier expression, which had seemed to recognize Lin Ze, an inexplicable unease welled up within the elder of heavenly mechanisms. He discreetly activated his divination techniques. The result, however, was a blank slate. Such an omen. The elder of heavenly mechanisms was internally alarmed. After pondering, he spoke, "We are all esteemed cultivators at the half-step divine sea. If we were to engage in battle, it would inevitably lead to devastation among the living in this region, leaving not a blade of grass standing. Young man, you have been fortunate enough to receive the celestial fate token, marking you as the most auspicious individual of this generation in Huaguang. Our realm is impoverished, and it is rare to produce such a figure. It is truly regrettable. As for me, I shall not make things difficult for you. Let us conclude this matter here. If you possess genuine skills worthy of a celestial fate token, I shall grant you my blessings. What say you, bloodstained friend?" "Humph." The bloodstained sword master sneered disdainfully. After years of interaction, he was well aware of the elder of heavenly mechanism's true nature. As soon as he spoke, the bloodstained sword master understood. He was intimidated. "Humph. If you fear him, I do not." The blood-red sword stood before him, and the bloodstained sword master declared sternly, "If you dare not fight, then step aside." With that, he pointed his sword at Lin Ze. "If we are to battle, then let us do so without further ado." With that, the bloodstained sword master summoned the utmost malevolence of the heavens and earth. A frenzied and bloodthirsty aura instantly enveloped the azure sky. Clash! Clang! The bloodstained sword master swung his sword across the sky. The sword's brilliance illuminated the 19 provinces, a strike that seemed capable of cleaving heaven and earth, heralding the ultimate destruction of the world. Surged forth with an imperceptible speed, swift as the wind, fierce as thunder. With a single stroke, it brought forth a blood-soaked hell that sent shivers down spines. Countless souls wailed amidst the rampant bloodlight, unleashing heart-rending cries of despair. Slash! Swish! A gale swept through. The extremely compressed sword energy raced towards Lin Ze, ready to rend him apart. Yet in the next instant, swordplay? This young master is also proficient. Swish! A blade more terrifying and sharper than that of the blood-stained sword master tore through the barriers of space, crossing over from the distant era of antiquity. Earth-grade mid-tier. Concealed sword's hidden radiance LV10. Lin Ze finally unleashed his unparalleled sword energy without reservation. The 10th layer of the Earth-grade mid-tier sword technique, Concealed Sword's Hidden Radiance, was activated in an instant. After 10 years of concealment, today, he would reveal his sword. In that moment, Lin Ze resembled an ancient divine sword unsheathed, with sword energy coursing through the cosmos. Slash! Swish! Thousands of sword energies converged into a river of sword light. In a flash, it broke through the bloodstained sword master's blood sea, striking with divine precision, like a tempest that surged towards the bloodstained sword master. Clang! The bloodstained sword master's pupils constricted sharply. He immediately activated his sword escape to distance himself. However, the concealed sword's frost blade was faster and more ferocious than he anticipated. A thread of hidden, astonishing white erupted within the river of sword energy. This was the concealed sword's hidden radiance. Not good. The bloodstained sword master had no time to react. Boom! The tempest of sword energy concealed its blade and unleashed a radiant light of destruction. Bang! The bloodstained sword master was torn apart by the sword energy storm, his body hurtling backwards like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. The impact created a bottomless pit in the shattered stone plain, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. It was only through the probing of their divine senses that the onlookers realized that in that single strike, the bloodstained sword master had been reduced to mere fragments. Devoid of life, the malevolent sword, having absorbed the blood and malice of countless lives, was also shattered in the clash, losing its divine brilliance. As for Lin Ze, with a single stroke, he had already retracted his sword energy, concealing his blade and its radiance, as if nothing had transpired. Beneath that one strike, the outcome was palpably clear. The bloodstained sword master, a formidable figure among the 5 giants of Huaguang, had met his demise today. Chapter 78. A fruitless struggle hiss. The crowd collectively gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom the sight before them. The bloodstained sword master was dead, just like that. With a single strike, no less, had the once dreaded master, who had dominated the Huaguang realm for 100,000 years, truly been slain in such a manner? What a farce! Even the realm lord of the divine sea might not achieve such a feat, would he? Who exactly is this mysterious powerhouse? The onlookers were astonished, while Song Jian was even more bewildered. If he wasn't mistaken, that strike seemed to resemble the unique technique of his own Song Jian mountain, the Song Jian Ju. Although this strike bore greater depth and power than the mere Song Jian Ju, the core essence of concealing the sword was unmistakable. This was the technique of the Song Jian Ju, refined and evolved. Realizing this, Song Jian began to question his understanding of life. How long had it been since he had observed the Song Jian Ju? Was it 20 days? Surely not. In less than 20 days, this individual not only grasped the core profundities of the Song Jian Ju, but had also innovated upon it. He himself had dedicated a staggering 70,000 years to the Song Jian Ju. Absurd. Monumentally absurd. Even if it were an embodiment of a sage, such absurdity would be unfathomable. Song Jian fell into a deep contemplation, grappling with the implications. Meanwhile, high above, the enigmatic Miao Yu, who had been nonchalantly swinging on a swing, wore a complex expression. Her demeanor was both playful and beguiling, enveloped in an inscrutable aura. The arena fell into a profound silence, with not a sound to be heard. It was only after a considerable time that someone turned their gaze toward another formidable figure. The elder of Tianji, who had entered the fray for the sake of seizing the immortal destiny token. Upon inspection, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Unbeknownst to them, the once arrogant and spirited elder of Tianji had reverted to an old man, his youthful visage replaced by a head of white hair. He sat cross-legged in the void, positioned far beyond the combat zone between Lin Ze and the bloodstained sword master, nearly out of sight of the Dao robbery mountain. This, truly, the elder of Tianji lives up to his reputation. They had no words to express their astonishment. "Ha! Young friend, your prowess is unparalleled, and I am in awe. It is indeed a blessing for the Huaguang realm that the immortal destiny token shines in your hands. With your entry into the mountain, you shall surely claim the top of the 9 sects and inherit the position of half-saint. Here, I wish you a smooth journey and swift success." On the surface, the elder of Tianji appeared unfazed, offering compliments with a smile. Yet within, his heart thundered with anxiety, drenched in cold sweat. As the old rival and friend of the bloodstained swordmaster, he was acutely aware of the latter's strength. The two were nearly equals, making it difficult to determine who would prevail in a prolonged conflict. If a battle were to ensue, it could take decades, if not centuries, to reach a conclusion. And now, the bloodstained swordmaster had been vanquished. With a single strike, this meant that he too was in peril. The elder of Tianji silently rejoiced at his vigilance. Had he not sensed the impending danger and acted swiftly, following the bloodstained sword master into a foolish 2-on-1 confrontation, he might very well have met the same fate. What a stroke of fortune! Lin Ze, with a nonchalant expression, quipped, "No need for the immortal destiny token? Forget it. Young friend, your abilities are beyond compare. I am but humbled. What a cunning old tortoise." He had barely begun to warm up. Lin Ze then cast his gaze upon one of the minor sect members below. "And you? Are you persuaded?" This unexpected query caused the brows of all present to raise in unison. What is happening? Among this crowd of onlookers, someone is being directly addressed by him? All eyes followed Lin Ze, converging on an unremarkable young cultivator clad in black. Seeing this, the black-clad cultivator helplessly shook his head, shedding his disguise. He soared into the air, an overwhelming pressure surging forth. A wondrous sea of mortal existence rose and fell behind him. Amidst the tempest, the unremarkable black-clad cultivator gradually transformed into a formidable figure, exuding the commanding presence of a dignified, middle-aged man. The newcomer was a grand master of the divine sea, and in the Huaguang realm, there was but one such grand master, the sovereign of Huaguang. Upon witnessing the arrival of the sovereign, the expressions of all present twitched. How could he, a grand master of the divine sea, hide amongst them, masquerading as an ordinary cultivator, attempting to sit back and watch the chaos unfold, only to seize the opportunity for himself? You, a grand master of the divine sea, stoop to such levels? What a sly old fox. Truly insidious. The sovereign of Huaguang radiated divine light as he sat upon the sea of the divine, inquiring, "How did you discover my presence?" Lin Ze replied calmly, "I simply looked." If he could not discern such a conspicuous life force, then all those thousands of techniques he had learned would be in vain. Such keen observation indeed. The sovereign of Huaguang found himself momentarily speechless. Lin Ze continued, "So, are we fighting or not? Don't waste my time. Fight? What a farce." The sovereign of Huaguang cursed inwardly. Though he was a master of the divine sea, his combat prowess was only marginally superior to that of the blood-stained swordmaster. Had the latter merely sustained injuries in that previous strike, he might have had a chance to outmaneuver him. But with the blood-stained sword master gone, utterly extinguished, even the blood sea sword had been shattered. What could he possibly do against such monstrous might? Charge headlong into battle? He could not even muster a single blow. The immortal destiny token is of utmost importance. His life, cultivated over hundreds of thousands of years, is even more critical. Young friend, you yist. The sovereign of Huaguang chuckled. Like Tianji, I deeply admire your extraordinary skills. The immortal destiny token in your hands is destined to be yours. We mere mortals dare not defy the will of heaven. Please, young friend. Lin Ze shrugged in resignation. Well, it seems these people of Huaguang are not worth the effort. Perhaps he should seek out a brawl with the 9 sects of the Qingyu instead. With that, Lin Ze turned to leave. He raised the immortal destiny token, and the true gate of Dao Robbery Mountain swung open. As an arcane divine light flashed, Lin Ze's figure vanished from sight. Witnessing his departure, the crowd finally exhaled a long breath. Phew, I could barely breathe. Where on earth did this powerhouse come from? I have no idea. Never heard of him before. Could he be from another realm? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the shadow of Dao Robbery Mountain shifted once more. Another arcane divine light shot skyward. Everyone immediately looked up. There, in the wake of Lin Ze's departure, Song Jian and the Daoist of Dunyuan took advantage of the crowd's momentary relaxation, swiftly escorting Luo Wuqing into Dao Robbery Mountain. You've got to be kidding me. Damn it. Chapter 79. Dao Robbery Mountain. In light of these circumstances, the onlookers were left with no doubt as to what had transpired. They erupted into curses, lamenting their missed opportunity, pounding their chests in frustration, feeling as though they had squandered an immense chance, especially as they sensed the cultivation levels of Song Jian and Dunyuan. Their rage turned their eyes green with jealousy, and their bodies trembled. A mere flicker of blood smoke and a blood-red sun had brazenly sent someone into the depths right beneath their noses. Damn it, you are far more insidious than that old rascal of a realm lord. You truly deserve to die. No. Can it be that in our Huaguang realm, there are still 2 celestial fate tokens? I was unprepared. Utterly unprepared. Who could have anticipated that after that individual? There would still exist celestial fate tokens? Everyone was pounding their chests and stamping their feet, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Looking at Duyi and Sanjian, they could hardly contain their desire to tear these 2 to shreds. Yet, they could only confine themselves to such thoughts. From the moment they sent someone into Daoji Mountain, everything had already been predetermined. No amount of regret or lamentation could alter the fact that they had already emerged as victors. Thus, the crowd merely cast a few glances before sighing and diverting their gaze. Then, as if nothing had happened, proceeded to congratulate Duyi and Sanjian. In the heavens above, the masters of Huaguang realm, the elder of heavenly mechanisms, merely glanced at Duyi and Sanjian before retracting their gaze, continuing their discussion on the identity of Lin Ze. In comparison to these 2, who had successfully stolen a march, they were evidently far more concerned about the existence of Lin Ze. Elder, did your divination reveal anything? The elder of heavenly mechanisms shook his head, a blank expression on his face. This person is like a fog, completely inscrutable. Upon saying this, the elder's gaze turned toward Miaoyu, who was lost in thought while gazing at Daoji Mountain. Fairy Miaoyu, if I am not mistaken, you should be acquainted with this mysterious powerhouse, correct? Based on Miaoyu's earlier reactions, the elder was certain that she knew him. However, Miaoyu did not respond. She merely smiled mysteriously. After taking one last glance at Daoji Mountain, she turned and stepped into the void, her back to the mountain. The pink hue in her eyes grew ever more intense as she gently parted her lips. The wind caught her whispers. Soon, we shall meet again. I can hardly wait. In the realm of the mysterious void, a majestic ancient mountain stood tall. A beam of divine light descended, and Lin Ze's figure appeared at the foot of Daoji Mountain. 9th place, awarded 992 strands of Daojia Qi. As soon as Lin Ze arrived, he noticed a young man dressed in plain clothes, carrying a green sword, with a red leaf pattern on his forehead, recording his arrival. Following that, the celestial fate token in Lin Ze's hand suddenly levitated. In an instant, a myriad of profound energies, simultaneously infused with vitality and destruction, surged into the celestial fate token. The three large ancient characters representing the quantity of Lin Ze's calamity chi, 992, reflected in his eyes. The young man in plain attire, after noting Lin Ze's achievement, did not even spare him a glance, displaying an indifferent demeanor as he departed. However, scarcely had a breath passed when the young man halted and turned back. For beside Lin Ze, another beam of divine light appeared, causing a hint of puzzlement to surface on the young man's face. These two actually hail from the same realm, and their entry times are not far apart. What on earth are the people from their realm doing? Sleeping? Although puzzled, his actions showed no sign of hesitation. 10th place, awarded 991 strands of Daojia Qi. Subsequently, the young man repeated the earlier process and floated away. It was only at this moment that Luo Wuchen, who had just experienced a thrilling heist, finally reacted. His face flushed crimson. 10th place? I actually ranked 10th? Luo Wuchen had never imagined he could rank so high among 1,000 great fortune bearers. After all, this world was vast, teeming with wonders. While he might have been considered a prodigy in Huaguang Realm's Di sect within the expansive Qingyu, there are always greater skies and more formidable individuals, especially those in the core regions of Qingyu, blessed with superior conditions, longer legacies, and more exceptional masters. What qualifications did others have to be less outstanding than the talents from his small domain? Therefore, Luo Wuchen's expectations were modest. As long as he could place within the 400 to 600 range, he would consider it a good starting point. Now, he had unexpectedly reached 10th place. This was several hundred strands of calamity, chi higher than his anticipated range. Luo Wuchen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Yet amidst his exhilaration, Luo Wuchen did not forget the source of his ability to enter Daojia Mountain and achieve 10th place. It was all thanks to someone else's prowess. He bowed deeply to Lin Ze. Thank you, Senior Shenwu Wang. Lin Ze replied indifferently. There is no need to thank me. Your ability to seize the opportunity and keep pace is your own merit. Rather than expressing gratitude here, it would be more prudent to contemplate your next steps. Indeed, Senior's words are wise. Luo Wuchen did his utmost to calm his excited heart. He glanced around, noticing the previous 8 arrivals, observing the 2 of them with great interest. Upon seeing these 8 individuals, the joy in Luo Wuchen's heart dissipated, and he felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Senior, those 8 individuals actually arrived faster than you. To be fair, Senior Shenwu Wang's speed was already astonishing. After all, a figure like him, wielding a celestial fate token without the need for concealment or trickery, directly breaking through with absolute power. Such a scenario was rarely witnessed throughout history. In terms of speed, no other method could surpass that of the senior, unless they had also entered with the same overwhelming dominance. But was that even possible? These 8 individuals hardly appeared to be the kind of extraordinary powerhouses capable of such overwhelming might. With this thought, Luo Wuchen intended to probe the situation further. However, before he could act, an unremarkable chubby Taoist boy approached, exuding a sense of familiarity. Upon speaking, he left Lin Ze and Luo Wuchen utterly perplexed. He said, "Did you two also wake up to find yourselves here?" "Woke up? Just arrived here?" Luo Wuchen's mouth twitched. Lin Ze was equally speechless. The chubby Taoist boy scratched his head and continued, "Yes. All of us who arrived early just happened to be within the shadow of Daojia Mountain. I simply turned over in my sleep and found myself here. Oh, except for that first guy." Luo Wuchen tried to maintain his composure. What about him? He was directly struck in the face by Daojia Mountain. Chapter 80. Eating jujube pills. Upon hearing the chubby Taoist boy's words, Luo Wuchen's heart was tumultuous. He recalled how he and his master had been frantic about this celestial fate token incident, exhausting every possible means and employing every tactic. They had allied with Sanjin Mountain, feigned diversions, and executed strategies. Yet, despite all this effort, entry into Daojia Mountain was not guaranteed. Meanwhile, these 8 individuals had done nothing, and Daojia Mountain simply appeared beside them. This was truly. Luo Wuchen felt a wave of frustration. However, with the mystery of their arrival cleared, he also felt a sense of relief. He had feared that these 8 were similarly monstrous beings like the presumably saintly Shenwu Wang. If that were the case, the rest of them would be utterly outmatched. The trials of Daojia Mountain would merely become a stage for their performance. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Yet, was that really a relief? Wasn't this an even greater problem? They could reach such heights solely based on fortune. Who knew what other extraordinary surprises lay ahead? With this thought, Luo Wuchen grew increasingly cautious. He cast a subtle glance at Lin Ze, and seeing no reaction, He took on the role of a scout. Luo Wuchen chuckled. I see. Then our situation is quite similar to yours. We were also close to Daoji Mountain. See? I told you so. The chubby Taoist boy, as if having won a victory, strutted proudly, boasting to the other 7. Observing this, Luo Wuchen narrowed his eyes and inquired, since you arrived first, do you know what we are to do next? This is a critical selection of heirs by a half-saint. Will there be any other unexpected developments? The chubby Taoist boy replied, as for that, I do not know. The senior brother responsible for recording did not mention anything. It is likely that the official announcement will be made only after everyone has gathered. At this moment, another youth clad in red stepped forward, proclaiming that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the first trial would indeed involve climbing a staircase. After all, the procedure of this ancient trial of the mountain has remained unchanged for countless eons. As he spoke, the red-haired youth gestured towards the foot of the mountain, indicating the winding, weathered stone steps that bore the marks of time. That was the sole path upward. Look right there. Lin Ze and Luo Wuching turned their gazes in that direction. However, apart from the air of decay and antiquity, they found nothing particularly remarkable about the dilapidated stone steps. Luo Wuching inquired, is there something extraordinary about these steps? The red-clad youth chuckled softly. You have posed the right question. It is said that the ancient stone steps of the first trial can test one's willpower. With each step you take, illusions from a bygone era will intrude upon your thoughts, assaulting your resolve. Those whose will is not sufficiently steadfast will find themselves unable to progress, often succumbing to the ancient phantoms after only a few steps, unable to extricate themselves for an extended period. In severe cases, they may even carry the burden of that experience for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Luo Wuching's expression tightened. So, the first trial is designed to select those with unwavering determination? Those who cannot complete the ascent shall be eliminated? The red-clad youth burst into laughter at this remark. Ha ha ha, complete the ascent? Luo Wuching was puzzled by the youth's laughter. The portly Taoist boy interjected, explaining, since the establishment of the trial of the mountain, over the span of billions of years, only 13 individuals have ever completed the staircase. Therefore, it is not the inability to finish that leads to elimination. Otherwise, the subsequent trials would be rendered unnecessary. Each trial within the mountain stands independent, and the notion of elimination does not apply. The extent to which one progresses in each trial corresponds to the amount of trial energy they accumulate, which ultimately contributes to the final ranking. This is also the criterion by which the 9 sects of the Azure Domain select their disciples. From the perspective of the 9 sects, some disciples are simply fortunate, advancing solely through luck, while others possess unwavering will, persevering and achieving greatness later in life. Additionally, some disciples are exceptionally gifted, leveraging their innate talents to dominate for hundreds of thousands of years. All these possibilities exist. Thus, the 9 sects do not adopt a one-size-fits-all approach. They evaluate disciples based on their performance across various aspects and inherent potential, tailoring their teachings accordingly. I see now. Thank you for enlightening me, esteemed brother. Luo Wuching could not help but express his admiration. After all, the 9 sects of the Azure Domain have maintained their dominance for millions of years. Given the selection model of this trial of the mountain, they surely deserve to be the eternal sovereigns. The thought of being able to step into such a sacred sect filled Luo Wuching with a sense of excitement. It's all right. Most individuals are only aware of the trial of the mountain's reputation for trial energy without grasping the specific details. The portly Taoist boy continued, I suggest you take a moment to sit and adjust your state of mind, preparing to face the ancient stone steps. Many have suffered due to poor mental conditions, losing opportunities to gain more trial energy. Upon hearing this, Luo Wuching cast a somewhat peculiar glance at the portly Taoist boy. Brother, why do you share this information with me? Are you not afraid? The Taoist boy chuckled. You worry too much. To quote my father, if everyone clings to their own interests, competing against one another and refusing to tolerate others, then the Azure Domain will have no future. Moreover, my father has also stated that constantly comparing oneself to the lowly will only lead to becoming lowly oneself. Only when faced with worthy opponents can one truly inspire themselves. A golden domain should be vibrant, flourishing with exceptional talents. If we persist in engaging with the despicable and lowly, the Azure Domain is doomed. Luo Wuching was at a loss for words. The portly Taoist boy's father must be a great sage of the Azure Domain. Thank you, esteemed brother. This statement was made with heartfelt sincerity. The portly Taoist boy waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Focus on your meditation. Time is of the essence. Before Luo Wuching could pose another question, the portly Taoist boy added, The trial of the mountain is situated within the void realm. The passage of time in the void realm differs greatly from that of the outside world and is quite unstable. It can last anywhere from a few hours to 2 days, and sometimes even just a few hours, as the celestial opportunities in the outside world may dictate the end of the trial. Therefore, we have little time to prepare. Look, another has arrived already. As he spoke, a flash of divine light appeared, heralding the arrival of a new trial participant. This individual emanated a fierce aura, holding a bloodied, severed head in his hand, clearly having fought fiercely to enter the trial of the mountain. The newcomer was a burly man with a fierce countenance, radiating an overwhelming bloodlust. Clad in a dripping crimson robe, he appeared menacing and malicious. Upon his arrival, his aggressive gaze darted back and forth among Lin Ze and the others, as though searching for his next prey. Sensing the intensity of the burly man's stare, the expressions of those present turned cold. Even the usually easygoing, portly Taoist boy could not help but furrow his brow. Has no one ever told you that your gaze is quite rude? The previously mentioned red-clad youth sneered, unceremoniously adding, "Umph. Put away your small-town antics. The trial of the mountain is not a place for you to flaunt your power." As soon as the red-clad youth finished speaking, the burly man turned his venomous gaze towards him like a snake that had found its target. "Oh, is that so?" He ripped the head in his grasp into pieces. Witnessing this, the red-clad youth shook his head in resignation. "TSK, it's hard to offer good advice to those destined for demise." At that moment, a figure clad in azure robes from the 9 sects arrived once more. In the face of the tense atmosphere, he spoke calmly. The trial of the mountain is a sacred place in the azure domain. Until the trial formally commences, all forms of conflict are strictly prohibited. Should anyone violate this? He cast a fleeting glance at the burly man, and a glimmer of sword light flickered in his eyes. Sever. With that singular word, he resumed his duties. The 11th participant, awarded 990 strands of trial energy. After speaking, the azure-robed figure turned to leave. Meanwhile, the previously imposing burly man was now stripped of his arrogance, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his face betraying sheer terror. No one knew what he had experienced in that fleeting moment of sword light that had caused such a drastic change in his demeanor. That single, casual word had seemingly severed all his pride. Seeing the burly man's reaction, the red-clad youth clicked his tongue disapprovingly. "Fool, and you didn't believe it." With that, the red-clad youth and his companions turned away, ignoring the fool as they focused on their own preparations. Only Lin Ze and a seemingly lethargic youth in azure took a thoughtful glance at the burly man. The azure youth, appearing disinterested, briefly regarded Lin Ze with a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. However, that spark was fleeting, and he soon returned to his previous lethargic demeanor, resuming his meditation. Lin Ze also cast a glance at the azure youth, who seemed perpetually drowsy. This was indeed the first-ranked individual, the one who had been struck by the trial of the mountain. Clearly, those who could enter the trial of the mountain ahead of others were not to be underestimated. This trial, gathering the elite of the azure domain, was indeed the right place to be. Amid Lin Ze's eager anticipation, time passed swiftly. Within the trial of the mountain, divine light continued to descend. An ever-increasing number of participants filled the foot of the mountain. Some of them are mere lucky ones who stumbled in by chance, while others are formidable warriors who have fought tooth and nail to break through the barriers. Then there are the wise strategists, who have meticulously laid their plans to reap the benefits. Their arrival has rendered Dao Gem Mountain even more vibrant. At the foot of the mountain, a multitude has gathered, with various figures congregating to discuss their perspectives on this trial and share their cultivation insights. It was not until the arrival of a heavyweight figure that Dao Gem Mountain fell into a brief silence. Divine light descended, revealing a frail old man on the verge of death, seemingly so emaciated that he would topple over with a mere gust of wind. Upon witnessing this elder's arrival, many prodigies from the central region were taken aback. The revered Kurong, even he has come. Indeed, as the indisputable foremost celestial origin expert of the Nanjua realm, how could he possibly miss the presence of a celestial fate token if it existed? TSK, even the esteemed figures of the human path celestial origin have arrived. It seems this trial at Dao Gem Mountain will be quite formidable. The crowd murmured. Many prodigies familiar with the revered Kurong promptly approached to pay their respects. It is an honor to meet the revered Kurong. A hint of a wooden smile creased the dry visage of the revered Kurong. "Ah, you young ones are indeed swift in your approach. We dare not presume. We are far from your esteemed self." The revered Kurong shook his head with a chuckle, his hoarse voice flowing gently. "I have lived for several tens of millions of years, nearing the end of my days. The future of the Qing domain rests upon you. I have come merely to seize this last sliver of time for one final effort. Perhaps heaven will show mercy, and I may grasp the profound mysteries of fate before I depart. You need not concern yourselves with me, the revered Ku Rong stated, but who would dare truly heed his words? The celestial origin experts of the fifth realm, especially those revered as the pinnacle of the human path celestial origin, are all dominant figures that have reigned supreme in the Qing domain for countless years. Each has flourished for several 100,000 years. As for these individuals, although they have entered the 9 sects of the Qing domain, whether they can attain the status of celestial origin remains uncertain, let alone reach the unattainable human path celestial origin. In terms of potential and strength, they are leagues apart from this venerable figure. At that moment, the silhouette of a man clad in azure robes re-emerged. Upon seeing the revered Ku Rong, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. Senior Ku Rong, he addressed. The dry and emaciated revered Ku Rong hastily waved his hand. Your realm has far surpassed mine. How can I accept such a title of senior? Hearing the revered Ku Rong refer to him as the Celestial Sword Emperor, all present felt a chill run down their spines. The Celestial Sword Emperor? The innate fifth realm of celestial origin, revered in the realm of humanity and sovereign in the earthly realm. Those who bear the title of Emperor are unrivaled prodigies who have condensed the earthly celestial origin, a peerless powerhouse. The majesty and divine power of such beings are aptly named. They are the monarchs of cultivators. There is no need for further elaboration. These 4 characters perfectly encapsulate their essence. Such beings are akin to dragons of the 9 heavens, a sight that ordinary cultivators may never behold in their lifetimes. Yet here, at this Dao Jie Mountain trial, they have encountered a legendary emperor, an emperor personally overseeing the Dao Jie Mountain trial. The 9 sects of the Qing domain are indeed extraordinary. We have been granted a rare opportunity. We pay our respects to the Celestial Sword Emperor. The man referred to as the Celestial Sword Emperor merely nodded gently to the crowd before turning to the revered Ku Rong, saying helplessly, "You have come again. You and my master are old friends. I have received your guidance on several occasions in my youth. Even as a sage of fate, I would not dare to show off before you." As he spoke, the Celestial Sword Emperor recorded the rankings for the revered Ku Rong, restoring the celestial fate energy and presenting it with both hands. You are the 397th, which is relatively early. Chapter 82. The trial begins. With your abilities, there is still great hope for this trial. The revered Ku Rong chuckled and shook his head. I am but an old man nearing his end. How could I possess such capabilities? If I could have the opportunity to meet the half-saint and receive a few words of true guidance, I would have no regrets. As they spoke, several more beams of divine light descended upon Dao Jie Mountain. All right, you need not concern yourself with me. Go on with your tasks. The Celestial Sword Emperor bid farewell to the revered Ku Rong. Very well. I shall return later to pay my respects and reminisce. Considering the time, it has been nearly 300,000 years since you entered seclusion. My master was just speaking of you the other day, mentioning that you still owe him a jar of dreaming elixir, and he has been waiting for you to emerge to enjoy a drink. Ha ha! That old drunkard remembers. The revered Ku Rong chuckled. Very well. Once this Dao Jie Mountain journey is complete, I shall bring the elixir and share a drink with you too. Then I shall take my leave for now. With that, the Celestial Sword Emperor departed to attend to his duties. The revered Ku Rong then engaged in conversation with some of the younger generation present, exuding a kind and approachable demeanor. This prompted many to approach him, hoping to gain his favor and receive a few words of advice. Amidst the lively atmosphere, time once again slipped away. As more figures arrived, the foot of Dao Jie Mountain gradually filled. With their arrival, a shroud of calamity and mist enveloped the summit of Dao Jie Mountain. The 9 revered figures, standing tall at the pinnacle of the Qing domain, stepped forth from the void, casting their gazes down upon the participants of this half-saint inheritor contest gathered at the foot of Dao Jie Mountain. At their center, a gray-haired elder, with hair flowing like 3,000 strands, sat cross-legged in the void, his eyes tightly shut. His hair, resembling a great dragon, cascaded down to the earth, forming a colossal net that enveloped the world. The tips of his hair vanished from sight, extending into an unseen void where glimmers of light surged along the strands. It appeared as though some form of energy was being drawn from that boundless emptiness. However, in the eyes of the 9 revered figures, the elder's flowing gray hair was not mere hair. The luminous sheen was not energy being absorbed. What they beheld were chains, shackles, A multitude of bindings set by this realm out of trepidation towards the gray-haired elder. In the eyes of this world, the elder's existence posed a tremendous calamity. This elder is none other than the true supreme ruler of the Qing domain, the foremost among those beneath the saints. He is also the architect of this celestial fate trial, the half-saint Qing He. He has personally graced Dao Jie Mountain, ready to witness and meticulously select his successor. Thus, the standards for this Dao Jie Mountain trial are exceedingly high. Normally, the emissaries responsible for receiving and recruiting disciples from the 9 sects are elders from those sects. And only on rare occasions of particularly remarkable trials would a vice sect leader make an appearance. However, due to the arrival of the half-saint Qing He this time, all the strongest sect leaders of the 9 sects are present. Furthermore, the celestial origin cultivator originally assigned to oversee the trial process has been temporarily elevated to the status of an emperor. A prodigious celestial origin emperor will personally supervise and document the entire trial process. They must ensure absolute fairness and justice, drawing forth the most authentic aspects of each disciple for assessment. After all, the inheritors of the half-saint are of utmost significance. They cannot afford to be careless. They silently observed each trial participant. Time quietly slipped away in silence. Soon one among them spoke, their voice resonating through the void. Time is up. Only 812 have entered. Nearly 200 have failed to make it. 2/10 is quite a significant shortfall. Shall we wait a little longer? No. We have stated the time. It must be adhered to. Those who could not enter can only be said to lack the ability and are fated to miss this trial. Indeed, it should be so. I second that. Let us begin. The 9 revered figures spoke, casting their gazes upon the gray-haired half-saint Qing He. The half-saint paid little heed to the others. He merely kept his eyes shut, his body hunched, silent as if he had already fallen into a deep slumber. The semi-saint remained unresponsive, prompting the 9 esteemed beings to immediately inform the Heavenly Sword Emperor to announce the deadline for arrival, thus commencing the trial. Time's up. Let the trials begin. Ensure that everything is meticulously scrutinized, for the venerable Qinghe semi-saint is watching closely. The Heavenly Sword Emperor received the directive from the peak of the path of Tribulation Mountain. He glanced at the sky, shrouded in tribulation energy, seemingly attempting to penetrate the dense layers of calamity to glimpse the sacred visage. Turning his head, the Heavenly Sword Emperor appeared at the stone steps at the foot of the path of Tribulation Mountain. He unleashed a piercing sword cry that sliced through the clouds. Clang! Time's up! The trials commence. As the Heavenly Sword Emperor's voice echoed, all passages of the path of Tribulation Mountain sealed shut. Simultaneously, the shadows of the path of Tribulation Mountain in various realms abruptly vanished into nothingness. In the outside world, all those preparing for a final desperate attempt were filled with despair. Roars of unwillingness shattered the heavens. No, so close. Just a fraction away. Damn it. If only I had one more hour. Just one more hour, and I could have slipped in smoothly. Yet, these anguished cries were inaudible within the path of Tribulation Mountain. Inside the path of Tribulation Mountain, the eagerly anticipated trials had already commenced. The Heavenly Sword Emperor stood at the ancient stone steps ascending the mountain, his gaze sweeping over all those at the foot of the mountain. Waves of tribulation energy surged forth, enveloping the entire path of Tribulation Mountain, as if the mountain had emerged anew from the cycle of life and death, regaining its vitality. The ancient stone steps beside him emitted a mysterious and inexplicable glow, possessing an enchanting allure that captivated all gazes, drawing them into a realm of boundless imagination. The first trial, the ancient heavenly ladder. The Heavenly Sword Emperor spoke solemnly. This ladder, left behind by the ancients, will awaken the deepest desires of greed, anger, ignorance, and lust within your hearts, allowing you to witness the extremes of evil, beauty, goodness, truth, and deceit in this world. The more steps you take, the higher the levels you reach, the more terrifying the visions you will behold. In this realm of myriad manifestations, you must tread carefully. Should anyone find themselves ensnared in illusions from which they cannot extricate themselves, they must immediately activate their immortal fate token to halt their participation in this trial. The token will guide you out of the illusion and into the second trial. Do not overestimate your own abilities, lest you incur lifelong regrets. With that said, the first trial shall commence at once. The duration of the trial will last until the 1,000 strands of tribulation energy are extinguished. In the palm of the Heavenly Sword Emperor, strands of tribulation energy were slowly igniting. At that time, no matter how far you progress, the trial will automatically conclude, ushering you into the second trial. With that, the figure of the heavenly sword emperor vanished, leaving behind only the flickering tribulation energy quietly burning. Chapter 83, The First Trial. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 countless figures surged forward like hungry tigers pouncing on sheep, charging up the ancient heavenly ladder. They raced up the steps, 2 steps combined into one, striving to ascend as quickly as possible, eager to showcase their best selves before the great figures at the mountain's peak. They exuded an air of confidence and superiority. The path of Tribulation Mountain's heavenly ladder? Merely a trivial matter. Is this the extent of the illusions? Nothing can halt my progress. Fellow Taoists, I shall take the lead and await you at the summit. Ha! This is too easy, isn't it? Could there be any issues? What problems could arise? Those who have arrived are the strongest or most fortunate individuals from every realm, none of whom are ordinary. Thus, the initial segment of the journey will undoubtedly proceed smoothly, but the latter half will rely on one's own capabilities. Indeed, let them revel in their moment of pride. The difficult path lies ahead. Amidst their banter, their speed remained unhampered. Each of them took 2 steps at once, striding confidently, having crossed dozens of levels of the heavenly ladder, steadily approaching the summit. It appeared that the selection of the semi-sane heir would proceed smoothly among this elite group. However, the reality was starkly different. Within the ancient heavenly ladder, most individuals were indeed exchanging light-hearted words about how easy the ascent was. They laughed and chatted, yet their feet remained firmly planted in place, not moving an inch. A few managed to take a few steps, but only a select few maintained their resolute gaze and continued their ascent. From the very beginning, this eager throng had already exhibited a severe polarization. Yet, they were blissfully unaware, ensnared within the illusion. This scene sent a chill down Luo Wuchen's spine. Cautiously, Luo Wuchen hesitated for a moment on the ladder before retreating, waiting for others to probe the path ahead. Little did he know, this caution would reveal a chilling truth. This is the illusion of the path of Tribulation Mountain. The expression of the plump Taoist boy beside Luo Wuchen grew grave. Indeed, this was a most terrifying aspect of the first trial. You think you are ascending the mountain, compared to the sudden appearances of beautiful figures, divine abilities, and fortuitous encounters. This is what truly catches one off guard. For deep down, you realize that the beautiful figures and divine abilities may be illusory, while the ascent feels so real, so desired, so genuine. At that moment, a red-haired youth approached, grinning mischievously. Not only that, it is even possible that everything we are saying, everything you see, is already part of the illusion. You thought you descended, wanting others to pave the way, to grasp the essence of the path of Tribulation Mountain, and the illusion has granted you that. You believed you had retreated, but in truth, you remain on the mountain. Reality and illusion intertwined. With that, the red-haired youth laughed heartily. Well, I've had enough of the show. I'm leaving Luo Taoist. Luo Wuchen fell into silence. After a while, he felt an unexpected chill wash over him. He glanced at the departing red-haired youth and the plump Taoist boy, shaking his head with a bitter smile. You were right. I truly have unwittingly stepped into the illusion. With that, he cast another glance at Lin Ze, who remained utterly motionless, seemingly transformed into a stone statue. Even the illusion cannot penetrate the existence of the divine martial king, truly worthy of being a being suspected to be an incarnation of a saint. Luo Wuchen sighed. He understood that he had indeed entered the illusion. The reason was simple. Luo Taoist. The words of the red-haired youth jolted him from his reverie. He had never mentioned his surname Luo. Boom! The illusion shattered with a resounding crash. Luo Wuchen returned to the realm of reality. Upon returning to reality, he found himself unknowingly far from the foot of the mountain, having crossed dozens of levels of the heavenly ladder. Only then did Luo Wuchen breathe a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The trials of the path of Tribulation Mountain lived up to their reputation. After a long exhale, Luo Wuchen raised his gaze to the front. There, the red-haired youth who had awakened him from his stupor was looking back, offering a mysterious smile. Then, he swiftly turned away, silently continuing up the ladder. Witnessing this, Luo Wuchen broke out into a cold sweat once more. Damn it, here we go again? Do I think I've emerged, only to find that I am still within the illusion? Luo Wuchen began to question his very existence. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the path of Tribulation Mountain, among the 9 great beings, one chuckled softly. 2 members of the Qi Ling clan, how intriguing. The Qi Ling clan has indeed developed rapidly over the past 1,000,000 years. It seems fortune has begun to favor them. What say you? Expel them or? Let it be then. The mutual connection among the Qi Ling clan is a talent inherent to their lineage, also a testament to their individual prowess. Rather than dwell on that, let us observe the first place in the ancient heavenly ladder, this young man. The 9 beings swiftly brushed aside this trivial matter, focusing their attention more on the current first place, who was none other than Lin Ze. From the very start of the trial, Lin Ze had already set foot upon the heavenly ladder. Lin Ze's objective was crystal clear. He had come to join the Qingyu 9 sects, aiming to secure a core position within the 9 sects. With his future at stake, what he sought, he would take. What he needed to seize, he would grasp. The strength he needed to exhibit, he would display. The subtle art of maintaining a low profile is ill-suited for a place such as Daojia Mountain. Thus, Lin Ze ascended with an unstoppable momentum, forging directly up the mountain. His vast accumulation of martial arts knowledge, encompassing myriad methods to refine one's state of mind and willpower, propelled him forward. Lin Ze's mental fortitude was as solid as a fortress. He remained unwavering on the initial path, soaring towards the clouds. Such a remarkable display inevitably attracted the attention of the 9 prominent beings. This young man, at the 597th level, he showed no sign of hesitation whatsoever. Old Jiang, at what level did you begin to hesitate? The being known as Old Jiang spoke calmly. 536, he surpasses me. How intriguing. It seems that the 14th individual from the Qing domain to traverse the illusion of the heavenly ladder is about to emerge. As this was said, Lin Ze had already reached the 669th step of the heavenly ladder. His speed and progress astonished all those struggling on the ladder. The chubby Taoist boy and the red-haired youth were left dumbfounded. Zulfast? I suspect I have fallen into an illusion. This individual must be a figment of my imagination. Perhaps you should pinch your? Get lost. At the foot of Daojia Mountain, the first person who had been struck by the mountain remained at the base. He was the only one yet to embark on his journey, appearing languid and half asleep. Chapter 84. First. Clearly, even the grand event of a semi-saint selecting a successor at Daojia Mountain could not rouse his indolence. Everything in this world seemed to lose its charm and become utterly tedious in his eyes. It was only when most had ascended the mountain that he finally yawned, stretched lazily, and prepared to make his way upward. At that moment, he noticed Lin Ze, who was leading the charge on the heavenly ladder, and glanced at the others who were far behind him. The usual dullness in his eyes sparkled with a hint of interest. It's you. Finally, something intriguing. With that, the languid youth stepped onto the heavenly ladder. As he passed, the mysterious calamity energy within the ladder dissipated significantly, becoming thin and insipid, dimming the surrounding illusory auras. Thus, he ascended the ladder step by step. His pace was unhurried, yet he moved forward without a trace of hesitation, riding the winds of tribulation to overtake many, keeping pace with Lin Ze. Meanwhile, Lin Ze, who had been at the forefront, had already reached the 799th step. He stood at the threshold of the final 200 levels, where one could awaken the deepest recesses of the heart. In the first trial, a vast majority of the elite who reached this stage had faltered, yet he remained resolute, stepping forth. In the next moment, calamity energy transformed. The innermost essence of Lin Ze was finally awakened, and as these elements stirred within him, Lin Ze, who had not paused until now, finally came to a halt. The illusion of Daojia Mountain shattered. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ze found himself in another realm. Here, towering skyscrapers loomed. On the bustling streets, vehicles flowed like water, and the lights of the city dazzled. Lin Ze stood before a familiar residential building. His white robes replaced by modern casual attire he hadn't seen in 18 years. He had returned to Earth. Lin Ze remained silent as he touched the keys in his pocket. He ascended the stairs and opened the door in one fluid motion. Your son has returned. A familiar yet strange voice echoed. Lin Ze's lips quivered slightly. He stepped inside, back into the nest he had long been estranged from. A wave of familiarity washed over him. He plopped down at the dining table, waiting. Clink. Outside the door, Lin father returned with 2 bottles of beer. Son's back. Come. Today is your 19th birthday. Let us share a bottle. Lin Ze took the beers, opened both, and set them before Lin father. He then entered the kitchen to help Lin mother bring out several dishes. Only then did the 3 of them sit together, sharing a meal and recounting amusing tales from the day, celebrating Lin Ze's growth into another year. Throughout the entire process, Lin Ze remained mute, not touching his chopsticks. Lin father and Lin mother inquired, "Why the long face?" Did something happen outside? Lin Ze forced a smile, shaking his head. He finally spoke. It's nothing. I just wanted to take a last look at you both. 18 years is quite a long time. The countless millions of years ahead will be even longer. In the vast expanse of time, only the past and oblivion will remain eternal. I fear that once I exit the illusion, I may forget from the outset. Lin Ze was aware that this was the illusion of Daojia Mountain. After all, he was different from others. While they concealed unmentionable secrets deep within, Lin Ze harbored the truth of reincarnation. This had been a closely guarded secret since his memories awakened, never to be divulged to anyone. The sole existence of this truth in Tianlan continent. Thus, upon emerging from the reincarnation, Lin Ze knew it had to be an illusion. Yet, even if it was a fabrication, he was willing to pause for the fleeting moment of falsehood. He gazed deeply at Lin father and Lin mother. At that instant, they seemed to understand something as they smiled. The myriad calamities perished. The familiar earth was obliterated amidst chaos. At the pinnacle of Daojia Mountain, witnessing Lin Ze finally halt, the 9 supreme beings were filled with bewilderment. Though the 800th level was formidable, given his performance, he should not be unable to take a single step, right? The difficulty of the Daojia Mountain trial does not suddenly escalate. Rather, it progresses gradually, imperceptibly eroding one's will and spirit. Should someone falter, it would manifest as a transition from swift to slow, rather than Lin Ze's current inability to proceed. This leaves but one possibility. It appears that the deepest secret within him compels him to pause, fully aware it is an illusion. Who among us does not possess a dream from which we are reluctant to awaken? Youth, truly wonderful. As the 9 beings conversed, they also noticed an anomaly. Below the ladder, someone was leisurely pursuing. From his demeanor, he seemed unfazed by the illusions of the heavenly ladder, much like Lin Ze. Another individual, with unwavering resolve. However, upon closer inspection, they realized it was not as they had presumed. The calamity energy evaded him. Each of his steps landed on the weakest points of the ladder. No, the calamity energy had suddenly become chaotic. Even the winds of tribulation aligned with his movements. He has taken control of Daojia Mountain? No, I sensed no energy fluctuations or unusual auras. Rather than asserting control over Daojia Mountain, it is as if Daojia Mountain is aiding him. The 9 exchanged glances. As the 9 great titans of the Qing domain, they had witnessed countless scenes. Yet the current situation confounded even their extensive experience. There were no energy signatures, no aura fluctuations, nor any mental dominion. Yet calamity energy dissipated inexplicably, and the winds of tribulation yielded to his steps. Such a method, indeed, suggests that even Daojia Mountain is proactively assisting him. But could Daojia Mountain truly be aiding him? Is that even possible? Daojia Mountain is the greatest secret bequeathed by the unparalleled sage, Qing Sheng, who shaped the Qing domain. Since Qing Sheng's departure, no one has managed to unravel and control Daojia Mountain. Even the semi-saint Qing He, a direct descendant of Qing Sheng, could only manipulate it slightly due to his bloodline power. For anyone else to attempt to control Daojia Mountain is a delusion. The 9 were enveloped in uncertainty. At that moment, old Jiang, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly recalled a legendary possibility. Could it be? What is it? Old Jiang furrowed his brow. I cannot be certain yet. Let us observe his subsequent actions. In the midst of their conversation, Lin Ze finally resumed his steps. This time, he did not pause or linger. He offered the languid youth no opportunity whatsoever and completed the entire ascent of the celestial ladder with an undeniable performance. Almost as if he were flying, without a hint of suspense, he effortlessly claimed the first position. Chapter 85. Once more, the Wolf Capital. Lin Ze reached the pinnacle of the celestial ladder. Observing everyone from the shadows, the Sky Sword Emperor, who was responsible for recording and overseeing the proceedings, appeared beside Lin Ze. He regarded Lin Ze with a rather peculiar gaze. Although it was his first time presiding over the trials of the Dao Tribulation Mountain as a sovereign of the celestial origin, the Dao Tribulation Mountain is a sacred site of the 9 sects in the Qing domain. Naturally, the Sky Sword Emperor had heard numerous detailed accounts about it. Even having a fellow disciple who had emerged from Dao Tribulation Mountain, securing a place within the top 10. The Sky Sword Emperor was well acquainted with the intricacies of the Dao Tribulation Mountain trials. Since the ancient celestial ladder was established, only 13 individuals in the entire Qing domain had successfully completed the ascent. Furthermore, these 13 had faced tremendous challenges, struggling and hesitating. particularly during the final 1 or 200 levels, where they had lingered for quite some time. How could anyone compare to the individual before him? This person had merely paused slightly during the last 200 levels, then ascended as if disregarding the illusions of the ladder entirely. It was as though he treated the celestial ladder as a mere game. Were it not for the Sky Sword Emperor's vigilant observation, he might have suspected that the tribulation energies of Tao Tribulation Mountain had malfunctioned. Could there truly exist a person with such an unwavering, ironclad will? With such thoughts, the Sky Sword Emperor announced Lin Ze's final results. He had passed the first trial with a total of 999 steps, earning 1,000 strands of Tao Tribulation energy. For completing the entire ascent, he was additionally rewarded based on his time. The first place time. The Sky Sword Emperor cast another glance at Lin Ze. It was simply absurd. The fastest recorded completion of the Celestial Ladder throughout history had only garnered 359 strands of tribulation energy. Yet this individual had earned 57 strands, along with an additional 943 strands of Tao Tribulation energy. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze's Celestial Fate token was once again infused with an immense amount of tribulation energy. The figure above surged from 992 to 2,935. This overwhelming influx propelled Lin Ze from 9th place to an absolute first, creating a terrifying gap between him and the others. After all, the fastest among them had only just reached halfway up the mountain, and as the ladder progressed, the ascent only slowed. Even if they possessed the capability to reach the summit, by the time they arrived, they would have already burned through several hundred strands of tribulation energy. The disparity between Lin Ze and the others was nothing short of monumental. At this moment, even the usually formal and taciturn Sky Sword Emperor took the initiative to speak. Congratulations on your first place. The Sky Sword Emperor was not an unworldly individual. His indifference towards the reactions of others stemmed from the fact that those individuals were merely passing figures in his long life, not belonging to the same world. However, Lin Ze. In the eyes of the Sky Sword Emperor, Lin Ze had already become a member of the same echelon, part of the same world. After all, the previous person to complete the entire ascent had since become one of the exalted leaders governing the tides of the Qing domain, the sovereign of the 9 sects. As for this new record, provided his talent and comprehension were not lacking, he was destined to become another sovereign of the 9 sects in the future. And concerning talent and comprehension, could a victor emerging from the ranks of first-tier heroes be an ordinary individual? Thus, in the eyes of the Sky Sword Emperor, the brilliant Lin Ze was already adorned with the conspicuous label of sovereign of the 9 sects. Thank you, Senior Sky Sword Emperor. The Sky Sword Emperor chuckled, shaking his head. Let us dispense with the term senior. In the future, I may even have to call you Sure, perhaps Shizu. The implication was clear. Lin Ze might soon be apprenticed under the sovereign of the 9 sects or even become the inheritor of a semi-saint. At that point, Lin Ze's status would ascend to the pinnacle of the 9 sects. I am Shui Jianqing, of the celestial origin, also known as the Sky Sword Emperor. I am Lin Ze, the divine martial king of Beichen. Beichen? The Sky Sword Emperor, Shui Jianqing, raised an eyebrow. It is merely a small mortal kingdom. My maternal grandfather is its emperor. That is not what I meant, Shui Jianqing clarified. It is just that the name Beichen sounds somewhat familiar. He inquired further, are you referring to the Beichen dynasty under the banner of Sanjin Mountain in Huawang Realm? Lin Ze was taken aback. It was one thing for the Sky Sword Emperor to be aware of Sanjin Mountain, but he was astonished that he knew of a mortal kingdom called Beichen beneath its domain. A kingdom that had only been established for a few decades had gained such renown. You know of Beichen? Shui Jianqing smiled. Indeed, I do. Celestial fate. Celestial fate. The concept of fate is truly remarkable. What do you mean by that? Shui Jianqing explained. I have an unremarkable junior disciple who a few years ago took on a young apprentice from the Huawang realm. This young apprentice hails from the Wuan dynasty of Sanjin Mountain, and like you, possesses a trace of royal blood from Wuan. However, I later heard that the Wuan dynasty was destroyed by rebels, splitting into Beichen and the Wolf capital. Shui Jianqing continued. It was from him that I first heard the name of the Beichen dynasty. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze's eyes narrowed at the mention of the sensitive term, royal blood of Wuan. Oh, Huawang realm is millions of miles away from the 9 sects, and you are immersed in the celestial gate, untouched by the mortal world. How did you come to know of this? Shui Jianqing pondered for a moment. I believe it was a distant relative from the Wolf capital who wrote to seek his assistance. Distant relatives from the Wolf capital seeking assistance? Lin Ze immediately grasped the implications. If you are interested, I can arrange for my junior disciple's young apprentice to meet you. Thank you, Sky Sword Emperor. Too polite. With that, the Sky Sword Emperor glanced at the individuals on the celestial ladder. At that moment, the previously languid youth, who had once held the first position, had surpassed the others and reclaimed the lead. Observing this, the Sky Sword Emperor expressed mild surprise. This generation truly boasts remarkable talents. With that, the Sky Sword Emperor said to Lin Ze, "Brother Lin, I must continue presiding over the grand trials of Tao Tribulation Mountain. Once this matter concludes, we shall reconvene at the 9 sects." With that, the Sky Sword Emperor's figure vanished from sight. Lin Ze gazed into the void where the Sky Sword Emperor had just been, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. The Wolf Capital. Lin Ze had thought that after the blood sacrifice from the Wolf Capital, the royal blood of Wuan no longer existed in this world. And all that had once been was submerged in the bloodbath, dissipating like smoke into the sea. Yet now, in the realm of the 9 sects, he had once again heard news of the Wolf Capital. Moreover, from the hints dropped by the Sky Sword Emperor, it seemed that there existed some connection between that individual and the Wolf Capital. This stirred new interpretations of certain previously established facts. Lin Ze had once believed that Peng Yong, a deposed monarch whose kingdom was usurped by Beichen, had joined the Celestial Gate, perhaps due to an alliance with the demon sect. Chapter 86, Semi-Saint Hongtian. However, upon deeper reflection, it occurred to him that Peng Yong had suddenly perished shortly after establishing the Wolf Capital. The demon sect had not truly emerged and taken action until 20 years after Peng Yong's demise. Given the nature of the demon sect, it was unlikely they would have waited for such an extended period. It appeared that the Celestial Gate Peng Yong had allied with at that time might not have been the demon sect, but rather the young apprentice of Xue Jianqing's junior disciple. If that were the case, Lin Ze's gaze flitzgeret. His affairs with the Wolf Capital were far from resolved. Lin Ze stood tall at the end of the celestial ladder. On the ladder, upon seeing Lin Ze's proud figure standing at its summit, the portly Taoist and the red-haired youth exchanged glances, silently agreeing not to speak. Meanwhile, the languid youth in green, witnessing Lin Ze's unimpeded ascent, merely raised his eyebrows in mild surprise, his interest deepening. Reach the summit? Ha! How intriguing, truly intriguing. After all these years, you remain the first person who has managed to surpass me in at least one aspect. The young man in the azure attire stood upright, as if he had suddenly discovered a purpose worth striving for, or perhaps an intriguing toy. Finally, he adopted a serious demeanor. A radiant glow accompanied his intense competitiveness. Excellent. I eagerly anticipate your performance in the second round. With that, the young man in azure glanced at the crowd behind him, casually crushed the celestial decree, and vanished from the heavenly ladder. This implied that the young man, who harbored hopes of becoming the second individual to reach the summit, voluntarily relinquished a rare opportunity on the heavenly ladder, choosing to stop here. For him, nothing ever held value unless it was the first. If the first was taken by another, then the pursuit of that endeavor lost all significance. Furthermore, in his eyes, everything in this world was merely a matter of desire or disinterest. There was no concept of capability or incapability. What outsiders regarded as the paramount trial of the Tao Tribulation Mountain appeared trivial to him. The young man vanished into the heavenly ladder, transported to its very end. Witnessing this, the Heavenly Sword Emperor and the 9 beings atop the mountain were momentarily taken aback. He actually chose to forego the heavenly ladder? What is this young man thinking? He doesn't seem incapable of descending. The crowd was perplexed, save for the being known as Old Jiang, who contemplated the azure-clad youth with a knowing gaze. As the strongest participant in this trial, the venerable Qirong observed Lin Ze's swift ascent and noted the casualness of the azure-clad youth. He chuckled and shook his head, remarking on the youthful exuberance of this generation. Ah, how old I have become! As Qirong spoke, he too reached the limits of his abilities. Level 590. He pressed the celestial decree and appeared at the end of the heavenly ladder. At that moment, the Heavenly Sword Emperor Xue Jianqing was announcing the recorded achievements of the azure-clad youth. Awarded 816 strands of tribulation energy. The azure-clad youth paid no heed to the esteemed Tianyuan Emperor, his gaze solely fixed on Lin Ze. Xue Jianqing subtly furrowed his brow. He had little fondness for those who were arrogant due to their talents. Such individuals were difficult to deal with and often exasperating, especially since he himself stood as a Tianyuan Emperor atop the azure domain. To dismiss a Tianyuan Emperor so casually was an audacity rarely seen, even among the scions of the great sects. After all these years, it was his first encounter with someone so lacking in respect for royalty. With a fleeting glance at the azure-clad youth, a hint of cold light flickered in Xue Jianqing's eyes. However, the moment this chill emerged, he suddenly felt an inexplicable, overwhelming terror enveloping him. In this boundless realm, amidst the echoes of eternity, a profound sense of rejection and constriction surged forth. It was as if the very fabric of existence was forsaking Shui Jianqing. The world around him faded into a grayish hue. Simultaneously, a strange tremor coursed through the Tianyuan within him. In the wake of this disturbance, his spiritual essence and corporeal form entered into a dissonant cycle, spiraling out of control. The energy diverted, the sword veered awry, and all this chaos stemmed from but a flicker of anger directed at the azure-clad youth. Merely a slight irritation. And yet the esteemed Tianyuan emperor found himself abandoned by the heavens, his essence running amok. Shui Jianqing could not comprehend the nature of this power. This indescribable pressure, this utter sense of abandonment by the heavens was utterly despairing. He hastily suppressed all emotions within him, diverting his gaze from the azure-clad youth. Only then did the terrifying sensation of celestial abandonment dissipate, and the tumultuous energy within him gradually restored to tranquility. Shui Jianqing's heart raced. This individual before him was certainly no ordinary trial participant. Who on earth was he? At that moment, the azure-clad youth finally addressed Lin Ze, stating, "This time, you have triumphed, but I shall take the next challenge seriously. Thus, I hope you do not take it lightly. Maintain this momentum." Lin Ze shot a bemused glance at the person before him. Great, he had triggered the protagonist's plotline. The individual seemed to be a prodigy who had never tasted defeat. Following the typical narrative, this prodigy would soon become his rival, leading to a classic showdown of the young against the old. A relentless cycle of conflict. How absurd. Lin Ze had no desire to engage with him. Yet, the azure-clad youth appeared even more invigorated. Not speaking? Very well. My name is Hong Tian, your greatest adversary in the second trial. Just remember that. With that, Hong Tian stepped aside, eagerly awaiting the next turn of events. As Hong Tian's anticipation surged, a subtle distortion in time seemed to manifest within the Tao Tribulation Mountain. Below, the 1,000 strands of tribulation energy burned with increased fervor, unnoticed by anyone except the 3,000 zhang gray hair that bound the half-saint stirred with ripples. Having long been dormant, the half-saint finally opened his eyes. Upon awakening, the world transformed from night to day, dispelling the gloom of Tao Tribulation Mountain. The ripples in the void intensified. Clank, clank. The 3,000 zhang gray hair finally shed its gray rust, revealing its true form. These were chains forged from the very laws of the universe. They had always been wary of and bound this being, fearing his wrath would unleash unfathomable burdens upon this realm. As the chains trembled, the other 9 individuals realized that the half-saint had finally encountered a promising candidate within the trial, awakening from his slumber. Ancestor, half-saint. The gaze of the venerable He Qing fell directly upon the one who called himself Hong Tian. He scrutinized him for a long while, then shifted his gaze to Lin Ze. A dull ache resonated from the Tao wounds within him. Chapter 87. Ethereal immortal body under the scrutiny of the half-saint. Everything was laid bare, yet he uttered not a word, merely observing, his eyes gently closing as he awaited the passage of time. The others, witnessing this, dared not disturb the half-saint. Thus, tranquility enveloped the summit of Tao Tribulation Mountain as time flowed onward. Before long, amid the struggles and waiting of those on the heavenly ladder, the 1,000 strands of tribulation energy were consumed. All who had been grappling on the ladder were forcibly extracted from the illusion, transported to its terminus. Many stood in stunned silence. It is over? So soon? I sense there should have been at least 200 strands of time remaining, right? Could it be that the illusion distorted our perception? Or is this still part of the illusion? False. It's all false. A mere illusion cannot sway my mind. The unfinished participants of the heavenly ladder began to murmur amongst themselves, with a few attempting to ascend to higher tiers, evidently affected in their mental state, spouting nonsensical remarks. Unable to calm themselves, the red-haired youth and the plump Taoist child remained composed, awaiting the commencement of the next trial. As for the ancient heavenly ladder, once one reached its latter stages, advancing further became an impossibility. Even with an additional 2,000 strands of time, it would be exceedingly difficult to take another step. Rather than dwell on the past trials of the heavenly ladder, it would be wiser to strategize for the challenges ahead. At that moment, Luo Wuchen approached the red-haired youth. His expression was complex, tinged with a hint of curiosity. Why did you help me just now? Luo Wuchen was acutely aware that, had it not been for the red-haired youth's covert assistance, he would have likely faltered at the initial stages of the heavenly ladder, losing any further opportunity to progress. Yet, this trial of Tao tribulation was a brutal contest of survival. Why would the red-haired youth aid him without reason? Wasn't this tantamount to aiding the enemy? Luo Wuchen was perplexed. In response, the red-haired youth smiled. He did not keep him in suspense, stating plainly, "Because you are of the Qi Ling clan." Luo Wuchen's heart jolted. The bloodline of the Qi Ling clan was his greatest secret. Aside from his two masters, he had never disclosed it to anyone. In the heat of battle during trials, Luo Wuchen would never reveal his true Qi Ling form unless absolutely cornered. And those who forced him into a corner, having witnessed his true form of the Scarlet Spirit, have long since turned to ashes in the furnace of hell. How did this crimson-haired youth come to know such things? Luo Wuchen instinctively distanced himself from the red-haired boy. In the vast Tianlan continent, where myriad races flourish, bloodline and physique are exceedingly precious. Should the world become aware of the existence of their master, they would undoubtedly seek to transform him into a medicinal vessel for blood offerings, in order to seize the profound mysteries of his bloodline, especially the bloodline of the Scarlet Spirit clan, a prestigious lineage renowned among the myriad races. It is a coveted treasure that draws the envy of countless eyes. Thus, the bloodline of the Scarlet Spirit clan is both Luo Wuchen's hidden talent and the root of his original sin, for it brings with it the danger of being unjustly targeted. He must remain vigilant. Noticing Luo Wuchen's reaction, the red-haired youth sighed. "There's no need to be so tense. By relation, you should refer to me as your third great-uncle. That should be correct. Our Scarlet Spirit clan has a tradition of intermarriage, and newborns emerge with perfected blood spirits. A half-blood spirit like you, who is yet to awaken, could only have been produced by my inept little nephew. Third great-uncle?" Luo Wuchen finally understood you. "You are also of the Scarlet Spirit clan?" The red-haired youth nodded. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have the leisure to kindly introduce a stranger from the First Yuan realm to the Tao Tribulation Mountain. Once this matter at the Tao Tribulation Mountain is settled, come back to the clan to recognize your roots, and I'll help awaken your innate blood spirit. By then, you won't need to hide any longer. In this Qingyu region, the Scarlet Spirit clan still holds a modicum of influence." Upon hearing this, Luo Wuchen found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of what to feel. The red-haired youth then inquired, "By the way, it seems you have quite a connection with that individual?" Following the red-haired youth's gaze, Luo Wuchen spotted Lin Ze, standing proudly like an ancient pine. "You little rascal, you even know such a monstrous figure who ranked first in the Tao Tribulation Mountain trials." Luo Wuchen scratched his head. "Well, I wouldn't say we have a close connection. It's just that my second master knows him. I don't know much." "Oh? Do tell." The red-haired youth's interest was piqued. Luo Wuchen leaned in closer to the red-haired boy's ear and shared everything he knew about Lin Ze. After listening to Luo Wuchen's words, the red-haired youth frowned deeply. He shook his head in denial. "That's highly improbable. While it is said that saints can manifest in myriad forms and thoughts can traverse eternity, every individual we encounter might be an incarnation of a saint. However, that remains merely a possibility, with actual likelihood falling short of even a fraction, especially in our Qingyu region, where no saint has been seen for 1 billion years. Then what do you think he is?" Luo Wuchen was unaware of the perspectives and insights of the higher echelons. To them, the only speculation regarding Lin Ze would be that he was an incarnation of a saint. The red-haired youth remained silent, furrowing his brow as he observed Lin Ze, occasionally lowering and raising his head, lost in thought for a time. At that moment, the chubby Taoist boy suddenly uttered 4 words: "Void spirit body." Upon hearing this, the red-haired youth's pupils constricted sharply. "Void spirit body." The two exchanged glances, and an ocean of emotions surged in their eyes, leaving them momentarily speechless. In the distance, the venerable Caron, who had been stroking his beard, also paused. With his level of cultivation, the words spoken by these remarkable individuals naturally reached his ears, yet he preferred to pretend he had not heard. "The void spirit body. I may be of advanced age, but I cannot endure such upheaval." Luo Wuchen was bewildered by their reaction. "What is the void spirit body?" The red-haired youth took a long while to compose himself, stealing furtive glances at Lin Ze again. "The Tao possesses profound mysteries, and the universe harbors miraculous creations. In this world, there are always certain innate wonders that transcend all things. The bloodline that the void spirit body represents is among them. Beyond the bloodlines of the myriad races in Tianlan, there exists a group of miraculous phenomena that are born of nature and cannot be replicated. They are known as the 33 imperial bodies, 17 saint bodies, and 9 immortal bodies. Among these, the existence of the 33 imperial bodies requires top-tier ancient divine veins that rank within the top 100 of the myriad races to even be comparable. As for the 17 saint bodies, the very term saint signifies the weight of their existence. Regarding the 9 immortal bodies, a flicker of deep trepidation and shock crossed the red-haired youth's eyes. That would be a grand jest played by the creation of the universe upon humanity. Chapter 88. All are of earth grade. Medium quality. Seeing the red-haired youth speak so gravely, Luo Wuchen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He then continued, the 9 immortal bodies, one per generation. They cannot be taken, stolen, or touched by others. Hearing this, Luo Wuchen's heart trembled. The implication was, what this means, the red-haired youth said solemnly, is that using the void spirit body as an example, once it appears, there will be no subsequent births of another void spirit body until the current one perishes. If the void spirit body remains unscathed, no new void spirit body will ever emerge. Even their offspring cannot inherit a shred of the spirit's power. Those who covet the void spirit body are destined for futility. As he spoke, the red-haired youth sighed helplessly. Unlike our other bloodlines, which might be cultivated into blood elixirs through the means of powerful beings, the very essence of the void spirit body is bound by the karma of the Tao. It cannot be taken or usurped. Aside from the original master it recognizes, others cannot even touch it. Those who attempt to taint the void spirit body will inevitably suffer karmic backlash and heavenly retribution. In other words, the existence of the 9 immortal bodies is one that others can only admire, never covet. And that is the most tyrannical aspect of the 9 immortal bodies. Upon hearing this, Luo Wuchen took a deep breath. The 9 immortal bodies cannot even be touched by others, nor can they be conceived of. This thing is astonishingly tyrannical. At that moment, the red-haired youth added, this is merely a manifestation of the spirit body's tyranny, its true power. You can see for yourself with this individual. 18 years old, half a step into the divine sea. This is utterly impossible for anyone else, but for the void spirit body, it's as easy as breathing. Because the power of the void spirit body is the essence of the Tao, clear and unobstructed. The possessor of the void spirit body inherently knows no bottleneck in cultivation. They do not need to comprehend the laws, nor do they need to ponder the so-called Tao. They only need to continuously accumulate spiritual energy, amass their foundation. And once the spiritual energy is sufficient, their realm will naturally follow. The red-haired youth pondered for a moment. If I had to describe it specifically, the void spirit body is innately an invincible being standing atop the pinnacle of cultivation, at the very end of the Tao. Yet, they have lost all their spiritual energy and are merely in a process of recovery. After hearing the red-haired youth's entire description of the void spirit body, Luo Wuchen gasped in astonishment. This is utterly absurd. He glanced at Lin Ze, his eyes filled with an indescribable fear. Had he known, he wouldn't have asked. The void spirit body is such an outrageous concept. It would be better to imagine him as an incarnation of a saint instead. Wait a moment. Luo Wuchen suddenly thought. You mentioned the 9 immortal bodies, one per generation. Shouldn't an existence like the void spirit body be eternal, surviving even the end of the world? How could such an existence perish and give rise to another? You might as well guess it's an incarnation of a saint. The red-haired youth shook his head. The 9 immortal bodies are indeed ancient and unparalleled, existing only in legends. But as for incarnations of saints, as I mentioned earlier, no saint has emerged in the Qingyu region for 1 billion years. Within this context, the chubby Taoist boy interjected. The realm of Qingyu is utterly devoid of the embodiment of a saint. This does not imply that Qingyu lacks strength. Rather, the natural laws and environment do not permit such a phenomenon. On the contrary, Qingyu stands as a paragon among the celestial domains, situated at the heart of it all, brimming with formidable power. As for the absence of saints, the reasons are intricate and cannot be elucidated in a moment. You shall comprehend once you enter the 9 sects or return to the Qi Ling clan. Luo Wuchen appeared to grasp only fragments of this revelation. Casting a glance at Lin Ze, he pondered, does this not suggest? Luo Wuchen inhaled sharply, unable to fathom any other possibilities. Following this exchange, the plump Taoist and the crimson-haired youth fell into a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, atop the Daojia mountain, the 9 supreme beings remained in prolonged silence. Their gazes flickered from one to another, then toward the central figure of the half-saint. The half-saint's eyes remained slightly closed, indifferent to the winds and rains, voiceless, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Observing this, the onlookers could only exchange glances momentarily before muttering. Let us observe further. The figure of Emperor Jian, Shui Jianqing, materialized within a grove of steels at the terminus of the heavenly staircase. This grove lay shrouded in mist, with only the vague outlines of the steels discernible. Shui Jianqing unleashed a piercing cry of his sword. The second trial, the ancient heavenly steel. Within this grove lies the burial ground of 9 ancient techniques. They exist as fragments within each steel. Your task is to piece together and comprehend these complete ancient techniques from the remnants of each steel. Within the stipulated time, whoever grasps more techniques with greater completeness will garner more tribulation energy. With a grand gesture, Shui Jianqing dispersed the mist enveloping the grove, revealing its true form. Before their eyes lay ancient stone steels, ensconced in the obsidian earth, battered and broken, with scattered stone fragments strewn about, presenting a scene of desolation and ruin. Whoosh! Threads of tribulation energy danced, coalescing into a blazing orb. The duration of this trial is 5,000 strands of tribulation energy. How much you can comprehend relies solely on your own fortune. After stating this, Shui Jianqing glanced at Lin Ze and Hong Tian. Then his figure vanished once more. The second trial commences immediately. As soon as the words left his lips, the youth clad in azure, Hong Tian, instantly materialized within the grove. Simultaneously, a voice, carried by the wind, reached Lin Ze's ears. This time, I shall not extend any courtesies. I look forward to your performance. Lin Ze cast a sidelong glance at Hong Tian, his expression contemplative. While he could overlook many aspects, he could not disregard the matter of comprehension. You may not realize whose domain this truly is. The grove concealing ancient techniques is but an alternative repository of knowledge. No one understands the repository better than Lin Ze. With that thought, Lin Ze stepped eagerly into the grove. The ancient techniques within Daoji Mountain must be at least of earth grade. Upon entering the grove, Lin Ze's divine level comprehension LV4 activated automatically. You have discovered a fragment of the earth grade mid-tier technique Changhe Luri sword technique. You have discovered a fragment of the earth grade mid-tier technique Tai Xian divine art. You have discovered a fragment of the earth grade mid-tier technique the moon rising over the sea. You have discovered a fragment of the earth grade mid-tier technique Yin Yang Xianbian. You have discovered Xiao Wu Xing Zhenju. At this moment, words fell silent. Lin Ze was immersed in the grove, his mind consumed by but 2 words. Take flight. Chapter 89. Enlightened, fully enlightened. Grateful for the bounties of nature, guided by his divine level comprehension, Lin Ze swiftly pieced together the complete techniques within the grove. Following a moment of reflection, the others also began to grasp the profundities of the grove, each erupting in exclamations. This is indeed an earth-grade mid-tier technique. The 9 sects of Qingyu are undeniably affluent. Earth-grade mid-tier, a legacy that even the great domain masters regard as a treasure, can only be practiced by those of true core lineage. And yet the 9 sects of Qingyu have cast them carelessly into Daoji Mountain for trial takers to peruse at will. How remarkable! Behold this fragment, the Changhe Luri sword technique. It is derived from the core technique of the Changhe sword sect, Changhe Luri Yuan. Its grade is nearly indistinguishable from earth-grade upper tier. If the Changhe Luri sword technique is thus, the other 8 must be of similar caliber. All exceptional within the earth-grade mid-tier. The 9 sects of Qingyu truly embody their reputation. Do not squander time. Hasten to comprehend. Such an opportunity is rare. Upon discovering the essence of these 9 ancient techniques, everyone seized the moment, plunging into the grove and discarding all distractions, intent on swiftly grasping these supreme techniques. In an instant, the grove fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sounds of their diligent study. Before a grand stone stele, Hong Tian closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the rhythms of the cosmos, receptive to its guidance. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, lifting a corner of several stone fragments. A smirk graced Hong Tian's lips. He had found the Tai Xian divine art. With that, he hastily recorded the contents of the fragments, piecing them together into the complete Tai Xian divine art. He then settled into a meditative posture, preparing to immerse himself fully in the understanding of the Tai Xian divine art. Before proceeding, Hong Tian cast a glance at Lin Ze. This time, you cannot possibly be faster than me. With that, Hong Tian closed off his 5 senses. Around him, a mysterious aura began to rise, crafting an optimal environment for comprehension. At this moment, Lin Ze had already gathered all fragments of the 9 techniques. Understanding commenced. You peruse Changha Lori sword technique. Under your terrifying comprehension nearing the Tao, Changha Lori sword technique has been fully unraveled and extrapolated to the 10th layer. Changha Lori sword technique LV10, Grand Completion. You have comprehended an earth-grade mid-tier technique. Your understanding of divine-level comprehension has deepened. Divine-level comprehension LV4 110,000. You peruse Tai Shin Divine Art. After an intense bout of comprehension, Lin Ze had learned all 9 techniques within the grove. Simultaneously, his talent progression surged by a remarkable 900 points. Divine-level comprehension LV4 910,000. Upon lifting his gaze to observe the remaining time for the burning tribulation energy, he noted that only 9 strands had been consumed thus far. 9 strands. The trial of comprehension had scarcely begun, yet it had already concluded. With the arrival of these 9 Earth-grade mid-tier techniques, Lin Ze felt as though he could foresee the fusion and birth of Earth-grade upper-tier techniques. Once this trial was concluded and his work submitted, he would be poised to commence the fusion and embark on a genuine breakthrough to a higher realm. However, this was not the moment for submission. The time of 9 strands of tribulation energy was astonishing, surpassing the bounds of human comprehension. Even if Lin Ze intended to showcase his prowess, it could not manifest in such a manner. Thus, he remained in place, meditating while observing the performances of others, estimating their approximate results based on their timing. As time passed, after 100 strands of tribulation energy, Hong Tian awakened. He first glanced at the time, then muttered to himself, 100 strands. I've comprehended sufficiently to manage the trial. Satisfied, Hong Tian nodded. He then turned to Lin Ze, observing that Lin Ze remained immersed in meditation, yet to awaken. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Hong Tian's lips, though simultaneously. He felt a twinge of disappointment. Is this all you are capable of? Alas, the long road ahead, devoid of rivals. This world is unbearably lonely. With a soft sigh, Hong Tian closed his eyes, continuing to attune himself to the rhythms of the cosmos, in search of the second technique. Moments later, Hong Tian discovered the second technique. He settled into a cross-legged position, preparing to delve into the understanding of the second technique. At that moment, he glanced at Lin Ze once more, and upon realizing Lin Ze was still engrossed in his understanding, Hong Tian could not help but feel a wave of ennui. His pursuit of these techniques was merely to contend with Lin Ze. Yet, witnessing Lin Ze's current demeanor, even with the Earth-grade mid-tier techniques before him, Hong Tian found his motivation waning. What a bore! What utter boredom! Alas, just as Hong Tian lamented the dullness, Lin Ze awakened. Oh, he's awake! A faint smile graced the corners of Hong Tian's mouth as Lin Ze gained insight, which delighted him even more than his own realizations. He glanced at the time, noting that only a mere 10 strands had passed since his own awakening. Excellent. There is still more to enjoy. Hong Tian felt a surge of joy. However, unexpectedly, the next moment, Lin Ze rose and strode towards the inspection stone at the end of the stone forest. This signified Lin Ze's choice to assess his comprehension progress, signaling an end to this trial. In that instant, Hong Tian's joy dissipated completely. He was taken aback. In the shadows, Shui Jianqing and the others atop the mountain were equally stunned. They beheld Lin Ze placing his hands upon the towering black inspection stone, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power instantly pouring forth. Buzz! A ripple of water spread through the mountains. A torrential river descended from the heavens, flowing toward the setting sun. A crimson sun shone brilliantly above the river. This was the imagery of the Longha Lori sword technique. Atop the mountain, the master of the Longha sword's sex gaze sharpened. The Longha Lori. In just over 100 strands of tribulation energy, this quality had already surpassed many beginners. Nearing mastery, it seemed his affinity with the Longha Lori sword technique was remarkably high. This young man must be destined to be connected with my Longha sword sect. Others merely curled their lips in disdain, muttering about mere coincidence, as he had simply chosen the Longha Lori sword technique. Before they could voice their thoughts, the Longha Lori imagery vanished. A vast ocean surged and receded in the twilight. A radiant full moon slowly ascended from the horizon. The moon rises over the sea. The master of the new moon manor sat up straight, disbelief etched across her face. The moon rises over the sea? In just over 100 strands of time, he comprehended 2 techniques? The master of the new moon manor was astonished, while below, Hong Tian stood dumbfounded, speechless. Two techniques? He glanced at the time again, reconfirming. He had not lost focus. It had indeed only been 10 strands. How could he have comprehended 2 techniques in that brief span? I have only just grasped one. But this was not the end. Following the manifestation of the moon rising over the sea, 2 energies, one black and one white, entwined in the void, depicting the transformation of yin and yang. This was the essence of the yin-yang mystique. Chapter 90. The celestial body of all methods? Yin-yang mystique. At this moment, even the usually taciturn master of the yin-yang sect could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet. The path of the yin-yang sect is the great way of heaven and earth. Yin and yang, heaven and earth, light and dark, life and death. Yin and yang represent the 2 extremes of the universe. Thus, among the 9 sects, the yin-yang sect's techniques have the highest threshold, demanding the strictest requirements for comprehension and talent. Throughout the trials on Daoji Mountain, the comprehension rate of the yin-yang mystique has always ranked last, with instances of comprehension countable on 2 hands. The few rare talents who comprehended the yin-yang mystique were often novices. Given the high demands of the yin-yang mystique, those who had the time and energy to grasp it could easily comprehend at least 2 other techniques. The cost outweighed the benefits. The rigor of the yin-yang mystique was evident. Yet now, this individual not only comprehended the yin-yang mystique in such a short time, but simultaneously grasped the Longaluri sword technique and the moon rising over the sea. The master of the yin-yang sect was incredulous, a prodigy. Amazing! Before he could finish his thought, the master of the yin-yang sect's expression froze once more. On the inspection stone, the 5 great elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth replaced the yin and yang energies, demonstrating the wondrous spectacle of the 5 elements creation. The lesser 5 elements true technique. The 4th technique. The onlookers exchanged silent glances. Even the usually enigmatic Han Tian was left in a daze, speechless for an extended period. The others had long been overwhelmed by Lin Ze's inspection imagery. They gazed at Lin Ze as if he were a monster, a terrifying deity. Hiss! How long has it been? While I have yet to fully comprehend a single technique, he has already grasped 4? Is he even human? Clearly not. Silence. Nothing but silence. At that moment, everyone was at a loss for words. The world was serene. Only Lin Ze's imagery continuously soared and shone with resplendent brilliance. After a moment, the imagery of the lesser 5 elements true technique faded. The light on the inspection stone gradually returned to tranquility. Seeing this, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. It was finally over. Please, no more. This is too terrifying. However, before that breath was fully released, the next moment, a radiant light surged once more from the inspection stone. The supreme profound elegance, the way descends upon the world. Holy moly! The 5th technique. The crowd stood dumbfounded, their expressions dazed, as if caught in a dream. Even the rare prodigies of the Qingyu region could not possibly be this exceptional. Could they? Atop the mountain, the 9 great sages twitched their faces. Incredulity written all over them. 5 techniques. At this rate, it seems... Based on Lin Ze's premature conclusion of his comprehension and the remarkable results he displayed, it is likely he has comprehended all 9 techniques in the stone forest. Sure enough, following the imagery of the supreme, profound technique, the 6th technique began to reveal itself. In the midst of profound silence, the 7th, 8th, and 9th techniques emerged in succession. Thus, Lin Ze's second trial concluded with resounding success. All 9 techniques mastered. Above the mountain, the 9 esteemed sages remained silent for a long time. Finally, one spoke. The characteristics of the ethereal celestial body do not seem to be comprehension, do they? The ethereal celestial body. It could easily be called the celestial body of all methods. The celestial body of all methods. One of the 9 celestial bodies of the Great Way, renowned for its mastery of all techniques. It is said that those who possess the celestial body of all methods have comprehension akin to the Tao, understanding the myriad techniques of heaven and earth. The celestial body of all methods perceives the sky and earth, gaining insights from all. To be more specific, a person with the celestial body of all methods can idly gaze at the sky and perceive the laws of the heavens shifting, thus comprehending the great way of heaven. Even digging in the soil can lead to insights into the mysteries of the earth. Even a simple act of drinking water could yield profound techniques. The bearer of the celestial body of all methods needs no scripture. They themselves embody the essence of the law. Every word and action, Every movement possesses tremendous power. Divine arts and wondrous techniques are at their fingertips. The absurdity is beyond measure. And this Lin Ze's performance and comprehension is almost identical to the descriptions of the legendary celestial body of all methods, isn't it? But how do we explain his 18-year-old half-step divine sea realm? There are no bottlenecks in realms. This is the power of the ethereal celestial body. Do you think it's possible for two celestial bodies to coexist within a single individual? The others exchanged peculiar glances. Forget I mentioned it. After a brief moment of silence, they could no longer restrain themselves and turned their inquisitive gazes toward the half-saint of Qinghe. The situation of this individual was indeed somewhat beyond comprehension. The half-saint of Qinghe sensed their gazes, but remained silent, his eyes slightly closed, as if slipping into slumber once again. The others dared not disturb him. The summit of Daojia Mountain fell into tranquility. At the end of the stone forest, Shui Jianqing's figure materialized. He looked at Lin Ze as if he had seen a ghost. Sword Emperor. Sighing deeply, Shui Jianqing remarked, Brother Lin, your comprehension is unparalleled. In my years traversing the Qingyu region, I have never encountered anyone as gifted as you. With your talent, it is likely that within a mere 10,000 years, the entire Qingyu will regard you as its sovereign. Lin Ze smiled. You flatter me, Sword Emperor. This is no mere flattery, Shui Jianqing shook his head. Given Lin Ze's extraordinary performance in will and comprehension, even if he performs poorly in the third trial, he is undoubtedly destined to be the heir of a half-saint. With the full support of a half-saint and Lin Ze's innate talent, Shui Jianqing stated that 10,000 years was a conservative estimate. First place. Comprehended all 9 complete techniques. Reward. 1,000 strands of tribulation energy. Shui Jianqing announced Lin Ze's achievements loudly, subsequently infusing an additional 1,000 strands of tribulation energy into his celestial fate token. This has propelled Lin Ze's Qi of Calamity to an unparalleled zenith, one that no one can hope to surpass. Meanwhile, Hong Tian's expression was inscrutable. He had lost once more, despite exerting every ounce of his effort. Hong Tian ground his teeth, displaying a bizarre mix of emotions, laughter, anger, and an ignited competitive spirit, all intertwined with the caution that comes from facing a lifelong rival. In an instant, he appeared beside Lin Ze. You've triumphed again? What else could it be? Hong Tian smirked, a hint of intrigue in his voice. He turned to Shui Jianqing. With both will and comprehension tested, the next round should be a practical trial, correct? I demand to face him once more. I refuse to believe you can outshine me in a real battle. When it came to combat, Hong Tian radiated an unwavering martial spirit, showing no fear. Clearly, real combat was his forte, far surpassing his abilities in tests of comprehension and will. Shui Jianqing frowned at this declaration. In the next moment, the sensation of abandonment by the heavens returned once more. Enough already. Shui Jianqing was at his wit's end. If both of you insist on it, I might consult with the half-saint and the sect leader to permit you to advance to the third trial ahead of schedule. With that, he glanced at Lin Ze, who merely shot a sidelong glance at Hong Tian. Their gazes locked. Both were at a half-step into the divine sea. What do you think you can achieve with a half-step into the divine sea? Lin Ze scoffed. This is pointless. I have only one goal in battle. His eyes fell upon revered Qirong. Among those present, revered Qirong undoubtedly possessed the highest realm, human Dao Tianyuan. A cultivator at the human Dao Tianyuan level would dominate with a crushing disparity. Any hesitation would be a blatant disrespect to the term human Dao Tianyuan. Even now, Lin Ze would struggle against such a vast difference in realm. The chasm between a half-step into the divine sea and the Tianyuan was an entire realm apart. Not to mention, revered Qirong was a figure of such esteemed title. The Tianyuan realm is categorized into 5 innate levels. Spiritual Light Tianyuan, Human Dao Tianyuan, Earth Dao Tianyuan, and Heaven Dao Tianyuan, each step representing a significant elevation. Most individuals achieve the Spiritual Light Tianyuan, while those who attain the Human Dao Tianyuan are regarded as exceptional talents. Hence the name Human Dao. With revered Qirong's Human Dao Tianyuan level, overpowering Lin Ze, an extraordinary half-step into the divine sea would pose no challenge. However, the unfortunate truth was that Lin Ze would soon no longer be a half-step into the divine sea. Following the fusion of his cultivation techniques, he would be capable of contending with the human Dao Tianyuan. A smile crept upon Lin Ze's lips as he anticipated the long-awaited clash. Upon hearing Lin Ze's words, "On tient es bravado faltered." Wasn't this his usual declaration? How infuriating! Hong Tian intended to retort, But Lin Ze had already dashed aside, closing his eyes in preparation for the impending battle. In a moment of haze, he seemed to transform into an entirely different Hong Tian. Observing this, Hong Tian was left speechless. Had he truly been so exasperating before? You underestimate me, don't you? Humph. Soon you will realize just how mistaken you were. With that, Hong Tian, too, retreated to a corner to meditate. Atop the peak of Daoji Mountain, the 9 great sages couldn't help but chuckle. These 2 youngsters, if they truly wished to clash ahead of time, I would be more than willing to permit it and witness the sparks that these prodigies will ignite. Indeed, Hong Tian was remarkable, grasping a technique within a mere 100 breaths, an extraordinary talent seldom seen in millennia, especially considering the manner in which he suppressed Daoji Mountain. It seemed as though both the mountain and the heavens conspired to assist him. Such methods were truly unfathomable. So, have you discerned Hong Tian's true nature? One of the sages inquired. Old Jiang, another sage, urged, you seem to have an inkling earlier. Old Jiang replied, I've been speculating that Hong Tian might also be a celestial body. Even if he isn't, he is likely one of the 17 sacred bodies. At this revelation, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Sacred body? Celestial body? Lin Ze's identity had yet to be clarified, and now another had emerged. Do you think the legendary celestial and sacred bodies are as common as cabbages? Why do they all seem to appear in my Azure domain? Have we inadvertently disturbed a nest of celestial bodies? During this Azure domain selection, have we summoned forth all the hidden celestial and sacred bodies? Enough with the interruptions. Old Jiang, do continue. Old Jiang stroked his chin thoughtfully. I've been closely observing Hong Tian since earlier. Whether on the heavenly ladder or while piecing together fragments of techniques, there exists a mysterious force aiding him. When he ascends the heavenly ladder, it dims, guiding each of his steps to the weakest points of calamity. When he seeks techniques, the calamity winds stir those fragments. Everything flows smoothly, as if the world bends to his will. It truly seems as though the universe favors him. Old Jiang added, this excessive divine favor bears a striking resemblance to a certain sacred body and that celestial body, don't you think? Upon hearing Old Jiang's words, the others immediately recalled 2 names, the Hongyun sacred body and the Tianming celestial body. The Hongyun sacred body, the embodiment of luck among the 17 sacred bodies. Possessing this sacred body grants one the utmost fortune in the world. Such luck manifests in countless ways, finding unparalleled techniques upon leaving home, surviving fatal falls to inherit the powers of the mighty, randomly purchasing a sword of legendary status, or witnessing a life-threatening adversary struck down by divine retribution. These are merely the basics. As for the Tianming celestial body, it epitomizes destiny. If the Hongyun sacred body is the manifestation of worldly luck, then the Tianming celestial body is the very essence of fate. The most commonly cited phrase regarding the Tianming celestial body is, all actions and thoughts become reality. All desires and intentions shape the world. Destiny is with me. The interpretation of this phrase is subjective. In any case, the existence of the Tianming celestial body, akin to the ethereal celestial body and the 10,000 law celestial body, represents the pinnacle of a certain path, endowed with the extraordinary mysteries of the great Tao. Atop Daoji Mountain, the mention of the Tianming celestial body and the Hongyun sacred body stirred the 9 sages into a flurry. They exchanged glances between Lin Ze and Hong Tian, hesitant to speak. After a long moment, the 9 sages sighed deeply. A new generation of talents emerges. Indeed, 2 seemingly celestial beings. This trial atop Daoji Mountain promises to be truly captivating. I can hardly wait to witness the collision of their brilliance. With Qirong the old rascal present, this contest will surely ignite further flames of competition. Using Qirong as a whetstone might be a tad harsh. No matter, we shall observe and witness the limits of these suspected celestial beings. As the 9 sages deliberated, time flowed swiftly. While Lin Ze meditated, he successfully fused the newly acquired 9 mid-tier Earth-level techniques with his existing knowledge. You have observed the heavens and gained insight, leading to new thoughts on your learned techniques. You have fused your acquired mental methods. Your primary mental method is the Great Desolation's Falling Heaven record, with a total of 2 supplementary tomes. The Great Desolation's Falling Heaven record has achieved a breakthrough in quality. You have comprehended the mid-tier Earth-level technique, Heavenly Desolation's Dual Extremes, True Skill. You have observed the heavens and gained insight. You have fused your learned body refinement methods. Your primary body refinement method is Burning Sacred True Demon Technique, with a total of 2 supplementary tomes. The Burning Sacred True Demon Technique has achieved a breakthrough in quality. You have comprehended the mid-tier Earth-level technique, Flame, Demon True Body. Chapter 92. Ascension of Realms with the arrival of top-tier Earth-grade middle-level martial arts from the Nine Gates. Lin Ze's accumulated knowledge finally merged and upgraded to Earth-grade upper level. Mental technique. Earth-grade upper level, Tianhuang 2 Extremes True Art LV10. Body refinement method. Earth-grade upper level. Yima True Body LV10. Movement technique. Earth-grade upper level. Yuhua True Formula LV10. Sword technique. Earth-grade upper level. Wanhut Songfeng Sword Invocation LV10. Feast technique. Under the powerful impetus of these Earth-grade upper-level techniques, Lin Ze's aura instantaneously stepped into the extreme realm. Boom! The illusory sea plunged into the realm of reality. Lin Ze plunged into the depths of the ocean, exploring the vastness of heaven and earth. The divine sea realm was instantly achieved. Buzz! The formless waves washed over Lin Ze's body, cleansing him of mortal impurities and crashing against his divine sea. The energy within Lin Ze's divine sea grew increasingly robust. 1 breath, 2 breaths. In but a moment, Lin Ze had reached the pinnacle of the divine sea realm. Immediately following, the waves surged and fell. Lin Ze's divine sea trembled. They gathered towering waves, seeking to cleanse the sky above and part the resplendent celestial source that guided the path of fate. Crash! The heavens roared in fury, intent on destroying the divine sea that dared to profane the realm of the divine. The entire world trembled, trembling. Specks of brilliance began to reveal themselves in the sky. The resplendent celestial source belonging to Lin Ze had begun to shine, guiding him through the tumultuous waves. In the divine sea, a colossal dragon sword, a blood-red dragon, representing Lin Ze's true body, suddenly opened its eyes. It emitted a roar that reverberated through the heavens, seeking to ride the tides and break through the dense clouds to achieve the celestial source. Yet, in the next moment, the waves gradually calmed, the furious tide subsiding. Lin Ze chose to halt here, for beyond the pinnacle of the divine sea, the next step was to condense the celestial source. The celestial source is the culmination of a cultivator's lifelong pursuit, the utmost recognition from heaven and earth, a license from the heavens specifically granted to them. For types of celestial sources, for distinct opportunities. Once condensed, there would be no chance for alteration or a fresh start. Condensing the celestial source demands utmost caution. It requires the right timing, favorable conditions, and harmonious relations, none of which can be overlooked. Given Lin Ze's current circumstances, condensing the earth path should pose no issue. However, what he saw was not the earth path, but the heavenly path, with a divine level comprehension as his advantage. It would be a disservice to the existence of such an advantage if he did not produce a top-tier heavenly path celestial source. Thus, Lin Ze chose to temporarily refrain, waiting until he entered the Qingyu 9 sects to deepen his foundation and attain better conditions before making a breakthrough. Opening his eyes, Lin Ze exhaled deeply. With his realm reaching the pinnacle of the divine sea and his techniques upgraded to earth-grade upper level, this phase should pose no significant problems. Lifting his gaze to check the time, he realized that during the integration of techniques and breakthrough, time had quietly slipped past 2,000 strands. Some individuals present were already showing signs of distress. This trial was nearing its conclusion. Lin Ze grew increasingly eager for the forthcoming third trial of combat. He had long awaited a thrilling battle. As Lin Ze prayed, the 9 great sages of the Qingyu were rendered numb by his display. An 18-year-old half-step divine sea was not something they had witnessed firsthand. That was difficult to articulate. But an 18-year-old at the pinnacle of the divine sea, that had transpired right before their very eyes. They watched in astonishment as Lin Ze surged directly from half-step divine sea to the pinnacle of the divine sea in a swift motion. It was just a flash. Gone. The 9 esteemed leaders were left in a daze. After living for tens of millions of years, when had they ever seen someone break through their realm with such swiftness? They remained silent for quite some time. Finally, someone muttered, "It must be the ethereal celestial body. There's no other explanation. If it weren't for that, I would devour the entire Daol mountain." But what about his comprehension? It couldn't be that he possessed dual celestial bodies. Perhaps it was a saintly body and a celestial body? Or maybe he possessed some astonishing ancient bloodline with remarkable comprehension, augmented by the ethereal celestial body. That seemed plausible. What a load of nonsense. I genuinely suspect my existence over these millions of years has been in vain. The 9 great sages began to chatter amongst themselves. Meanwhile, The semi-saint Qinghe remained silent, his eyes closed. Time swiftly passed, and 5,000 strands later, the second trial concluded. Without a doubt, Lin Ze claimed first place, achieving full comprehension of the 9 gates. He became the first record holder in the history of Daeol Mountain trials to attain full comprehension of the 9 gates. Others managed to grasp 2 to 3 gates to varying degrees. This time, the semi-saint selection attracted the pinnacle talents from all realms of Qingyu, resulting in much better trial performances compared to previous occasions. Among them were the plump Taoist boy, the crimson-haired youth from the Chilean clan, and an unexpectedly formidable bearded man who comprehended 4 gates before time ran out. In ordinary circumstances, the 9 great sages would have exchanged pleasantries and perhaps engaged in bets or vying for talents. However, in this instance, in the presence of Lin Ze and Hong Tian, 2 seemingly celestial beings, the brilliance of others was completely overshadowed, rendering them mere commoners beneath their radiance. They were hardly worth mentioning. Their focus was solely on the astonishing performances yet to come from Lin Ze and Hong Tian. Thus, as the second trial concluded, Xue Jianqing received the highest directive from the 9 great sages. Quickly commenced the third trial. With a wave of his hand, Xue Jianqing bypassed even the customary congratulatory remarks and directly unveiled the mist at the end of the steel forest. Within that mist lay a winding mountain path leading to the summit of Daeol Mountain. At the pinnacle, an ancient battlefield loomed majestically. Xue Jianqing stood before the winding path and proclaimed, "The third trial is the ancient battlefield. This stage tests your foundational qualities." Before he could finish, Xue Jianqing's brow twitched. "Are you annoying me?" He shot a glance at Hong Tian, hastily adding the final words and combat abilities. Our Qingyu 9 sects have always believed that a person's foundational qualities encompass various aspects. Mere testing cannot reveal their latent potential. Only in life-and-death situations, when faced with insurmountable deadlocks, can your foundational potential be maximally developed and showcased. Therefore, our Qingyu 9 sects have combined the testing of foundational qualities with combat abilities. During your battles, this ancient battlefield will record your foundational qualities, which will ultimately yield a performance assessment. As for your combat results, they will be determined by your rankings. Follow me. With those words, Xue Jianqing led everyone earnestly up the winding path leading to the ancient battlefield atop the mountain, arriving at the vast battleground. What met their eyes was a scene of ruin. An aura of ancient desolation and autumn's melancholic chill filled the hearts of all present. Chapter 93. Unexpected figures, and at the heights of the ancient battlefield, 10 terrifying figures, unparalleled in ancient and modern times, stood proudly, exuding an aura that shook the heavens and the earth. Among them, one figure was entirely wrapped in chains of divine laws, his existence stirring the very fabric of reality. Without a doubt, these 10 were the supreme semi-saints and the 9 grand masters of Qingyu. Having endured the trials, the crowd finally beheld these legendary, supreme beings. They immediately bowed in deference. "Salutations, semi-saint." "Salutations, 9 grand masters." The semi-saint remained silent, his gaze seemingly closed yet unfocused, as if observing someone or perhaps no one at all. The other 9 spoke. "Do not mind us, proceed with your trials." Jianqing began. "Yes." Xue Jianqing turned, casting a cold glance over everyone. "The third trial is the ancient battlefield. This trial will be conducted without rules or restrictions. Hidden weapons, techniques, divine weapons, elixirs, poisons. Any combat methods you can conceive are permissible. Real combat is unrestrained. In a life-and-death battle, no one will adhere to rules. Survival is your only choice." Having spoken, Xue Jianqing waved his hand grandly, causing all to be drawn into the air and swiftly swirl amidst the tempest of the void. The storm brewed, obscuring the reality within. The ancient battlefield was divided into 2 contests. The first contest, a chaotic melee, would see all participants divided into 10 groups for a free-for-all battle. The top 10 from each group would earn an additional opportunity for a designated challenge. The second contest, the designated challenge. After the melee concluded, your foundational qualities would be recorded by the battlefield, integrating the total calamity scores from your 3 trials into an overall ranking. Consequently, if any of you were dissatisfied with your ranking, you would have the chance to challenge any individual on the leaderboard, and ultimately, your standings would reflect your combat prowess in the 4th trial. The crowd grasped the situation. The initial melee was merely a warm-up, a performance. Those with foundational strength would be tested accordingly, while those lacking it would rely on their explosive potential. If one could fight, they would, and if not, it mattered little. The second contest was where the true results would be determined. With that said, The drawing of lots to decide the combat groups commenced. As the storm swayed, they transformed into radiant lights shooting forth from the tempest. Their respective masters instantly appeared across the battlefield. Shui Jianqing's voice echoed throughout. The groups are set. The melee officially begins. No sooner had Shui Jianqing finished speaking than chaos erupted. Swish. Boom. Get lost. In the battlefield, flames erupted and stones shattered the sky. Divine lights burst forth, and sword marks rent the heavens and split the earth. Everyone displayed their abilities, commencing an exceedingly chaotic battle. Lin Ze found himself in the 7th group. This group lacked the plump Taoist and the crimson-haired youth from the Chilean tribe, as well as the revered Kuro and Hong Tian. All that remained were inconspicuous minor characters. Similarly, Hong Tian's group had no formidable opponents worth mentioning. Disappointed, Hong Tian glanced in Lin Ze's direction. What a pity! In the entirety of the Dao Jian Mountain trial, only Lin Ze was worthy of a second glance, someone to be anticipated. As for the others, Hong Tian withdrew his gaze, coldly eyeing the individuals in his group. They were aware of Hong Tian's prowess and planned to unite against him first. Hong Tian's expression revealed disdain. A swarm of ants. All of you shall perish. Boom! As Hong Tian stamped his foot, explosive shockwaves rippled across the battlefield. His half-step divine C cultivation erupting in full force. Half-step divine C? Nothing more than this. Higher cultivators sensed Hong Tian's true strength and immediately felt relieved. Just as one prepared to casually point and eliminate Hong Tian, suddenly, the world dimmed. The world in his eyes turned to shades of gray and black. An aura of destruction and decay permeated, as if the entire realm were on the brink of annihilation. Terrified, he attempted to resist, only to find himself utterly immobilized. His body trembled involuntarily. In the next moment, a massive sword chi surged from behind him. It appeared to have originated from another battle group, an uncontrolled release. Immediately after, a small stone, caught in the tempest of the battlefield, hurtled towards him with an uncanny force. This seemingly insignificant pebble posed a death threat to him, a distinguished divine sea cultivator. It's over. At that moment, a figure clad in green surged forth, whisking him away. It was Shui Jianqing. He sensed the anomaly and acted to save the individual. Once rescued, the person immediately spoke to Shui Jianqing. Sword Emperor, something felt amiss just now. I understand. As he spoke, Shui Jianqing waved his hand again, rescuing several others who were on the verge of dying due to unforeseen circumstances. 1 breath, 2 breaths. In a flash, Shui Jianqing continued to wave his hand, and soon, there was not a soul left in Hong Tian's battlefield. Hong Tian emerged as the sole victor. Did we really just lose? Did we even start fighting? The crowd was aghast, as if they had seen a ghost. What was this? Such a method of combat existed? In stark contrast, Hong Tian appeared as if he had merely performed a trivial task. With an unperturbed expression, he left the battlefield, awaiting the commencement of the second contest. Sword Emperor, isn't this a bit too? Shui Jianqing replied indifferently. You have been eliminated. There is but one victor in this round. Prepare well for the upcoming designated challenge. Having said that, Shui Jianqing continued to survey the battlefield. The 9 great sect leaders remained unfazed. It would indeed be strange if Hong Tian, suspected of being an immortal body, were to lose. After Hong Tian's match concluded, they turned their attention to Lin Ze. On the other side, Lin Ze similarly concluded the melee with a single punch. The entire process was uneventful, lacking any significant highlights. A single punch determined the outcome. The revered Kuro, the ostensible first, was no exception. The 3 rounds of group melees had concluded even before they began. The other groups performed rather mediocrely. After all, this melee was merely a warm-up to assess foundational strength. It did not determine anything. Revealing one's cards and capabilities too early could be detrimental to the following matches. Thus, all participants fought with restraint, rarely exerting themselves fully. After a while, the melee came to an end. The ancient battlefield assessed everyone's foundational qualities, integrating the previous calamity scores to provide the final rankings. First place, without a doubt, was Lin Ze. He had defeated his opponents with overwhelming superiority in every match. Second place went to Hong Tian, who had maintained a lackadaisical attitude, leaving no trace within the top 100. Thus, the second position was awarded to a rather unexpected individual, the burly man with a thick beard who had entered right behind Lin Ze and Luo Wuchen, clutching ahead. Chapter 94. Final Battle of Kuro and Glory. The sudden rise of the burly man astonished everyone, except for Lin Ze and Hong Tian. They had recognized the unusual nature of this man from the outset, who could enter Dao Gem Mountain immediately upon its opening without being extraordinary. His ostentatious demeanor was merely a facade to conceal his true self, aiming to make others underestimate him and label him as a fool, thus evading their vigilance. However, for both Lin Ze and Hong Tian, the burly man was not someone they deemed worthy of caution. Their only rivals from beginning to end were the revered Kuro, Lin Ze. To think he secured second place? We were all deceived by this fellow. Those who could enter this semi-saint selection were the me de la me of their realms. How could there truly be any fools among them? His securing second place is only natural. This man's comprehension was extraordinary, having grasped 4 doors of understanding. He also seemed to rank highly in the heavenly ladder, entering Dao Jie Mountain in a prominent position. Considering this round's foundational assessment, his foundational quality was undoubtedly impressive. It was only logical for him to rank second. The crowd exchanged remarks about the burly man. Shui Jianqing and the 9 great sect leaders merely shot him a fleeting glance. Still, the same words echoed in their minds. Under normal circumstances, he might be a noteworthy figure, but in this instance, their focus was solely on Lin Ze and Hong Tian, the 2 most radiant suns. The light of the sun was sufficient to eclipse all else. To be placed in the same trial as these 2 monsters was perhaps their greatest misfortune. Shui Jianqing waved his hand, returning to each participant. The second round, the designated challenge, commenced. From this moment forth, if you have any objections to your ranking, you may challenge any individual of your choosing. If you succeed in your challenge, your ranking shall be exchanged. If you fail, you shall no longer have the opportunity to challenge and can only passively accept challenges from others. Time. Shui Jianqing released a surge of calamity energy until the 5,000 strands of calamity energy were completely consumed. Having said that, Shui Jianqing ceased speaking and directed his gaze towards Hong Tian. Predictably, he would undoubtedly be the first to step forward. Sure enough, as Shui Jianqing's words fell, Hong Tian could hardly contain himself. I wish to challenge the first place. The old man challenged the first. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. One is Hong Tian, and the other is the venerable Ku Rong, who appears as a withered sage in his twilight years. Both challenge Lin Ze simultaneously. Observing this, Shui Jianqing remarked that while both are vying for the challenge, the esteemed Ku Rong, possessing a higher rank, holds the right of first challenge. Upon hearing this, Hong Tian let out a resigned sigh. Casting a glance at the venerable sage, he quipped, "Old man, at your advanced age, do you still dare to engage in combat? Aren't you afraid of shattering your own bones?" The venerable Ku Rong stroked his white beard with a smile, responding, "I am but a man nearing the end of his days, already half buried in the earth. What do I have to fear from such trivialities?" He continued, "While I still possess a modicum of strength, I wish to witness the talents of the younger generation in the Qingyu realm to illuminate the final chapters of my life, making this lengthy journey worthwhile." The venerable sage added, "Moreover, by challenging first, I can pave the way for you, my young friend, allowing both you and the other prodigy to perform to your fullest potential." Hong Tian curled his lips in disdain. "Who needs you to pave the way? Well, if you seek your own demise, I shan't stop you. Hurry up and fight. It's my turn next." In his words, Hong Tian seemed to have already concluded that the venerable Ku Rong, a formidable figure of the human Dao Tian Yuan, would undoubtedly lose. Shui Jianqing and the 9 esteemed sect leaders shared a sense of astonishment. To face a grand realm with merely a half-step well, now it is at the pinnacle of the divine sea. To confront a formidable Tian Yuan is an exceedingly arduous task, especially against a seasoned veteran like the venerable Ku Rong, who possesses both heritage and depth. The gap between him and the pinnacle of the divine sea is unfathomable. Even if Lin Ze possesses the ethereal immortal body, it is merely that of the pinnacle of the divine sea, not yet invincible. This battle has left even the 9 esteemed sect leaders uncertain. Could it be that Hong Tian's immense confidence in Lin Ze stems from his previous loss to him, leading him to believe that only Lin Ze exists in this world? Do these immortal bodies truly consider the disparity in realms as mere trifles? Lost in thought, Lin Ze had already arrived at the center of the battlefield, having waited long for the venerable Ku Rong. "Come fort, venerable Ku Rong, I implore you. Please, young friend." The 2 took their positions, and a monumental clash was imminent. Others neglected their own challenges, knowing that time was plentiful and they could fight at any moment. However, a duel against the venerable Ku Rong was a rare opportunity. I wager 108 pills that the venerable Ku Rong will emerge victorious. The venerable sage is a seasoned powerhouse. For the first to win, I deem it unlikely. That may not be so. His consistent prowess is evident. Enough chatter. Let the battle commence. In that moment, both Lin Ze and the venerable Ku Rong unleashed astonishing auras, their oppressive forces fully unleashed. To confront the venerable sage, Lin Ze held nothing back. He did not test the waters. Heavenly Desolation's dual extremes. Level 10. Flame Demon True Body. Level 10. Feather Transformation True Technique. Level 10. Lin Ze launched an all-out assault under the explosive might of 3 supreme techniques at level 10. Lin Ze's aura surprisingly held parity with that of the venerable Ku Rong, a distinguished figure of the human Tao. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, and in an instant, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Boom! The venerable Ku Rong classed his famed technique, the Ku Rong Life and Death Technique. With a thought of decay and rejuvenation, his left half regained youthful vigor, hair dark and vibrant, brimming with boundless vitality. The earth rejuvenated, as if flowers blossomed at his whim. Conversely, his right half succumbed to decay, hair white as snow, exuding an aura of inexorable death. The vast expanse echoed with the lament of countless dying greens. The ancient battlefield was instantaneously divided into starkly contrasting realms of life and death. The venerable sage stood proudly at this threshold, like a deity presiding over the fates of life and death, with a slight clasp of his hands. The power of decay and rejuvenation illuminated the heavens. Lin Ze's eyes gleamed with determination. Come forth. Heavenly Desolation's dual extremes, reversing the yin and yang. Lin Ze conjured 2 streams of yin and yang energy, one hand grasping white, the other black. Within his gaze, 2 swirling fishes of yin and yang danced mysteriously. The enigmatic aura of Heavenly Desolation swiftly enveloped the surroundings, transcending the ages. Following this, a vast river of ethereal energy materialized from the heavens behind Lin Ze. Within this river, a multitude of swords lay hidden. A blazing sun hung above the river, casting a chilling brilliance upon the myriad swords, sending shivers throughout all who beheld it. 10,000 rivers concealing sharp swords. Level 10. Heavenly Desolation's dual extremes. Level 10. Slash. In an instant, the black and white energies surged into the celestial river. The myriad swords stood tall, cloaked in the duality of life and death. One proclaimed death, the other life. The river of swords roared through the skies, challenging the venerable sage's life and death energies, each side fiercely clashing and dissolving. Chapter 95. The ancient blood of the 8 desolations. Seeing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the venerable Ku Rong's face. Although this strike was not his full strength, the power of the human Tao, Tian Yuan, unequivocally overwhelmed that of the divine Sea. For Lin Ze to withstand a blow from a venerable sage with his divine Sea body was indeed remarkable. If that is the case, perhaps I should be more earnest. A serious expression crossed the youthful half of the venerable sage's visage. In the next heartbeat, boom! The heavens trembled, the sun and moon dimmed. The venerable Ku Rong's life and death energies extended, crafting a realm of seasons within the Tao Catastrophe Mountain. He stood aloof in this realm of decay and rejuvenation. His left hand embodying decay, his right embodying renewal. Stars fell from his gaze. Suddenly, a celestial spear, forged from countless life and death energies, materialized in midair. Infused with the power of the human Tao Tian Yuan, its tip pointed menacingly at Lin Ze, glimmering with a cold light. Be cautious, young friend. Sensing the formidable threat emanating from the spear, Lin Ze felt not anger, but exhilaration. His combative spirit ignited. The blood within him surged with fervor. At long last, after traversing to this moment, a battle awaited to consume his very essence. Bring it on! The energies of Heavenly Desolation's dual extremes roared within Lin Ze. Suddenly, a peculiar infernal flame ignited within Lin Ze's eyes. The flame intertwined with the black and white energies, unleashing a cataclysmic force that reverberated throughout the 8 desolations. As if in a dream, illusory feathers began to swirl around Lin Ze, rendering his form indistinct, shrouded in a divine light of transformation. It was ethereal, surreal. Then, a majestic dragon of the highest order surged forth from the sea, descending upon the world. Flame Demon True Body, infernal flames soaring. Heavenly Desolation's dual extremes. The rotation of yin and yang. Feather transformation true technique. A feather soaring through the air. Condense. Lin Ze simultaneously activated several techniques, pushing each to its utmost limits. Boom! A shadow of a world-shattering divine demon transcended the boundaries of time and space, awakening from the distant primordial era. The descent of the divine demon heralded the obliteration of all. Annihilate. The divine demon's shadow unleashed a punch, targeting the exalted Tian Yuan, seeking to dismantle the myth of its invincibility. This strike was an epitome of transcendence, an amalgamation of countless techniques. It bore the disdain of the heavenly supreme techniques, the audacity of the river sunset sword technique, and the enigma of the little five elements true technique, along with the haughty extremes of the yin-yang mysteries. Witnessing this, the 9 esteemed sect leaders were left in a state of utter shock. Is this the pinnacle of the river sunset sword technique? No, it is more than that. It seems he has integrated other elements, refining and elevating the technique. How long has he been learning? In our sect's yin-yang mysteries, the heavenly supreme techniques as well. The 9 leaders exchanged bewildered glances, speechless, each grappling with their astonishment. While the river sunset sword technique and yin-yang mysteries were merely introductory chapters derived from their respective sect's core techniques, they were still birthed from the finest of techniques, achieving a mid-grade status with profound intricacies. Even among their 9 sects, it would take a millennium for anyone to master them to perfection. Yet the Lin Ze before them, how long has he truly learned? He has just begun. He has barely started, and he has already perfected it, even improved upon it. Is this reasonable? Reasonable, my foot. It is utterly outrageous. But in a fleeting moment, an even greater surprise befell them. This is the true fire sacred demon technique? Nay, it bears resemblance to the true fire sacred demon technique, yet appears more sophisticated. How infuriating! He actually had the audacity to improve upon the true fire sacred demon art. The all laws immortal body. This is not the all laws immortal body. I would have devoured the Tao Tribulation Mountain on the spot. Is it truly possible for something as absurd as the dual immortal body to exist in this world? Wait a moment. Where did he acquire the true fire sacred demon art? This is bad. The 9 esteemed sect leaders, standing tall atop the Qingyu, could no longer maintain their composure. Their inquisitive gazes turned towards the half-saint Qinghe. Half-saint, ancestor, what do you make of this? The half-saint Qinghe, with an indifferent expression, had long since discerned Lin Ze's mastery of the true fire sacred demon art. Remain calm. Continue observing. As the half-saint spoke, the crowd had no choice but to suppress their myriad questions and continue watching. In the midst of their conversation, the contest between Lin Ze and the venerable Kurong had escalated to a fever pitch. The divine gun and the shadow of the divine demon clashed with resounding intensity. They were locked in a stalemate. Waves of tremors rippled through the void, causing countless spatial fissures to erupt from the collision of spear tip and fist shadow, sweeping across the entirety of the virtual realm. The mountains resonated with a deep hum. The world wept in sorrow. Amidst the fierce confrontation, the body of venerable Kurong was aging at an accelerated rate, his vital essence rapidly depleting. Lin Ze, concealed within the ethereal haze of his transformation, was struck as well, his skin disintegrating in patches, revealing his bloodied flesh, which dripped down onto the Tao Tribulation Mountain. However, thanks to the formidable regenerative abilities of Lin Ze's Yinma true body, new skin swiftly grew back, restoring him to peak condition. It appeared that venerable Kurong was on the verge of defeat due to exhaustion. This revelation sent a chill of shock through everyone present. Venerable Kurong, those two. Unbelievable. The so-called first was actually able to contend with a venerable. Not merely contend, but look. Venerable Kurong's depletion was evidently far greater, while this first seemed unperturbed. My goodness, even a venerable figure, despite age and waning vitality, should not be so outmatched by a mere divine cultivator, right? Who on earth is this first? Just how immense is his innate origin? Amidst the fervent discussions, no one noticed that the few drops of blood dripping from Lin Ze's corporeal form were being absorbed by the Tao Tribulation Mountain at an eerie speed, vanishing without a trace. At the base of Tao Tribulation Mountain, within a mysterious dark space, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. They were slightly closed, appearing weak and feeble. Ba Huang, blood? After uttering this phrase, he seemed utterly exhausted, closing his eyes in a state of frailty. Without a sound, after a long, long time, a barely perceptible wave of weakness reached the mountain's peak. This faint wave seemed to have drained him of all his strength. In the mysterious space, silence fell once more, returning to darkness. Meanwhile, atop Tao Tribulation Mountain, Lin Ze suddenly felt an unusual heat coursing through his body. It was not the heat of overload, but rather, something miraculous seemed to have been thoroughly activated within his very bones and blood. The aura inscribed in ancient times was awakening. A profound and enigmatic power filled Lin Ze's entire being. You have awakened the ancient bloodline hidden within your body, rousing the Ba Huang blood. By reclaiming your ancient bloodline, your understanding of the Ba Huang combat techniques has deepened. You have re-examined the Ba Huang combat techniques. You discover that your bloodline possesses the ultimate inclusivity of the world, capable of encompassing all phenomena. Guided by your bloodline, you attempt to forcibly merge the methods of Qi refinement, mental techniques, essence refinement, and spirit refinement, uniting the three into one. You do not yet possess a method of spirit refinement of the same grade. You have fused Tian Huang Lujing Jin Gong with Yinma True Body. You have comprehended the ancient Ba Huang blood's exclusive earth-grade upper-tier technique, Da Huang Jin Yin Gong Extreme. Da Huang Jun Yin Gong Extreme LV10. Great perfection. Under the impetus of the bloodline-exclusive Da Huang Jin Yin Gong, Lin Ze's physical form and spiritual energy harmonized into a seamless unity, indistinguishable from one another. At this moment, with a mere thought, Lin Ze could unleash a terrifying power far surpassing his previous capabilities. Upon sensing this newfound strength, Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback. Then he murmured, "It really exists." Regarding his bloodline physique, Lin Ze had harbored suspicions long before. The point of doubt stemmed from that incident involving the demonic cult's poison. Among the many members of the Lin family afflicted by the poison, Lin Ze and Lin Ao had even ingested the toxic powder. Yet strangely, every other member of the Lin family fell victim, while the bloodline of the Lin family, grandfather and grandson, remained unscathed. Lin Ze suspected that the Lin family harbored a hidden bloodline that had not manifested, and thus directly inquired with his grandfather, Lin Ao. Unfortunately, even Lin Ao, the patriarch of the Lin family, was unaware of the bloodline's origin. Consequently, Lin Ze cast aside the matter. After all, he was not particularly concerned with bloodlines at the time, his focus entirely on martial techniques. Yet unexpectedly, this fortuitous turn of events had awakened the Lin family bloodline. How did this happen? Lin Ze cast a contemplative glance at Venerable Kurong. Could it be that intense combat activates bloodline factors? Or is it simply a matter of luck? While pondering, Venerable Kurong seemed to have reached his limit. He let out a long sigh. To contend with the Tian Yuan Venerable as a divine sea cultivator, the younger generation is indeed formidable, truly formidable. Having said that, Venerable Kurong's expression tightened once more. Come now, the final strike. Let this old man witness the limits of this era's most extraordinary prodigy. With those words, Venerable Kurong ignited his entire spiritual energy, squeezing out the last vestiges of his vitality. Kurong technique, reversing the spring and autumn. Boom! The terrifying domain of Kurong expanded once more. Venerable Kurong unleashed a cataclysmic blow. This strike shattered the void, summoning darkness. This is bad. This old fellow is taking it seriously. Let loose. That was likely the young one's limit. He won't be able to withstand this blow. The 9 esteemed sect leaders were poised to intervene and rescue Lin Ze. Regardless of Lin Ze's astonishing talent or the origins of the true fire sacred demon art, he absolutely could not come to harm. In their eyes, Lin Ze was now the most flawless and unparalleled treasure in existence. The Lord of the Longha Sword sect was about to act, but as his hand was raised. Bang! At the center of the battlefield, Lin Ze waved his hand, casually unleashing a sword chi. Zing! The sword sang through heaven and earth. Venerable Kurong's domain was unexpectedly cleaved apart by Lin Ze's single finger of sword chi. Like slicing through tofu, it offered no resistance whatsoever. A single stroke across the sky. Bang! The domain shattered, and Venerable Kurong was rebuffed by the backlash of his own domain, draining him of all strength. He lay in the center of the battlefield, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with shock. Huh! You actually did not exert your full strength. Lin Ze shrugged. He too had not anticipated awakening such a formidable bloodline so suddenly. The ancestors of the Lin family are truly remarkable. Lin Ze leaped before Venerable Kurong, helping him to his feet. This battle has been thoroughly enjoyable for the younger generation. Thank you, Venerable. Venerable Kurong was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled in acceptance. As long as it was enjoyable, that is what matters. With that, venerable Kurong departed from the battlefield. The outcome was decided. The victor, Lin Ze. Ah, what the heck? He won? A divine sea cultivator actually defeated a venerable? To battle a venerable and emerge victorious. Madness, sheer madness. Lin Ze's victory sent the crowd into a frenzy. Everyone was stunned, as if caught in a dream. Except for Hong Tian. Upon witnessing Lin Ze's triumph, he rushed directly to Xue Jianqing, eagerly proclaiming, "It's my turn. I want to challenge him." Xue Jianqing, shaken from his astonishment, cast a complex and peculiar glance at Hong Tian. "What are you dragging your feet for?" "Very well. Let you two prodigies have at it." With a wave of his hand, the battlefield reappeared. Hong Tian, beaming with joy, stepped into the arena, staring boldly at that proud figure. The onlookers were speechless. This fellow, having lost to a venerable, what does he intend to do? Does he truly believe he is superior to the venerable? Jester. Hong Tian paid no heed to the crowd. In his eyes, there was only Lin Ze. At long last, the moment had arrived. "I demand recompense for what transpired earlier." Before he could finish, Lin Ze stepped onto the battlefield, and a seismic wave surged towards Hong Tian in an instant. A mere half-step into the divine sea. How audacious! Hong Tian swiftly evaded, his body twisting at an uncanny angle to dodge the strike. Neither more nor less, perfectly executed. "You lack martial virtue. At least allow me to finish speaking." Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. His previous strike had not been intentionally misdirected. It was aimed squarely at Hong Tian. How could a mere half-step into the divine sea evade his assault? Quite intriguing. No wonder he was so arrogant. Again, this time, Lin Ze was resolute. His gaze narrowed, and two beams of violet light, swift as the wind and fierce as thunder, shot forth from his eyes. The violet light pierced the heavens, surveying all beneath. It locked onto Hong Tian. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the violet light reached Hong Tian. He did not flinch. With a mere closing of his eyes, the world plunged into darkness. The violet light was devoured by the shadows, vanishing without a trace. On the battlefield, tranquility reigned. It was as if the violet light had never existed. What is happening? The initial attack was actually thwarted. What manner of being is this Hong Tian? This trial at Dao Gem Mountain truly harbors all manner of demons and monsters. Will we not be allowed to live? The crowd murmured in disbelief. Yet at the center of the battlefield, Lin Ze squinted. He understood all too well that his assault had not been blocked, but rather negated. Denied by the world. Rejected by the rules. This method, outside the arena, the 9 esteemed sect leaders exhibited glimmers of astonishment. Destiny, my will is heaven's will. My heart is heaven's heart. Though they had anticipated it, witnessing this truth firsthand was still staggering. The 9 immortal bodies of the great Tao, none possess righteousness. This lad is indeed a body of celestial destiny. Now we shall see which is superior, the body of celestial destiny or the ethereal body, or perhaps the myriad laws body. TSK, a body of celestial destiny, is said to exist only once in a lifetime, and yet we in the Qing domain have produced 2 at once. If word of this reached others, they would surely be driven mad. Chapter 97, Holy Weapon, the Remnant Sky Sword. Well then, let us watch in peace. It is a rare opportunity to witness a battle between 2 ancient bodies. We shall discern whether Lin Ze is the ethereal body or the myriad laws body. He cannot possibly possess both celestial bodies, can he? If he truly does, I would suspect him to be a progeny of the great Tao. The 9 spoke. In the arena, Lin Ze and Hong Tian began a new round of combat. Twice you initiated the attack. This time, it must be my turn. With that, Hong Tian concentrated his essence and spirit. He pointed to the sky and then to the ground. Heaven's punishment, Earth's annihilation. As soon as he spoke, Hong Tian seemed to transform into the heavenly emperor, issuing a final decree to the world. This realm was summoned by Hong Tian. Thunder descends, rumbling. There was neither wind nor rain. Roiling thunderclouds materialized in the mysterious void. They swiftly coalesced into a storm's eye. Thick, purple divine lightning gathered within the tempest. In the next moment, boom, the violet light reached the heavens. A colossal pillar of thunder surged forth with a destructive force towards Lin Ze. Meanwhile, the earth of Dao Gem Mountain echoed with a deafening roar. It repelled Lin Ze. It compressed Lin Ze. The weighty force of the earth formed an eternal, indestructible prison. It bound Lin Ze and refused to allow him to harness the power of the earth. In the sky, the purple divine lightning disturbed the firmament, bestowing thunderous retribution. preventing Lin Ze from leveraging the opportune moment. This was the most authentic manifestation of calling upon heaven, yet receiving no answer, and calling upon earth, yet finding no response. Boom! The lightning engulfed everything. The earth consumed all. The pressure of the earth, the baptism of heavenly thunder. They struck Lin Ze simultaneously, subjecting him to the grinding wheel of heaven and earth. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Commanding heaven and earth? What transpired? I pondered. I didn't even blink. Yet a few with profound backgrounds discerned Hong Tian's true nature. Commanding heaven and earth, seizing destiny and taking its place. Wasn't this the legendary body of celestial destiny? The legends of the 9 immortal bodies of the great Tao were indeed true. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the situation on the field shifted once more. The towering thunderbolt was unexpectedly cleaved by an incomprehensibly powerful force. The earthly prison was also torn asunder. Ancient blood of the 8 desolates. Ignite! True flame of the great desolation. An image of a demonic deity hurled the earthly prison towards the storm's eye. Bang! The thunderous retribution and the dungeon were annihilated. The image of the demonic deity surged towards Hong Tian with an imperceptible speed. The fist shadow tore through the void. Hong Tian remained unfazed. Reversal. The world was commanded once more. Time flowed backward. Lin Ze's fist shadow inexplicably retreated. Lin Ze smirked. So, the reversal has arrived. I initiate, and you initiate as well? Is that it? Reversal. Hong Tian issued another command, and that very fist shadow charged back towards Lin Ze. Lin Ze. Whoosh. Lin Ze transformed into myriad phantoms, evading the fist shadow, and once again closed the distance to Hong Tian. Hong Tian employed the same trick, reversing time once more. Lin Ze struck again. Hong Tian continued to negate. Thus, the two stalemated, exchanging blows for hundreds of rounds in the blink of an eye. The battlefield ablaze with the glimmer of blades and the blaze of war. Such enlightenment. The observers were speechless. Having lived so long, it was their first time witnessing a fight conducted in such a manner. Absurd. Utterly absurd. The 9 esteemed leaders watched with rapt attention. Those of lower cultivation could only perceive their gentle exchanges, while they themselves observed a continuous utilization of the power of destiny. One was constantly breaking through the constraints of destiny's power. They were toying with the rules of destiny at their fingertips, continuously tearing and then healing. When did the rules of destiny become mere toys to manipulate? These bodies of the great Tao truly exhibit no sense of reason. The contest of celestial bodies is indeed profound. In this world, perhaps only celestial bodies can triumph over celestial bodies. However, how long must they continue this battle? At that moment, the previously silent half-saint suddenly spoke. It is over. Huh? The 9 immediately turned their gaze. They beheld Hong Tian and Lin Ze, their figures shifting with agility. Hong Tian's complexion had noticeably paled. The power of negation had also dimmed. Lin Ze's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed you were running out of strength. On tient snorted que your skin and fists are truly resilient. Even the purple lightning cannot slay you. It took me several days of destiny to negate you once. I shan't continue this fight. It is a loss. With that, Hong Tian sighed. Yet, since my childhood, I have never once tasted defeat. I truly do not wish to concede to you in this manner. The 9 immortal bodies of the great Tao, a singular existence in a lifetime. 2 celestial bodies are nearly never encountered throughout one's life. Yet, I have the misfortune to encounter you. One final move. One strike to determine victory or defeat. After uttering this, Hong Tian pointed to the heavens once more. You must be cautious now. Another thunder summon? Let us see a more formidable thunder this time. On tient. This time, I am not summoning thunder. I intend to negate your very existence. Lin Ze's eyes narrowed. You can not only negate attacks, but also my very being? Am I the one wielding an advantage? Or are you? Let us see. Sword arise. On tient béconned. The chaotic void materialized. An unremarkable broken sword suddenly appeared in Hong Tian's hand. Upon seeing this rusted blade, every individual present, including the 9 esteemed leaders, was left utterly speechless. Holy weapon? The remnant sky sword? Several of the esteemed leaders turned their gaze towards the figure known as Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang, you have been robbed. Lao Jiang is the sect leader of the Remnant Sky sect. That seemingly unremarkable broken sword, the Remnant Sky sword, is indeed their sect's heirloom holy weapon. Holy weapon, as the name implies, is a weapon forged by a saint. It possesses the extraordinary power of a saint. Certainly, This sacred weapon is not owned by the Qing domain's Qing Sheng. The life-bound sacred weapon of Qing Sheng has long been enshrined within the forbidden grounds of the Chang'e sword sect, where it suppresses the lifeblood of the Qing domain. The Zhangtian sword is a spoils of war seized by Qing Sheng. In ancient times, a great war erupted. The ancient Qing Sheng, facing 8 opponents, severed the heads of 8 saints. Their sacred weapons were also captured by Qing Sheng, their divine seals washed away and granted to the other 8 sects, becoming the sacred weapons of those sections. The Zhangtian sword is one of these 8 sacred weapons. The head of the Zhangtian Dao sect, Old Jiang, has kept this sword sealed for millions of years without ever using it. Even during the chaos of the demon cult, he never summoned the sacred weapon, keeping it well sealed. Yet now, during a trial at Dao Jie Mountain, a mere selection trial, the Zhangtian sword was unexpectedly borrowed by this destined celestial body without a sound. Old Jiang's lips twitched crazily. Has he lost his mind? Can you wield a sacred weapon that has been borrowed? Stop him. Sacred weapons are no trifles. The Zhangtian sword must not be unsheathed, especially in the holy land of Dao Jie Mountain. As he spoke, several individuals attempted to stop Hong Tian from making a foolish move. But at that moment, Hong Tian's complexion suddenly turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The Zhangtian sword, which had just come into his possession, unexpectedly returned to the Zhangtian Dao sect through the chaotic void, vanishing from sight. Chapter 98. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Gazing at the departing Zhangtian sword, Hong Tian was in disbelief. The sacred weapon actually rejected me. With his remaining destiny power, he couldn't harness much of the sword's strength. That was his own issue. But for the summoned sacred weapon to refuse to leave, that is a problem with the sword. How dare a mere remnant, defeated by the ancient Qing Sheng, refuse my summon? As one of the 9 celestial bodies of the great Tao, even the world must heed his commands. How can a mere remnant dare to reject him? Is this a rejection of him? This is a slap in the face of destiny. How dare a mere remnant act so brazenly? Hong Tian was indignant. He summoned again. Zhangtian sword, come. This time, Hong Tian reinforced his celestial decree, explicitly naming the Zhangtian sword. At his second summons, the rusted end of the Zhangtian sword once again crossed the void, reaching into the ethereal realm. However, in the next moment, Hong Tian spat out another mouthful of blood, his complexion turning a brilliant gold. Clearly, he had suffered another rejection and backlash from the sacred weapon. Hong Tian was bewildered. In all his years, this was the first time his will as a destined celestial body had been defied. The first time, Zhangtian sword. Zhangtian sword. You have truly gone too far. Lin Ze had appeared behind Hong Tian at some point, watching with amusement as the Zhangtian sword departed into the void. Hearing this, Hong Tian, like a cat with its tail stepped on, reflexively shouted, "This is not my fault." He gritted his teeth. It is that sacred weapon. There is something off about it. Lin Ze remained non-committal and remarked, "Weren't you just denying my existence? Why turn around and summon the sword then? Isn't that a distraction? Denying a celestial body like mine, do you think I have a long life to spare?" In Hong Tian's eyes, Lin Ze's momentary comprehension of the 9 ancient techniques corresponded to the myriad methods of the myriad. It was precisely for this reason that Hong Tian yearned to compete with Lin Ze. The 9 celestial bodies of the great Tao, there is only one in a lifetime. The 2 celestial bodies might never encounter each other again. Thus, the question of which is stronger or weaker among the 9 celestial bodies has never had a definitive conclusion. Now that he had encountered Hong Tian, how could he not feel a burning desire? Therefore, it was not only about his obsession with past defeats, but also about proving that destiny is superior to the myriad methods. But the outcome? All blame lies with the Zhangtian sword. Hong Tian glared fiercely at the direction in which the Zhangtian sword had vanished. This is the humiliation of destiny. One day, he will tear this broken thing apart and use it to fill the latrines of the mortal realm. Today, I shall not fight. My state is poor. Hong Tian left the center of the battlefield, reluctantly leaving behind a remark, "Just consider it your victory." As Hong Tian's words fell, the battlefield was once again left with Lin Ze alone. Lin Ze had claimed the first throne. Seeing this, all spectators felt a strange sensation in their hearts, unsure of what to make of it. These 2 battles had left them in a daze. One battle saw a divine sea realm defeat a Tian Yuan venerable. In the other, it was even more absurd, as the sacred weapon Zhangtian sword was summoned. Absurd! Absurd! When did the threshold for the Dao Jie Mountain trials rise to such heights? This made them appear quite foolish. And indeed, that was the reality. After the 2 battles, very few were concerned about how others fought, or whether they would continue. All attention had converged upon the two dazzling figures of Lin Ze and Hong Tian. The second-ranked bearded man looked gravely at Lin Ze and Hong Tian. For this semi-saint selection, he had exerted tremendous effort, hoping to make a stunning impression, earn the favor of a semi-saint, and become a disciple of semi-saint lineage. But now, before these two prodigies, all his thoughts had turned to dust. Sigh. After a long while, the bearded man let out a long sigh. Perhaps this is fate. The bearded man resigned himself to it. In this situation, there was no choice but to accept fate. One had shattered a venerable, and the other summoned a sacred weapon. What could he do? The bearded man resigned, but some clearly did not. If they could not contend for first place, they would strive for second. If they could not become a semi-saint's disciple, they would become the core inheritor of the 9 sects. Thus, his second position was eyed by others. After a moment of silence, someone shouted, "I challenge second place." Hearing this, the bearded man's eyes instantly turned red with rage. "If I can't deal with those two, can I not handle you?" Seeking death. Whoosh! Another battle commenced. But Lin Ze and Hong Tian no longer cared. For them, the trial had ended. As time flowed by, soon, the 5,000 strands of tribulation energy burned out completely. The ranking competition finally came to an end. Thus, the 5 great trials of the 9 sects of Qing domain at Dao Jie Mountain. Luck, will, comprehension, root bone, and battle had all concluded perfectly. The 9 great venerable sect masters and semi-saints finally descended from the void to bestow rewards upon the trial participants. With the conclusion of the trials, all participants were free to choose their desired sect to join. After speaking, 9 portals appeared at the summit of Dao Jie Mountain, each floating with the names of the 9 sects of Qing domain. Passing through these doors, they could reach the lands of the 9 sects directly. Upon arrival, according to the tribulation energy and ranking represented by their celestial fate tokens, someone would assist them to the corresponding locations. After finishing, the 9 sect masters awaited everyone to choose and disperse. Normally, at this time, they would retain a few exceptional geniuses to grant them special privileges and begin competing for outstanding disciples. However, this time, aside from Lin Ze and Hong Tian, it mattered little whether others stayed or left. Moreover, certain subsequent discussions were not convenient for others to overhear. They directly approached Lin Ze and Hong Tian. The others understood the meaning of the 9 great venerable sect masters. After each had selected their desired sect, they discreetly left the scene. Soon, only Lin Ze and Hong Tian remained on the field. Observing everyone depart, old Jiang first approached Hong Tian, daring to borrow the Songtian sword with a half-step divine sea body. "You celestial bodies are truly bold. Enough talk. Let's get straight to the point. If you join my Songtian Dao sect, the next sect master will be you. You will possess the authority of the sect master. All resources of the sect will be completely open to you. The entire sect will be at your command. What say you?" Hong Tianyun. No comment. As a destined celestial body, whatever Hong Tian desired could be summoned with a mere clap of his hands. No condition in this world held any allure for him. The only thing that could attract him now. Hong Tian pointed at Lin Ze. "Don't ask me. Ask him. Wherever he goes, I shall follow." Chapter 99. The Demon Cult Leader. This, upon hearing Hong Tian's response, in the hearts of several individuals, there lingered a profound sense of helplessness. Wherever Lin Ze chose to go, he inevitably became the half-saint heir. Was it not the case that Lin Ze, with his exceptional prowess, far surpassed Hong Tian in every conceivable aspect? His enigma deepened with each passing moment. Thus, it seemed that the title of half-saint heir was firmly destined for Lin Ze. This was precisely why old Jiang had refrained from seeking Lin Ze initially. After all, the half-saint had yet to utter a word. Consequently, as the half-saint heir, it was only natural for Lin Ze to venture to the Chang'e Sword sect. Hong Tian would accompany him. Was it not a splendid opportunity for the Chang'e Sword sect to acquire 2 celestial physiques in one fell swoop? Marvelous! Upon hearing this, the sect leader of the Chang'e Sword sect erupted in laughter, declaring that the 9 sects of the Azure domain were interconnected, and wherever they chose to go, they remained disciples of the 9 sects. The old man expressed his respect for their choices. How absurd! The rest of the 8 individuals rolled their eyes in unison. Yet, with the half-saint standing before them, they could not voice their displeasure and could only offer forced smiles. However, prior to this moment, there existed another matter of utmost importance. The sect leader of the Chang'e Sword sect fixed his piercing gaze upon Lin Ze and stated, "Young friend Lin, you have practiced the true fire holy demon technique." This declaration was not posed as a question, but rather as a statement. No matter how it transformed, they would recognize this troublesome technique even if reduced to ashes. This particular cultivation method had been utterly obliterated by the 9 sects of the Azure domain through great karmic power, and all the high-ranking members of the demon sect had been thoroughly annihilated. It was absolutely impossible for any remnants of this demonic technique to resurface. From where did you acquire this technique? The 9 individuals immediately turned their serious gazes towards Lin Ze. Yet, Lin Ze remained unfazed. He had anticipated such a scenario before his arrival. As a half-saint, a being standing just a step away from the realm of saints, and one who had clashed with the demon sect's leader, how could he fail to discern that he had practiced the true fire, holy demon technique? But what of it? Lin Ze had no ties to the demon sect. He would simply speak the truth. This technique was an unexpected acquisition. It originated from the Northern Star Dynasty's Liu family, specifically from a man named Liu Changfeng. Before the others could inquire further, Lin Ze continued, "Moreover, this Liu Changfeng was a figure from a century ago who joined the fire demon sect and vanished after leaving behind this technique within the Liu family." Upon hearing this, the 9 individuals fell momentarily silent. From the mortal realm, they immediately countered. Impossible. The technique was imbued with karmic ties. It could not possibly leave even the slightest trace in the mortal realm, let alone the realm of fate and mystery. Indeed, this was the truth, and traces of the demon sect had also been discovered in that region. Subsequently, Lin Ze informed the 9 about the events concerning the demon sect that had transpired within the Northern Star Dynasty. After listening, the group remained silent for an extended period. Finally, someone spoke gravely. "It appears that individual has indeed returned." Upon hearing this, Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. That individual? The implication of their words. Could it be that even the half-saint's intervention had failed to eradicate the leader of the demon sect? The 9 individuals exchanged glances filled with unspoken concern. They then turned to the half-saint, who finally spoke. This was the most he had ever said. "Though that fiend has yet to reach the saintly realm, their methods are insidious, and at the critical moment, a fragment of their soul managed to escape. I too, in that battle, was momentarily careless and sustained injuries that hindered my pursuit. In my helplessness, I invoked the bloodline power inherited from my distant ancestor, the Azure Saint, to impose great karmic barriers upon this realm, preventing the spread of their demonic techniques and thwarting any potential resurgence. Thus, if any remnants of the demonic techniques exist, they can only be attributed to that fiend." Lin Ze grasped the implication. Could it be that Liu Changfeng was the leader of the demon sect? The half-saint shook his head. The great karmic barriers imposed by the Azure Saint's bloodline are no trifling matter. Even if that fiend possesses cunning and guile, they would be incapable of preserving the techniques for a century. To maintain their existence, it would require